Auntie, can you make it as fast as possible? Xue Ling asked anxiously. I'll go to the director right now and get a vehicle assigned. I'll have my assistant go along so there will be a specialist on board and he can coordinate with the local hospital. That's wonderful. Thank you, Auntie. With connections, things get done quickly. An hour later, the ambulance set out from the provincial capital. Xue Ling told Boss Liao, "It'll take about 3 hours to get here. My aunt said they'll come overnight, and with the ICU ambulance, there's nothing to worry about. But she asked me to remind you to bring plenty of money. Brain surgery can be expensive." I'll go get it right away. Boss Liao nodded hurriedly. Xue Ling quickly opened her bag and handed him 1,000 win. Take this for now. Tonight you'll go with the ambulance, and you'll probably arrive in the provincial capital tomorrow morning. I'll go home and pack some clothes and drive over first thing in the morning. I'll bring you more money then. Just focus on taking care of your wife. After all, her aunt was the one she'd introduced, so she had to make the trip herself, at least to introduce Boss Liao and her aunt. In a strange city, having a doctor you know in the hospital makes everything easier. Boss Liao's eyes filled with tears. "Xiao She, thank you. Xue Ling said. "We can't go into the ward, so let's ask the nurse to keep an eye on things. I have my car outside. I'll drive you home to pack and let your family know." "Okay, thank you." Boss Liao hurried off to the nurse's station. Maybe because he finally had hope, Boss Liao seemed to come alive, full of joy. Boss Liao wasn't a local. Because his wife worked in a city department, they'd been assigned a very spacious apartment. Since his wife was busy and he didn't want her to have a long commute, the family never moved to Jiangyuan and stayed in the work-assigned apartment. I have 2 kids. The older is 19, the younger only 13. One studies in the provincial capital, the other is in middle school here. My wife and I are both busy, so during winter break we send them to our hometown to spend time with their grandparents. We were planning to go together for New Year's after my wife's holiday. As she drove, Xue Ling asked, "With something this serious happening to your wife, you didn't tell your family back home?" "The elders are too old and can barely take care of themselves." "How could I tell them?" Boss Liao said quietly. "My cousin is here with my older son. My son couldn't sleep last night, so I told him to go home and rest. I can't sleep anywhere, so I'd rather stay at the hospital. Being close to her makes me feel a little more at ease. No sweet words, no grand promises, but more moving than any love story." Xue Ling's eyes grew red and she quickly sniffed. "You and your wife have a wonderful relationship, truly enviable." Boss Liao's eyes filled with tears. "We met when we were sent to the countryside. I grew up well off, never did hard labor, and those days were tough. She was always strong, encouraging me, supporting me, walking with me through it all. Without her, I wouldn't be who I am. When we applied to return to the city, we were so poor we had nothing but 4 walls. Sometimes we only ate once a day, and at night when we were hungry, we'd just boil water to drink. Soon she got a job and I found work too, and things finally got better. When our eldest was born, we only had a wooden plank bed. I could only lay some straw on the floor and sleep beside her, taking care of her during her confinement. As the child grew, our finances stabilized. She had a regular work schedule, always rushing home after work to help with the kids. I started doing business, but at first I had no experience and kept losing money. She always supported me. No matter how late I came home, there was always a hot meal waiting. Luckily, her job and income were stable. Even if I lost money, as long as we tightened our belts, we could get by. With her as my strong support, I could go all out, and finally, after 2 years, I made my first real money. That day, I cried. She laughed and cried with me, and we hugged and wept together. We were happy for days, even invited friends and neighbors over for a meat stew. What a joy. With money, I started taking on small projects. I left early and came home late. She juggled work and kids but never complained. When her belly started to show, I was shocked to realize she was pregnant with our second. I almost slapped myself for not noticing. She said it was fine. She hadn't realized either. But I knew she just didn't want me to worry, so I could focus on work. Then she got transferred to Rongcheng. Our eldest was only 6 or 7, mischievous, and got hurt playing. She was heavily pregnant, carrying our eldest to the hospital. I happened to come home and saw her back and felt terrible. I was afraid she'd work herself too hard, so I secretly quit my job to take care of the family and moved with her to Rongcheng. She was angry, said my business was just taking off. How could I give up? I told her my job was unstable, hers was steady, so I should accommodate her. Plus, the kids were young, the elders were far away, and someone had to look after the family. She wiped her tears and said nothing more. We moved to Rongcheng. Her transfer went smoothly. She even got a 10-yuan raise, and the unit gave us a small apartment. A few months later, our younger son was born. I stayed home with the kids. She went to work. Life was hard, but the family was stable and happy. Later, our eldest started school. I stayed home with the younger one, did copywriting for extra money, and we could afford meat once or twice a week. When the younger one started school, she gave me 100 yuan she'd saved and encouraged me to try business again. She said as long as she was there, I had nothing to worry about. I didn't want to go far. The kids needed their dad. She needed her husband. The family needed me. So I started working construction in Rongcheng, tried every job, always home morning and night. Eventually, I started leading small projects and finally had my own company. Boss Liao let out a long sigh, choking up. But now, before the kids are even grown, she suddenly fell ill, and my heart is broken. Xue Ling didn't dare say anything, just kept driving. Maybe he was too tired. After crying for a while, Boss Liao fell asleep in the seat. Xue Ling slowed down even more. He probably hadn't rested in half a month, and with a long night ahead, he needed all the sleep he could get. 10 minutes later, Xue Ling stopped the car. Boss Liao was still asleep. Not wanting to wake him, Xue Ling noticed someone selling apples under a tree, hiding from the wind behind their basket. She swallowed, suddenly craving apples. She got out, bought a dozen big apples, and as she opened the car door, the noise woke Boss Liao, who apologized repeatedly. "It's fine. Want an apple?" Boss Liao nodded, took one, and bit into it, suddenly smiling. "I haven't been able to eat these days, but now that there's good news, I'm starving." Xue Ling didn't remind him the apple wasn't washed and drove him home. He went upstairs to pack. A few minutes later, he came down with a tall, handsome teenage boy. "Xiao Xue, this is my eldest son, Liao Jinhan. Jinhan, this is Aunt Xue. Thanks to her, your mom can be transferred to the provincial hospital so quickly." Jinhan bowed deeply to Xue Ling. "Auntie? Hello, thank you. Thank you." Boss Liao said, "Jinhan will go to the provincial capital with me." Xue Ling reminded, "Are all the doors and windows locked up at home?" "All set," Boss Liao said. "The kitchen's off, and I asked the neighbors to keep an eye out." "All right, let's get in the car." Xue Ling dropped Boss Liao and his son off at the hospital. "You two need to wait here. Take turns resting. Once you get to the provincial capital, you'll probably have to stay up all night. Take care of yourselves first, so you can take care of your patient." Both father and son nodded gratefully. Xue Ling said, "I'm heading home now. I'll drive to the provincial hospital first thing tomorrow morning. See you at the hospital." Boss Liao, still worried, said quietly, "Xiao Xue, you're pregnant. It's really not safe for you to drive such a long way." "I still need to go," Xue Ling explained. "After all, my aunt is the one I introduced, so it's better if I go in person. Don't worry, I'll drive slowly. If I don't feel well, I'll ask my husband to come with me." "Thank you." Boss Liao was moved to tears. "And, if you can, please help me a bit more financially tomorrow. I haven't had time to collect payments lately, and the company is a mess." "No problem," Xue Ling said. "Saving a life is urgent. I'll help you get the money together." With that, she waved and left. Boss Liao and his son stood by the window, looking at the still unconscious wife and mother, their eyes red with tears. "Heaven, please let everything go smoothly in the provincial capital. Lan, you have to hold on. The kids and I can't live without you." His son, Liao Jinhan, choked up. "Dad, Mom knows. She must be trying to wake up. She promised us she'd build a snowman with my little brother this New Year and buy me a nice new watch." Liao Zhongyan hugged his son's head and wept quietly. By the time Xue Ling got home, it was already late and the lights in every home were shining. She parked in a corner and was about to head for the elevator when, "Ling Ling?" a hesitant voice called. Xue Ling turned and saw Wang Ting pushing a bicycle, her face wrapped in a scarf, her coat bulky, but her face thin and pale. "Wang Ting, it's you!" Xue Ling hurried over. Wang Ting smiled and explained, "It's a bit dark down here. I couldn't see clearly, so I called out just in case. Ling Ling, how have you been? Are you and the baby well?" "Very well, thank you." Xue Ling squinted at her, then couldn't help but ask, "Ching, why have you lost so much weight lately?" Wang Ting forced a smile, but tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. I've just been busy. The newspaper office is on holiday now, so I just brought home some New Year's goods, bought extra rice at the market, running around all day. Just tired." Xue Ling took her hand, noticing the thick gloves. "You need to rest more. At least now you're on holiday, you can sleep in a bit. You really need to take care of yourself. You've lost so much weight." Wang Ting nodded and said softly, "Ling Ling, I have so much to tell you. I'll come find you in a couple of days." "Come over the afternoon after tomorrow," Xue Ling said. "I'm busy tomorrow, but I'll be free then. I'll make tea and wait for you." "Okay." Wang Ting sighed, her voice low. "I really miss when you worked at the paper, how we'd chat quietly during lunch. Those were good times." Hearing the sadness in her voice, Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "Ching, is something on your mind?" "No." Wang Ting shook her head, eyes red. Seeing how worn out she looked, Xue Ling felt a pang of sympathy. "Go home for now. It's too cold to talk here. Come over in 2 days and we'll chat." "Okay." Wang Ting looked at her one more time, reluctant to leave, then pushed her bike toward her building. Xue Ling watched her go, then turned and entered the elevator. As soon as the elevator doors opened, she saw the light on at her door. Her husband was waiting outside with their son, chatting quietly as they waited. "Mama!" little Ran Ran cheered. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "What did I just tell you? Mama will be home soon. If we wait patiently, she'll be back before we know it." The little one ran to Xue Ling, begging, "Mama, hug." "No." Cheng Tianyuan pulled him back, holding him tight. "Mama's carrying your little sister. She can't pick you up right now." Little brother, Ran Ran insisted. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a smile and led him inside. Liu Ying was setting the table, smiling. "You're back? Come eat. The food's just ready. Eat while it's hot." The shop in the development zone had closed, and Cheng Muhai had come home today, helping out in the kitchen. Xue Ling greeted the elders. "Thank you all for your hard work. Let's eat." Little Ran 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 happily to the kitchen. The family gathered around the table, eating together. Xue Ling briefly explained Boss Liao's situation. "I need to go to the provincial capital tomorrow, first to introduce him to Aunt Jailan and also to bring him some money." Liu Ying shook her head and sighed. So pitiful. Only in her 40s? She can't have anything happen. What would her husband and kids do? Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. "Wife, I'll go with you tomorrow." "The shop is so busy these days, I can go by myself," Xue Ling said softly. "No way," Cheng Tianyuan insisted. "A day or 2 won't make a difference. You're pregnant, tired, and not eating well. I can't let you drive that far alone." "Right," Cheng Muhai agreed. "Let Yuan go with you. You're pregnant. You need to be careful. With him there, we'll feel better. If a friend needs help, we should help. When a family faces something like this, it's never easy." The elders were all kind-hearted and fully supported her helping a friend. But since she was pregnant, they really didn't want her going alone. "Business is busy all year round. A day or 2 won't matter. Let Yuan go with you." Xue Ling put down her chopsticks and smiled happily. "All right, got it." Cheng Tianyuan gave her a piece of sweet and sour rib. "Eat a little more." Xue Ling ate a bite, half a bowl of rice, and was soon full. Cheng Muhai thought for a moment. "I picked a lot of greens. Let Yuan make some bone broth with them for you." "Okay," Xue Ling smiled wryly. "Meat just makes me feel sick these days." Cheng Tianyuan quickly cooked the greens in broth. Xue Ling ate a few pieces and nodded. Dad, these are delicious. Then eat more. It's rare you like something. I'll make it again tomorrow. Xue Ling finished eating, then helped clear the table. Cheng Muhai took Ran next door, while Liu Ying stayed to help wash dishes. Ling, what time are you leaving tomorrow? I'll make breakfast for you too. No need, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. You and Ran sleep in. It's too cold to get up early. We'll handle our own breakfast and head out. Be careful on the road, Liu Ying said. Got it, Mom, Xue Ling replied. Just then, the phone rang in the living room. Xue Ling quickly handed the dishcloth to Cheng Tianyuan, washed her hands, and went to answer. Hello? Ling? Came a warm, deep voice. It's Uncle Ji Lan. Xue Ling lit up with joy and quickly greeted her uncle. Xue Ling was deeply moved by his words. But how could I let you do that? You have your own shop to look after. Cheng Tianyuan just smiled and said softly, When you told me about Boss Liao earlier, I really admired him. For the sake of his family and children, and to support his wife, he was willing to give up his career halfway. He waited until the kids were older and the family was stable before going back out to work. Maybe he missed out on a lot. Maybe people laughed at him, but he did the right thing. He's someone to be admired. Xue Ling smiled quietly. In this era, most families relied on men. Men went out to earn money. Women stayed home to raise kids and care for the elders. Few women had their own careers. Their days were filled with chores and children, always worrying, but all their energy spent at home. Because of this, people often overlooked the sacrifices women made behind the scenes. Boss Liao earned a lot, but his income was unstable. His wife had a steady job and even earned more than him, so he was willing to step back, stay home, and take care of the family. In many people's eyes, he was living off his wife. But after those years, when the kids grew up, he went back to work and quickly built a new career for himself. He was a capable man, flexible, considerate, and devoted to his family. The man in front of her could handle both the kitchen and the business, cooked well, washed dishes, and when she was busy and away for months, he worked by day and cared for their child by night, keeping the home in perfect order so she could go out and chase her dreams without worry. She leaned into his arms and whispered, You're no less than Boss Liao. To me, you're just as amazing, just as great. Let's not worry for now. When the time comes, we'll decide together. No matter what, we can't let making money make us neglect the kids. Once life is stable, we have to think about their growth. I really was getting too anxious. I almost forgot why I wanted to earn money in the first place. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. So what is your reason for making money? Tell me. Xue Ling took a deep breath. So my family and loved ones can have a better, more secure life. You've already done that, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. You've done really, really well. In the 2 or 3 years since she married in, the family had changed completely. From being deep in debt, they now had a house, a car, lots of property, 2 shops, and, most importantly, 2 little kids. Xue Ling nodded softly. Thank you. With your support, I know I can do even better. Cheng Tianyuan smiled, leaned down and kissed her cheek. On that cold winter night, the house was warm and bright, and the 2 of them held each other close. Early the next morning, Cheng Tianyuan got up to make porridge. Xue Ling was up early too, filling 2 big thermoses with water. They ate a quick breakfast and set out. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, I brought 1,000 yuan, just in case we can't get money from the bank over there. At least we'll have something to help. Good. Xue Ling opened the door. There was Cheng Muhai, bundled in a thick coat, waiting outside. Dad, what are you doing out here? Xue Ling asked in surprise. Cheng Muhai smiled and handed a net bag to Cheng Tianyuan. You're heading to the provincial capital in a hurry, and I didn't know what to get for you to bring. Dr. Ji Lan is a really good man. I've always been grateful for his help. I went out early and bought some cured meat and tribute vegetables. Please take them to him for me. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a smile. Dad, you're so thoughtful. We didn't even think of this last night. It's almost New Year's and we're going to trouble Uncle and Auntie, but we didn't bring anything. It's embarrassing. Cheng Muhai waved it off. It's all the same. Tonight Ahu is coming back, so I need to buy some beef to stew for him. You two go on. Be careful on the road. Ever since Ahu became his godson, he'd treated him even better than before. Xue Ling nodded. Dad, I can't travel too much, so we'll stay overnight and come back tomorrow. Please look after Ranran for us these 2 days. No problem. You two go do your thing. Cheng Muhai patted his chest. We've got things covered at home. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan said goodbye, took the elevator down, and soon drove off. It was freezing early in the morning, the north wind biting. Xue Ling wrapped herself in a thick coat, feeling sleepy. After a while, the sun came out, warming the car and making them both comfortable. Winters in Rongcheng weren't long. After the new year, it warmed up quickly. On sunny winter days, it wasn't too cold. Cheng Tianyuan first stopped by the city's Dajiale shop, gave a few instructions to Grandpa He, who was sweeping outside, then hurried off. The provincial highway was wide and empty. Cheng Tianyuan didn't drive fast, and 3 hours later they arrived in the provincial capital. They went to the bank first, and Xue Ling withdrew 50,000 yuan. Then they went to see Xue Ling and delivered the New Year's gifts. Xue Ling had finished his morning shift and switched to the night shift, so he took them to his wife's hospital. Liao Zhongnian and his son had arrived at the provincial capital at 4 a.m. with the ICU ambulance and were quickly admitted for tests. We need to operate immediately, or the patient's life will be in danger, Auntie explained. They've already signed the consent forms and the surgery is scheduled for this afternoon. I've asked the best specialist for this type of operation to help. He's reviewed the case and is confident. That's great, Xue Ling said excitedly. Thank you, Auntie. Auntie smiled. You're welcome. But you should let your friend know. This isn't a routine surgery. All the equipment is the most advanced from abroad, and it's very expensive. He needs to prepare more money. Xue Ling quickly said, We're ready. I brought tens of thousands with me. That's enough, Auntie sighed. For a major surgery like this, the cost is more than most families can bear. Luckily, she got to the hospital in time and was kept stable with medication. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it. Xue Ling shivered at the thought. Liao Zhongnian put the money away and bowed to Xue Ling. Xiao Xue, thank you. With my wife like this, so much work has been delayed. The project funds have come in, but without her and a few leaders' signatures, I can't get the money into my account. This is life-saving money. Thank you. Xue Ling quickly helped him up. We're partners and friends. Don't say that. Let's just hope your wife pulls through and the surgery is a success. Liao Zhongnian nodded, glancing at her anxiously. Xiao Xue, I've asked my cousin to watch the company, but I don't know how it's going. It's the end of the year and we haven't paid wages yet. Could you help me cover it for now? Once things settle down, I'll pay you back. No problem, Xue Ling said readily. I'll arrange it when I get back. It's the end of the year. Let's get everyone paid so they can have a good new year. A great kindness needs no thanks. That afternoon, Xue Ling and her husband had lunch with Uncle Jilan and his wife. Afterward, Auntie took Xue Ling for an early pregnancy checkup. The results came back quickly. Everything was normal. Auntie reminded her to eat more fruits and vegetables and gave her some calcium tablets suitable for pregnant women. Xu Jilan glanced at the time and suggested, It's almost 4, and Lingling is pregnant. It's not good for her to be out and about. Why don't you come home with me now? You can stay in Ah Heng's room tonight. No need, Cheng Tianyuan replied with a smile. I was planning to book a room at a nearby hotel. Boss Liao's wife is in surgery and we'd like to stay close by in case we can help with anything. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle. Xue Ling also felt it would be inconvenient to stay at her uncle's house. Uncle Xue Lan, we're all family. No need to stand on ceremony. It's just that Boss Liao is so anxious, and since we're here, it's good to be around to comfort him a bit. Jilan understood the agony of waiting for news from the operating room and said gently, In that case, come over later. You have a car, so it's easy to get to my place. But Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling still politely declined. Ji Lan grew a little annoyed. How can staying outside be as comfortable as staying with family? I've already cleaned up Ah Heng's room, and there's a private bathroom, very convenient. I even put the bedding out in the sun. I've prepared everything and you're not coming? You're making your uncle lose face. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh and finally agreed. All right, Uncle Jilan, we'll stay, but you and Auntie are busy, so don't worry about dinner. I saw a hot pot place nearby when we came in, and I've been craving it. Let's eat there tonight. Deal. Zilan, who was always busy and rarely cooked at home, agreed readily. I'll come by in the evening and we'll all go for hot pot together. After that, Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan went to keep Boss Liao company. That evening, the operating room doors finally opened. It went very well, the tired doctor explained. But the patient's recovery will depend on her own health and willpower. She may be confused for a while after waking up, so the family should be prepared. If she recovers quickly, she'll be back to normal in about 2 weeks. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. Boss Liao wept with joy, hugging his son tightly as they both cried. Xue Ling's eyes were red too, and she leaned into her husband's arms. Cheng Tianyuan held her and gently patted her back. As night fell, they went with Uncle Jilan and his wife for hot pot. With the surgery a success and the patient saved, Xue Ling finally relaxed. Her appetite returned and she ate plenty of spicy food. That night, they stayed at the Xue family home. Early the next morning, they said their goodbyes and headed back to Rongcheng. They left early and made good time, arriving home a little after 10. When they walked in, only Liu Ying was in the kitchen. Oh, you're back. Ah Hu's mom brought us a free-range chicken this morning, so I killed it and I'm making chicken soup for Ling Ling for lunch. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, Mom, where's little Ran? Ah Hu took him and Grandpa out. Liu Ying replied with a smile. Ah Hu's mom is coming for lunch too. She came back from the development zone for the new year and said she'd make some pastries for us to share. That's great, Xue Ling grinned. I've missed her pastries, Liu Ying asked with concern. Everything's all right? The surgery went well? It was a success, Cheng Tianyuan explained. But she'll need to stay in the hospital for a couple of weeks to recover. Liu Ying murmured a prayer and said gently, As long as she's safe, that's what matters. Xue Ling collapsed onto the sofa, too lazy to move. Cheng Tianyuan poured 2 glasses of water and handed her one. It's still early. I'm going to check on Dajiale in the development zone. With the new year coming, business was booming and he needed to see if they should stock up for the holiday and the reopening. Xue Ling reminded him, Take the other car. Got it. Cheng Tianyuan finished his water and hurried out. Liu Ying worked quickly, chopping up the chicken and putting it on to stew. Just then, the doorbell rang. Xue Ling got up and opened the door. It was Lu Xiaoyu. He greeted her warmly. Hope I'm not disturbing you. Not at all. Come in and sit, Xue Ling explained. You left in such a hurry the other day. I meant to come find you, but then I heard Boss Liao's wife was in the hospital, so I went to check on them. After hearing the story, Lu Xiaoyu sighed. Sis, you really helped out. I only heard that Boss Liao's wife was in the hospital for days, life and death uncertain, and he was there every day, unable to leave. I had some family trouble. My mother wasn't well, so I was taking her to see doctors everywhere. Yesterday afternoon, Ah Hu even drove us to get help. I couldn't make it to the hospital to see Boss Liao's wife. Xue Ling asked with concern, Is your mom all right? Lu Xiaoyu sighed. It's the same old problem. When it's too cold or too hot, she gets sick. The doctor says it's chronic, can't be cured, just managed with medicine. Xue Ling comforted him. You're sandwiched between caring for the old and the young. Boss Liao will understand. With his wife unconscious, no one could visit anyway. Even if you'd gone, you'd just be standing outside with him, feeling sad. Everyone's got their own struggles, but we all understand. When his wife recovers and comes back to Rongcheng, you can visit her then. I will, for sure, Liu Xiaoyu said. Xue Ling smiled. Let me know when you go. I'll come too. I haven't even formally met Boss Liao's wife yet. Liu Xiaoyu nodded, then apologized. Sis, I'm sorry about the other day. Those rough guys were so impulsive they scared the secretary half to death and made you run around. I should have managed them better. It wasn't all your fault, Xue Ling said understandingly. Don't blame yourself. I'm sure they regret it now, right? They regret it so much, Liu Xiaoyu said. They chased after me, even blocked my door, begging for forgiveness and promising never to do it again. Xue Ling laughed. So what's your decision? Still going to be their foreman? I am, Liu Xiaoyu said with a wry smile. We've worked together for so long, and we're like brothers. They just panicked about not having money for the new year. Everyone's family is counting on them. The pressure is huge, so they lost their heads. But they promised me it won't happen again. From now on, they'll listen to me, and to you, sis. That's good, Xue Ling smiled. I might not trust them, but I trust you. You're a good foreman. I'm not as good as you say, Liu Xiaoyu laughed. I'm just a rough guy who knows how to work. The brothers trust me, so they follow me. I don't have any real skills. Xue Ling waved it off. As long as they listen to you, that's what matters. I told the secretary I trust you. If you keep them on, the site will always welcome them. Thank you, sis. Thank you, Liu Xiaoyu said gratefully. They were so out of line I was worried you'd be angry. I'm glad you're so understanding. No, I just trust you, Xue Ling said with a laugh. I'm the boss. I just want to make money. Liu Xiaoyu laughed. Sis, you're as straightforward as ever. Xue Ling smiled and said, Wait a moment. I calculated your wages the day before yesterday and even prepared your red envelope. I meant to give it to you that night. But then Boss Liao's wife fell ill and I got delayed. No worries, Liu Xiaoyu said quietly. You already paid me last time. I still have some left. Xue Ling waved it off. Whether you have money or not is your business. What's owed to you must be paid. Friendship is friendship. Money is money. Let's not mix the two. She went to her room and came back with 2 envelopes. One is your wages, the other is your red envelope, wishing you a prosperous new year. Liu Xiaoyu tried to refuse. I don't need a red envelope. Everyone gets one, Xue Ling explained. Even the 3 old men guarding the site get one. As long as we can afford it, everyone who works for us gets their due. Thank you, sis. Liu Xiaoyu was a little moved. Next year I'll make sure the guys work hard for you and Boss Liao. Xue Ling smiled. I'm counting on you. Liu Xiaoyu added, Sis, I'm thinking of recruiting a few more guys over the new year. Do you still need more people? The more the better, Xue Ling said. Progress was slow this winter, and with all the spring rain it'll probably be slow again. As long as they're reliable, not troublemakers, bring them in. Don't worry, I'll vet them first, Liu Xiaoyu promised. They chatted a while longer, and Liu Xiaoyu left happily with his red envelope and wages. Liu Ying came out to see him off, wanting to invite him to stay for lunch, especially since Ah Hu would be joining, but Liu Xiaoyu politely declined. My mother's not well and the kids are still young. I need to go home and help take care of them. Xue Ling said, Family comes first. We'll have you over for a meal another day. Take care. Goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye, sis. I'm off. A while later, Ah Hu came back carrying little Ranran. Cheng Muhai followed with a net bag full of big cabbages. Uncle Chong came to see me in the development zone and brought some homegrown cabbages. He asked if we're going home for New Year's. I told him the in-laws are coming here, so we're staying put this year. Liu Ying glanced at his coat pocket but said nothing, just took the cabbages to the kitchen. Little Ranran clung to his mother's neck, refusing to let go. Xue Ling laughed and patted his back. What's this? Did you miss Mama? Ranran giggled, unable to explain, just hugging her tightly, looking so happy and content. Xue Ling's heart melted. She kissed him. Come on, let's get you some lunch. Ah Hu went to help in the kitchen and asked, Sis, when did you get back? About an hour ago, Xue Ling replied. We left early and got here around 10. Liu Xiaoyu came by and we chatted for a while before he left. Ah Hu hesitated, then asked, Did you go to the school to see Ah Fang? No, Xue Ling said. She should still be on the southern island. Ah Hu frowned. It's almost New Year's Eve. Why isn't she back yet? Didn't she say she'd be home by now? Not necessarily, Xue Ling explained. She called a few days ago and said the weather's great and everyone's having fun. But tickets are hard to get this time of year. Their teacher is queuing for tickets. If they get them, they'll come back. If not, they'll have to wait until after the holiday. Ah Hu nodded slowly. Just tell her to be careful. I did, Xue Ling said. I gave her the phone number for the Shanyu family, just in case she needs help. It's always good to have someone you know around. True, Ah Hu said, then asked, but the Shanyu family, they're home, right? Not off doing business again? No, Xue Ling replied. Since little Yu Yu was born, they decided to settle down and start a paper factory. The building's done, and after the new year, Shanyu's going to the northeast to buy equipment. Oh, that's good, Ah Hu said. Once you have a family and kids, it's better to settle down. Cheng Muhai chuckled. Jealous, aren't you? You could have that too. Go on a blind date, get married next year, and have a baby the year after. Ah Hu grinned sheepishly. Godfather, don't tease me. Xue Ling laughed. What, your mom's setting you up again? Liu Ying chimed in. She is, says the girl's very pretty, introduced by a friend. I don't want to. Ah Hu shook his head. I hate blind dates. It feels like a chore. Cheng Muhai looked at his wife. Back in our day, there was no such thing as dating. It was all arranged marriages. Parents decided, the matchmaker set it up, and that was it. Wedding date, engagement, marriage, that's how it was. Liu Ying nodded, laughing. Exactly. You didn't even see your spouse until the wedding day. If you married someone from the same village, you might know them. I had a friend who married a man she'd never met. Her husband and his younger brother were twins, and she kept mixing them up for months. Caused a lot of laughs. So, you're luckier than people back then. Xue Ling teased Ah Hu. See? They had arranged marriages, but you get to meet and choose. How great is that? Ah Hu tried not to laugh. I'm not that desperate. If I'm still single in a couple of years, then I'll go on blind dates. No way, Cheng Muhai frowned. By then you'll be in your mid-30s. Too old. Ah Hu patted his chest. What's there to fear? Older men know how to treat their wives well? Everyone burst out laughing. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan came in, smiling at the laughter. What's so funny? I could hear you all the way downstairs. Ah Hu quickly took little Ran off to play. Xue Ling poured her husband a glass of water and asked, Everything okay at the shop? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Sales are great. We just restocked a couple of days ago and it's almost all gone. Luckily, I ordered some cured meat and seeds and the delivery came this morning, just in time. Ah Hu said, The development zone shop only does business with workers. Once they leave, the shop has to close. Your place is better, near the residential area, so business is steadier. It's all right, Cheng Tianyuan said. Business is best during the holidays, but otherwise it's steady. Still, there are more people in the development zone. Ah Hu asked, The shop's closed now. Did you finish the accounts? How much do I get this year? A bit more than last year, Cheng Tianyuan replied. I'm almost done with the numbers. I was in the provincial capital with my wife these past 2 days, so I haven't finished the final tally. I'll do it tonight and split it with Amin. Let's all have a good new year. Ah Hu had done well this year. Not only did he save up, he even bought his favorite car. With the income from Dajale, it was a bumper year. Woo-hoo! Ah Hu lifted little Ran high, cheering, We made money, we made money. Ran, Uncle's taking you out for a feast. Everyone burst out laughing. That afternoon, Wang Ting didn't come. Xue Ling had gotten up early to travel, and after lunch she felt sleepy, so she went to bed and slept deeply. Before sleeping, she told Cheng Tianyuan and Ah Hu, who were chatting over tea outside, that if Wang Ting came, they should bring her in to find her. When she woke up, it was already past 4. Wang Ting. She didn't come? Cheng Tianyuan handed her a thick coat and said gently, No, she didn't. Ah Hu took Mom, Dad, little Ran, and his own mother to the development zone. Chen Min and Sister Quiliu are making barbecue and invited everyone over for dinner. Since you don't like the smell of meat, I stayed behind to have dinner with you. Xue Ling snuggled lazily into his arms, nuzzling his neck. My husband is the best. Cheng Tianyuan smiled indulgently, stroking her back and patting her gently. There'll be plenty of chances for barbecue. If I took you, you'd just feel nauseous and not eat. I was also worried you'd be home alone and eat something random, so I'd rather stay and eat with you. Xue Ling couldn't help but mutter, Why do I feel like I'm becoming a burden to you? You are. Cheng Tianyuan gave her a teasing look and said softly, You're my burden, my sweetest burden. He was someone who rarely said sweet things, but this sudden, heartfelt line left Xue Ling stunned for a moment. Then she burst out laughing. She wrapped her arms around his neck and playfully demanded, I don't care. Whether I'm a burden or not, you have to carry me for life. No backing out. Yes, yes, yes. Cheng Tianyuan bundled her up in the thick coat and said warmly, It's cold outside, don't catch a chill. Xue Ling checked the time. It's not too late. I'm going to Boss Liao's company. She'd promised to help him with the company, and she meant to keep her word. Their futures were tied to the second phase of the project. She couldn't just watch her partner struggle. If he went down, she would too. They were in it together, shared interests, shared fate. He was too busy to handle things, so she had to help however she could. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Aren't you going to wait for Wang Ting? No, Xue Ling explained. She's probably busy and can't make it. You stay home, I'll be back soon. If she comes, ask her to stay for dinner. Tell her it's just the three of us tonight. She'll probably stay. If it were a big family gathering, Wang Ting might feel awkward, but with just the three of them, she'd be more comfortable. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Be careful, and drink some warm water before you go. Okay. Xue Ling quickly got out of bed and bundled up. A short while later, she hurried out. She went straight to Boss Liao's company, which was as quiet as before, with only his cousin there. Xue Ling said, It's the end of the year and the staff still haven't been paid. Whether they stay or not, you can't delay their wages. Contact the secretary and have everyone come tomorrow to get their pay before the new year. I'll bring the money at 9 in the morning. All right, got it. Xue Ling only had 10,000 left on her, so she went to the bank to withdraw another 20,000. The bank was about to close, but the staff knew her and were happy to help. She returned home with the cash. By then, the lights were on, but only Cheng Tianyuan was there, tidying up. Wang Ting still hadn't come. Thinking of Wang Ting's pale face the other day, Xue Ling couldn't help but worry. I'll go see her tomorrow afternoon after I finish up in the morning. Cheng Tianyuan said, It's almost New Year's. She's probably busy getting ready. Everyone's busy at the end of the year. Suddenly, Xue Ling remembered. Is today the 20th? Oh, right. Did my parents say when they're arriving? I forgot to ask them the exact day. I asked, Cheng Tianyuan replied. While you were napping, I called them. They said their train is the morning after tomorrow, and they'll get to the provincial capital around 3 in the afternoon. Xue Ling nodded. Help me remember. My brain is mush these days, I keep forgetting things. Cheng Tianyuan teased, Really? Then how much money do you have left? Did you forget that too? Xue Ling laughed. That I won't forget. I'm greedy by nature, can't change that. Cheng Tianyuan gave her a fond look. Good. By the way, Ahu is going to the provincial capital with me the day after tomorrow. He's driving Chenlan to buy a radio, so we'll go together and come back separately. Just take one car, Xue Ling said. Our Jeep is big enough, 1 in front, 3 in back, plenty of room for luggage. Buying a radio won't take long. I suggested that too, Cheng Tianyuan said. But Ahu wants to take Chenlan shopping. She's never been to the provincial capital and is excited to buy all sorts of things. He also wants to buy New Year's goods to bring back, so he won't go with me. I have to wait at the airport, so I can't go shopping with them. All right, Xue Ling said, gently rubbing her belly. I can't run around now, so I'll have to rely on you to pick up my parents. Don't say that, Cheng Tianyuan said, lifting his chin. Are you hungry? I made some rice noodles with chili and pickled vegetables. Yesterday, in the provincial capital, she'd eaten a lot of spicy hot pot and seemed to have a good appetite. They didn't usually eat spicy food at home, but if she liked it, he'd make more spicy dishes for her. Great. Xue Ling's mouth watered at the smell. I'm starving, let's eat. She ate 2 big bowls, which made Cheng Tianyuan secretly happy. Want more? No, Xue Ling shook her head. I'm full. Cheng Tianyuan thought she might finally be past the morning sickness and her appetite was back, but before he could be happy, half an hour later, Xue Ling was in the bathroom throwing up everything. He felt terrible and brought her a glass of warm water. Rinse your mouth, hang in there. Xue Ling pressed her chest and managed a wry smile. Finally had a good meal, and it all went to the bathroom. Cheng Tianyuan nodded seriously, for once making a joke. You'd have to give it up tomorrow anyway. Sooner or later, what's the difference? Xue Ling burst out laughing. Cheng Tianyuan helped her to bed. I'll boil some hot water. When everyone gets back, we can wash up. I'll help you wash your feet and wipe you down. Xue Ling snuggled under the covers and quickly drifted off. She thought she'd just nap for a bit, but pregnancy made her extra sleepy, and she slept straight through to morning. She only woke when her son's soft voice called, Mama? Mama? beside her. Huh? She blinked at the bright window, dazed. What time is it? Little Ranran climbed onto the bed and burrowed into her arms. She quickly hugged him. Cheng Tianyuan hurried in and scooped him up. Don't bump into Mama, be careful. Xue Ling yawned. Is it late? It's almost 9, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Xue Ling suddenly remembered she had things to do today and hurriedly got out of bed. Xue Ling hurriedly drank half a bowl of porridge, then rushed over to Boss Liao's company. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw Zhao Chen and several men standing at the company entrance, basking in the sun. They seemed to be waiting for her. Sister Xue, you're here! Zhao Chen greeted her warmly. Xue Ling smiled. Sorry, I overslept and I'm late. No worries. Zhao Chen grinned. We all came early to clean up. The company needs a big cleaning before the new year. Xue Ling pulled Zhao Chen aside and asked, Why was there no one at the company the past few days? Zhao Chen gave a wry smile and lowered his voice. A lot of people haven't been paid for 2 or 3 months. It's the end of the year, so everyone's been sneaking off to do odd jobs. Otherwise, they'd have no money for the new year. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, Do they know about Boss Liao's situation? They all know, Zhao Chen said quietly. But knowing doesn't mean they can help. Xue Ling nodded. Do most of them want to stay on? Most do, Zhao Chen explained. While we were cleaning, a lot of people said they've worked with Boss Liao for years and he's a good man. If the company's finances get back on track, they'd like to stay. After all these years, everyone's attached. Xue Ling felt relieved. All right, let's go in. Help me find the accountant. I want to check the payroll. Don't worry, all the back pay will be made up. Not a single cent will be owed. Okay. The accountant had already prepared the payroll, but there hadn't been any money to pay it out. Xue Ling checked the accounts, then took out the cash, and had the accountant and Zhao Chen help distribute the wages. Half an hour later, everyone had been paid. Xue Ling smiled. You all know Boss Liao's difficulties, so I won't say much. I just hope you'll stick with him and get the company through this. The second phase is already several stories high. By next year's end, it'll be finished. Boss Liao needs you, and I hope you'll understand how hard things are for him right now. Everyone's eyes were red, especially Boss Liao's cousin, who kept wiping away tears. Xue Ling took out another 200 yuan and handed it to the accountant. Thank you all for your support. Boss Liao wanted to prepare New Year's gifts for everyone, but he's tied up, so he asked me to give everyone 20 yuan to buy whatever you like at the market. Everyone cheered up, murmuring their thanks. After all the wages and bonuses were handed out, Xue Ling gave the accountant 2,000 yuan. This is for company expenses. After the new year, if the company needs anything, just have someone bring a note to you to get the money. The accountant quickly agreed. Xue Ling finished up, put away the remaining cash, and said goodbye. Take care of the company, lock up tight. Have a good new year, and wait for Boss Liao to come back. Thank you, Sister Xue. Goodbye, Boss Xue. Xue Ling drove off. The road was a bit bumpy, so she took it slow. After a while, she spotted a big sign ahead. Good Friends Photo Studio. This was Liu Xing's new shop, right at the junction of the old and new city districts, a busy spot with people and cyclists passing by. Thinking of how Wang Ting hadn't shown up yesterday, and that she hadn't seen Liu Xing in a while, Xue Ling decided to stop. She parked in front, grabbed her old army green bag, and went in. The shop was about the same size as before. The design was done by Liu Xing and Tongzi, and the style was similar to their previous shops. Xue Ling looked around. The windows were bright, the decor was unique, and she couldn't help but admire it. Tongzi had a real artistic flair, a true literary type, and the design reflected his personality. Here for photos? Drawled a lazy female voice. Or picking up pictures? Xue Ling turned and saw a pretty, slightly plump young woman leaning on the counter, chin in hand, eyeing her lazily. Xue Ling smiled. Just looking around. The woman snorted. This is a photo studio, not a street market. If you want to just look, go look outside. Xue Ling could tell she wasn't friendly and sized her up. She looked about 18 or 19, dressed fashionably, heavy makeup, trying to look older than she was, with an upturned chin and a haughty air. Xue Ling chuckled softly. Is your boss here? Are you here for photos? The woman asked lazily. He's in the back. If you want pictures, I'll call him. Xue Ling shook her head. I want to talk to him, not take photos. The woman raised her brows, suddenly wary. What do you want with him? You know him? Who are you? Xue Ling answered calmly. I'm his friend, and his wife's friend too. The woman's expression changed. Then she sneered. Oh, I get it. You're here to talk them into getting back together, right? Don't bother. Xingge's had enough of his wife. Xue Ling frowned. So Liu Xing and Wang Ting were fighting again? No wonder Wang Ting hadn't come by yesterday. She must have been upset. Xue Ling said coolly, Whether I can help or not, as a friend, I have to try. Try my ass, the woman snapped rudely. His wife's always moping around, making trouble for Xingge. Who could stand it? Just because she can write a few words, she thinks she's some kind of princess. Xue Ling knew Wang Ting, gentle, kind, and timid, so she was annoyed by this. Since the woman wouldn't call Liu Xing, Xue Ling called out herself. Liu Xing, come out here. Hey, hey! The woman jumped up, furious. What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Get out or I'll throw you out. Xue Ling ignored her and walked further in. Liu Xing! The woman stormed over, shouting, Where'd this crazy woman come from? Get out! If you don't, I'll get physical. Xue Ling snapped. Stop right there. If you dare touch me, you'll regret it. I'm Liu Xing's boss. Tell him to get out here. Xue Ling had spent years in the big markets. Her glare was enough to scare the woman into silence. You're his boss? The woman stared at her in disbelief. Just then, Liu Xing hurried out from the back, having heard the commotion. Xiao Li, what's going on? Who are you arguing with? He spotted Xue Ling and lit up with surprise and delight. Ling, what a surprise! You haven't seen the new shop yet, have you? What do you think? Xue Ling kept her face cool, looking at him. Liu Xing looked puzzled. What's wrong? You don't look happy. Xiao Li tugged his arm and whispered, Xingge, she says she's your boss? But you own the studio, right? Liu Xing laughed. She really is my boss. She's the main investor. She funded the first studio. Xiao Li looked embarrassed and didn't say anything more. Xue Ling glanced at her, then turned to Liu Xing. Come outside with me. I need to talk to you. There were quite a few shops in the old part of town. The photo studio was located close to a residential area, so there were plenty of places to eat and drink nearby. Liu Xing originally wanted to treat her to some snacks, but Xue Ling refused. I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat. There's no wind in the car. Come sit with me in the car and talk. Seeing that something was off with her expression, Liu Xing didn't dare offend her. Naturally, he just did whatever she said and quickly followed her into the car. With a cold face, Xue Ling asked, "Was that girl just now someone you hired to help out?" "Yes," Liu Xing explained. "Her name is Zhao Li. She's been helping out since the studio opened." "Heh!" Xue Ling sneered. "You'd even hire someone like that? Your standards for employees are way too low, aren't they?" Liu Xing looked embarrassed and said in a low voice, "She's just a bit emotional, but young people are energetic." "Not necessarily." Xue Ling didn't want to dwell on the topic. "Find someone more suitable and replace her. Maybe your business will do better." Liu Xing's eyes darted around, but he said nothing. Xue Ling said calmly, "It's just a suggestion. She's your assistant, so it's up to you." Liu Xing nodded. Xue Ling took a deep breath and said quietly, "I heard you and Wang Ting had another fight. What happened?" "Wang Ting was supposed to come to my place yesterday, but I waited all afternoon and she never showed up." Liu Xing's face darkened and he lowered his head without speaking. Xue Ling sighed softly. "This is really between the two of you, and as an outsider I shouldn't interfere. But as an old friend, since I know about it, I just wanted to ask out of concern. If I can help you patch things up, that would be a good thing. In 3 or 4 days it'll be New Year's, and every family will be together. But you two are fighting. Is that really okay? I've watched you both come this far, and I was your matchmaker. Of course, I hope you'll have a harmonious marriage and a happy life together." After she finished, Liu Xing's eyes turned red. "Ling, I don't even know how to talk to you about this. It's not that I don't want to, really. There are so many colleagues at the newspaper, but you've helped me the most, and you're closest to both me and Wang Qing. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't be where I am now." Xue Ling nodded and said softly, "If you want my help, then explain it to me carefully. Treat me as someone you can confide in. Just say whatever's on your mind. If you don't want to talk, then I'll go talk to Wang Ting. She's soft-hearted. She's probably still hiding under the covers crying." Liu Xing let out a long sigh and didn't speak for a while. Ling, I don't know why, but after more than a year of marriage, I keep feeling it would have been better not to get married at all." Xue Ling. To even say something like that? He really couldn't be more of a jerk. Clearly, the problem between them was serious this time. Liu Xing squinted his eyes and murmured, "When we were dating, we always got along so well, talked about everything, and every conversation was happy. She wrote books, I wrote and took photos. We always seemed to have so much to talk about. But after we got married, it all changed. Now she barely pays attention to me, doesn't talk to me, and often gives me the cold shoulder. The house feels so empty, like no one lives there." "When did it start being like this?" Xue Ling couldn't help but ask. Liu Xing thought for a moment and answered, "It's been a while, maybe 2 or 3 months." Xue Ling was speechless again. Problems had been going on for months, and only now were things blowing up. Should she say they were both too slow to notice, or had they already been boiled like frogs in warm water? Liu Xing said quietly, I don't know what's wrong. Anyway, it just feels like everything's gone. Now every time I see her, I feel stifled and miserable." "What does Wang Ting say?" Xue Ling asked. "Where is she now?" Liu Xing replied, "She should be at Wangjiang Garden. If not, then she's gone back to her parents' place." Xue Ling frowned. "What do you mean, should be? You're not sure?" Liu Xing lowered his head and said softly, "I'm not sure. I haven't been home these past 2 days." Xue Ling put her hand to her forehead. "Then where have you been staying? Do your parents know about this?" "I haven't let them know," Liu Xing said irritably. "We're already married, we're adults. How can we run to our parents every time we fight and make them worry?" "Just because you don't tell them, does that mean the fight didn't happen?" Xue Ling retorted. "If your relationship isn't good, don't you think the elders will notice?" Liu Xing said quietly, "My parents probably suspect something." Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked, "So what exactly happened? Can't you explain it?" "I can't." Liu Xing repeated. The feeling is just gone. Now we just can't stand each other. Xue Ling rolled her eyes. Of course dating and marriage are different. Dating is about your feelings for each other, but marriage is about maintaining a home together, with responsibilities and obligations. How could it be the same? Liu Xing fell silent and didn't speak again for a long time. Xue Ling sat there staring at him, gradually growing irritated. Forget it. I'll go see Wang Ting first. Liu Xing nodded. Xue Ling glared at him in exasperation. Do you want to come with me? If I don't show up, maybe she won't be so annoyed, Liu Xing said quietly. Whenever we're together, we either fight or give each other the cold shoulder. Neither of us wants to speak first. Xue Ling shot back. So you don't want to make up? Haven't you thought about coaxing her, trying to win her back? I'm tired, Liu Xing said with a sullen face. Xue Ling remembered what that Xiao Li woman had said earlier and snapped. So you don't even want to save this marriage? You're not just tired, you've given up, haven't you? Yes, Liu Xing sighed softly. This kind of marriage isn't what I wanted at all. I don't even know what I did wrong. Maybe I'm a little at fault, but I've been trying to change, but I don't know what she's dissatisfied with. She just keeps making trouble. I'm too tired, I don't want to keep going. Xue Ling felt his words were colder than the north wind outside. If he was disheartened, and Wang Ting was too, and neither wanted to save the marriage, then there was only one outcome. Are you planning to divorce Wang Ting? Liu Xing looked up but didn't dare meet Xue Ling's eyes, quickly looking away. I can't go on. If we keep this marriage going, we'll just make each other more miserable. It'd be better to divorce and set each other free. Xue Ling hadn't expected things to get to this point. She stared at him suspiciously. Is there another reason? Is there? Liu Xing shook his head and said quietly, Go see her. Help me talk to her. If she really doesn't want to go on, then let's divorce. I'll respect her decision. If she says divorce, then we'll divorce. How do you want me to talk to her? Xue Ling sneered. Convince her to divorce you or not to divorce you? Liu Xing hesitated, glanced at her, then got out of the car and hurried back to the studio. Xue Ling watched his back and snapped, You want a divorce, but don't dare say it. Can't even admit it. Are you even a man? She was so angry her heart was pounding, but then remembered she was pregnant and couldn't get too worked up. She forced herself to take several deep breaths to calm the fire in her chest. A moment later, she started the car and quickly drove toward Wangjiang Garden. The car quickly returned to Wangjiang Garden. Xue Ling hurried upstairs and put away the more than 10,000 yuan left in her bag. Thinking it over, she figured she should keep some cash on hand. With the new year coming up, she might need to use some large bills from time to time, so she kept 300 yuan with her, just in case. Liu Ying called out, Ling Ling, you're back? Xue Ling responded and went to the living room to pour herself a glass of water. Mom, I need to go out again. There's some trouble at Wang Ting and Liu Xing's place, so I have to check on Wang Ting. Liu Ying was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. All right, go ahead. Xiao Ranran just went out with Hu and his grandpa. They said they wouldn't be back for lunch and will only come home when the little one needs a nap. Xue Ling put down her cup and quickly left for another building, taking the elevator straight to the 5th floor. The good thing about living in the same complex was that if you wanted to see someone, it only took 3 or 4 minutes. She knocked on the door, knocking hard. Wang Ting! Ah Ching! Ah Ching, it's me! I'm Xue Ling! There was no response from inside for a long while. Could she not be here and have gone back to her parents' place? Thinking it over, Xue Ling felt that was unlikely. Wang Ting had told her before that her family had taken in a sister-in-law, so space was tight. Her mother had split her old room in half to make a new room for her brother, and Wang Ting herself had to live in a small room under the stairs. She'd also said that now that there was a sister-in-law at home, her mother had told her not to come back too often, especially not to stay for meals. The family was not well off, and even meals and meat were rationed. If Wang Ting ate at home, her sister-in-law would definitely have something to say. Wang Ting said she could only go home on weekends, bring some things, sit for a bit, and leave. If she got paid, she'd secretly slip her mom 10 or 20 yuan, but she didn't dare stay long. A married daughter is like water poured out. Wang Ting hadn't understood this before, but after her brother got married, she did, and didn't dare go back to her parents' place easily. She and Liu Xing had been on bad terms for 2 or 3 days now. Logically, she had nowhere else to go but here. She'd missed their appointment yesterday and hadn't gone to Xue Ling's house, probably because she was too upset to go out. Thinking of this, Xue Ling grew worried. She knocked harder and shouted, Wang Ting! Wang Ting! Open the door! Are you inside? Are you? Xue Ling shouted so loudly that the neighbor next door heard and opened the door out of curiosity. Hey, what's all the noise? Why are you shouting so loud? Seeing it was a woman in her 50s or 60s, Xue Ling quickly greeted her politely. I'm a friend of the lady who lives here. The couple had a fight, and her husband isn't home. I'm worried she might be sick alone. Most people are kind at heart, and this lady was no exception. Oh, they had a huge fight a couple of nights ago. Our whole family was woken up. We wanted to go over and mediate, but then they quieted down. We figured young couples are bound to be a bit hot-headed, so we didn't go. Xue Ling grew more anxious and asked, Auntie, your balconies are all connected. Have you seen the lady at home these past couple of days? No, the woman said quietly. Their laundry is still out. I saw it this morning. In this cold weather, some of her tights are frozen stiff. Xue Ling remembered how thin and pale Wang Ting had looked the other day, and grew even more worried. Auntie, could you let me onto your balcony so I can call out to my friend? Please, I'd really appreciate it. Come in, came a deep male voice from behind. The woman explained, That's my son. He just got home for the new year. A man poked his head out, sizing up Xue Ling as he spoke. The people next door run a photo studio. Our family had pictures taken there. We're planning to go again this year. My daughter's already 2. The lady of the house is very polite, a really nice person. I heard she writes for a newspaper, right? Xue Ling saw the man was in his 30s, a bit short and chubby, with an honest look. I'm her old colleague, thank you so much. Xue Ling entered and explained, I live in this complex too, in that building over there, one of those duplexes. Oh, so you're a neighbor too, the woman said cheerfully. Welcome, welcome. Our balcony's over there, I'll take you. Xue Ling nodded her thanks, and, familiar with the similar apartment layouts, headed straight for the balcony. Wang Ting, are you home? It's Ling Ling. She called out a few times, then listened carefully. The woman quickly said, She answered. I just heard her. Xue Ling turned her head and saw the balcony door next door slowly open. Then suddenly, with a dull thud, everything went quiet. Wang Ting, what's wrong? Xue Ling cried out in alarm. Move aside. I'll climb over and take a look, the chubby man said in a deep voice. Be careful, the woman called anxiously. The man was strong and easily grabbed the iron railing outside, peering over to the next balcony. Oh no, she's fainted at the balcony door! Xue Ling was startled, her heart racing and her head spinning. She hurriedly grabbed the iron railing for support. The woman clicked her tongue and called out, Son, what should we do? Is she badly hurt? The man called out sister-in-law a few times, but got no response. She seems unconscious. I'll climb over to their balcony and check. Be careful. The woman quickly grabbed her son's leg. The man was agile and quickly jumped over to the next balcony. Sister-in-law! Sister-in-law! He rushed back and called to the woman and Xue Ling. It's bad! She's in really bad shape! Xue Ling took a deep breath and said anxiously, Big brother, please open the door for us. My car is downstairs. I'll take her to the hospital right away. The man quickly opened the door. Xue Ling and the woman rushed in. The apartment was spotless but cold and empty. Wang Ting was collapsed on the floor between the living room and the balcony, her face as pale as paper, so thin she looked almost like a sheet of paper herself. Oh my God, Wang Ting! Xue Ling hurried over, lifted her head, patted her face and called, What's wrong? Wake up! But Wang Ting didn't respond at all. Xue Ling bent down to listen and found her breathing was very weak. There were no visible injuries, but she was dressed too lightly. The man asked, "Where's her husband? Why isn't he here? His wife's this sick. Where did he go?" The woman exclaimed, "There's no one else here. Just her. Quick, which hospital?" Xue Ling said urgently, "Big brother, you're strong. Please help carry Wang Ting downstairs to my car. I'll take her to the hospital right away." "No problem." The man immediately picked up Wang Ting. The woman hurried to press the elevator button, and Xue Ling glanced around the apartment before quickly closing the door. They took the elevator down. Xue Ling explained, "Big brother, over there. My Jeep is parked there." The woman exclaimed, "Wow, girl, those 2 Jeeps are yours? You must be rich." Xue Ling nodded quickly and took out her keys to unlock the car. The man carefully placed Wang Ting in the car. Xue Ling helped her lie flat and quickly started the engine. "Big brother, auntie, thank you. I'm taking her to the central hospital." "Where's her husband?" the man said angrily. "His wife's like this and he doesn't even know?" "They had a fight," Xue Ling said coldly. "Heartless jerk." The woman was still worried and leaned in through the window saying, "Can you drive by yourself? When you get to the hospital, you won't be able to carry her in." "Don't worry," Xue Ling said. "I'll get the nurses and doctors to help. Thank you. I'm off to the hospital now." "Drive safe!" Xue Ling sped up, driving toward the hospital. Wang Ting was still unconscious, her body swaying with the bumps in the road. Afraid she'd get cold, Xue Ling quickly pulled over, took off her own coat, and covered Wang Ting with it, then continued driving to the hospital. When she reached the hospital entrance, Xue Ling simply drove the car inside. "Hey, you can't drive in here!" a security guard uncle shouted, chasing after her. Xue Ling apologized. "Sorry, there's a patient inside. She's fainted. I'll move the car out after I get her inside." Hearing this, the guard quickly peered into her car. "Oh, is it serious? Hurry and get a nurse to bring out a stretcher." Xue Ling nodded hurriedly, looked around, and rushed toward the emergency room. "Help! Doctor! Nurse! My friend fainted! She's outside! It's serious!" A moment later, Wang Ting was moved onto a stretcher and wheeled into the emergency room. 2 doctors quickly began examining her. Xue Ling waited anxiously nearby while a nurse came over to register her information. "Family information? Where are her family members?" Xue Ling shook her head and said quietly, "Her husband isn't home. I'm a friend. Please save her first. I'll go find her family right away." "She's in pretty serious condition," the nurse said. "You need to pay a deposit first, at least 50 yuan. "Okay." Xue Ling took the form and hurried downstairs. She quickly paid 100 yuan, then saw a public phone. The clock nearby showed it was already 11:45 a.m., so she guessed Cheng Tianyuan must be home by now and called. Sure enough, it was Cheng Tianyuan who answered. "Wife, Mom said you went to look for Wang Ting. It's already noon. Come home for lunch first." Xue Ling choked up. Something happened to Wang Ting. Things are really bad between her and Liu Xing. She told him how she'd found Wang Ting, then said, "There's no phone at the photo studio, and Wang Ting's life is still uncertain. I really can't leave. Brother Yuan, please drive to the new studio and tell Liu Xing what happened. He hasn't been home for 2 or 3 days. He has no idea what's happened to Wang Ting." "Don't get upset. Don't get worked up," Cheng Tianyuan said anxiously. "Remember, you're still pregnant. You can't get too emotional. I'll go find Liu Xing right now. You wait there." Xue Ling hung up, took a deep breath to calm herself, then moved her jeep from the entrance to the side of the main gate. After that, she dragged her tired body back to wait outside the emergency room. A while later, a nurse came out. Xue Ling hurriedly stood up and asked, "Is the patient any better? How is she?" The nurse shook her head and said quietly, "The doctors are still examining her. She's still unconscious." Xue Ling had no choice but to sit back down. The hospital corridor was empty and cold. Without her coat, which she'd given to Wang Ting, she felt chilly and could only pace back and forth to keep warm. "Xiao Shui?" A puzzled voice sounded from the side. Xue Ling turned her head in surprise. It was Director Liu. He was bundled up wearing a Lei Feng hat carrying 3 or 4 aluminum lunchboxes and stared at her in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" Xue Ling managed a wan smile and hurried over. "What about you, Director? Are you all right?" Director Liu chuckled. "Of course nothing's wrong with me. I eat and sleep well. The newspaper's on holiday for the new year, so I've got plenty of free time. My cousin runs a restaurant outside the hospital, and with the workers going home for the holidays, he's short-staffed. I figured I'd help deliver meals during lunch and dinner since I've got nothing else to do." Looking at the lunchboxes in his hands, Xue Ling suddenly realized how hungry she was. "Old Liu, I'm hungry. Can you spare one for me?" Director Liu glanced at the emergency room sign not far away and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you here? There's still food left with meat and vegetables. I'll take you outside to eat. It'll be warmer." Xue Ling sighed softly and said, "Wang Qing is inside, being resuscitated. I brought her here." Director Liu was shocked. "Wang Qing, what happened? Where's Liu Xing?" Xue Ling waved her hand weakly and leaned against the wall. "Old Liu, go get me a meal. I'll tell you while I eat. I suddenly feel so hungry, my legs are weak." "Wait right here!" Director Liu hurried off, waddling like a chubby penguin. A few minutes later, Xue Ling was gnawing on a chicken leg and eating as she explained what had happened. "That bastard Liu Xing only thinks about divorce and hasn't even gone home. If I hadn't gone to check on her out of worry, and if the neighbors hadn't been so kind, Wang Qing, it could have been really bad." Director Liu was so angry he pulled out a cigarette, but seeing the no smoking sign on the wall, he had to force himself to put it away. "Where is that brat now? Damn, he went into business and I thought he'd have more time to help at home, but he doesn't even go home. Wang Qing looks thinner every day, and ever since she married him, she's looked worse and worse. When I approved his leave of absence, I specifically told him, 'Take good care of your wife.' Is this how he takes care of her? Damn it." Director Liu was usually a cultured intellectual, but now he was so angry he started cursing, clearly furious. After a while, Xue Ling couldn't eat anymore. Director Liu patted the bench. "Eat more. Wang Qing is still in there fighting for her life. You can't count on Liu Xing, so you'll have to help out. If you don't eat, how will you have the strength?" Xue Ling gave a bitter smile. "I just found out I'm pregnant with my second child and I'm still in the early stages. Sometimes I'm hungry, sometimes I'm full. I can't really tell." Director Liu was stunned, then said softly, moved, "Child, you've had it tough." Hearing him call her child, Xue Ling's eyes reddened and she could only force a smile. "Old Liu, what are you saying? Wang Qing and I are friends. Even if it were a stranger, we wouldn't just stand by, let alone a friend." "It's just," Director Liu said quietly. "She was sick at home, all alone, with no one to care for her, no one even knowing. She must have felt so hopeless. If you hadn't gone to check on her and gotten the neighbors to help, if her illness had been delayed, it would have been a tragedy." Xue Ling shook her head. "It's all right. Wang Qing is still young. She'll be fine." Director Liu thought of Wang Qing's frail figure and felt a bad premonition, but still tried to comfort them both. "Yes, she's still young." The two of them sat quietly outside the emergency room, not speaking. After a while, Cheng Tianyuan hurried over. "Wife." Xue Ling quickly stood up and rushed over to him. Seeing she wasn't wearing a coat, only a sweater, he immediately took off his own coat and wrapped it around her. "Wife, the new photo studio was closed and I couldn't find Liu Xing. The staff next door said they usually close for lunch, so he's probably out eating. I rushed to the old studio, but only Tongzi and Uncle Liu were there. I've already told them. Uncle Liu and Tongzi are both out looking for Liu Xing, and they'll come over as soon as they find him." He was slightly out of breath, clearly having run over. Xue Ling pulled the coat tighter and said quietly, "I happened to run into Director Liu. He's staying to help too." Cheng Tianyuan shook hands with Director Liu. Xue Ling explained with a sigh, "The doctor just said Wang Qing is on an IV now, but her condition is unstable. She might need surgery. We don't know the details yet." Cheng Tianyuan nodded and said softly, "Wife, it's already past noon. You must be hungry. I'll go find you something to eat." "No need," Xue Ling replied. "Director Liu already gave me lunch. There's still plenty left. You haven't eaten either, have you?" Cheng Tianyuan finished off what she hadn't eaten, then sat beside her to wait. Here's a faithful English translation of your passage. Waiting always makes people extra anxious, and time seemed to crawl by. Cheng Tianyuan borrowed 3 cups from a nurse, washed them, and then filled them with hot water. Director Liu smiled and nodded. "Thank you." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head, blew on his cup to cool it down, and only handed it to Xue Ling once the temperature had dropped. Director Liu saw how attentive he was to his wife and felt a deep sense of approval. Halfway through drinking, the emergency room door opened. A doctor looked out and called, "Who is the family of Wang Ting?" The 3 of them hurried over. The doctor sighed and explained, "The patient has gallstones, which isn't too serious in itself, but she hasn't eaten for 2 or 3 days. Her body is extremely weak, and she's suffering from severe malnutrition. This triggered her gallstone attack, and she needs surgery as soon as possible. The problem is, she's so weak I'm afraid she might not survive a major operation. We're in a real dilemma here, and the family needs to be mentally prepared." Xue Ling's eyes reddened, and she threw herself into Cheng Tianyuan's arms. Cheng Tianyuan froze for a moment, then instinctively hugged her tightly. Director Liu's face went pale, his eyes turning red as well. "Doctor, I'm her supervisor and an elder. Please do everything you can to save her. She's still so young, just married. Hasn't had children yet, only in her 20s. She's so young." The doctor said, "We're doing our best. Right now we're giving her IV fluids and all kinds of nutrients, hoping her body can pull through. We're also using medication to control the condition. If we can stabilize her for now, we'll wait until she's stronger before operating. That's the ideal scenario. But there can't be any mishaps during this period. And as a doctor, I have to remind you of the risks." Director Liu nodded slowly. The doctor frowned and added, "These days most people have enough to eat. For a patient to get this sick from hunger, especially in this cold weather, it really shouldn't happen." Director Liu said angrily, "It's all her husband's fault. Their family isn't poor, not rich, but they've never had to worry about food or clothing." Xue Ling, eyes red, said quietly, "Her husband doesn't even know she has gallstones." The doctor couldn't help but snort. "That's just unacceptable." Cheng Tianyuan, staying calm, asked, "Doctor, so the patient has to stay here for now, right? Can you arrange a room for her?" "She has to stay here," the doctor replied. "At least for a day and a night. If her condition stabilizes, we'll move her to a ward." "Thank you. Please do everything you can to save her." Xue Ling bowed slightly. "Use the best medicine, whatever's best." The doctor nodded and left. The patient was still in critical condition, so they couldn't visit her, nor was there any way to visit since Wang Ting was still unconscious. The 3 of them sat outside. After a moment, Xue Ling asked, "Old Liu, do you know Wang Ting's mother's address? I heard it's in the old part of town, right?" "I know it," Director Liu said quickly. "I'll go right now." Cheng Tianyuan stopped him. "Director, I have a car outside. I'll drive you. It'll be much faster." Director Liu looked at Xue Ling, worried. "But if we leave her here alone?" "I'll be fine," Xue Ling said. "I'm just waiting here anyway. You 2 go quickly and bring her mother over. Wang Ting has always relied on her mom. If her mother can come, I'm sure Wang Ting will do better." "All right." The 2 of them hurried off. Xue Ling wrapped herself in Cheng Tianyuan's coat and sat back down. About 10 minutes later, Liu Defu and his wife hurried in. Both elders looked anxious and asked about Wang Ting's condition. Xue Ling knew things were bad and could only tell them the truth. "You both need to be mentally prepared. Right now we can only hope her gallbladder attack can be controlled, otherwise—" Both elders started to cry. The old lady choked out, "How did Ah Qing get sick? We didn't know anything. Ah Xing never said a word when he came home. I haven't seen Wang Ting in so long." The last time I saw her, I asked why she'd lost so much weight, and she just said she was busy. I told her to rest. It's been almost a month and a half. Liu Dafu held his wife's hand and said quietly, "Don't cry. Your heart and lungs are weak. With Ah Ching like this, we can't collapse and make things harder for them." Xue Ling said gently, "That's right. We have to be strong. All we can do now is wait and hope she pulls through." Liu Dafu looked around and asked, "Xiao Shui, where's Liu Xing? Where is he?" Xue Ling replied coldly, "He still hasn't come." Liu Dafu was furious, gritting his teeth. "Where the hell is he? His own wife is like this and he's hiding somewhere. We can't even find him at the shop." The old lady was angry too, muttering, "His wife's been sick at home for days and he doesn't even know. Where does he go at night? He hasn't come home, hasn't come to us. Isn't there nowhere to sleep at the new studio? Where could he be sleeping?" "How would I know?" Liu Dafu said helplessly. "I watch the old studio. He's at the new one. Sometimes he goes to the attic to develop photos, then leaves right away. Sometimes I don't even get a chance to say a word to him." The two elders continued to curse their son in anger. Xue Ling remembered that there was nowhere to sleep at the new studio, and thought of that young, pretty Xiao Li, and how she'd clung to Liu Xing's arms so intimately. Could he be cheating during his marriage? Xue Ling took a deep breath, telling herself not to let her imagination run wild out of anxiety. A dozen minutes later, Cheng Tianyuan and Director Liu returned with Wang Auntie. Wang Auntie was in her 50s, wearing a clean flowered cotton jacket, her eyes red, looking around helplessly, muttering, "Chinger, Chinger." Xue Ling remembered Wang Ting saying her mother was from the north. Even after marrying here for many years, she still hadn't lost her northern accent. She'd been widowed young, raising her daughter and son with great care. It hadn't been easy. Because of this, Wang Ting was very considerate of her mother. Even though her mother favored sons over daughters, Wang Ting always put up with it, just hoping for family harmony. "Auntie, Wang Ting is still inside, still unconscious. The doctor says you can't see her yet. Once she wakes up and her condition stabilizes, she'll be moved to a ward. There's a nurse watching over her now." Wang Auntie burst into tears. "Why? Is it so serious? She's so thin. I knew something was wrong. Why didn't she tell the truth? How is she now?" Liu Mama hurried over and took her hand. "In-law, Ah Ching is in emergency care now. We're all very worried." Wang Auntie angrily pulled her hand back and shouted, "Where's your Liu Xing? Where the hell is he? His wife is seriously ill. Why didn't he say anything? She fainted at home and he didn't care. Where is he hiding? Bring him out." Liu Mama, eyes red, said quietly, "We're already looking for him. He'll be here soon. I'm sorry, in-law. I'm so sorry." Wang Auntie fumed. "What good is sorry? My daughter was always so good, so obedient, she could write and publish books. She's only been married a year and she's gotten thinner and thinner, suffering in silence, not even daring to come home and complain. Now look at her. If she's okay, that's fine, but if anything happens to her, I'll never forgive you. I only have 2 children, a son and a daughter. If anything happens to Chinger, I won't go on living either." Waiting always makes people extra anxious, and time seemed to crawl by. Cheng Tianyuan borrowed 3 cups from a nurse, washed them, and then filled them with hot water. Director Liu smiled and nodded. "Thank you." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head, blew on his cup to cool it down, and only handed it to Xue Ling once the temperature had dropped. Director Liu saw how attentive he was to his wife and felt a deep sense of approval. Halfway through drinking, the emergency room door opened. A doctor looked out and called, "Who is the family of Wang Qing?" The 3 of them hurried over. The doctor sighed and explained, "The patient has gallstones, which isn't too serious in itself, but she hasn't eaten for 2 or 3 days. Her body is extremely weak, and she's suffering from severe malnutrition. This triggered her gallstone attack, and she needs surgery as soon as possible. The problem is, she's so weak, I'm afraid she might not survive a major operation. We're in a real dilemma here, and the family needs to be mentally prepared." Xue Ling's eyes reddened, and she threw herself into Cheng Tianyuan's arms. Cheng Tianyuan froze for a moment, then instinctively hugged her tightly. Director Lu's face went pale, his eyes turning red as well. "Doctor, I'm her supervisor and an elder. Please do everything you can to save her. She's still so young, just married, hasn't had children yet, only in her 20s. She's so young." The doctor said, "We're doing our best. Right now, we're giving her IV fluids and all kinds of nutrients, hoping her body can pull through. We're also using medication to control the condition. If we can stabilize her for now, we'll wait until she's stronger before operating. That's the ideal scenario. But there can't be any mishaps during this period, and as a doctor, I have to remind you of the risks." Director Lu nodded slowly. The doctor frowned and added, "These days, most people have enough to eat. For a patient to get this sick from hunger, especially in this cold weather, it really shouldn't happen." Director Lu said angrily, "It's all her husband's fault. Their family isn't poor, not rich, but they've never had to worry about food or clothing." Xue Ling, eyes red, said quietly, "Her husband doesn't even know she has gallstones." The doctor couldn't help but snort, "That's just unacceptable." Cheng Tianyuan, staying calm, asked, "Doctor, so the patient has to stay here for now, right? Can you arrange a room for her?" "She has to stay here," the doctor replied, "at least for a day and a night. If her condition stabilizes, we'll move her to a ward." "Thank you. Please do everything you can to save her." Xue Ling bowed slightly. "Use the best medicine, whatever's best." The doctor nodded and left. The patient was still in critical condition, so they couldn't visit her, nor was there any way to visit since Wang Ting was still unconscious. The three of them sat outside. After a moment, Xue Ling asked, "Old Lu, do you know Wang Ting's mother's address? I heard it's in the old part of town, right?" "I know it," Director Lu said quickly. "I'll go right now." Cheng Tianyuan stopped him. "Director, I have a car outside. I'll drive you. It'll be much faster." Director Lu looked at Xue Ling, worried. "But if we leave her here alone?" "I'll be fine," Xue Ling said. "I'm just waiting here anyway. You two go quickly and bring her mother over. Wang Ting has always relied on her mom. If her mother can come, I'm sure Wang Ting will do better." "All right." The two of them hurried off. Xue Ling wrapped herself in Cheng Tianyuan's coat and sat back down. About 10 minutes later, Liu Dafu and his wife hurried in. Both elders looked anxious and asked about Wang Ting's condition. Xue Ling knew things were bad and could only tell them the truth. "You both need to be mentally prepared. Right now, we can only hope her gallbladder attack can be controlled, otherwise—" Both elders started to cry. The old lady choked out, "How did Ah Ching get sick? We didn't know anything. Ah Xing never said a word when he came home. I haven't seen Wang Ting in so long. The last time I saw her, I asked why she'd lost so much weight, and she just said she was busy. I told her to rest. It's been almost a month and a half." Liu Dafu held his wife's hand and said quietly, "Don't cry. Your heart and lungs are weak. With Ah Ching like this, we can't collapse and make things harder for them." Xue Ling said gently, "That's right. We have to be strong. All we can do now is wait and hope she pulls through." Liu Dafu looked around and asked, "Xiao Shui, where's Liu Xing? Where is he?" Xue Ling replied coldly, "He still hasn't come." Liu Dafu was furious, gritting his teeth. "Where the hell is he? His own wife is like this and he's hiding somewhere. We can't even find him at the shop." The old lady was angry too, muttering, "His wife's been sick at home for days and he doesn't even know. Where does he go at night? He hasn't come home, hasn't come to us. Isn't there nowhere to sleep at the new studio? Where could he be sleeping?" "How would I know?" Liu Dafu said helplessly. "I watch the old studio, he's at the new one. Sometimes he goes to the attic to develop photos, then leaves right away. Sometimes I don't even get a chance to say a word to him." The two elders continued to curse their son in anger. Xue Ling remembered that there was nowhere to sleep at the new studio and thought of that young, pretty Zhao Li and how she'd clung to Liu Xing's arm so intimately. Could he be cheating during his marriage? Xue Ling took a deep breath, telling herself not to let her imagination run wild out of anxiety. A dozen minutes later, Cheng Tianyuan and Director Lu returned with Wang Auntie. Wang Auntie was in her 50s, wearing a clean, flowered cotton jacket, her eyes red, looking around helplessly, muttering, "Chinger, Chinger." Xue Ling remembered Wang Qing saying her mother was from the north. Even after marrying here for many years, she still hadn't lost her northern accent. She'd been widowed young, raising her daughter and son with great care. It hadn't been easy. Because of this, Wang Ting was very considerate of her mother. Even though her mother favored sons over daughters, Wang Ting always put up with it, just hoping for family harmony. "Auntie, Wang Ting is still inside, still unconscious. The doctor says you can't see her yet. Once she wakes up and her condition stabilizes, she'll be moved to a ward. There's a nurse watching over her now." Wang Auntie burst into tears. "Why? Is it so serious? She's so thin. I knew something was wrong. Why didn't she tell the truth? How is she now?" Liu Mama hurried over and took her hand. "In-law, Qing is in emergency care now. We're all very worried." Wang Auntie angrily pulled her hand back and shouted, "Where's your Lu Xing? Where the hell is he? His wife is seriously ill. Why didn't he say anything? She fainted at home and he didn't care. Where is he hiding? Bring him out." Liu Mama, eyes red, said quietly, "We're already looking for him. He'll be here soon." "I'm sorry, in-law. I'm so sorry." Wang Auntie fumed. "What good is sorry? My daughter was always so good, so obedient, she could write and publish books. She's only been married a year and she's gotten thinner and thinner, suffering in silence, not even daring to come home and complain. Now look at her. If she's okay, that's fine, but if anything happens to her, I'll never forgive you. I only have 2 children, a son and a daughter. If anything happens to Chinger, I won't go on living either." Auntie Wang's crying and shouting echoed down the entire corridor. Nurses from the station all came out to persuade her. "Family members, please calm down. The patient is being resuscitated right now. You can't make a scene. You'll disturb other patients' rest." Xue Ling hurried forward to help Auntie Wang sit down. "Auntie, please don't get too worked up. Wang Ting's condition is urgent and she'll definitely need to stay in the hospital for a while. You'll need to save your energy to take turns caring for her." Auntie Wang sobbed quietly. "My poor Chinger. I told her long ago, marriage isn't as good as she imagined. If a woman marries the wrong person, she'll suffer her whole life. She married the wrong man." Sob, sob. Liu Mama's face didn't look good. Being scolded by her in-law in front of everyone was embarrassing, but with Wang Qing so sick and her own son nowhere to be found, it was hard to blame anyone for being angry. She glared at Liu Dafu and vented her frustration on him. "Where's Lu Xing? Where did he go? Why aren't you out looking for him?" "I'll go right now." Liu Dafu hurried off. Xue Ling glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon. By now the photo studio should be open, right? Even if Lu Xing and that Xiao Li went out for lunch, they'd have to come back to open up for business. Why hadn't Tongzi found them yet? Everyone sat on the benches, no one speaking. Director Liu, sensing the tense atmosphere, quietly chatted with Cheng Tianyuan. Xue Ling couldn't help but say softly, "It's the end of the year and the shop is busy. You should go take care of your work. Come pick me up when you're done. Don't worry, I have a car here. It's very convenient." Director Liu added, "There are so many people here, and all we can do is wait. You go take care of your business. Don't let it get delayed. Xiao Shui can stay and help." Cheng Tianyuan did have accounts to settle and knew waiting here wouldn't help. He said quietly to Xue Ling, "Be careful," then hurried off. Director Liu noticed Xue Ling didn't look well and asked, "Xiao Shui, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Xue Ling explained. "I'm just in the early stages of pregnancy, so I feel a bit uncomfortable. It'll get better once things stabilize." Liu Mama forced a smile and asked, "Xiao Shui, you're pregnant again?" Xue Ling replied. "About 2 months now, still in the early stage." Liu Mama clicked her tongue. "That's wonderful. Your eldest is just over a year old and now you're expecting a second. You're really blessed. You and our Liu Xing and Wang Ting are all good colleagues and friends, but they're not as lucky as you. Wang Ting's been married into our family for over a year, and there's still no news from her belly." As she spoke, her eyes slid toward Auntie Wang. Auntie Wang was still angry at their family, turning her head away, not wanting to talk or even look at them. Director Liu couldn't stand it and said sternly, "Whether a couple can have children isn't just the daughter-in-law's issue, it could be a problem with the man." Both Director Liu and Xue Ling knew the real reason for Liu Xing and Wang Ting's lack of children. The reason they hadn't had a child was because Liu Xing had fertility issues, not Wang Ting, but for the sake of Liu Xing's pride, Director Liu didn't want to say more, especially not in this setting. Liu Mama said quietly, "Liu Xing's always been healthy, not especially strong, but never sick." "Not necessarily," Director Liu said calmly. "Liu Xing's a good kid, but he's a bit timid, not very strong-willed. Sister-in-law, we're basically family, and I watched Liu Xing grow up. You and Brother Dafu only have one son, so you've spoiled him a bit, and he's not very manly or resilient." "Yes," Liu Mama admitted quietly. "That's true to some extent. You know, he's our only son, so we do dote on him." Xue Ling thought of how Liu Xing wanted a divorce but didn't dare say it, hoping Wang Ting would bring it up so he could just go along with it, and couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. Old Liu had seen a lot in his life, and his insight was sharper than hers. He'd hit on Liu Xing's biggest flaw in one sentence. But Xue Ling still felt things weren't that simple. Back when Liu Xing had fertility issues, Wang Ting was willing to face it with him, even asked Xue Ling for help, and eventually went to old Liu's house for support. So what was it this time? Wang Ting had been getting thinner and sicker. She couldn't not know she was ill. She'd stopped cooking and hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days, clearly having thoughts of giving up on life. What had driven her to such despair, to the point of wanting to die? The doctor had said gallstones weren't fatal. Some people never even have symptoms and don't need surgery. Wang Ting was always gentle and fragile, not strong-willed, but she was sensitive and kind. Most likely, Liu Xing had done something she discovered, but she kept it to herself, and after a fight, she lost all hope and even wanted to starve herself. But her illness alone shouldn't have made her suicidal. It wasn't a terminal disease. Xue Ling and old Liu exchanged a glance. She whispered, "Something must have happened with Liu Xing." Old Liu, being shrewd, had already considered this possibility. "Let's wait and see. When that brat gets here, we'll ask him." But they waited and waited, and Liu Xing still didn't show up. It wasn't until after 4 o'clock that Tongzi finally dragged Liu Xing in. Tongzi was out of breath, hair messy, and his handsome face looked exhausted. He'd clearly been running all over. Liu Xing, on the other hand, looked pale, his eyes darting around nervously, not daring to meet anyone's gaze, shrinking behind Tongzi. Liu Mama jumped up and scolded, "Why aren't you coming over here? Where the hell have you been?" Auntie Wang was furious too, leaping up and screaming, "Liu Xing, what did you do to my Chinger? She collapsed at home and you were nowhere to be found. You don't come home, you don't care about your wife. What are you thinking?" Liu Xing was terrified, his eyes full of panic. We had a fight. I didn't go home. Mom, I didn't know Qing was sick." Tongzi, seeing the two furious mothers, instinctively shielded Liu Xing behind him. "Auntie, let's talk calmly. Let's check on sister-in-law first. How is she? Is it serious?" Auntie Wang sobbed. "She's still being resuscitated. We don't even know if she'll make it. Get out of the way. I'm going to scold Liu Xing, that heartless man. I'll beat you. You fight and don't come home. What right do you have to fight with her? If Chinger hadn't insisted on marrying you, I wouldn't have let her. What right do you have to argue with her? Now look at her. Pay me back for my daughter. Give her back to me." Liu Xing trembled, his voice shaking. "Mom, don't get upset. I didn't know Qing was sick. I really didn't." "Useless," Auntie Wang cursed even louder. "You didn't even know your own wife was sick. What kind of husband are you? Huh? How can you even say that?" Tongzi looked to Xue Ling and old Liu for help, but they just watched coldly, their faces grim. Hearing Liu Xing's words and remembering how close he'd been with Xiao Li earlier, Tongzi seemed to realize something, his face darkening. He stopped shielding Liu Xing, walked over, and sat down next to Xue Ling. Exposed in front of his mother and mother-in-law, Liu Xing was startled and trembling. I really didn't know," Cheng never talks to me. She ignores me. If she doesn't tell me, how could I know? If she's sick, of course I'm worried. Worried? Auntie Wang jabbed his chest and shouted, You didn't come home for days and left her sick at home. If Xiao Shu hadn't gone to check on her, who knows if she'd even be alive. She's gotten so thin lately. Obviously, she's been sick. You don't even care about your own wife. What right do you have to say you're worried? Who would believe that? Liu Mama had been about to scold her son, but seeing Auntie Wang berate him so fiercely, her protective instincts kicked in. She stepped forward to shield her son, forcing a smile. In-law, please don't get so upset. Please sit down and let's talk calmly. If the child is wrong, I'll make sure to teach him. This is a hospital. It's not good to shout and make a scene for others to see. Make a scene? Auntie Wang was furious, shouting, With your son treating my daughter like this, you still care about saving face? Your family is already a joke. Your daughter-in-law was seriously ill at home for days and no one cared. How heartless can you be? If anything happens to my Cheng, I'll risk my life. I'll fight you to the end. You run a photo studio? I'll cry outside your shop every day. I'll make sure you can't live in Rongcheng. I'll go to your workplace and expose you. Let everyone see your true colors. Auntie Wang had been widowed young and raised 2 children on her own, so she had a tough side. A mother's strength comes out for her child. Hearing her daughter was in critical condition, she was both angry and heartbroken. She was furious at Liu Xing's family for being so heartless, and even more upset that Liu Xing hadn't shown up, treating her daughter as if she didn't matter. She ached for her daughter, who had married the wrong man. I'm telling you, you'd better make sure my Cheng is all right, or we're not done. Don't you run a photo studio? I'll wail outside your shop every day. I'll ruin your reputation in Rongcheng. I'll go to your workplace and expose you. Let everyone see what you're really like. Liu Xing was never a brave man, and being scolded like this by his mother-in-law, he broke out in a cold sweat. Mom, please don't be angry. Let's talk calmly. Don't do this. Xue Ling saw how upset the older woman was and worried something might happen, so she quickly stepped forward and took Auntie Wang's arm. Auntie, you can't get too worked up. Wang Qing is still sick. She needs you. You've always loved her so much, and with you here, she'll feel supported by her family. If you get sick from anger, what will she do? Right now, you're the mother she needs most. Hearing the word mother, Auntie Wang's eyes instantly filled with tears, and she collapsed against Xue Ling. My Chinger, my poor child. Sob, sob. Director Liu, worried that the older woman might hurt Xue Ling, who was pregnant, hurried over to help. Careful, careful. Xiao Xue is pregnant. What she said is right. Wang Qing needs her mother most right now. You must hold on. Don't get too upset. Sit down and rest. After her outburst, Auntie Wang seemed to deflate like a balloon, slumping onto the bench and silently weeping. Liu Xing swallowed hard. Seeing that no one wanted to talk to him, he could only walk over to his mother. Liu Mama glared at him, exasperated, and whispered, Look at what you've done. The doctor said Qing's condition is very serious. If she pulls through and her illness is under control, she'll still need surgery to recover. If she can't make it, we have to be prepared. Liu Xing was dumbfounded, sitting awkwardly to the side, not daring to move. How did it come to this? When did she get sick? How did he not know? Ever since he took a leave of absence, he'd been sleeping in every day until after 8, and by the time he got up, she'd already gone to work. He'd lazily wash up, then go to the kitchen to look for food. She'd make breakfast, eat, and leave some warming on the stove for him. He'd eat, leave the dishes, and then head out, riding his bike to the photo studio. If there was business, he'd be busy. If not, he'd chat and play cards with Zhao Li. Zhao Li was young and energetic, loved to act cute and playful, always so full of life. At noon, he'd take her out to eat, letting her pick whatever she liked. Then they'd go out and have fun, sometimes missing the time to open the shop, only returning slowly afterward. Gradually, he didn't even want to go home for dinner. The food at home was never as good as what the restaurant chefs made, and besides, Wang Ting's cooking was never great. He'd never been satisfied. So lately, he'd rarely go home for dinner, continuing to eat out with Xue Ling, wandering all over Rongcheng looking for good food. If the weather was nice, he'd even take Xue Ling to the next town to find something tasty. With Xue Ling, he felt a kind of romance he'd never experienced before. He realized he'd been wrong. What he'd had with Wang Qing was just shared interests, the kind of appreciation between colleagues. Wang Qing was gentle and virtuous, a good wife, so he'd fallen for her. But after marriage, life felt like stagnant water, with no passion at all. With Xue Ling, he felt things he'd never felt before. She made him happy and excited. Every night after parting with her, he missed her terribly, wishing he could keep the shop open at night and never go home. Gradually, Wang Qing seemed to notice something and became colder toward him. He looked at the cold, empty home and his icy wife and missed Xue Ling even more. Wang Qing was only in her 20s, but she always seemed so old and serious, nothing like Xue Ling's youthful energy. The only thing he liked about home was how clean it always was. Wang Qing kept everything spotless. Xue Ling was different. She didn't like housework and even made him, the boss, do the cleaning at the shop. But he liked that about her. He couldn't get enough. For the past half-month, he'd wait until after o'clock to close up, take Xue Ling home, and only then slowly go home himself. He told Xue Ling that after getting married he realized he'd never really been in love, and he truly regretted it. Xue Ling told him to divorce Wang Qing as soon as possible so they could be together openly. Even though they'd only known each other for 3 or 4 months, he was sure she was the one for him. That night, he'd been with Xue Ling until almost 10 before riding home. Wang Qing had already started her New Year's holiday, and there were lots of New Year's goods at home, half of them his. She hadn't gone to bed but was waiting for him under the lamp. When he opened the door, he saw her face was pale and yellow, thin and sickly, looking like a woman in her 30s or 40s. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. She said she had something to say to him. He remembered how Xue Ling had been urging him to divorce Wang Qing these past few days and blurted out, "I have something to say to you too." Wang Qing put down her book and stared at him coldly. He felt a pang of guilt and didn't dare say anything more, just stood quietly by the door. Wang Qing seemed to sigh and said softly, "You've gotten together with that woman, haven't you?" Though it was a question, her tone was absolutely certain. He was startled, not expecting her to already know, and suddenly lost the courage to speak. Wang Qing gave a cold laugh and murmured, "We've only been married a little over a year, and you already don't want to come home. I made lunch today and rode over to bring it to you and saw you with your arm around that woman, both of you laughing so happily." Liu Xing was startled, realizing there was no way to talk his way out of this, so he simply let it all out. He said in a low voice, "I realize now, our marriage was a mistake. I'm happier and more passionate with her. I'm sorry." Wang Qing burst into tears. "When we were dating, you said I was the light of your life, that I made you happy, made you joyful. Now you have someone new, and only she makes you happy. It's true what the old saying says, you only hear the new lover's laughter, never the old lover's tears." Liu Xing looked away, mumbling, "That's because we're not right for each other." "Not right for each other?" Wang Qing suddenly became agitated, shouting, "When you begged me to marry you, what did you say? What, it's only been a year or two and you've forgotten everything? My mom didn't want me to marry you and I begged her, said so many good things about you, pestered her every day until she agreed. And now you tell me our marriage was a mistake?" Her face was ashen, and she looked almost deranged, which startled Liu Xing. "Qing, don't be like this. Let me think it over." "No, I don't want our marriage to be like this." Wang Qing sneered. "Then tell me what kind of marriage you want. When you couldn't have children, what did I say to you? I said that since I chose you, no matter how hard life got, I'd never complain, as long as you stayed true to me. Even if we never had children, we could adopt. But you? Ever since you opened the new studio and met that woman, you changed in less than half a month." Liu Xing, both ashamed and angry, muttered, "It's not all like that. When I'm with you, I just don't feel much. But with Zhao Li, she's so lively, I feel more. Wang Ting sneered again. Say whatever you want. I'm exhausted. Exhausted by our marriage. Exhausted by you. I've given up. You're still young and so am I, Liu Xing said quietly. Maybe if we're not tied together, we'll both have better, more suitable lives. Get out of here, Wang Ting shouted. Seeing her on the verge of hysteria, Liu Xing grew worried. Don't be like this. This is my home too. Your home? You've lived here so long. Have you ever swept the floor, mopped it? You call this a home? Since I married you, aside from giving me a little money for living expenses each month, what have you contributed? Have you ever cooked a meal? Have you ever considered me, even a little? Liu Xing was speechless for a long time before stammering. I'm a man. I have to earn money for the family. I can't do everything. Excuses! Wang Ting cried. All excuses. I earn money too. I support the family too. You work every day, but so do I. Yet when you come home, you just lie on the sofa and leave everything to me. I have to cook every meal, do all the housework. You've never thought about doing anything for this home, never shared any responsibility. Never. Liu Xing muttered helplessly. Isn't that all women's work? I never had to do it at home before. I didn't have to either, Wang Ting raised her hands. I used to only write and read, but after marrying you, I have to cook, clean, do laundry, mop the floor. Every time I come home, there's endless housework. This home belongs to both of us. But what have you done? You give money, but so do I. Why can't you help out? I work all day, then come home and work more. I'm so tired. Men have to earn money outside. Who has time to waste on housework? Liu Xing grumbled. Wang Ting sneered. Then why can other men do it? Ling Ling's husband, Cheng Tianyuan, cooks, cleans, and takes care of the child. When Ling Ling is away for months, he not only runs the shop and earns money, but also does housework and takes care of the kid. Why can't you learn from him? I'm not greedy. I just want you to not lie on the sofa like a corpse when you come home. Just help out a little, anything at all. But you never have. Liu Xing fell silent, and after a long while said, We don't have feelings anymore, so of course you see everything I do as wrong. You think I'm terrible, but I feel the same about you. Yes, I can't stand you, Wang Ting sobbed. I must have been blind to marry a man as unfaithful as you. A teenage girl in just 3 months managed to steal your heart, Liu Xing said coldly. Enough. I always thought you were gentle and virtuous, but I never expected you to be such a shrew in private. We're both educated. We know what it means to pursue happiness. If I can't live with you, if I'm not happy, of course I'll go after what I want. What makes me happy? Get out. Get out right now. Don't ever let me see you again, Wang Ting screamed. Liu Xing, furious, turned and left. He never expected that after such a fight she would stop eating and drinking at home. She got sick, but why didn't she tell him? Liu Xing let out a frustrated sigh, raking his hands through his hair, his mind a chaotic mess. At that moment he caught sight of Director Liu sitting next to Xue Ling, and as if seeing a lifeline, he quickly stood up and walked over. Director, why are you here? Director Liu glared at him. You think I want to be here? I just happened to see Zhao Xue, otherwise I wouldn't know about this mess. If I didn't know, at least I wouldn't have to worry. Wang Qing is such a simple, gentle girl, and after marrying you, she's thinner than a flower. Look at you. What kind of husband are you? Your wife was sick at home for days and you didn't even go home, didn't care at all. What kind of husband is that? Liu Xing shrank his head, not daring to speak. Director Liu wouldn't let him off, continuing, You're my distant nephew, I'm your elder, and I watched you grow up. When you graduated, your parents asked me to help you find a job, and I agreed right away. You weren't the best at the paper, but you weren't the worst either. I thought you'd live an ordinary life, then Zhao Xue brought you into business, you got married, had a house and a wife. A few months ago, you said you wanted to take a leave to open another studio. I was reluctant, but agreed. I thought maybe you'd have a bright future. Who knew you'd lose your way before you even made any money? Liu Xing's eyes reddened, and he didn't dare say a word. Xue Ling didn't even want to look at him, ignoring him completely. Tongzi didn't give him a good look either, keeping his eyes down. Liu Xing suddenly felt abandoned by everyone, both afraid and miserable inside. His mother dragged him back, scolding, "Sit and wait. If you dare say or do anything else, I'll deal with you myself." The corridor outside the emergency room fell silent again. By evening, a nurse came out and said, "Who is the family of Wang Ting? She's starting to wake up. Choose one person to go in and talk to her. Encourage her." Auntie Wang, tears streaming down her face, choked out, "Me! I'm her mother, I'm her mother." The nurse nodded and said softly, "Try to say encouraging things to the patient. The more optimistic her will to live, the better it is for her recovery." "Yes." Auntie Wang followed the nurse inside. Liu Mama couldn't help but sigh and asked, "How did Ah Qing get such an illness at such a young age? Gallstones. Shouldn't be a serious disease, right?" Liu Xing knew nothing and just shook his head. Liu Mama, exasperated, glared at him, then turned to Tongzi. "Xiao Tong, thank you for your help at noon. What about the studio?" "I've already closed up," Tongzi replied calmly. "Right now, my sister-in-law's health is the priority. Making money comes second." "That's true," Liu Mama said quietly. "If you need to get back to work, go ahead. It's almost evening. Don't you have things to do at the radio station?" "Yes." Tongzi glanced toward the emergency room. Xue Ling said gently, "Tongzi, there's nothing more you can do here. Go take care of your work. If you have time tomorrow, come visit Wang Ting." Tongzi respected Xue Ling and said quietly, "Then I'll leave things here to you, Boss Xue." Xue Ling nodded. Without even glancing at Liu Xing, Tongzi strode away. A while later, Auntie Wang came out looking devastated, her steps heavy, tears still at the corners of her eyes. The nurse called from behind, "The patient has fallen asleep again. You don't all need to wait here. Just leave one person to wait for updates, the rest can go home. The doctor says her heart and lungs have improved and the inflammation is subsiding, so don't worry too much. Go home and rest. Don't crowd the hospital." Auntie Wang quickly patted her chest and said, I'll stay. The nurse shook her head. "Auntie, you're not young anymore. It's not good for you to stay up all night. Is the patient's husband here? Let him stay and wait for news." "I'm here. I'll stay," Liu Xing quickly interjected. Auntie Wang, still crying, pleaded, "Nurse, please take good care of Qing." "Don't worry, we will," the nurse assured her. Xue Ling supported Auntie Wang and asked softly, "Auntie, how is Wang Qing? Could she talk to you?" Auntie Wang shook her head and explained, "She couldn't move at all, just half opened her eyes and looked at me, and just kept crying. My poor child." Director Liu sighed. "Don't be too sad. The doctor said she's improving. As long as she gets enough nutrition and the inflammation is controlled, she'll pull through." Auntie Wang said quietly, "You didn't see her. She's so thin, just skin and bones. I almost didn't recognize her." Director Liu's eyes reddened too, feeling deeply sorry. Wang Ting had worked at the newspaper for 7 or 8 years. He'd personally mentored her as a promising student. Hearing about her condition now, how could he not feel heartache? Xue Ling wiped her tears and suggested, "Old Liu, let's take Auntie Wang home first, then I'll take you back." "No," Director Liu said. "You take Wang Mama home first. I need to stay and help my relatives. I'll come check on Wang Ting later. Take her home and you get home too. Don't let your family worry." "All right," Xue Ling nodded. She helped Auntie Wang leave. It was already dark outside, the northern wind howling, the cold biting. "Wife?" a familiar voice called. Xue Ling turned to see Cheng Tianyuan carrying a thermos, jumping out of his jeep and hurrying over. Auntie Wang recognized him and said, "Your husband's here to pick you up. You two go home. I'll just find someone on a bike to take me home." No, Xue Ling held her back. "It's too cold. We have a car. We'll take you to your door before we leave." Cheng Tianyuan handed the thermos to Xue Ling. "Have something warm to eat first. I'll drive Auntie Wang home. After you eat, go home and drive carefully." "All right." Xue Ling's back was sore from sitting in the cold hospital all afternoon. So Cheng Tianyuan took Auntie Wang to the car and drove her home. Xue Ling got into her own jeep, opened the thermos, It was bird's nest soup. Last time her parents visited from Beijing, they'd brought some health supplements for her in-laws. But the elders never wanted to eat them, saying they were healthy enough, so the bird's nest was left for her, the pregnant one. The elders had saved it for her. She took a sip. The sweet rock sugar flavor gave her some appetite. She'd only had a glass of water all afternoon, too busy worrying and angry. Now, with the sweet soup, her throat felt much better. She finished the bird's nest in one go, feeling warmer and a bit more energetic. She rubbed her back, started the car, and slowly drove back to Wangjiang Garden. When she got downstairs, Cheng Tianyuan's car arrived too. He got out, came over, and took the thermos from her. "Did you finish it? Are you feeling okay?" Xue Ling smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. I feel better after eating." Cheng Tianyuan rubbed her hand and urged, "Lock the car and get upstairs. It's freezing out here. Must be close to 0. They took the elevator up. She leaned against him, feeling sleepy. He put his arm around her waist and asked softly, "Your back hurts, right?" Xue Ling nodded. "A little." Cheng Tianyuan, feeling sorry for her, rubbed her back. "I'll get you some hot water to soak your feet. Then you should go to bed early." Liu Ying opened the door and said, "Come in. Lingling, you must be exhausted. Is your stomach okay?" She'd heard her daughter-in-law had taken Wang Ting to the hospital at noon and was worried sick. Xue Ling hadn't been eating or sleeping well lately, and she was pregnant. She really couldn't afford to get sick. "I'm fine. Just a little tired." Xue Ling looked pale and glanced around. "Mom, where's Zhao Ranran?" Liu Ying replied, "He went out to play with his grandpa and Ah Hu this afternoon. Didn't nap at all. He had some porridge, played with Ah Hu, and then fell asleep. His grandpa and Ah Hu are in the next room playing chess and watching over him." Xue Ling smiled and asked, "Dad knows how to play chess?" "A little bit of Chinese chess," Cheng Tianyuan answered. Xue Ling changed her shoes, took off her coat, and went straight to bed, quickly drifting off. Cheng Tianyuan brought her hot water, and she got up to wash her hands and feet. Liu Ying asked, "Do you want to eat anything else?" She shook her head. "Thanks, Mom, I'm not hungry. You should rest too, it's so cold." Liu Ying, hearing she'd eaten the bird's nest, smiled. "If you like it, I'll make more for you tomorrow. Hai Tang brought a whole box. There's plenty left." Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, "Mom, make a bit more tomorrow. I'll bring some to Wang Ting. When she wakes up, she'll need to eat and get her strength back. Bird's nest is light and not greasy. It should be good for her." Liu Ying nodded quickly. "All right, I'll go check on Zhao Ranran. Ah, Yuan, Lingling looks tired. Take good care of her." Cheng Tianyuan agreed, then went to the kitchen to eat a bowl of noodles. "When is Liu Xing going over? Isn't he running the studio? He should be there, but where did he go?" Xue Ling leaned against the pillow, eyes half closed, and said softly, "I don't know. I don't feel like talking to him." Cheng Tianyuan saw that she didn't look well and gently comforted her. "Don't get upset. Just lie down and rest. Someone will stand up for Wang Qing." "It's not that easy," Xue Ling sighed softly. "Even if someone stands up for her, what's the use? Once your heart is broken, no amount of compensation can heal it." Cheng Tianyuan didn't quite understand and asked, "What's going on? Is there something else behind all this?" Xue Ling said quietly, "Wang Qing already knew she was sick, but it's not a serious illness and she could have put off surgery. She hid at home for 2 or 3 days without eating or drinking. Do you think she didn't know what would happen if she did that?" Cheng Tianyuan realized what she meant and asked in shock, "What did she and Liu Xing fight about that was so serious? How did things get so bad? It's unbelievable." "It must be something bad," Xue Ling explained. "I went to his studio before, and he seemed to have something going on with that young female assistant. Once Wang Qing wakes up, we'll know for sure. 2 people who loved each other, who went through so much to be together, and after just a year, it's come to this. How could it not break your heart?" Cheng Tianyuan gently patted her hand and said quietly, "Help if you can, but we can't get too involved in other people's family matters. Wang Qing is a gentle, honest woman. She grew up without a father, she's had a hard life. If you can help, look after her a bit more. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask. By the way, you have to go to the provincial airport tomorrow morning to pick up my parents. Did you already arrange things with Ahu? It's all set, Cheng Tianyuan replied. I'll leave with Ahu first thing in the morning. He's taking Chen Lan and his mother too. Ahu's mom has never been to the provincial capital and has always wanted to go. Ahu plans to take them shopping and out to eat. I'll go to the airport to wait for your parents. Xue Ling sat up and said, I should call my parents. No need, Cheng Tianyuan said. I already called before I left for the hospital this evening. Your parents have been busy packing and shopping these past few days and only finished packing this afternoon. They told me the flight time and they'll probably arrive here tomorrow evening, maybe even at night. Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked, So we don't need to worry about the shop? There's plenty of stock, so we'll keep selling. No need to close, Cheng Tianyuan explained. I've already talked to Li Kuihua and the others. On New Year's Eve, we'll stay open until afternoon, then clean up and close. Grandpa. He isn't going home for the holiday. He'll have reunion dinner at Chen Min's, then go back to the shop to keep watch. We'll reopen on the 3rd day of the new year. Xue Ling was a bit surprised. Business is that good? You're open until New Year's Eve morning? It's really good, Cheng Tianyuan said. The shop is well stocked and prices are low. The area is all residential and people are used to shopping here. If we close for too long, customers might lose the habit, so we can't take too long a break. Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, The shop's been open a year now and it's clearly stable. The staff is steady, the customers are steady. I think it'll stay that way for years. Yeah, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. All I have to do is restock and settle accounts. It's not that busy. Xue Ling apologized. Tomorrow morning I have to go to the hospital to help take care of Wang Ting, so you'll have to pick up my parents by yourself. In the evening, have Mom make something light. After a flight and a long drive, some plain porridge and stir-fried greens will be comforting. Okay, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. The next morning, Cheng Tianyuan got up early to cook bird's nest soup. Xue Ling was still sleepy and didn't wake up until after 7. Little Ran and Grandpa were playing with the rocking horse in the living room, looking a bit glum. After washing up, Xue Ling came out and he immediately ran over, hugging her leg. Mama, Uncle, ride horsey. Xue Ling didn't quite understand, so she ruffled his soft hair and asked, Did you eat? I did, little Ran pouted. Ride horsey. Xue Ling pointed at the rocking horse. Then go ride it. But the little one shook his head in disappointment. Grandpa Cheng Mu-hai smiled kindly and explained, He doesn't like the rocking horse. He likes it when Ahu pretends to be a big horse and lets him ride. Xue Ling laughed and comforted him. Uncle Ahu is busy today. Tomorrow afternoon when Grandpa and Grandma come, they'll bring you new toys. The little one didn't quite get it, but as soon as he heard new toys, he cheered up. Cheng Tianyuan had already eaten, changed into new clothes, and looked refreshed and handsome. Wife, the bird's nest is ready. Half is in the thermos, half is in the pot. Go eat. You're leaving now? Xue Ling asked. Yes, Cheng Tianyuan replied. I'm meeting Ahu at 7:30. He should be waiting downstairs. Grandpa Cheng laughed. Ahu's mom and Chen Lan are really excited. Chen Lan slept here last night so she could leave as soon as she woke up. They're probably already downstairs. Xue Ling said. Then you'd better hurry. Drive safe. Okay. Cheng Tianyuan hurried downstairs. Little Ran usually spent more time with his grandparents, knowing his parents were always busy working, so he didn't cry to go along. He just kept playing with the rocking horse. Xue Ling went to the kitchen and saw her mother-in-law, Liu Ying, busy. She greeted her and ate a small bowl of porridge and half a bowl of bird's nest. Mom, there are 2 bowls left in the pot, one for you, one for Dad. Liu Ying shook her head. Nonsense. This is for you to nourish yourself. You're pregnant, and you don't eat much. If you finally have an appetite, how can we take it? We'll have plenty of chances to eat later. You eat it all. Xue Ling felt warm inside, knowing her in-laws cared for her. Mom, I'm already full. She grabbed her bag, took the thermos, and said goodbye to the 2 elders. I won't be home for lunch. If I can, I'll come back for a nap. Please look after little Ranran today. No problem. Go ahead. We've got things covered at home. Xue Ling grabbed her car keys and hurried to the hospital. The hospital was busy in the morning. Liu Xing, wrapped in a thick coat, was sleeping on a bench. Liu Dafu, bundled in a coat and hat, was half asleep beside him. Auntie Wang and Director Liu were there too, sitting on a bench across the way, talking quietly. Xue Ling greeted them. Auntie Wang finally managed a faint smile and explained. When we came this morning, the nurse said Ching woke up last night, drank some water, and is much better. She's still on an IV. The doctor said it's for anti-inflammation and nutrition. Director Liu said gently, the inflammation has subsided a bit, and now that she's awake and can eat and drink, she'll recover quickly. Xue Ling was relieved to hear the inflammation was going down. Auntie Wang added, the doctor said if the inflammation keeps improving, she can move to a regular room this afternoon. She can have some easy-to-digest porridge. She's been hungry too long, so nothing greasy for now. Director Liu already had his relatives make porridge, and I'll go get it for Ching in a bit. Xue Ling nodded and smiled. Can we go in to see her yet? The nurse is helping her change into a hospital gown, Director Liu said. It'll be just a moment. I already saw her earlier. She's still very weak, but she promised to cooperate with treatment. Hearing this, Xue Ling finally felt at ease. If Wang Qing was still hopeless and discouraged, it would definitely be bad for her recovery. Director Liu lowered his voice and said, her mother started crying, and Wang Qing whispered that she was unfilial and apologized. Her mother raised her and her brother alone for over 20 years after being widowed. She should understand that kind of love. Xue Ling understood immediately. Wang Qing was still young, and when she hit a rough patch, it was easy for her to get emotional and think the worst. But once she calmed down, she would realize that her life wasn't just about love. There was also family, especially her mother, who had it the hardest. Now that she'd regained her senses, she would definitely cooperate with the doctors and recover faster. A while later, the nurse came out. Around 11, we'll transfer her to a regular room. There will be a blood test soon. The family can prepare some easily digestible porridge or rice cereal for her. Auntie Wang, a bit anxious, asked, can she have porridge made with japonica rice? We've already got someone cooking it, but it might not be ready for a while. That's fine, the nurse explained. She hasn't eaten for days, so anything easy to digest is good. As long as it's not greasy, it's fine. Also, try to give her small, frequent meals. Don't let her eat too much at once. Got it, thank you. Xue Ling patted the thermos in her hand and asked, can she have some bird's nest? Yes, the nurse nodded. Xue Ling said, then let's give her a little now and porridge later. Alternate between them. Director Liu pointed inside. All right, let's go in. The three of them went in together. The critical care room was a single room, with an oxygen tank and several machines whose names they didn't even know. Wang Qing was awake, one hand attached to a beeping monitor, the other on an IV. She was painfully thin, her eyes dull and gray, but her complexion was already noticeably better than yesterday. Qing? Xue Ling called softly. Wang Qing quickly turned her face, then broke into a smile. Auntie Wang beamed. When I came early this morning, she asked about you. She said she heard you calling her, talking to her. Xue Ling's eyes turned red and Wang Qing started to cry too. Director Liu let out a long sigh and smiled. It's lucky you live in the same neighborhood, and that you two are so close. That's how Wang Qing got through this tough time. Wang Qing gripped Xue Ling's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. Xue Ling comforted her softly. Don't cry. You're still on an IV. Don't use too much strength. Don't worry. We're all here with you. Auntie Wang couldn't help but cry too, but she smiled through her tears. Xiaoxue is so thoughtful. She even brought you bird's nest. My goodness, that's a rare and expensive treat. Xue Ling smiled. Auntie, don't say that. Please open it and give her half a bowl now. Save the rest for later. All right. Auntie Wang got busy. Wang Qing looked at her mother's back, unable to stop her tears. Her voice was weak. My mom came before dawn. She and my brother came together. They got here before 5, both of them with red faces and ears from the cold. Even the tips of their hair were frozen. Auntie Wang brought over half a bowl of bird's nest and said gently, "Your brother just went out. I sent him to buy some millet so his wife can cook it at home and bring it for you later." Xue Ling helped Wang Ting sit up and fed her the bird's nest. Wang Ting hesitated. "Ling, this is too expensive." Xue Ling smiled. "The most precious thing in the world isn't things, but health and life. As long as we work hard, we'll be able to afford bird's nest in the future. You have so many opportunities and good things waiting for you." Wang Ting, eyes red, ate bite after bite. Director Liu's eyes glistened with tears as he smiled. Xiao Xue's got more than just bird's nest money. Her Wangjiang Garden Phase 2 is already several stories high. She'll be making big money soon. Xue Ling chuckled softly. Wang Ting managed a weak smile too. Director Liu, not wanting things to get too heavy, changed the subject. "Xiao Xue, remember to sell me a place when it's ready. My son's graduating soon, and he'll probably take over my job. I want to get him a place so he can get married whenever he finds someone." "No problem," Xue Ling said cheerfully. "All friends get a discount. I promised you, and I'll keep my word." "Thanks," Director Liu grinned. "When you're a rich lady, I'll come for a big meal." Xue Ling laughed. "Don't worry, you can eat as much as you want then." With more laughter, the atmosphere in the room lightened. Auntie Wang couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Xue, I heard you're from Beijing. It's almost New Year's. Aren't you going home for the holiday?" "I was planning to," Xue Ling explained. "I'm an only child, and for the past 2 years my husband and I have gone to spend New Year's with my parents. But this year I'm pregnant with our second child, so my parents are flying here. My husband's gone to the provincial capital to pick them up. They should arrive by evening." Auntie Wang was surprised. "You're the only child? No siblings?" "No." Xue Ling shook her head. Auntie Wang felt sorry for her. "Then you'll have to take care of your parents in the future. That's not easy." Xue Ling nodded. "That's a child's duty. They raised me. It wasn't easy for them either." Wang Qing, hearing this, started crying again. Auntie Wang wiped her tears and put on her motherly tone. "From now on, think of your old mom in everything you do. I raised you and your brother, and I'll be counting on you to look after me in my old age." Wang Ting couldn't speak, but nodded hard. Xue Ling fed her, then helped her lie down. Wang Ting held Xue Ling's hand and whispered, "I've troubled you so much." Xue Ling said gently, "If you don't want to trouble me, then get better quickly. Director Liu said you'll be needed back at the paper after the holiday. They can't do without you." Wang Ting looked at Director Liu and smiled weakly. "Director, I don't know if I can—" "You can," Director Liu said firmly. "My silly son will need you to guide him. I'm counting on you to look after him." Wang Ting nodded. "I'll do my best." Director Liu smiled and explained, "The doctor said lots of people have gallstones. Some never have symptoms for decades. Once your inflammation is gone and you're stronger, you can go to a big hospital for surgery. If you don't have symptoms, it's fine." Wang Ting nodded hard. After eating, she had more energy and looked better. Xue Ling and the others stayed with her. Liu Xing had woken up, but was pacing outside, not daring to come in. Liu Dafu and Liu Mama came in to check on Wang Ting, but she didn't say much to them. It wasn't until Tongzi came in with a bag of apples that Wang Ting managed a faint smile. "Thank you." Tongzi, seeing how thin she was, couldn't help but remember how gentle and lovely she used to be, and felt even angrier at Liu Xing. "Sis, you have to get well." Wang Qing nodded weakly. Liu Mama forced a gentle smile and said softly, "Qing, get better soon. Then we can all go home and celebrate the new year together." "No!" Wang Qing's face turned cold and she murmured, "I've already decided. I want a divorce." Liu Mama was shocked. "Ah, Qing, what's going on? It's normal for young couples to argue. Your father and I have been married for over 30 years, and we still argue sometimes. Don't be impulsive and don't talk about divorce so easily. It wasn't easy for you two to get together." Director Liu looked awkwardly around, and seeing that Xue Ling wasn't saying anything, decided to keep quiet for now and see how things developed. Liu Mama sighed repeatedly. I know. Xing really hurt you this time. It was just a fight, but he acted like a child, running away from home and making you so disappointed, even making you fall ill. He was so irresponsible, not even knowing you were unwell. He was completely in the wrong, and we'll definitely scold him and teach him a lesson. Xing, calm down. Once you're better, we'll bring you home. Wang Ting lowered her eyes, looking pale. I'm not going back. It's time for a divorce. What are you saying? Liu Mama became agitated, forcing a strained smile. Xing, don't be angry. I'll make Liu Xing apologize and change his ways. He'll definitely change. He wouldn't dare not to. I'll make sure he's more considerate and takes better care of you. She looked at Auntie Wang, pleading, In-law, please help persuade her too. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than break up one marriage. They were so in love and went through so much to get married, it wasn't easy. Although Auntie Wang was angry at Liu Xing, she was also reluctant to see her daughter divorce. Back then, Wang Qing had begged her, even threatened a hunger strike, just to be with Liu Xing. She herself had married for love, so she understood her daughter's feelings and had finally agreed. But seeing her daughter on the brink of death this time had truly terrified her. I was never satisfied with Liu Xing from the start. He's too weak, doesn't seem responsible, and I wasn't happy with your family's finances either. My Xing is young, pretty, has a stable job, and plenty of suitors. Liu Xing was the worst of the lot. But she liked him, so I finally agreed. Who knew he'd treat her so badly? Liu Mama sighed. He knows he was wrong, and he's really gone too far this time. No, Wang Ting sighed, eyes half closed. That's not his real mistake, and you don't know the truth. I was with him because we loved each other. Now, there's no reason to stay together. Liu Mama was stunned and couldn't help but ask, Xing, what are you saying? Of course Liu Xing likes you. Back then, to marry you, he scrimped and saved, borrowed money for a house and the bride price. You saw all that. No, Wang Ting said quietly. He doesn't love me anymore. That night, he made it very clear. He likes that Xue Ling at his shop. He said there's no passion or happiness with me. Since there's no love left, why should I stay? Everyone was shocked, except for Xue Ling and Tongzi, who had already guessed. Auntie Wang froze, then suddenly shrieked, That bastard! He's cheating? He really said that? I knew it. No wonder you stopped eating and drinking. How could you lose the will to live over just a fight? So it was that scumbag cheating. No, no, no. Liu Mama, shocked, waved her hands. Impossible. Xing wouldn't do that. He's not that kind of person. He's always been honest. Liu Ge, don't just stand there, say something. Xing wouldn't do that, right? Director Liu swallowed, unable to process it for a moment. Wang Ting sighed. I saw it with my own eyes, and he admitted it himself. What's impossible about that? If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself. He doesn't dare come in because he feels guilty and can't face me. A man like that, he dares to do it but not to own up. Pathetic. Xue Ling looked at Tongzi and asked, Did you know? Tongzi hesitated, but with everyone looking at him, he had to speak up. I did see them together a couple of times. There was something going on. Liu Mama jumped up, exclaiming, I don't believe it. My Xing isn't the type to fool around outside. Go ask him, Wang Ting said calmly. Go. Liu Mama, flustered, rushed out the door. Auntie Wang, of course, believed her daughter, and was furious at Liu Xing, cursing him and wanting to rush out and hit him. Xue Ling and Tongzi had to hold her back. Auntie, Wang Qing is still sick, don't get too worked up. Now's not the time to hit him. It won't help anything. That's right. Auntie, she still needs you to take care of her. Don't get so upset you make yourself sick. Director Liu waved his hand. Sit down, don't make a scene. It'll just look bad. Auntie Wang, half out of her mind, shouted, He's worried about looking bad? If Liu Xing can do such things, why should he care what people say? That bastard. Who'd have thought a coward like him would cheat? Made a little money and now he's cocky. No conscience at all. Xue Ling and Tongzi managed to get her to sit down. Wang Ting's eyes were red as she choked out, "Mom, you told me not to be with him. I didn't listen. I regret it." Xue Ling quickly said, "You're still weak. Don't get too emotional." Auntie Wang sobbed, throwing herself onto Wang Ting's legs, crying bitterly. "Chinger, I've suffered all my life, and I thought you'd study hard and marry a good man, but you ended up with a fate as bitter as mine. Heaven, what did our family do to deserve this? If it's not a short life, it's a heartless man." Seeing her mother like this, Wang Ting broke down in tears too. Director Liu and Xue Ling hurried to comfort them, and after a long while the two finally calmed down. Auntie Wang wiped her tears and stood up. "I'm going to ask that heartless man myself." With that, she stormed out. Xue Ling and Tongzi followed, only to find that outside there was only Liu Dafu, sighing, and Liu Mama, quietly crying. Liu Xing was nowhere to be seen. Auntie Wang shouted, "Where is he? Where's your good son? Where did he go?" Liu Dafu said awkwardly, He ran off." "Ran off?" Auntie Wang fumed. "He can run, but he can't hide. He does something so shameful and then runs away. Coward. He shouldn't be called Liu Xing. He should be called coward." Liu Mama was so disappointed in her son that she just cried, unable to speak. Liu Dafu, an honest man, was so shocked by his son's actions that he couldn't accept it, his head aching, and he just squatted down, holding his head in his hands. That afternoon, Wang Ting had some millet porridge and then fell asleep. Xue Ling and old Liu went to his relative's place for lunch, and Tongzi went along too. Director Liu said, "I've asked my cousin to cook a few dishes for us. When we go back, we'll take a few aluminum lunchboxes for Wang Ting's mom and brother Dafu and his wife." "Sure," Xue Ling agreed readily. "You arrange it." Tongzi, a bit absent-minded, turned away. "Boss Xue, is the photo studio still open these days?" Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, "There are a lot of people wanting photos at the end of the year, so we can't just keep closing. Running a business is all about having a steady stream of customers. We were closed yesterday afternoon, so we can't be closed all day today too. How about this? You open the shop this afternoon, and when you need to go to the radio station in the evening, just close up?" "Okay." Tongzi sighed and smiled. "My colleagues are all busy, everyone has their own shifts. Suddenly having nothing to do and nowhere to go, I'm not used to it." "I understand," Xue Ling explained. "You're used to being busy, spending your days at the studio. Not going for a while, of course it feels strange." Tongzi explained. "I live in the group dormitory assigned by the radio station. Over there you have to be married to apply for a small apartment. I'm still single, so I can only stay in the dorm. It's messy, and I really don't like being there." Xue Ling laughed. "Then you can save up to buy a place." "I'm saving." Tongzi couldn't help but ask. "Sister Xue, I heard Phase 2 of Wangjiang Garden is under construction. When will it go on sale? Are there any affordable small units? The kind for a small family?" "There are." Xue Ling was very familiar with the plans. The designers planned it all out early. There are 4 types of units, and customers can choose based on their budget and needs. The smallest is about 80 square meters, then 100, which is the most common. Then there's 150 and 200. The 100 and 150 are the most common. 80 and 200 are less so. "That's well planned." Director Liu nodded in agreement. "For ordinary families, 100 and 150 are the most practical. 200 is a bit big, but some people can afford it. 80 is a bit small. Probably only singles like Tongzi would consider it." Tongzi chuckled and said quietly, "I'm not that young anymore. I should probably get a 100 square meter one." "Do you have a partner?" Director Liu asked directly. Tongzi blushed and shook his head. "Not yet. No one suitable." Xue Ling asked, "After you get married, will your parents live with you? If so, 100 square meters is better. There are 3 rooms, 1 big and 2 small. If elders come, they can have a small room. When you have kids, there's another room for them as they grow." Tongzi said quietly, "I think 100 square meters is enough. My father has passed away. Only my mother is left. My brother is married with 2 kids, and my mom helps take care of them. My brother inherited the family land and house, so he says he should be the one to care for our mother." But I don't agree. I have a responsibility too. So I send 20 yuan home to my mom every month. In the future, I want to keep a room for her so she can come live in a high-rise in the county. Good kid. Director Liu smiled kindly. That's the right attitude. Raising children isn't easy, and people who aren't parents can't understand what parents go through. Being filial and supporting your parents is right and praiseworthy. Thank you. Tongzi's face flushed. Xue Ling said generously, when sales start, come to me first. I'll help you find the best unit, and I'll give you a discount. If others pay 50, you pay 40. Wow! Tongzi got excited. Boss Xue, really? I heard Phase 1 ended up selling for 60 or 70 per square meter, and some people even resold for 80. Xue Ling nodded and smiled. You've known me so long. Do you think I'm the type to make empty promises or go back on my word? Have I ever lied to you? Tongzi grabbed her hand, grinning. Thank you so much. Xue Ling explained. Actually, 50 is the most reasonable price. After all, this is our first transaction, not like those who buy and resell for profit. For small units, it might be even cheaper, just 45. The 80 square meter ones should also be 45. The Riverside ones are more expensive, basically over 50. I don't do one-size-fits-all pricing. I sell according to the real situation. Those who resell for 70 or 80 are rare. The local economy isn't that prosperous yet, so we can't price too high. 50 isn't expensive, Director Liu nodded. A 100 square meter place is about 5,000, plus taxes, maybe a bit over 5,000. My monthly salary can buy 6 or 7 square meters, and with my sons, we can save up and buy by the end of next year without touching our savings. Don't worry, you'll get a discount too. Xue Ling smiled. You're all friends, so you'll get the same discount, just over 4,000. Director Liu was delighted. If only we had some wine, I'd toast you. Thank you, Boss Xue. Xue Ling cupped her hands. You're welcome. You've always been my boss. Tongzi giggled. With such a big discount, I can afford it. I'm working 2 jobs now, making about 400 a month. After food and expenses and sending some home, I can save about 340. A place just over 4,000. I'll definitely be able to buy one by next year. Xue Ling nodded. That's great. I can't price my homes too high. People need to be able to afford them or I can't do business. I wanted to try a foreign-style mortgage, but the bank wouldn't go for it. No precedent, so they didn't know if it would work. So for now, it's full payment only. I have to consider the local economy. Next May or June, we'll open for tours of the units, and you can reserve one with a few hundred yuan. I'll definitely be there, said old Liu. Me too, Tongzi chimed in. Xue Ling laughed. There'll be ads in old Liu's newspaper, and the radio will broadcast for several days. Don't worry, you'll know for sure. Tongzi still couldn't quite believe it. Sister Xue, that's a huge discount, almost 1,000 less. You're working with a partner, right? Won't this make things hard for you? No, Xue Ling explained. So far, all the investment is mine. My partner has already said I get a bigger share and priority in choosing units. You're my employee, so it's reasonable to give you a discount. Just keep working hard for me. Of course, Tongzi nodded eagerly. I'll work even harder for you, boss. Xue Ling's eyes flickered, and she said quietly, I might have to split the photo studio with Liu Xing soon. He'll get half the equipment, I'll get half. I'll pay the rent, hire another person, and you'll still be in charge of photography. Tongzi was stunned, glancing awkwardly at Director Liu. Sister Xue, you two have worked together for over a year, and it's always been good. Tongzi had worked at Good Friend's photo studio for quite a long time. He really liked this job because it was stable, easy, and in his field of interest. He owed this job entirely to Senior Liu Xing. Of course, he also knew that the real owner of the studio was Xue Ling, not Liu Xing. Hearing that they were going to split up, Tongzi's first reaction was that he didn't want to see it happen. Xue Ling shook her head and replied, You're still young, so it's normal to be sentimental. But I'm splitting with Liu Xing not just because of what happened with Wang Ting, but more because of his character. I've done business before, and I know that if someone's character and credibility are bad, no matter how well they're doing now, they'll eventually fall. Character and ability together determine a person's success, not just ability alone. But He just let down his wife, it's not that bad. Tongzi still didn't want to give up and tried to persuade Xue Ling. No, Xue Ling said. That's not his only problem. First, he shirks family responsibility. He finally got married, but doesn't cherish his wife and didn't even know she was sick. He has no sense of responsibility. Second, he does things but won't own up to them. He got involved with another woman but didn't dare mention divorce. Only when something happened to Wang Qing and the truth came out did he even admit it, and even then he couldn't face it. If a person has no credibility, they can't stand in society. He has no sense of responsibility and no courage. How can I work with someone like that long term? Tongzi was speechless. Director Liu, sitting nearby, silently agreed with Xue Ling but didn't say anything. After a long while, Tongzi said quietly, Sister Xue, please think it over. The studio is already well known in Rongcheng. Everyone knows it's the best. If you split up, business might suffer. Xue Ling didn't mind. Hu rented the shop and I signed the lease. I'll keep renewing it, and you can keep working during the day. You know how to develop photos, you don't need Liu Xing. As for Uncle Dafu, he can go to the new shop with his son. I'll just hire another person to help. The two shops were already independent, one run by Liu Xing, the other by Tongzi. Splitting up wasn't hard. After all, Xue Ling had paid for the equipment, and letting Liu Xing keep using it was already a favor for old times' sake. Tongzi was troubled and said quietly, But I get along well with him. If we split, we might become competitors. Of course there will be competition, Xue Ling said. Other studios will open too, but the real competition is between me and him, not you. You're just working for me. Tongzi still hesitated, eating in silence, feeling uneasy. Xue Ling didn't push him. I understand how you feel. If you don't want to work for me, that's fine. I have plenty of other businesses and can't always look after a small studio. If it doesn't work out, I'll just close it. That won't do, Director Liu said seriously. That studio is doing great. You can't just give it up. Xue Ling shrugged. To be honest, old Liu, I'm an only child, and I'll have to take over my family's businesses sooner or later. We have 3 clothing factories, 1 big, 2 small. The big one has several hundred workers, so it's quite large. I also co-own a sweater factory, which is running very well. I have a lot of land and apartments to develop, and I'm pregnant with my second child. I really don't have the time or energy for a small photo studio. If we can't work together, so be it. Director Liu was stunned. He'd heard Xue Ling's family ran clothing factories but didn't realize it was on such a scale. Developing land? Apartments? Where? There are several hundred mu in Chengjia village and several hundred more in Beijing, in different places. The economy is better in Beijing, so I'll go back there to develop malls and shops for rent or sale. I have a lot of apartments too, which I'll renovate and rent out. I have so many projects to make money from. I don't need a small photo studio. If it doesn't work out, I'll just let it go. Tongzi quickly shook his head. No, we can't just give it up. Even small money is still money. You can't just throw it away. Xue Ling didn't bother to explain further. If you want to stay, I'll keep the shop open and hire another helper. Everything else stays the same. The competition is between me and Liu Xing, not you. You're just my employee. I'll still let him develop his photos at my shop and you can work with him as before. Tongzi nodded quickly. Okay, I'll talk to Senior Liu. Xue Ling said quietly. No need to tell him everything I said. Just tell him I want to split up. He can still use the photo lab, but he's out of the old studio. She'd invested in the studio from the start. Liu Xing only contributed his labor, and his father was paid to help. So splitting up was simple. Just tell him he's out. Director Liu sighed. Isn't there any way to turn this around? You two used to work so well together. I thought so too, Xue Ling frowned. But he betrayed Wang Qing, lost his credibility and turned out to be a coward. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. He's lost my trust, and I won't do business with someone who lacks morals. All right, Director Liu said helplessly. He brought this on himself. If he were a real man, he wouldn't have done this. I took him to the doctor, and the doctor said, his chances of natural conception are very low. He may never have his own children. If he cooperated with treatment, there might be hope. When Wang Qing heard, she didn't mind at all. She said as long as they loved each other, they could adopt and have a family. She was so good to him, but he didn't appreciate it. Tongzi had no idea about this and couldn't help but ask quietly, "When did this happen?" He hadn't expected his senior and sister-in-law to have such private issues. It was when Liu Xing was always in a bad mood, even making a scene at the newspaper, Xue Ling explained. Tongzi was stunned and didn't dare ask more. Director Liu sighed. "Wang Qing has worked at the paper for years. I watched her grow from a shy girl to an adult and get married. I care for her like a good student. If they really divorce, she's a delicate girl. She needs someone to love and care for her. I hope someone truly good for her comes along soon." If they really did divorce, Liu Xing would run off to his new love. What about Wang Ting? She'd nearly lost her life this time, but thankfully pulled through. Hopefully she'd stay strong, keep working, and choose a new life. Xue Ling nodded. After this, Wang Ting will grow a lot. As long as she's strong and independent and doesn't give up on herself, even heaven won't abandon her. She has a job and can be independent. There's no need to worry too much. I hope so," Director Liu murmured. That afternoon, Xue Ling stayed with Wang Qing in the hospital room, with old Liu and Auntie Wang there as well. Wang Ting was eating more and more, and with so many people chatting with her, her spirits were clearly much better. After the doctor examined her, he said her inflammation had obviously subsided, and with a few more days of IV treatment, as long as nothing unexpected happened, the attack should be under control. Gallstones aren't really a serious illness. Some people never have symptoms their whole lives. The patient is still young. If finances allow, she should have the surgery at a major hospital in the provincial capital. The scans show your stones are very small, so it's not serious. Whether to have surgery or not, discuss it with your family and decide together. Auntie Wang asked nervously, "Doctor, is the surgery expensive? Is there any major risk?" "No," the doctor replied. "You should prepare about 500 or 600 yuan. The surgery is to help her, not harm her. All her other health indicators are good, and she's still young and strong, so there's nothing to worry about." Auntie Wang was a bit troubled to hear it would cost 500 or 600 yuan. Xue Ling said quietly, "That's not expensive. Qing's monthly salary is over 200. She could save up in 2 or 3 months and have the surgery and recover. It's very affordable. If there's any difficulty, I can lend her some money to get through it." "I have money." Wang Ting smiled softly. "Mom, I've saved quite a bit this past year. It's enough." Auntie Wang smiled with relief. That's good. Mom has saved about 100 too. I'll add that in. As for your brother, don't say anything to him. He's married now, it's different. He has to think of his own family. He cares about you, but if you ask him for money, at most he could give a few dozen. Don't blame him. All his wages go into fixing up his house. When he heard you were in trouble, he was more anxious than anyone. Wang Ting nodded. "I don't need your money. I have enough myself." Auntie Wang said affectionately, "Good girl. Now that your brother's married and you're married too, the money you earn is yours. Now you just need to divorce that bastard. Don't worry, Mom's with you." Director Liu frowned and said quietly, After Liu Xing ran off, Tongzi went looking for him. His new shop was closed, no one there. Rongcheng isn't that big, but it's not that small either. Finding someone precisely isn't easy. He looked all morning and couldn't find him. After lunch, Tongzi went to open the studio. Wang Qing couldn't help but ask, "What about his dad and mom?" Auntie Wang snapped, "They all left. After lunch, they all left. None of them have any sense of responsibility." Wang Qing's face darkened, as if she remembered something, and she looked at Xue Ling. "Ling, did you pay my medical bills? I need to pay you back." "We'll talk about it when you're better," Xue Ling said gently. "No rush." Wang Ting nodded. In the evening, Wang Ting's younger brother Wang Lan arrived, bringing another pot of millet porridge just like at noon. "Mom, let me take you home to rest. I'll stay here tonight to look after Sis." Since getting married, Wang Ting's brother had stopped being idle, found a job at a factory in the development zone, and worked hard to support his family. He'd grown up and started thinking of others. You hardly slept last night, and you've been here all day looking after Sis. It's too cold here at night, you won't be able to handle it. I'm young and strong, I can stay up all night. Auntie Wang asked seriously, Did your holiday start today? Is the factory closed? Did you get your wages? It closed after 4, Wang Lan replied. I waited an hour, got my pay, and came straight home. My wife already made the millet porridge and told me to bring it. She wanted to come too, but I wouldn't let her. It's too cold and we'd need a bike for Mom. I told her to come tomorrow. Wang Qing smiled and nodded. All right, since you don't have to work tomorrow, you can stay with me. I have a lot to talk to you about. Old Lu stood up. It's almost dinner time. I'll go help my cousin bring the food. If you want to eat, come find me. Xue Ling picked up her thermos. I need to go home too. I'll take Auntie home on the way. You stay with your sister. I'll take care of your mom. Wang Qing thanked Xue Ling softly. You have a car, so my mom won't be cold. Thank you. Ling Ling, you're pregnant. Don't come tomorrow. I'm much better now, and with my mom and brother here, it's enough. We'll see, Xue Ling said gently. I'll probably still come in the morning. By the time Xue Ling got home, it was already dark. Cheng Tianyuan's Jeep was parked downstairs. She was overjoyed. She'd thought her parents wouldn't arrive until after 7, but they were nearly an hour early. She hadn't seen her parents in a long time. Even though she knew they'd be arriving today, she was still excited before actually seeing them. She hurried into the elevator and pressed her floor. Before she even opened the door, she could hear laughter inside, especially her son Xiao Ranran's giggles. She took out her key and opened the door. The living room was full of people. Her parents, dressed in elegant coats, were happily handing out gifts. Ah Hu and Chen Lan were there, and even Ah Hu's mom had come. Her husband was holding their son, who was wearing a new coat, playing games with Ah Hu, the laughter almost deafening. Dad! Mom! Xue Ling called out joyfully. Her parents saw her and hurried over. Why are you only just getting back? Are you tired? We heard your friend was sick and you went to help. How are you feeling? Still nauseous? Xue Ling held her mother's hand and shook her head. Her father saw that although she didn't look great, she hadn't lost weight and seemed in good spirits, so he could tell her family was taking good care of her. We just got here. Muhai said he'd take us out for roast lamb leg and it's already roasting. Xue Ling asked in surprise. Where did the lamb leg come from? How do we have lamb again? That's right, Ah Hu laughed. Sis-in-law, we got to the development zone early. Uncle Chang from the same village as Godfather brought a big lamb leg, so I went to pick up Godfather. After a bit of prep, the lamb leg went straight on the fire. Ah Hu's mom laughed. Your mother-in-law made a big pot of porridge and lots of rice cakes. We're supposed to eat something light first, then have roast lamb leg. Xue Ling nodded quickly. Cheng Tianyuan handed their son to Ah Hu and asked, How are you feeling? Any discomfort? No, I ate a lot at lunch, Xue Ling replied. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, Go wash your hands. I'll get you a bowl of rice soup to warm you up. Xue Ling laughed. Now I want lamb leg too. No problem, there's plenty, Cheng Tianyuan said. There are a lot of people today, so we're roasting 2 legs. They're on the coals now. Chen Min and Sister Kui Lu are watching them. Xue Ling grinned happily. Just then, Liu Ying came running from the kitchen calling, Everyone, come eat rice cakes and porridge, quick! There were a lot of people, so the elders sat in the kitchen, while Ah Hu, Chen Lan, and Xue Ling ate in the living room. Cheng Tianyuan ate while feeding their son. Little Ranran could already feed himself, grabbing a rice cake in each hand and stuffing his face happily. After eating rice cakes and porridge, everyone quickly cleaned up, then went downstairs, got in the cars, and headed off to the development zone, laughing all the way. That night, everyone ate, drank, and chatted happily. Cheng Muhai and Xue's father had a few drinks together, reminiscing about their days at the nitrogen fertilizer plant, feeling quite nostalgic. Xue's father asked, Do you still keep in touch with the old employees? Some of them were locals from Rongcheng, right? Cheng Muhai shook his head. It's been over 20 years. People moved away, some left, and even sending letters used to be a hassle. Nothing like having phones now. It was too hard to keep in touch, so eventually we just lost contact. Xue's father couldn't help but smile. If we have time these days, let's go visit the old place. I heard the old factory site is still there, right? That's right, Cheng Muhai said. I hardly recognize it now. We'll need Yuan to drive us around nearby, then we might be able to find it. Cheng Tianyuan, who was holding the child, chimed in. I know the way. Whenever you want to go, I'll take you. Xue's father nodded. Is little Ranran asleep? He's asleep, Cheng Tianyuan replied softly. Xue's mother came over and said warmly, Let me hold him. Let me hold him. My precious grandson, let Grandma hold you. But Cheng Tianyuan wouldn't let her. Mom, he's big now, and you've been traveling all day by plane and car. Don't tire yourself out. Hold him tomorrow. Don't worry. Xue's mother took little Ranran anyway, laughing softly. As long as I can hold my little darling, I'm never tired. Everyone chuckled quietly. Ah Hu couldn't help teasing. Auntie, sis-in-law is going to have another baby soon. You'll have your hands full. Not a problem, Xue's mother laughed. However many she has, I'll help with all of them. Do my best. Everyone burst out laughing again. Xue Ling was a bit tired, leaning on a small stool, sipping the sweet and sour soup Kui Liu had made for her, chatting with Chen Lan and Kui Liu. Kui Liu said with a soft laugh, Sister Ling, it's lucky Brother Yuan is so kind and let my grandpa help at his new shop. Grandpa is so happy. Just yesterday he said he wants to keep working for Brother Yuan forever. Xue Ling replied gently, With your grandpa helping at the shop, we're all more at ease. It's just that it's New Year's and he can't be home with his family. We feel bad about that. I had Brother Yuan give him a little red envelope to thank him. No need, Kui Liu waved her hand. He's thrilled just to have a salary. Back home, farming never brought in much. He went to help my uncle in the county, but my aunt never liked him or my grandma. My grandma could help with the kids and chores, and my aunt would be a bit nicer, but my grandpa was never welcome. My parents treat him well, but our house is too small and my siblings all squeeze in together. Grandpa feels bad for the grandkids and doesn't dare stay with us. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Now he lives at the shop. It's small but warm and quiet, and he has a brand new quilt. He says he really likes it. Xue Ling sighed softly. After a lifetime of hard work, all elders want is security in their old age. Do your best to help him, and visit with Chen Min when you can. Kui Liu sniffled and managed a smile. Yesterday, Ah Min told me the air at the fan factory is really bad, always a strong choking smell. He's worried it might be harmful to my health. He hopes I won't go back to work there after the new year and just help out at the shop instead. Even if I earn less, health is most important. Chen Lan nodded quickly, smiling knowingly. My brother just feels bad you work so hard, and he hopes you'll rest more at the shop because you might already be pregnant. Kui Liu blushed, mumbling, Not yet. Xue Ling laughed too and said gently, It's for your own good. Listen to him. The factory air is too bad. If you're pregnant, you definitely can't work there. Better to use the new year as a chance to quit and help at the shop. It's your own business. Work more, earn more. Kui Liu nodded, smiling. Ah Min is honest, but he's always been good to me, always thinking of me. Chen Lan and Xue Ling both smiled. Chen Lan hugged her new radio, stroking it happily. She'd had Ah Hu take her to the provincial capital to buy it. The sound was clearer, and now she could listen to Tongzi's voice on the radio. Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked, Lan, how old are you this year? I'll be 23 after the new year, Chen Lan replied. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, Did you go to school? How much? Just finished primary school, Chen Lan answered softly. Kui Liu quickly added, She only finished primary school, but her handwriting is beautiful. In our area, girls rarely get to go to school. Finishing primary school is already considered highly educated. Chen Lan laughed. Don't compare or I'll get embarrassed. Xue Ling said softly, If you have time, Let Ayuan teach you bookkeeping. You never know when it'll come in handy. Learn as much as you can while you're young. It's a great thing. Okay, Chenlan smiled. I can read the books. Just a bit slow at math. No worries, you'll get faster with practice. Xue Ling patted her shoulder. I believe in you. Chenlan rolled her eyes and shyly asked, Sister Ling, can I ask you something? Is Tongzi already married? He said on the radio he's in his 20s. Xue Ling shook her head. He's not married, and he says he doesn't even have a girlfriend. I don't know the details, but he's so good looking. It shouldn't be hard to find someone. Maybe he's just too picky. Probably, Chenlan giggled. He really is handsome. Kui Liu couldn't help but ask, Who? Handsome? More than Brother Yuan? Yes, Xue Ling explained. Tongzi is the artistic, talented type. He's different from Brother Yuan. Right. Tongzi is more handsome, more refined, Chenlan said. Kui Liu made a teasing, oh, and laughed. So our little sister already has a crush. No, I just like listening to his show. Chenlan waved her hands and turned away, embarrassed. Xue Ling and Kui Liu both laughed. The young girl was shy. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan came over. Wife, it's almost 9. It's cold. Let's head home early. Xue Ling sat up and stretched her back. You're right. We should go. Once you sit down, you don't want to move. After all that lamb and chatting, no one wants to leave. Cheng Tianyuan hurried over to help her up. Kui Liu stood up, laughing. If you don't want to leave, just stay. Everyone can sleep here tonight. It's not far, just a few steps, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. That's the good thing about living close by. Kui Liu looked envious. The environment at Wangjiang Garden is so nice. I heard you can see the river from your home. How wonderful. Xue Ling smiled. Phase 2 is already under construction. Tell Amin to save up and buy a big one when the time comes. This place is already big enough, Kui Liu said softly. I can't be too greedy. I don't want him to feel too much pressure. Wow, what a good wife. So considerate of your husband, that's rare, Xue Ling teased. Kui Liu blushed and said quietly, He's good to me, so of course I want to be good to him. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a glance and both smiled. As dawn broke, Xue's father and mother were already awake. Unable to sleep, they simply got up, washed, poured some hot water, and sat in the living room chatting while looking out at the river view. Wow! Even in this cold weather there are people out fishing. Of course, Xue's father replied. It hardly snows here, so the river doesn't freeze. Naturally, people can fish. Actually, fish taste even better in the cold. Xue's mother gave him a playful glare. You know about that? Of course I do, Xue's father laughed. Freshwater fish are tastier in winter. The meat is firmer. In winter, there's less food in the water, so the fish get leaner, and lean fish taste better. Really? I thought fatty fish were tastier, Xue's mother said, unconvinced. It's true, I'm not lying. Think about it. Do you pick the fatty parts when you buy pork? Of course not. You go for the lean meat. Xue's mother thought about it and had to admit it made some sense. Then we should try some while we're here. That's easy, Xue's father said. Last night Ahu told me he's free these days and plans to barbecue every night. He wants us to come tonight and try his specialty grilled fish. Muhai also said his godson's grilled fish is really something. Oh, we have to try it then. Xue's mother squinted at the shimmering river. Look at the water quality here. And all that green grass around, even in winter. Fish raised in a place like this must be delicious. Xue's father couldn't help but laugh softly. Don't come here and get fat again. Last time you went home complaining your clothes were too tight. Don't get too fat. You need to watch your weight. Oh, get out! Xue's mother laughed and scolded. If I get fat, you won't want me anymore? I'll get fat just to spite you. Let's see if you dare not want me. I wouldn't dare, Xue's father chuckled. The fatter the pig, the more valuable. After all these years, you finally put on a little weight. Makes me look good. Your sister-in-law always says we work too hard, that you're so thin it makes them feel sorry for you. Xue's mother's face darkened. If she really cared, she wouldn't keep coming to our factory every few days. I've been married for years. My parents raised me for less time than you have. What right does she have? All right, Xue's father interrupted gently. We're not struggling anymore. If we can help, we help. Back when we were poor, I had to think twice about giving a few extra yuan. Now things are better. A few hundred doesn't matter. If they ask, we give a little. Everyone's happy. I'm not happy, Xue's mother said seriously. You've done right by my parents. When they were old, we took care of them, gave money, even paid most of the funeral costs. But my sister-in-law's family always comes to you for money. Do they really need it? They all earn good money. Year after year, you're so generous. They just see you as an easy mark, always trying to get your money. It annoys me. All right, Xue's father soothed. It's all small stuff. If money can solve it, it's not a big problem. Now that we're doing well, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone's feelings, it's fine. Xue's mother sighed. People are never satisfied. You can't always indulge them. I know you do it for me, but it doesn't make me happy. I know. Xue's father patted her hand gently. This year, we're spending New Year's here. No one's at home, no one at the factory. Even if they wanted to ask for money, they can't. By the time we go back, the holiday will be over. What excuse will they have? We've avoided it this time, haven't we? Xue's mother nodded. If something really happens, of course we'll help, but otherwise let's not let them keep finding excuses to take our money. The money they had was earned through hard work, not stolen or taken from others. Just because they had more, why should even her own family expect her to pay for every little holiday? People who lack self-awareness will eventually be resented, even by their closest relatives. Xue's father just smiled, not taking it to heart. Back when he was at his lowest, her family never truly looked down on him, and in the end, she waited for him to marry her. For that alone, he'd be grateful for a lifetime. Her parents were gone now, but their son and grandchildren were still here. He'd do what he could for them. Just then, a voice called softly from outside the door. Haitang, are you awake? I think I heard you talking. Xue's mother hurried to open the door. There was Cheng Muhai, holding a big pot, wearing his coat and hat, smiling. I went out and bought stone-ground soy milk. Come drink it while it's hot. Wow, stone-ground soy milk? Xue's father jumped up. I haven't had that in ages, smells so good. Cheng Muhai called, Come on, let's eat. Xue's mother explained with a smile. Ever since we moved to the garment factory, we eat with the workers. Whatever the canteen cooks, we eat. His stomach isn't great, so I always have him eat porridge in the morning. Liu Ying set out bowls and chopsticks, laughing. You can't get soy milk in a big canteen. I made char siu buns yesterday afternoon, Ling Ling's favorite. They're already steamed, so let's have buns and soy milk, how about it? Perfect, Xue's father grinned. A match made in heaven. Some helped with the buns, some ladled the soy milk, and soon the four of them were sitting around the table eating. Liu Ying laughed. We're talking so loudly, and Ranran's still not awake. He played so hard yesterday, he slept really soundly, didn't even wake up for water in the night, still sleeping now. Cheng Muhai explained. Hu's been free these days, always taking us out to play. That kid really sticks to his godfather. That's great, Xue's mother smiled. I liked Hu from the first time I met him, so cheerful and generous, you can tell he's a good person. Having another son like him? What good taste. Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying both laughed. Xue's father couldn't help but ask, By the way, where's Fang? Haven't seen her. Why is school break so late? She went to the southern island to visit a water conservancy project, Liu Ying explained. It's a school trip. They said tickets are hard to get at the end of the year, so if she can't get one, she might not be back until after the holiday. If it's a school trip, there's nothing to worry about, Xue's father said gently. With teachers and classmates, it's definitely safer. Xue's mother agreed. It's great to travel while you're young. Now there are trains everywhere, it's so convenient. Not like our day when you had to walk everywhere. How far could you go? Cheng Muhai sighed softly, lowering his voice. I used to think we'd lost that girl. But now that she's back on the right path, we're really happy. As long as she studies hard and becomes a good person, we'll support her. Everyone makes mistakes, Xue's father said quietly. Finding your way back is what matters. The four of them all smiled quietly. Just then, a soft little voice came from the bedroom. Grandma, Grandpa. Grandma and maternal grandma heard the commotion and hurried over to help the little one get dressed and wash up. After tidying up, they took the child out for soy milk and bread. Little Ran was already over a year old, with a few teeth coming in. She ate slowly, but her chewing ability was developing well enough for her to eat soft bread and some fruit. The little one obediently munched on bread while sipping soy milk. Liu Ying, smiling, said, Lingling is already over 2 months along now. The due date is in July, so it might be really hot by then. Doing postpartum confinement in the summer is a hassle. Xue's mom thought for a moment and said, How about letting her give birth in the capital? It's not as hot there in the summer, especially near the water. Last year we bought a plot of land right by a small lake. Recently someone wanted to invest in building rental cabins there. I thought, why not build them ourselves? We could stay there when it gets hot in the summer. But her dad said he's too busy to go. I was just about to discuss it with Lingling. If we do build, you all can come too and pick a cabin to stay in. Cheng Muhai couldn't help but ask, Is the place big? How many cabins are you planning to build? Xue's dad replied, It's pretty big. The other party wants to build a ring of cabins around the lake, all nicely decorated to rent out to tourists. They're talking about building around 20 cabins. That's quite a lot, Cheng Muhai said, puzzled. But are there really that many tourists going to the capital? Will the cabins be rented out every day? Yes, Xue's dad explained. He said he'll advertise on TV, radio, train stations, and airports with a phone number and address. If travelers like it, they can go straight there, pay a deposit, and move in. It's basically like staying at a hotel or guest house, Xue's mom laughed. But the place is bigger and the environment is better. Of course, the rent is a bit higher too. Liu Ying and Cheng Muhai understood. Xue's dad continued. When we bought the land, it was registered under Lingling's name, so she's the legal owner. The other party is a tourism development company in the capital. They said there are lots of scenic spots nearby, convenient transportation, and the lake and greenery make for a great environment, so they want to develop it into a resort. I don't really understand this business, but they want to rent the land for over 20 years. That long? Liu Ying asked. What if we need the land ourselves one day? Wouldn't we lose access to it? Xue's dad nodded. That's my concern too. It's better to let Lingling decide. The next 20 years belong to the younger generation. Our ideas are already outdated. But Xue's mom thought it was a good idea and smiled. They said as long as we rent them the land, they'll pay us a fixed rent every day. All the development and investment is on them. We just collect the rent. That's pretty good, Cheng Muhai said. At least it's a steady income. The land is just sitting there anyway, not being farmed or used for anything. Isn't that a waste? Exactly, Xue's dad explained. We bought it last year and all it's done is grow weeds. At most we pass by occasionally and take a look from afar. We don't have the time or energy to manage it. Let's ask Lingling, Liu Ying said with a smile. She's resourceful. Maybe she'll have some ideas. No need. Xue's dad shook his head with a wry smile. Let her handle it herself. We won't get involved. That girl is ambitious, always thinking about making money and investing. Let her try it herself. If she suffers a loss, it'll be a good lesson. What are you saying? Xue's mom laughed. She's never lost money before. Xue's dad said seriously. No one in business always makes money unless they're a god. She's still young. It's good for her to experience some setbacks and learn. Later, Xue Ling woke up. After hearing her parents' discussion, she couldn't help but ask, When did this happen? How come you didn't mention it a few days ago? It was introduced by old Tang, Xue's mom explained. He brought 2 people to the factory the day before yesterday to discuss it with us. Your dad and I don't know this industry, so we said the land is yours and you should decide. After the Lantern Festival, we'll go back and ask again. Xue's dad was holding little Ranran by the window, looking at the river view. He turned his head and said, "It's up to you. If you think it's appropriate, agree to it, and we'll just collect the rent. The land is just sitting there, and it's a pity to let it go to waste." Cheng Tianyuan was making tea while sneaking glances at Xue Ling. Xue Ling sipped her soy milk slowly. "I don't think it's a good idea." "What's wrong with it?" Xue's dad smiled. "If we think the rent is fair, we rent it out. If not, we don't. Whether the business does well or not is their problem, not ours." Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, "First, the lease term is too long. The rent is usually fixed. Whatever is said at the start stays the same. If it's written into the contract, it's hard to raise the rent later. Rent will definitely go up in 3, 5, or 10 years, so we'd lose out." 20 years is really too long, Xue's mom said quietly. "By then we'll be 80. Xue Ling continued. "Also, they want to build rental cabins. Investments like this in tourism facilities usually only last about 10 years, sometimes even less. People's spending power isn't that high yet. If the resort doesn't make money, will they sublet it? Will it turn into some shady workshop? If they pollute the environment or do something illegal, I'm the legal owner and could get dragged into trouble. Better not." Xue's mom asked, "So, don't rent it out?" "No," Xue Ling said. "Let's keep the land. If we have money in the future, we can invest ourselves. Don't rent it out, especially not for so many years." "Up to you." Xue's dad squinted. "At first it sounded pretty good, but I also think the lease is too long. I'm worried about changes in the middle. The worst would be if they sublet it and turn it into a mess. In short, we can't trust people we don't know well." "Exactly." Xue Ling gave her dad a thumbs up. "Never do business with people of questionable character, or you'll suffer big losses sooner or later." This time, after Liu Xing caused such a big problem, she realized he wasn't someone she could work with long term, so she immediately decided not to partner with him on the photo studio anymore. Liu Ying, who was sweeping nearby, looked up and explained with a smile, "We were just thinking, since you'll be doing postpartum confinement in the summer, it'll be really hot. Haitang said if we could build a cabin by the lake, the air would be good and it'd be cool, so you could stay there for your confinement." Xue Ling was taken aback, then smiled. "It's not really ideal. There are scenic spots all around, so it's not convenient to buy things. Plus, the lakeside is all grass and trees. Building just one cabin would be a waste and it's not very safe." "That's true," Xue's mom said. "We'd have to build roads and everything. It's a hassle." Xue's dad said, "No rush. You're just pregnant. There's still half a year to go. We bought so many apartments in the capital, we can just pick a cool one to stay in." "We'll see when the time comes," Xue Ling said lazily. "If it doesn't work out, we'll just stay here. We're by the river, and if we open the windows, the river breeze is pretty strong. It's not too hot in the summer." "We'll see then." Cheng Tianyuan finally finished making tea and called out, "Dad, Mom, come have some tea." After finishing her meal, Xue Ling drove to the hospital to visit Wang Ting. Wang Ting was looking much better. The doctor said her inflammation was almost gone, her appetite had returned, and her recovery was very promising. The doctor said Chinger is in good health and still young, so she's recovering quickly. Wang Ting held Xue Ling's hand and said gently, "It's already the 28th today, just 2 days until New Year's Eve. I hope I can go home for the New Year." Wang Lan, who was tidying up nearby, smiled and said, "Of course you can. Sis, eat a bit more. Maybe you'll be discharged as soon as tomorrow." Wang Ting smiled softly and said in a low voice, "My sister-in-law has been busy cooking 3 meals a day for us these past few days. She's worked so hard. When you go back, help out more with the housework. Don't let her get too tired." "Okay," Wang Lan nodded. Aunt Wang smiled and said, "Those two have a good relationship. Ever since your brother got married, he's become more reliable and hardworking. As soon as he gets home, he helps out. Your sister-in-law is always busy too, doing embroidery and crafts to earn money whenever she has time, and she cooks every meal herself." Wang Lan quickly added, "Sis, my wife insisted on bringing you home for the New Year. She says we're all family and our home is your home too. You're always welcome to stay. You can sleep with me, Aunt Wang said softly. It's cold, so we can squeeze together. I can keep you company and chat. Wang Qing smiled and said, All right. But after the new year, I might not stay at home. I'm planning to rent a small apartment near Lingling's place, somewhere quiet so I can focus on writing. I haven't worked on my essay collection for over a year. I can't put it off any longer. Why rent an apartment? Wang Lan said seriously. There's still room at home, sis. Don't worry, my wife is great. She respects you and really likes you. You know that. But Aunt Wang was worried that if Wang Qing stayed long-term, her daughter-in-law might secretly be unhappy. She said quietly, Don't argue. Your sister is old enough to know what's best for herself. Just listen to her. Wang Lan fell silent, a little embarrassed. Xue Ling shook her head. You don't need to rent a place. That apartment is part of your marital property. You and your husband paid off the rest of the mortgage after you got married. Legally, you have a share in that apartment. Really? Aunt Wang was overjoyed and said excitedly, My Chinger has been married to that jerk for over a year. She can't walk away with nothing. He did wrong, so he should compensate her. Xue Ling nodded. He cheated and betrayed the family. That's a legal reason for divorce. Tell Liu Xing the apartment is yours, you don't want his money, and just divorce peacefully. She paused, then asked, Are you really sure? You want a divorce? Yes, Wang Qing said quietly. There's no love left, only hatred. There's nothing to hold on to. For him, I've already died once. Now I've been reborn, and I want to live my own life. From now on, there's no place for that disgusting man in my world. Seeing her so determined, Xue Ling didn't try to persuade her otherwise. Since Liu Xing ran off 2 days ago, he hadn't shown up again. While she was in the hospital, her life hung in the balance, but he was nowhere to be found. As soon as someone questioned him, he ran off and never came back. It wasn't just her, even old Liu was furious. Liu's mom and dad had come to see Wang Qing yesterday, but they just shook their heads and sighed before leaving quickly. Wang Qing had been firm from the start. She just wanted a divorce, nothing more to say. Xue Ling said, That apartment is your joint property. Other than that, he doesn't have much. His photo studio is rented and his income is unstable. So even if he doesn't want to give you the apartment, you should at least get half its value. You're legally married, so even after divorce, you have the right to what's yours. Okay. Wang Qing took note seriously. Seeing that Wang Ting was fine and had her brother and mother with her, Xue Ling said goodbye, promising to visit again tomorrow, and left. Just as she walked out of the hospital, she saw old Liu coming in slowly, carrying a few apples. Old Liu, Xue Ling greeted him. Director Liu smiled kindly and asked, You're here early today. Heading out already? Yes, Xue Ling explained. She's much better. The doctor said her recovery is going surprisingly well. She might even be discharged on New Year's Eve. Director Liu nodded. Youth is a blessing. She's recovering fast. Then he lowered his voice and said, Just now, I went to find Liu Xing. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. What did he say? What's he planning to do? Director Liu's face darkened. That brat mumbled about wanting a divorce and said it was Wang Qing who brought it up, not him. I was so angry I slapped him. Xue Ling rolled her eyes. He's good at making excuses. It's all Wang Ting's fault, right? She's the one who got hurt. She's the one who tried to starve herself, and none of it has anything to do with him? Director Liu handed her an apple, then lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. That kid, he really makes me mad. Xue Ling said, He's already with that other woman. His heart left home long ago. If that's the case, just let them divorce. Wang Qing is set on it. No one can change her mind. Director Liu squinted and said quietly, That girl isn't a good person at all, and she looks only 17 or 18. She's not a good match for Liu Xing. We can't control that, Xue Ling interrupted. He's almost 30. He knows what kind of partner is right for him. When he married Wang Qing, didn't we all think they were a perfect match? And look how quickly it fell apart. Old Lu, we're all adults. We have to take responsibility for our choices. You're right, Old Lu said seriously. I told him, you made your choice, so even if you regret it, don't blame us for not warning you. He got all teary-eyed and said he wasn't happy with Wang Qing, that it was different with the other girl. He even said, that girl might already be pregnant with his child. Xue Ling's face was expressionless. What did his parents say? I bet they didn't dare say much. His mom wanted to persuade Wang Qing to stay at first, but after she found out her son cheated, she didn't dare say another word. Old Lu sighed. They're honest people. Liu Xing is almost 30. He's not a kid anymore. It's not their place to interfere. Xue Ling didn't want to ask further and explained, I've already told Wang Ting to fight for the apartment. Even if she can't get it, she should get half its value. She deserves it. Director Liu, who knew the law, nodded quickly. That's right. She's the victim in this marriage. To be honest, she's already lost so much. She deserves some compensation. In the past year, Wang Ting had fallen ill, had her heart broken, and now would have to live with the stigma of being divorced. His eyes reddened as he said quietly, with her mom and brother by her side, she pretends to be strong so they won't worry. But that child, she's not really strong at all. Poor girl. Life won't be easy for her in the future. When Xue Ling got home, she found the house empty. No one else was there. Then she spotted a note on the coffee table in the living room. Ling, Hu drove us out for a trip. We won't be back for lunch. You and Yuan figure out something to eat. We've taken little Ran with us, don't worry, we've packed everything he needs. Xue Ling recognized her mom's handwriting at a glance. Looking at the empty house, she couldn't help but let out a wry laugh. So it looked like it would just be her and brother Yuan for lunch today. Not bad. Some time for just the two of them. With nothing else to do, she decided to drive over to the construction site next door for a look. Everything was tidy and clean. The three elders took turns watching over the place, making sure someone was always at the front and back doors. All the valuable items had been put away, so there was no need to worry about theft. She greeted the elders, took a quick walk around, and then left. Thinking about Liao Zhongnian's wife and wondering how she was doing, Xue Ling went home and found her aunt's office number to call. At first, a young woman answered and told her to call back in half an hour, as the doctor was in surgery and couldn't take the call. Xue Ling thanked her and quickly called the Shan Yue couple's home instead. Chen Shuiyu answered, laughing as she said she was out shopping for the new year and had even bought a pretty little dress for Xiao Yuyu. Xue Ling asked with a smile, Has Afeng contacted you? Have you seen her? Yes, Chen Shuiyu replied. She called us and said they're traveling along the coast. It's been really hard to get tickets home for the new year, so they could only get tickets for the morning of the first day of the new year. They'll probably get back to Rongcheng around the third or fourth day. Is she going straight back to Rongcheng? Xue Ling asked. I think so, Chen Shuiyu said. That's what she said on the phone. Tickets to the provincial capital were even harder to get, so she just bought tickets back to Rongcheng. She's having a great time. And since everyone's traveling together, she can't break away to meet us. She said she'll see us another time. As long as she's having fun, Xue Ling said, thanking her before hanging up. Half an hour later, she called her aunt again. This time, her aunt answered personally and explained that Boss Liao's wife had woken up on the third morning after surgery. She was still a bit dazed, and her memory wasn't very clear, but the doctor said her recovery was going well. With her husband and son by her side, constantly helping her regain her memory, things were looking optimistic. Xue Ling thanked her aunt. Auntie, I really appreciate your help this time. Her aunt laughed. It's nothing, just part of my job, no trouble at all. But it's Ah Heng who's been a handful for your parents. I heard that a few days ago when it snowed heavily, he ran out to play in the snow with friends all day, caught a cold, and just drank some water and slept for a whole day and night, thinking he'd be fine because he's young. Later, your dad called him, heard something off in his voice, and immediately drove over to take him to the clinic for medicine and an injection. When I found out, I scolded him. He's not a kid anymore, but still acts like one. Luckily, your parents were there to look after him. Xue Ling laughed. We're all family. No need to be so polite. My parents arrived in Rongcheng yesterday evening, and this morning they went out with my in-laws. That's great, her aunt said with a wry smile. I have to work every day, even during the New Year. Ling, it's wonderful that your parents and in-laws get along so well. As the younger generation, that's all we can hope for. It makes things so much easier for us. Yes, they've known each other since they were young, so their relationship has always been good, Xue Ling said warmly. My in-laws are honest, simple, and very hospitable people. That's wonderful, her aunt laughed. You're really blessed. They chatted for over 10 minutes until someone called her aunt away for work, and then they hung up. Xue Ling looked around the empty house, not sure what to do with herself. It was almost 11 o'clock, but she didn't feel like cooking. She lazed on the sofa, waiting for Cheng Tianyuan to come home. Since it was just the two of them for once, why not go out to eat? No cooking, no dishes. How nice. Just as she was happily making plans, she heard the sound of a key at the door. With a click, Cheng Tianyuan came in, carrying 2 big mesh bags. Xue Ling grinned, still curled up on the sofa, and laughed lazily. Why did you buy so much? I was planning for us to eat out for lunch. Cheng Tianyuan smiled indulgently and went to the kitchen to put the groceries down. You don't eat much, and you're picky about smells and sweetness. What could we even eat out? Since we're free at noon, I'll cook something for you. He washed his hands, lit the 2 coal stoves, and strode back out. Once the stoves are hot, I'll start cooking. Xue Ling had no appetite and asked, What are we eating? What do you want? Cheng Tianyuan gently brushed her hair back behind her ear. Ever since she gave birth to little Ran Ran last year, she'd kept her hair short, never letting it grow past her shoulders. Now that she was pregnant again, she'd probably cut it short soon. Xue Ling snuggled into his arms and muttered, I don't feel like eating anything. Maybe some hot and sour noodles? As soon as he heard that, Cheng Tianyuan quickly nudged her aside. I'll go boil some water for the noodles. If you don't soak them long enough, they'll never cook through. Xue Ling giggled and followed him into the kitchen. Cheng Tianyuan found the sweet potato noodles, put them in a pot, and poured in most of a thermos of hot water. The noodles quickly softened and loosened up. He set the pot on the coal stove and added some cold water. Let them simmer slowly or they'll be too tough to eat. No worries. Xue Ling hugged his waist, acting spoiled. I'm not even hungry. It's fine to wait a bit longer. When it was just the two of them, Xue Ling always liked to stick close to him. Ever since she got pregnant, she was even more afraid of the cold and getting tired, and loved to snuggle up to him. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. I eat for one and digest for one. After 2 hours, I'm hungry again after breakfast. But you eat for 2 and digest for 2, and you're never hungry. I just don't get it. He put the lid on the pot, then turned and hugged her. Once the coal is burning, the air in here gets bad. Come on, let's go to the living room or maybe the bedroom. Xue Ling nuzzled into his shoulder, acting spoiled. I just want to go to bed and nap. I don't want to move. Cheng Tianyuan's face flushed a little, and he bent down to kiss her forehead. Not now. You're pregnant. Xue Ling blushed instantly and pouted. What are you thinking? I just meant I'm tired and want to lie down for a bit. Cheng Tianyuan laughed, hugged her, and led her to the bedroom. It's cold. Sleeping under the covers is the best. But I'm worried if you sleep too much and don't move around, you'll lose your appetite even more. You still need to eat something, or it's not good for you or the baby. It's fine, Xue Ling said, taking off her coat and hanging it up, then her pants, and hanging those up too. Didn't Uncle Zhilan say that in the early stages the baby doesn't need much nutrition? It just relies on the mother's reserves. But you don't have much in reserve, Cheng Tianyuan teased with a laugh. You're so skinny. What reserves do you have? Hearing that, Xue Ling glared at him angrily. What do you mean I don't have reserves? I'm not all skin and bones. Of course I have reserves. Plenty. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at her, his eyes lingering on her now fuller chest thanks to the pregnancy, and let out a low chuckle. Those reserves are for future milk, not for now. Xue Ling's face flushed red. She pinched his waist in embarrassment. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't afraid of pain, but he was ticklish, so he quickly dodged her attack and pulled the blanket over her. "It's cold. Don't wander around without your coat or you'll catch a chill." Xue Ling burrowed under the covers, muttering, "It's still around 10 degrees these days, maybe even warmer at noon." "It's warmer when the sun's out," Cheng Tianyuan explained gently. "Sometimes it gets up to 15 or 16 degrees at midday. Yesterday, when my parents got off the plane, they immediately took off a sweater. There was thick snow where they came from, so it feels much warmer here." Xue Ling mumbled, "Rongcheng doesn't get cold air or snow, so it's pretty warm. If there's sunshine, it's really nice, but why did it feel so cold that first year we lived in that rental place?" "That year had more snow, so it was colder," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Usually we only get a few snowfalls a year and they're not heavy. That year was the coldest in recent years." It really was inconvenient. Xue Ling thought back to those years struggling by the southern coast, and it all felt like a lifetime ago. "Time really flies," Cheng Tianyuan smiled, eyes narrowing. "Yeah, it's already been over 2 years since we rented that place." In those 2 years, they'd moved to the development zone, then to Wangjiang Garden. They'd had a child and brought both sets of parents to live with them. "When I was living alone in the county, I always dreamed of buying a big house, bringing my parents to live with me, having a wife and son to keep the home warm. That was my life's goal." "That's all?" Xue Ling teased. "That's not so hard." Cheng Tianyuan shot her a look and said quietly, "If I'd only relied on my one job, and doing manual labor at the docks at night, it would have been very hard. The money I made carrying goods was just enough for food, but my dad's expenses were high. His health only improved in the last 2 years, after he got a prosthetic arm and followed Uncle Jilan's herbal recipes for months. If I'd had to save a few dozen yuan a month, it would have taken years to buy a house, and that's if nothing big came up." Xue Ling thought of those nights he worked at the docks and felt a pang of heartache. Life really was tough back then. "Not at all," Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "Once you married in, you paid off all the debts at once. I finally got my own room and a big kitchen to cook in. So convenient. That's when I could finally eat meat every day. Before, I'd go days, even weeks, without a single meat dish." Xue Ling couldn't help but joke. "See? You should have proposed earlier and married me sooner. Regret it now, don't you?" "Regret it very much." Cheng Tianyuan smiled, tucking her in. "I'm going to check on the noodles. Oh, by the way, Amin went to help at the shop this morning and said Uncle Chang sent over another lamb leg to the development zone." "Another one?" Xue Ling asked curiously. "How many sheep does Uncle Chang have? Don't tell me our family's eaten them all." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "Last year's harvest wasn't good, so he borrowed money from Dad to buy a dozen lambs and started raising them for milk and meat, plus some crops. Now the lambs have grown, but he can't pay Dad back yet. He said he'd give us a few lamb legs for New Year and pay the rest next year. Dad said if he brings 4 lamb legs, we'll just count that as payment. Uncle Chang was happy, so he brought one over when he butchered a lamb. It's the end of the year, so more people are eating meat and we're getting more lamb legs." Xue Ling nodded, saying softly, "If we can help, we should. Our family was so poor in the village before. Anyone who helped us, we should always remember." "We do," Cheng Tianyuan said. "Uncle Chang and Dad have always been close. He used to lend Dad money for medicine. Now, whenever he comes to the development zone, Dad gives him cigarettes and daily necessities. If he ever asks for help, Dad never refuses." "Good," Xue Ling smiled. "I've met him a few times. He's a really honest, good man." Cheng Tianyuan said, "Chen Min said Sister Kui Liu is cleaning the lamb, and this afternoon she'll help marinate some spices and chilies. Tonight, when Ahu grills fish, they'll grill the lamb together." "Wow, everyone must be hooked," Xue Ling laughed. "We just had grilled fish last night, and now we're having it again tonight." "As long as everyone enjoys it," Cheng Tianyuan said warmly. "Everyone's busy most of the year. It's rare to have time to gather at the end of the year, eat, drink, laugh, and chat. That's what the New Year is all about." Xue Ling muttered. I'm the only one who can't eat much. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. I'll go make something you can eat. After lunch, Cheng Tianyuan cleaned up the kitchen and then went to the shop. With the new year approaching, lots of people were out shopping. It was already the 28th, but there were still crowds, so business was booming. Chen Min, with nothing to do in the development zone, rode his bike to visit Kui Lu's grandfather. Seeing how busy the shop was, he decided to stay and help. With Chen Min's help, Cheng Tianyuan was able to go home for lunch. When he got back to the shop, it was just after lunch break. There were fewer customers, and everyone had a moment to rest. What did you all have for lunch? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Grandpa He replied with a smile. Kui Hua made rice bowls for everyone and a big pot of seaweed soup. It was delicious. Chen Min said, The kitchen we built out back is great, separate from the warehouse with good ventilation and light. Cheng Tianyuan explained. Originally, the staff had to handle their own lunches, which was inconvenient. Eating out was too expensive, and the subsidy I gave was only enough for a yuan per person. So I talked to the landlord about building a small kitchen out back. She agreed but wouldn't pay for it, so I bought bricks and cement myself. It only took 2 days to build, with big windows and some kitchenware. It was a big investment, but now we use it every day, so it's worth it. It's great, Grandpa He said. We get hot meals every day, and Kui Hua's cooking is wonderful. I always ask her to make extra at lunch so I can heat it up for dinner. Chen Min, feeling sorry for the old man, said quietly, Leftovers aren't good. It's better to have something freshly cooked. Don't worry, Grandpa He said. It's all ladled out, not leftovers. Kui Hua is very good to me. That's good, Chen Min said warmly. Kui Lu said you should come to our place for New Year's Eve dinner. My cousin and aunt will be there too. All right, Grandpa He agreed happily, knowing the invitation was sincere. I'll come over after dinner to help keep watch. There's so much stock here, someone has to keep an eye on it. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Grandpa He, we'll be counting on you to watch the shop during the holiday. Don't mention it. It's my duty. Grandpa He laughed heartily. Chen Min beckoned Cheng Tianyuan over, and the two of them walked to a corner. This morning, Wang Huan came to the development zone to find me. She said she's left the supply and marketing cooperative and asked if we're hiring. Wang Huan? It took Cheng Tianyuan a moment to recall, and he couldn't help but ask, why isn't she at the supply and marketing cooperative anymore? Wasn't she related to that fat guy over there? Chen Min explained. I'm not sure. She just said the fat guy never gave her a raise, so she didn't want to work there anymore. Cheng Tianyuan had never had a good impression of Wang Huan. She was proud and temperamental, often lazy at work, not friendly to others, always nitpicking and spoke rudely. No, she's not suitable for working at Dajiale, Cheng Tianyuan said bluntly. She's not trustworthy. Chen Min, always honest and sincere, said quietly, She really isn't easy to get along with. I didn't dare agree, just told her we have enough staff. She asked me to check with you, said she's really sincere about wanting to work here, and that since we all know each other, we should look out for our own. He smiled awkwardly and added, Sometimes it's actually harder to turn down people you know. But Cheng Tianyuan wasn't worried. He said firmly, If she asks again, just tell her I'm not willing. We have enough workers. She should look elsewhere. Chen Min nodded, lowering his voice. She still isn't married. Oh. Cheng Tianyuan replied indifferently, picking up a rag to wipe down the shelves, clearly uninterested. Chen Min chuckled quietly, lowering his voice even more. Back then, she was dead set on marrying you. She even said she had a county household registration, and if you married her, you could move your registration to the county too. What do you think? Isn't my registration in Chengjia village just fine? Cheng Tianyuan retorted. What's so great about a county registration? What does it get you, huh? Chen Min shrugged. If you don't like it, you have your reasons. Lots of people think the county is better than the countryside, that a city registration is better than a rural one. That's their thinking, Cheng Tianyuan said. My wife says a good registration means better access to education. If the county had great schools, maybe I'd be tempted. But there are only 2 or 3 ordinary elementary schools and 1 middle school here, barely better than the countryside. What's there to envy? Besides, we have several apartments in the county now, so getting a registration here would be easy, but my wife says there's no need for now. Is your wife thinking about registering in the capital? Chen Min asked curiously. If it's the capital, that's really something. Cheng Tianyuan paused, then shook his head. I haven't asked her. If she wants the kids registered in the capital, that's up to her. They'd have to be born there, right? Chen Min asked. Cheng Tianyuan explained. Last time I moved Afeng's registration to the county, I asked the staff. They said as long as you buy a brand new apartment locally, you can register your child's household there. Your wife's family bought new apartments, right? Chen Min asked. Yeah, they bought quite a few at the end of last year, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Chen Min grinned. That's great. Then little Ran Ran and his future siblings can all be registered in the capital. That's the best city in the country. Everyone dreams of moving there. Cheng Tianyuan felt a bit tempted. The education and environment in the capital were the best in the country. Honestly, he wasn't impressed with the county's schools, but in the capital, every district had a dozen elementary schools, plus so many middle and high schools and universities. It was really appealing. I'll talk it over with my wife. Ran Ran hasn't been registered yet, so we can decide when the time comes. Chen Min urged, You should hurry before the policy changes and it gets harder. The capital is the best city. Everyone's dying to get in. I still have to discuss it with my wife. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. She makes all the big decisions at home. I have to listen to her. Ha ha, Chen Min laughed. Your wife seems easy to talk to. If she can make the decisions for you, you should count yourself lucky. Haven't I always been happy? Cheng Tianyuan said, still wiping the shelves. Since she married in 3 or 4 years ago, the house has changed so much. Now we're about to have another child. I'm thrilled. Earlier at home, I told her that if I'd only worked at the supply and marketing cooperative, I'd never have made enough. Life would have been tight, and I might not have been able to take care of both the elders and the kids. That's not likely, Chen Min said, squinting. Lots of people get by on a little land. The key is your mindset. Now you have a car, a house, and make over 200 yuan a day. Compared to the old days of 100 a month, that's a huge difference. Once you start making real money, your thinking changes too. They'd been good friends for over 10 years, and Chen Min was truly amazed by how much things had changed for Cheng Tianyuan in recent years. And a little envious, too. Luckily, with such a good friend and cousin to guide him, his own life had become much more stable, and he'd made good money as well. Cheng Tianyuan finished arranging a stack of canned fish and explained, Life is always changing. In the past, eating fish or meat even a few times a year was a treat. Now, with these canned fish, people see it as a luxury and rush to buy it, showing off if they get some. But those who are tired of canned fish start craving fresh fish from the river. As your circumstances change, so do your desires. Chen Min chuckled. So what are you aiming for next? Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. I was thinking of opening a few more shops, but my wife said to forget about these little stores. She said, she's reserved a big shopping mall for me in Wangjiangyuan, and I should open a business there. A mall? Chen Min exclaimed. Like a department store? Something like that, Cheng Tianyuan said. Maybe even bigger. How big? Chen Min asked. Bigger than the department store in Rongcheng? Probably, Cheng Tianyuan replied. My wife said it's the whole first floor of a big building, and most of the second floor too. They planned for it during construction, and the main structure is already done. Chen Min was stunned. That must be huge. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. I don't even know. She said it's all set up, and when the time is right, she'll take me to see it. It's still under construction, so it's not safe to visit yet. She's only seen it from a distance herself. Chen Min fell silent, then burst out laughing. I was just about to bring something up, but now I don't dare. What is it? Just say it, Cheng Tianyuan asked. Chen Min explained. Yesterday, I talked it over with Kui Liu. We were thinking of using this year's earnings to open another shop with you, but now I guess that's not going to happen. I won't have the time, Cheng Tianyuan said with a wry smile. She's pregnant with our second. Ran is still little, and next year or the year after we'll probably be busy with the new mall. There just won't be time or energy. Chen Min waved it off. Then I'll just save the money and wait. Just wait a bit, Cheng Tianyuan suggested. If the mall is really big, you can come help out. We'll use the same partnership model as before and split the profits. Deal, Chen Min agreed happily, delighted with the idea. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, everyone was excited, happily preparing to welcome the new year. Chung Muhai and Xue's father put up couplets and cheerfully pasted the Fu character for good luck. Liu Ying and Xue's mother got up early to start preparing the reunion dinner. After breakfast, little Ran waited at the door for Ah Hu. When he saw Ah Hu coming out of the elevator, he ran over and hugged his leg with excitement. Ah Hu laughed and took the little one to his place, saying they were going to Chen Min's house for the reunion dinner and would come back to help in the afternoon since there wasn't much to do in the morning. Little Ran clung to Ah Hu's neck and wouldn't let go, so Xue Ling had no choice but to let him go with Ah Hu. Don't make trouble for Uncle, okay? Okay, the little one replied crisply, and went downstairs with Ah Hu in the elevator. Cheng Tianyuan's shop was still open in the morning, packed with customers buying all sorts of New Year goods and couplets. Kids bought little firecrackers to play with. Chen Min and Li Kuihua were in charge of taking payments and keeping accounts, and even then, they could barely keep up. Grandpa He and Cheng Tianyuan handled stocking and helping customers, working up a sweat despite the cold weather. Xue Ling had felt nauseous yesterday and stayed home, but felt better after getting up today. Wondering if Wang Ting had been discharged yet, and seeing there wasn't much she could help with at home, she packed some New Year goods into the car and drove to the hospital. As soon as she reached the ward, she heard what sounded like an argument. Suspicious, Xue Ling pushed open the door and was a little surprised. She saw Liu Xing and his mother there, with Aunt Wang and Wang Lan looking furious, and Wang Ting sitting on the bed, eyes red and face cold. Aunt Wang forced a smile when she saw Xue Ling. "Xiao Xue, you're here." Wang Ting immediately reached out to her, choking up, "Ling." Xue Ling handed the New Year goods to Aunt Wang and hurried over to hold Wang Ting's hand. "What's going on? Why are you arguing?" Liu Xing and his mother didn't dare speak, both lowering their heads. Wang Ting threw herself into Xue Ling's arms, sobbing quietly. Wang Lan, fuming, said loudly, "Sister Xue Ling, you be the judge. How can there be such shameless people in this world? The Liu family always claims to be honest, but what they say could make anyone furious. Liu Xing, you're a real bastard. You cheated on my sister, messed around with another woman, and now you want a divorce, but you won't give my sister the house or any money. Dream on." Aunt Wang glared. "My daughter's been married to you for a year and now you want a divorce? After this, my Chinger will have to live with the label of a divorced woman. If you won't give her the house or any money, then forget about getting a divorce. You and that woman will never have a good ending." Liu Xing kept his head down, not daring to react. Instead, Liu's mother forced a bitter smile and said quietly, "In-law, don't get so worked up. I know Chinger has been wronged and I know Liu Xing is at fault. But when we married Chinger, we didn't shortchange you on the bride price or anything. That house was bought with Liu Xing's earnings from photography. Chinger didn't help pay for it, so technically, she shouldn't get the house." "That's wrong," Xue Ling interrupted calmly. "You're mistaken. They're legally married, which means, according to the marriage law, all property acquired after marriage is jointly owned. That means Wang Qing owns half the house." "Did you hear that?" Aunt Wang shouted. "Xiao Xue is from the capital, and she's a big boss. You all heard what she said." "But you can't just split the house in half?" Liu's mother protested in a low voice. "That house is in such a good location, in Wangjiang. Everyone knows it's the best in Rongcheng. It's so big you can't just divide it down the middle." "You can convert it to cash and split the money," Xue Ling explained. "But how do you figure out the value?" Liu's mother forced a smile. "House prices are all over the place. Who knows what it's really worth?" "That's not a problem," Xue Ling said. I can help you find a fair market price, or we can ask a real estate agent for an estimate. Wang Ting leaned out and said loudly, You're the one who cheated and ruined our marriage? And now you want both the house and the money? I don't want your money, but I have a legal right to half the house, and I won't give that up. If you have any conscience left, let's part ways peacefully. But if you're this greedy, don't blame me for exposing all your dirty secrets. If you want to be shameless, then be shameless for life. Exactly. Running around with other women, messing around, Aunt Wang scolded. If you worked in a government office, you'd be fired for this. No morals at all. Wang Ting sneered. Director Liu already knows what you did. Rongcheng isn't that big. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. If you keep being shameless, just wait and see. Seeing her so worked up, Liu Xing shrank back and muttered, I'll get an appraisal and give you half. Wang Ting, eyes red, said nothing more. Liu's mother, distressed about the money, said quietly, What is this? Chinger, you and Liu Xing are still young. You married for love. Does it have to get this ugly? Half the house is at least 2,000. He only has that one shop, and he has to pay rent and utilities. It's not easy for him. Xue Ling squeezed Wang Ting's hand, giving her a look of encouragement to stand her ground. Wang Ting didn't disappoint, saying loudly, Did he ever cherish our relationship? Did he? If he really cared, would he have gone after another woman? He's not the only one who's had it hard. What about me? He betrayed our marriage, betrayed me, and I almost lost my life. Does that sound easy to you? Liu's mother was stunned by her sudden fierceness and just stood there speechless. Liu Xing stood up and said quietly, Mom, let's go. No, Liu's mother said with a bitter smile. Chinger, I know you're angry, but when we bought the house it was cheaper. Now it's worth a lot more. Xing has to work, support a family, and raise a child. It's not easy for him. You have a job and a steady income. Can't you take a little less? This isn't a vegetable market. Are you bargaining? Wang Lan snorted. Liu Xing, embarrassed and angry, snapped. Mom, stop talking. I said I'd give her half. Why are you still going on? If I don't have the money, I'll sell the house. Stop worrying. I'm sick of this. Let's go. Liu's mother, fuming, said, I'm just thinking of you. If you lose the house, are you and that woman going to squeeze into our old place? Let's go. Enough, Liu Xing muttered. Liu's mother glared at him and stormed out of the ward. Liu Xing, head down, quickly followed. Aunt Wang leaned down to her daughter and said, Don't trust him just because he said that. Make sure you get it in writing, black and white, or he might go back on his word. Right, Xue Ling said quietly. Before the divorce, make sure everything is settled clearly. By the way, today's New Year's Eve. Can't you be discharged yet? Wang Qing explained. The doctor said they'll do another check at noon, and if everything's fine, I can go home. I hope I can spend New Year's Eve at home. Xue Ling said gently, I brought you some New Year's treats. My parents brought them from the capital. They taste really different from what you get in Rongcheng. You and Auntie should try them. Thank you. Wang Ting held her hand tightly. Ling, you're always so good to me. Oh, come on. We're good friends. Xue Ling laughed. Wang Ting smiled too, her voice soft. Anyway, I won't say thank you for everything. You know how much it means to me. Xue Ling helped tidy her hair and said warmly, Try to get your spirits up. Once the New Year's over, you'll have a fresh start and a new hope. Wang Ting smiled faintly. I've calmed down a lot these past few days, and I see things more clearly now. Thank you and Director Liu for visiting me every day. Once I'm out of the hospital, I'll come by to wish you both a Happy New Year. Great, I'll be waiting. Xue Ling asked, Are you going to stay at your mom's place for now? Yes, Aunt Wang chimed in with a smile. Her sister-in-law is really happy. She quickly tidied up my room and bought lots of food, saying she wants to treat Chinger well. Wang Lan chuckled. My wife is always like my sister. Sis, don't worry about staying at home. You're my sister, and this is your home too. Wang Ting smiled. I know you all mean well, but I need to write, and it's hard to focus in a crowded house. I've already talked to Ling about renting a small apartment near her. After the 5th day of the new year, I'll move there. Sis! Wang Lan looked a little upset, his voice gentle. Are you really going to keep your distance from us? If you live alone, how can Mom and I not worry? No, Aunt Wang said softly. Your sister has her own plans. Let her be. She says she can take care of herself, and I can visit her sometimes. She'll work during the day, write at night, and take walks by the river in the mornings and evenings. She wants a peaceful life for a while. Wang Lan couldn't say much more. Sis, if you ever want to come home, you're always welcome. My wife and I will always be happy to have you. Wang Ting smiled gently. I know, I'll visit often. When my book is published, I'll treat you all to a big meal. Aunt Wang and Wang Lan both laughed. Xue Ling explained, I have one apartment left unrented, and it just happens to be right below mine. My friends, the Shan Yu family, used to live there, but after they had a baby, they moved back to the southern island. The beds, sofa, and all the daily necessities are there. Wang Qing can move in any time, just needs a good cleaning. Is it big? Aunt Wang asked with a laugh. Wang Lan and his wife don't have kids yet, so I don't need to help them. Sometimes I'd like to visit Qing'er, so I hope there's enough space. It's big, Xue Ling said. 3 bedrooms, a large living room, a kitchen, and 2 balconies. Aunt Wang was stunned. Wang Lan asked awkwardly, Sis, won't the rent be expensive? Not at all, Xue Ling said. For strangers, I'd charge market price. For friends, 10 or 20 yuan a month is fine. As long as the place is kept clean, I don't even need rent. I keep this apartment for family and friends, not to make money. If Wang Ting wants to stay, she just needs to keep it tidy and pay for electricity. No rent needed. No way, Wang Ting said, giving her a look. Your apartments are all new and nice, and you rent them out? How could I not pay rent? I wouldn't dare stay otherwise. Xue Ling usually charged others several dozen yuan a month, but she knew Wang Ting needed to save for surgery and would have big expenses ahead. Wang Ting didn't want to stay at her family's place, not because she wasn't welcome, but because over time, her sister-in-law might not be so happy about it. Plus, her old room had been converted, so she'd have to share a small bed with her mom. That was barely manageable in winter, but come spring, it wouldn't work. Xue Ling understood Wang Ting's concerns and didn't want to cause any tension in her brother's family, so it was better for Wang Qing to move out early. Besides, the downstairs apartment had been empty for half a year. If it stayed closed up, the furniture and things might get ruined. It was better to let Wang Qing live there, and she wouldn't even have to clean it herself. So she went along with it. How about this? Since you're a friend, just 10 yuan a month. That's too cheap, Aunt Wang laughed. How can we accept that? Ling, you've already done so much for Qing'er, we really feel bad. It's only cheap with one condition, Xue Ling laughed. You have to keep the place spotless. Wang Ting knew Xue Ling didn't need the money and was just helping her out. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she nodded hard. Okay. Aunt Wang was delighted. With Qing'er living next to you, I'll feel much better. Ling, you're such a good kid. Xue Ling grinned. Friends and neighbors, what could be better? Wang Lan asked. Ling, my sister's still pretty weak. In a couple of days, my wife and I will come help clean the apartment. You'll be home, right? I should be, Xue Ling said warmly. Just come up and get the key from me. The beds are all ready and the sheets and quilts were washed and put away before. Just air them out and they're good to use. That's really convenient, Wang Lan nodded. Xue Ling said, It's settled then. I need to get back and help with New Year's Eve dinner. With both my parents and in-laws here, I've been too idle lately. I can't slack off today. Wang Ting let go of her hand and said softly, I'll come see you in a couple of days. Great, Xue Ling said goodbye to them. At lunch, Liu Ying made a big pot of millet porridge. Everyone had porridge and buns and discussed plans for the New Year's Eve dinner. Cheng Muhai said, We should have Ah Hu over for dinner. He's a great cook and can help out. Liu Ying explained, He's going to Chen Min's with his mom for dinner. Then never mind, Cheng Muhai said. Let's prepare some braised meat, rice cakes, and snacks. Xue's father added, I've already soaked some bird's nest. Once it's cleaned this afternoon, I'll add some milk and rock sugar for dessert. Xue's mother said, I've also got some cured meat and soaked some shark fin. I'll make a bone broth this afternoon and add extra shredded meat for flavor. That stuff looks really tough, Liu Ying said. It'll probably need to simmer all afternoon, right? If you soak it first, 2 hours is enough, Xue's mother explained. Liu Ying laughed awkwardly. The first time I saw it, I thought it was a fan. It's heavier than it looks. It is heavy, Xue's mother said. I had a friend buy it for me. It's not expensive, and after trying it a couple of times, I think it's basically like glass noodles. Xue's father said seriously, just a bit bigger and tougher than glass noodles and a bit fishier. Not much difference. As long as it's not too expensive, Liu Ying said, a little embarrassed. I only know how to make home-style dishes. I'd hate to ruin something fancy. It's not expensive, Xue's mother reassured her. Just a little pricier than glass noodles. That's good, Liu Ying said with a smile. Xue's parents exchanged a glance and secretly smiled. It was almost 2 p.m. when Cheng Tianyuan finally got home. By noon, Xue Ling was feeling sleepy and took a nap. Cheng Tianyuan knew she was pregnant and needed more sleep, so he didn't disturb her. Instead, he stayed in the living room to chat with his in-laws. Xue's father explained, Your dad went to pick up little Ranran, and your mom is taking a nap. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and asked, Dad, Mom, why don't you take a nap too? No need, Xue's mother replied cheerfully. We're not used to napping. When the factory is busy, there's no time to sleep anyway. Once you get used to napping, you feel tired if you skip it, which isn't good. Xue's father added gently, As you get older, you don't sleep as well. We go to bed early and sleep in as late as we can, but once we wake up, we can't fall back asleep. Cheng Tianyuan was a bit envious and said quietly, When I wake up, I have to get up right away. If I don't, I'll just fall back asleep. That's how it is, Xue's father laughed. When I was your age, sleep was what I lacked most. The factory had day and night shifts, and sometimes I had to work through lunch. I was so tired that I could fall asleep the moment I lay down, even on the floor. Xue's mother sighed. That's life. When you're young and can sleep, you don't have the time. When you're older and have the time, you can't sleep. It's just how it goes. When I was young, I wished I could sleep a little longer, but I was always too busy. Now that I'm older, even if I want to sleep more, I can't. I usually don't nap, so I can sleep a bit more at night. Cheng Tianyuan felt a pang of sympathy and said softly, Dad, Mom, now that the family's doing better financially, you shouldn't overwork yourselves. Rest when you need to. Don't wear yourselves out. He'd heard from Xue Ling about the factory's rush orders, how sometimes they'd get only 3 or 4 hours of sleep a day, barely lying down before having to get up again. He used to think his in-laws were just a bit better off than his own family, but after Xue Ling mentioned it, he realized the difference was huge. Even if they stopped working now, they'd have no problem living comfortably for the rest of their lives. So there was no need to push themselves like when they were young. Xue's father gave a wry smile. It's hard to stop now. The factories are all ours, and I can't just ignore them. When we merged the 2 factories, I should have paused expansion, but after being egged on by Ah Heng, I lost my head and expanded 2 more at once. Now I have 3 factories, 2 small, 1 big, and I'm overwhelmed. There's nothing to do but keep going for now. You wouldn't listen back then, and look at you now. Xue's mother snorted. You just can't admit you're getting old. Ling Ling was right, you don't want to admit it, but you are old, whether you like it or not. Xue's father gave in. Yes, I'm old. But Xue's mother didn't let up, laughing and scolding. Now you're stuck and have to tough it out. I bet if you keep this up for a few more years, you won't even have the energy to count your money. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but suggest, Dad, why not rent out the 3rd factory? You and Mom can manage the big one, let Ah Heng handle the export one, and just rent out the 3rd for some extra income. Otherwise, if you get too busy, you might lose more than you gain. I've thought about that. Xue's father sighed. Around mid-autumn, if Ling Ling hadn't come to help, I couldn't have managed. Orders kept coming in, but we couldn't keep up with production. It was exhausting. Xue's mother said. Listen to Ah Yuan. When we get back, let's rent out the third factory. All right, Xue's father nodded. We'll manage the big one, let Ah Heng handle the other, and 2 is plenty. Exactly, Xue's mother muttered. With all those apartments and land rentals, the income is enough for us to live well for years, and our daughter is grown up and works even harder than you. You're getting older, it's time to let the young people work hard. You just need to give advice and help with the grandkids. She's got a bigger heart than I do, Xue's father said with a smile. When I was her age, I just wanted to finish my work at the factory and maybe make a little extra money. Times have changed, Xue's mother said softly. People change too. The economy's developed so fast these years. She used to just study, and I thought she'd want to be a teacher or something. I never expected her to go into business when she saw the opportunities. Xue's father shook his head, smiling. With all the land she's bought, she'll have plenty to keep her busy for years. Now that you're having a second child, we really do need to help with the kids and be her support. Cheng Tianyuan felt grateful, remembering his earlier conversation with Chen Min. Dad, Mom, I wanted to ask, if we register the kids' household in the capital, they should be able to go to school there, right? Yes, Xue's father replied. Local kids can enroll in any elementary or middle school. Cheng Tianyuan quickly asked, Is it hard to register the kids' household there? Not at all, Xue's father explained. Just take the birth certificate to the local police station, along with the parents' IDs. Now, when a child is born in the hospital, they get a birth certificate. That's all you need. Xue's mother was secretly excited, anxiously waiting for what Cheng Tianyuan would say next. Cheng Tianyuan smiled, his expression honest and sincere. I just think the education here in Rongcheng isn't as good as in the capital. I want to discuss it with Ling and you both. If possible, I'd like to register both kids in the capital so they can go to school there in a few years. Really? Xue's parents were thrilled. That's great. No problem at all, Xue's father added. We have plenty of apartments there. You and Muhai can move your registrations too. Ran hasn't been registered yet, so he and his future sibling can be registered together. If possible, have the second baby in the capital so we can help take care of you. Your parents can look after Ran. No way. A lazy voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see Xue Ling, sleepy-eyed and yawning, standing at the bedroom door. Xue's mother's face darkened. You need to think about your in-laws too. They'll have to take care of you during your confinement and look after Ran. How can they manage both? When the time comes, you can take care of Ran, Xue Ling said. He'll be 2 by then, able to talk, go to the bathroom by himself, maybe even feed himself. You'll still be busy with the factory, and you'll have to look after me and a newborn. You just won't have the time. So when I'm about to give birth, I'll take Ran to you, then come back here to have the baby and do my confinement. That's the best arrangement, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Dad, Mom, we can take our time with the household registration. Ling and I both have businesses here, and my parents have more free time than you, so it's better for them to help with her confinement. What do you think about the registration? Xue's father asked his daughter. Xue Ling smiled at Cheng Tianyuan. He can decide. If he wants the kids to have better education in the future, I'm all for it. Xue's father was very pleased after hearing this. I was embarrassed to bring it up, but the education environment in the capital is so much better than here. Now that we have kids, of course we have to think further ahead for them. As the saying goes, parents who love their children plan for their future. If there's a better option, of course we should choose it. Of course, Xue Ling said. When they're a bit older, we'll register them under my household. There's no rush. We have so much land and so many new apartments over there. Even if we wanted to move a dozen families, it wouldn't be a problem. Everyone laughed. Chung Muhai came in carrying his grandson and saw everyone laughing, so he joined in. What's so funny? Xue's mother explained. We're talking about sending the kids to school in the capital. The education environment there is much better, more schools, better teachers. Chung Muhai put little Ran down, and the child immediately ran to his father. Really? That's great. That's great. Xue's father took his hand and said quietly, Muhai, you and your wife should move your household registration there too. The medical care is better, which will be good for you in your old age. As for the kids, let them choose their own path in the future. Maybe they'll even want to go abroad. But for now, the capital's education is the best, so let's give them the best start. What do you think? I agree. Cheng Muhai nodded. I didn't get much schooling myself, so I always wanted Ayuan to study hard. If I hadn't been so sick, always borrowing money for medicine and making the family so poor, he could have gone to college. His acceptance letter even arrived at home. But he hid it from us. At this, he choked up. It's my fault he missed out. If he'd gone to college, he'd have an even better future now. My future is already great, Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Dad, I was the only one in our village to go to middle and high school. You were already the parent who valued education the most. Not going to college was my own choice, not your fault. You had no choice, Cheng Muhai said, eyes red. I know you loved studying. Later, you always supported your sister's education, made sure she went to middle and high school and then to college. I knew then you really wanted to keep studying. Cheng Tianyuan looked away, not wanting his father to see his feelings. No way. I heard the supply and marketing cooperative had a stable job and I was drawn to that. Dad, let the past be the past. Don't be sad. I have a son now, and soon I'll be sending him to school. If I tell him the truth, he might follow my example and not study. Let's not bring this up again. Xue Ling understood his feelings and quickly said, That's right. Dad, you already did a great job. He was the only one in Chengjia village to go to middle and high school. That's not easy. Let's focus on raising Ranran and the next generation well. Absolutely. Cheng Muhai quickly wiped his tears. Kids need higher education. The more they learn, the better their future. I may be from the countryside, but I know that much. Xue Ling smiled. Then let's send little Ranran and the others to school in the capital. Grandpa and Grandma will have to go help out, otherwise the other grandparents won't be able to manage. As long as it's for the kids' education, I'd go to the ends of the earth. Cheng Muhai laughed heartily. Everyone laughed along. Xue's father took his hand and said quietly, When the time comes, I'll help move your household registration too. The environment there is better for retirement and we can all live together. During summer and winter breaks, we'll come back to Rongcheng, and when the kids are in school, we'll go back to the capital. Old folks fear loneliness most. Having you there will make Haitang and me much happier. Just don't look down on us country folk when the time comes, Cheng Muhai joked. Everyone laughed again. Xue Ling reminded them, No need to rush, it'll be years yet. Little Ranran is only a year old. We've got at least 5 or 6 years to go, so there's plenty of time. No problem, Xue's father said. We'll plan ahead and get things ready in advance. Moving the whole family will take time, and we'll need to find the best kindergarten for Ranran. In the capital, they call it early childhood education. When he's 5 or 6, he can start there for a couple of years before elementary school. Really? Cheng Tianyuan asked. What do they teach? Xue's mother replied, I've heard it's things like pinyin, simple numbers, and developing good daily habits. That's great. Cheng Tianyuan nudged his son and smiled. You'll start school at 5. Little Ranran didn't understand and muttered, No. Everyone burst out laughing. Liu Ying came in, still sleepy, and asked, Did you turn on the stove? It's on! Xue's mother ran to the kitchen. We got so caught up chatting, I forgot about the food. The shark fin is still simmering. Xue Ling poured a glass of water for her son and asked, What's Uncle doing? Picking vegetables, little Ranran replied. With someone always around to talk to, little Ranran spoke earlier than most kids his age. At just over a year old, he could already say quite a lot. Even if it was mostly single words or short phrases, it was impressive. Xue Ling asked, Is Aunt Chen Lan here? Yes, little Ranran pointed to his cheek. Auntie kisses, playing with dirt. Xue Ling laughed. Aunt Chen Lan really dotes on you. When your aunt goes home in a few days, she'll definitely take you out to play. Last night, Cheng Tianfang called home and said she was still in the Southern Islands, having visited almost every county there. She said that until she left home, she never realized how big the world was. She used to be narrow-minded, but now she wants to travel more and broaden her horizons. Xue Ling told her she was envious and reminded her to stay safe on the way home. Aunt Fang said she'll be home in a day or two. Are you happy? Happy, little Ranran replied. Cheng Tianyuan said, Little Ranran probably doesn't even remember her anymore. Xue Ling smiled. It's fine. Once she's back and spends a few days with him, he'll remember. Kids get close to whoever they spend time with. That evening, the whole family gathered for the reunion dinner, everyone smiling and happy. Xue's father and Cheng Muhai had some drinks, and even Xue's mother had a few sips. Little Ranran didn't eat much, so Xue Ling fed him some rice cereal and coaxed him to sleep. Once the little one was asleep, everyone continued eating. Xue Ling still didn't have much appetite, but seeing everyone in such good spirits, she chatted and nibbled along, and before she knew it, she'd eaten quite a bit. Cheng Tianyuan made her sweet and sour ribs and blanched some lettuce for her. Xue Ling didn't like the taste of the lettuce and only ate a couple of bites. As night fell, the sound of firecrackers rang out in the distance. Lanterns and decorations lit up everywhere, and the festive atmosphere was in full swing. The two grandpas were so happy they both got a little tipsy and had to help each other back to the next room to rest. Liu Ying and Xue's mother, worried about their husbands, hurried over to look after them. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan cleaned up together, chatting and laughing in the kitchen. On reunion night, the family was together, and that was the greatest joy. On the morning of the first day of the new year, everyone slept in. Because they'd either stayed up late or had too much to drink the night before, it was already past 9 by the time they were having millet porridge. After all that rich food yesterday, I was really getting tired of it, Xue's father said gently. This millet porridge is just perfect right now. Agreed, Cheng Muhai chuckled. I think this tastes great. Even if you put a lamb leg in front of me, I probably wouldn't be tempted. Everyone laughed. Little Ranran was the first to wake up. Cheng Tianyuan helped him into his new New Year's clothes, hat, and shoes, and the little guy was overjoyed and excited. His dad fed him a bowl of millet porridge and let him go play with his new toys in the living room. Yesterday, Ahu had taken him to the neighboring county to shop, and on the way back, they saw someone selling wooden toys for kids, so he bought several for Ranran. He'd forgotten about them until his dad reminded him, and he rushed over to play. Xue Ling had eaten a lot the night before and didn't fall asleep until after 11. Drinking millet porridge in the morning, she also felt very comfortable. So, does anyone have plans for today? Cheng Muhai replied, It's sunny today, so we're thinking of going out to the countryside. I heard there's a temple fair in Lujia village next to ours, and today is the grandest day. Lots of people go to pray, and there are performances like the 8 Immortals crossing the sea. It's really lively. We thought we'd go check it out. Liu Ying said excitedly, They only hold it once every 10 years, and the whole village helps out. It's a huge event. Wow, it's been 10 years already? Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Time flies. 10 years ago I wasn't planning to go, but Ah Feng pestered me so much I had to take her. She was only years old then, and she was excited for days just hearing about the fair. I went with your dad that time too, Liu Ying laughed. It's only lively once every 10 years. How could we not be excited? Lujia Village's temple fair really is something. Xue's father smiled. I heard it's only a 20-minute drive. After Muhai mentioned it yesterday, your mom and I decided to go too. We've never seen a temple fair here. I heard you can pray to the god of wealth for good fortune in the coming year. Xue Ling tried not to laugh and teased, You only get more money if you have more orders, and more orders means more work. Won't you be run off your feet? Maybe better not. Go on, Xue's mother scolded with a laugh. It's the new year. Can't you watch your mouth? If there's money to be made, so what if we're busy? Everyone laughed. Cheng Tianyuan said, Let's head out after breakfast. The roads are good now, so it'll only take about 15 minutes. With the car, it's easy. We can eat and stroll around, then come back after watching the performances in the afternoon. Sounds good, Xue's father agreed. Xue Ling felt a bit tired and was wary of crowded places, afraid of being bumped. Cheng Tianyuan said, Don't worry, I'll stay in the car with you. You'll have a great view. Really? Xue Ling muttered. Aren't temple fairs packed with people? You want me to sit in the car and look at the backs of people's heads? No, Cheng Tianyuan explained. I know a spot that's higher up. The jeep can get there, and you'll be able to see everything from above. All right, Xue Ling was reassured. I've been cooped up at home lately. I'm getting stir-crazy. How can you say that with a straight face? Xue's mother laughed. You're always out and about. Since we got here, you haven't stayed home a single day. I haven't seen you bored at home once. Xue Ling grinned mischievously. Cheng Tianyuan gave her a fond look and said quietly, Mom, don't mind her. She can't sit still. Half a day at home and she's restless. No one knows their daughter better than her mother. I know exactly what she's like, Xue's mother said. Xue Ling quickly changed the subject. Let's get ready to head out. Yes, Liu Ying said. I need to pack a couple extra pairs of pants for Ranran and another thermos for water. Chung Muhai stood up and said, The cured meat in the kitchen needs to be aired out, and the leftover meat from last night should be put somewhere ventilated, not left in the kitchen. We probably won't be home until evening. Xue's parents hurried to help. Xue Ling, afraid of the cold, brought an extra coat and a small blanket her mother had bought for her son. If the little guy falls asleep, we can cover him up. Cheng Tianyuan packed snacks, sunflower seeds, peanuts, a couple boxes of cookies, some candy, and several packs of cigarettes. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, Are you going back to Chengjia village? No, Cheng Tianyuan explained. We probably won't have time. But we'll run into a lot of folks from the village on the way, so I'll hand out some cigarettes and candy. It's a nice gesture. Just then, Cheng Muhai came out of the kitchen and remembered something. Ah, Yuan, I almost forgot to tell you something. Cheng Tianyuan turned. What is it? Something about the village. Yeah. Cheng Muhai's expression darkened a bit. A few days ago, Ah Chang said Aunt Biao had come back from the psychiatric hospital and was living in her old house. But maybe being home brought back too many memories. She had another breakdown and started attacking anyone who passed by her door. The village chief and the elders decided to send her back to the hospital. Really? Cheng Tianyuan frowned. She's all alone now? That's really sad. Cheng Muhai sighed. The chief said her hospital bills are high, sometimes over 100 yuan a month. The villagers have chipped in again and again, but they can't keep doing it. So the chief and the elders decided to sell her family's fish ponds to pay for her treatment. Dad, you mean? Xue Ling asked. You're thinking of buying them? Cheng Muhai looked a bit embarrassed and forced a smile. I'm getting old, and all the money I have is what you kids give me. I can't make this decision alone. Ling, you and Yuan talk it over. If you want to buy some, it'll help her out. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a look, both a little hesitant. Let's talk it over, Xue Ling said quietly. But Cheng Tianyuan said, No, let's not buy them. Cheng Muhai was surprised and looked at his daughter-in-law. Ling, what do you think? If we have the money, we could help her out. She may not have been the best neighbor, but we've known her for years. Now she's all alone and mentally ill. It's tough. But Xue Ling shook her head too. Dad, when we get to Chengjia village, let Yuan give them 400 yuan, but let's not buy the fish ponds. Cheng Muhai was a bit taken aback. I thought you'd agree. You used to love buying land, and a fish pond is still land. Why not this time? It's not that, Xue Ling said with a quiet laugh. It's because their family's character is just too untrustworthy. Cheng Muhai hesitated. There's really no one left in her family, just her, mentally ill, and a son in prison. That son probably won't be out for another 10 years or so. Xue Ling nodded and explained. I understand what you mean, Dad. But it's exactly because she still has a son that it's even less appropriate for us to buy the fish ponds. If her son is rehabilitated and released, he'll definitely come back to the village. The village chief and elders might explain that the ponds were sold to pay for his mother's medical care. But what if he doesn't agree? Cheng Muhai was stunned, momentarily speechless. He'd known the Cheng Biao family for years and understood their unreasonable, aggressive nature. One son was dead, the other in prison, for injuring his own brother, no less. With someone so ruthless, even if he's reformed, his violent streak might not change. Xue Ling continued, "If he really changes, then there's no problem. But if he doesn't, and he gets angry at the village chief for making decisions without him, what then? Even if we have all the paperwork, if he keeps coming to make trouble, it'll be a headache. Whether it's land or a house, we should never buy blindly. Always go for first-hand, legitimate transactions and avoid any loose ends that could cause trouble later." Cheng Tianyuan agreed. "Dad, I feel the same as Ling. The Biao family is notorious in the village for being unreasonable. How many times have they caused trouble? You helped them a lot in the past. Did they ever repay your kindness? When our family was struggling and you borrowed money for medical bills, what did they do? The day after Ling and I got married, they came to collect the debt, and if we didn't pay, they threatened to force us to sell land. We really shouldn't keep dealing with people like that." He snorted softly. Now their family's fallen apart. One dead, one in jail, one insane. Out of neighborly feeling, we can give some money to help. But as for buying the fish ponds, I say forget it. If she recovers and claims she never agreed to sell, or if her son comes back and makes a fuss, it'll be a huge headache. Cheng Muhai sighed. "You two are thinking long-term, and you're right to be cautious." Xue Ling explained. "We already own plenty of land in the village, plus our original dozens of acres. It's more than enough. The village chief even said our family owns almost a quarter of the village's land. If you don't count the mountains, it's over 30%. That's plenty. I'm not interested in the fish ponds. We'll just give some money to help, but we won't buy." "Right, we're not buying," Cheng Tianyuan said firmly. Liu Ying, who'd caught most of the conversation, couldn't help but mutter, "Why do you always talk about their family? It's bad luck for the new year. They brought this on themselves, always bullying others. No one in the village isn't afraid of them. If it weren't for that poor crazy woman, the village chief wouldn't bother. Don't make Yuan and Ling buy their stuff. I don't agree." All right, Cheng Muhai quickly soothed her. "We're just discussing. I never said we had to buy, just wanted their opinion." Liu Ying raised her voice. "Don't buy, really don't. Don't listen to your dad. He's too soft-hearted and never gets anything in return. Back in the county, villagers were always borrowing money from him, and he'd give what he could. But, except for a few honest ones, whoever paid him back? When we were struggling, the kids couldn't go to college and he was sick in bed. Who helped us then?" "Mom, that's enough," Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. "You're going a bit far. There's still mutual help in the village. The chief is a good man. He's helped us a lot. Don't say things like that." Liu Ying fell silent, embarrassed. Cheng Tianyuan looked at his father and said softly, "Mom's just upset. She didn't mean anything by it." Cheng Muhai, ever the honest man, said gently, "My son's right. There is mutual help. We're from Chengjia village and we can't forget our roots." "Exactly," Xue Ling smiled. "Dad's right. We can't forget where we came from. We should help where we can. After all, everyone in the village is like family, even if it's not hundreds of years back. If we can help, we should." With Xue Ling's words, Liu Ying couldn't say anything more. "You two decide. This afternoon, Yuan can go see the village chief and give whatever amount you agree on. Bring him a couple packs of cigarettes, too. He's a good man." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Cheng Muhai chuckled. "I'll go too. We didn't spend New Year's in the village this year, so it's good to go back and visit." "Okay," Cheng Tianyuan said. "We'll go after lunch." After a bit of preparation, the whole family happily set out. They squeezed into the elevator and soon reached the ground floor. Godfather, godmother, uncle, auntie, Happy New Year! Hu was waiting outside the elevator, holding a net bag with several big red oranges. "I was just about to come up and wish you all a Happy New Year. I was about to press the elevator when I saw someone coming down. What a coincidence." Everyone stepped out, laughing. Pregnant Xue Ling, craving sour things, quickly asked Hu for an orange and started eating. "Mama, I want some." little Ranran called. Xue Ling gave him a segment, then shared with the others. "Ahu, these oranges are delicious, so sweet." Ahu grinned. "A friend gave them to me, really fresh and sweet." Cheng Muhai handed Ahu a red envelope. "You're not married yet, so by our tradition you get a red envelope. Wishing you wealth and a good wife in the new year." "Thank you, godfather." Ahu accepted it happily. When he heard they were going to the temple fair, he immediately said, "I want to go too." Liu Ying asked, "Where's your mom? Bring her along for the fun." Ahu replied, "She went to my uncle's. Said she'd go visit my great-aunt with him. I'd be bored at home alone, so I'd rather go with you all. Don't mind me. I can help look after little Ranran." "Uncle!" Little Ranran ran over and threw himself into Ahu's arms. Ahu gave him a big kiss and laughed. "Godfather, godmother, uncle, auntie, ride in my car. It's more comfortable." "Great! Your car is better." In no time, Ahu had whisked away the elders and kids, leaving just Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan. Xue Ling happily ate her orange and teased, "His car cost over 100,000, ours just a few tens of thousands. No comparison." Cheng Tianyuan smiled indulgently. "Don't worry, honey. When I make more money, I'll buy you a nice car too." They both laughed, got into their jeep and followed Ahu's sedan out of Wangjiang Garden. For the next 2 days, everyone went out happily every day, eating and drinking lots of rich food. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, everyone admitted they were tired and decided to stay home and rest for a couple of days. Xue Ling hadn't really gone out since the 2nd day. She just ate and slept at home, and her drowsiness returned. Cheng Tianyuan stayed home with her. They read, chatted, napped, and enjoyed a very leisurely time. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, no one went out. They all gathered in the living room, drinking tea, chatting, playing cards, or chess. Cheng Muhai and Xue's father played chess, while Xue's mother taught Liu Ying to play cards, chatting and laughing quietly. Little Ranran had been playing wildly for days and was especially tired today. After lunch, he got sleepy and was carried to bed by Cheng Tianyuan for a nap. Ahu was full of energy and asked if anyone wanted to go out for grilled fish in the evening. He said he'd set up a little net by the river and caught 3 big fish last night, which he was keeping alive in a water tank at home. Xue's father smiled wryly. "I can't eat anymore. All I want now is a bowl of millet porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables." Everyone burst out laughing. Ahu said, "No worries, I'll keep them for now. We can have grilled fish tomorrow night." Just then, the phone in the living room rang. Ahu was closest, so he picked it up. "Hey, Fang, it's me. Really? That's great. Everyone's waiting for you. Godfather was just talking about you this morning. I saved a few fish to grill for you. This evening? Sure. I'll come pick you up. I know the dock like the back of my hand. Okay, see you then." He hung up and explained, Fang just arrived at the Maicheng dock. She called to say she should be here by this evening." "It'll probably be a bit later," Cheng Tianyuan said, glancing out the window. "Maicheng is close, but today there's a headwind, so it might take longer." "No problem." Ahu patted his chest. "I promised to pick her up, so I'll wait at the dock this evening." "I can go," Cheng Tianyuan said gently. "I don't have anything to do anyway." "I'm not busy either." Ahu laughed. "When she was in the provincial capital, she helped me at the shop every week. Of course I should pick her up. When I go back after the Lantern Festival, I'll need her help again." "All right, you go then," Cheng Tianyuan said. Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying were both secretly delighted to hear their daughter was coming home. "She's been gone 3 weeks. She must be starving. We'll have to cook extra meat for her tonight," Xue's father said gently. "Traveling is never as nourishing as being at home. Luckily, there are still 10 days before school starts. She can rest and eat well, and young people recover quickly." "Ha ha," Xue's mother said. "Only you think that way. Girls these days don't want to get fat. They all want to be slim and beautiful." Xue's father laughed. Every era has its own beauty standards. In the Warring States, being skinny was in. In the Tang dynasty, plump was beautiful. Back then, we just wanted to study and for women to be strong. Unless someone was too fat or too thin, no one dared complain. If you could get a wife at all, you were lucky. Who would complain? Xue's mother teased. In our day, there were more men than women. Lots of men couldn't find wives. That's true, Cheng Muhai agreed. It was hard to get married back then. Especially in the countryside, people fought over brides. Everyone laughed. Ahu joked, "It's easier to get married now, but I still can't find a wife. My mom says if it were 20 or 30 years ago, I'd be a lifelong bachelor for sure." Everyone laughed again. Cheng Tianyuan gave him a look and said, "It's not that you can't get married, you just won't settle or lower your standards." "Shh," Ahu panicked. "Don't let my mom hear that, she'll scold me again." Everyone burst out laughing. Cheng Muhai said, "I heard your mom say she's determined to get you married this new year." "She should give me a break," Ahu said, making a face. "She said if I don't find someone this year, she'll chop me up and sell me at the market." Everyone laughed again. Xue Ling said, "You'd better run, or your mom really will chop you up. That's why I'm hiding at your place." Ahu snuggled up to Cheng Muhai. "Godfather, you have to take me in from now on. I'm homeless." Cheng Muhai shook his head. "I agree with your mom. If you don't get married this year, I'll help her chop you up." "So harsh." Ahu laughed bitterly. "This is a group effort to force me to get married." "Of course," Liu Ying said, giving him a playful slap. "Your mom introduced you to so many pretty girls, and you turned them all down. If we don't push you, how will you ever get married?" Ahu pulled a face. "Godmother, who said they were pretty? You believe my mom? Some were as plump as aunties, some dressed older than you, and one was only 17. Am I supposed to marry a daughter?" Everyone laughed again. Xue Ling lazily ate an orange and asked, "So what kind of girl do you want? Tell your mom. If you don't say, she'll just introduce anyone. At least you get to choose. Wait a few more years and you'll be the one getting picked. Who wants an old bachelor?" "I can't say," Ahu said with a wry smile. "I just have to feel it." Xue Ling shook her head. "Then no one can help you." Cheng Tianyuan took the orange from her hand and said quietly, "It's cold. Don't eat too much. I've asked him before and he always says the same. No one can help, so just let him be." Ahu grinned and flopped onto the sofa. "I'll just wait. If I don't meet the right person, I won't settle." In the evening, Ahu drove to the dock. He waited patiently for over an hour until it was completely dark before the boat finally arrived. After another 10 minutes, passengers began to disembark. "Ah Fang!" Ahu spotted Cheng Tianfang in the crowd. "Ah Hu Jie," she called out in delight. Ahu pushed through the crowd to help with her luggage. "I've been here since evening, waited over an hour." Cheng Tianfang was apologetic. "Sorry, I said evening, but it ended up so late. Sorry to keep you waiting." "It's fine, I had nothing else to do." Ahu laughed. "We're family, no need to be so polite." Cheng Tianfang laughed heartily. "How is everyone? Is Auntie well?" "Everyone's good," Ahu replied. "They're all waiting for you for dinner. My mom's even healthier than last year. She's been out visiting relatives, and yesterday she climbed a mountain with me faster than I was." Cheng Tianfang laughed. "That's great. Where's your car?" "Over there," Ahu said. "Couldn't park here, so it's a bit further. Let's go. Give me your bags." "No, I'll carry this one myself," she said with a smile. "You've already helped with so much." Ahu didn't insist. The two of them chatted and laughed all the way back to Wangjiang Garden. Ahu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Last time he'd thought she was upset with him, maybe even avoiding him. But now, it seemed he'd worried too much. Girls can be moody, but once it passes, it's like a clear sky after rain. Now everything was back to normal, just like before. He was truly relieved. When Ahu brought Cheng Tianfang home, it was already around 8 p.m. Everyone was still waiting for her to have dinner, happily anticipating her arrival. Cheng Tianfang felt a bit embarrassed and explained that the boat had been late, making everyone wait. Xue's mother's eyes lit up in surprise, exclaiming, "Ah Fang, you've changed so much. In the family photos, you weren't that tall and were a bit chubby." Now you're tall and slim. Wow, girls really do change so much as they grow. Just getting prettier and prettier. Liu Ying laughed. She was even fairer a while ago, looked even better. But after this trip to the Southern Islands, she's gotten a lot tanner. Beautiful. Very beautiful, Xue's father said warmly. A little tan is fine, it's a healthy wheat color, not really dark. You look healthy, and your teeth are so white, your smile is so bright. Cheng Muhai smiled kindly. Don't worry about gifts, just eat first. We've all been waiting for you all day. Uncle, Auntie, I'm really sorry, Cheng Tianfang apologized. The boat was late. Next time, you should all eat first. Don't wait and go hungry for me, I feel so bad. Xue's father said, It's fine. We all had snacks this afternoon. During the new year, we're always eating and drinking, so no one's really hungry. Eating a bit later is actually better. Come on, let's eat, Liu Ying said with a smile. Everyone gathered around the big table, eating and chatting. Cheng Tianfang excitedly told everyone about her experiences in the Southern Islands, finally sighing, The world is so big, the sea is endless and ever-changing. In just a few minutes, it can go from stormy to calm. When you see such a vast ocean, it feels like nothing else really matters. Everyone listened, fascinated, then laughed. That's wonderful. As they say, reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles, don't just study, go out and see the world too. Yes, Cheng Tianfang said excitedly. I've already made plans with my classmates. Every summer and winter break, we'll go somewhere, find part-time work and travel together. We'll go as a group, boys and girls, so it's safer. No, Xue Ling said. You're all students and don't have much experience. You can't just go off in small groups. If you do go, it has to be to safe, big places. Cheng Muhai also disagreed. This time it was organized by your teachers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you go. It's too far for a group of teenage girls to travel alone. How could we not worry? Cheng Tianfang said quietly, We didn't go anywhere unsafe. Always stuck together. Never went off alone. In any case, if it's not organized by the school, you can't just go, Cheng Muhai said firmly. Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Students always think things are simple, but society is much more complicated than you think. If it's a school trip, you can go. But don't go on private trips. Ahu also disagreed. The world is complicated, and you all don't have enough experience. You really shouldn't organize your own trips. It's not safe. Cheng Tianfang was a little disappointed. Oh. Xue Ling smiled. If you want to go somewhere in the summer, why not come to the capital and help my parents out, do some part-time work, or take a summer class, learn some new skills. It's always good to have more abilities. That's a great idea, Xue's father said. You're still young, no need to rush into work. Life is long and there will be plenty of time for jobs. Spend your summer learning some skills. Those classes are more intense than regular school, but you learn a lot and it's practical. Cheng Tianfang's eyes lit up. Uncle, what kind of classes are there? Xue's father thought for a moment. I've seen ads for things like hairdressing, fashion design, accounting, baking cakes and bread. Lots of options. Really? Cheng Tianfang was so excited she put down her chopsticks. That's awesome. I want to learn accounting, and I want to learn to bake. There are bakeries in the provincial capital, and business is great, but the prices are high. Students can't really afford them. Great. Xue's mother smiled. We'll help you sign up in advance. Just give us your name and ID. That's not so simple, Cheng Muhai interrupted gently. Do those schools have dorms? Meals? Xue's father explained. Most of those vocational schools are for locals, so they usually don't provide dorms. The city is too big to offer that. Usually they just provide lunch. You have to arrange the rest yourself. Then she can't go, Cheng Muhai said firmly. A girl running around alone would be a burden on your family, and you're busy with your businesses. It's too much trouble. Cheng Tianfang lowered her head, not daring to say more. Xue's mother laughed. Muhai, don't worry. We have plenty of apartments in the capital and some are empty. We'll see which one is closest to the school and let Afang stay there. There are lots of buses, so it's easy to get around. If you're still worried, she can stay with us. She can take the bus to class and come home after, no problem. That's too much trouble, Cheng Muhai said apologetically. You're so busy with work and the factories, it's too much to ask. Not at all, Xue's father said with a smile. She's not a little kid like Ran who needs to be carried around. She's grown up. She might even be able to help us. Xue Ling said, It's settled then. I think learning these skills is really useful. You can't just learn one or two things. The capital has lots of buses and it's very convenient. Dad, Mom, you can guarantee it. Just let Afang go. Cheng Tianyuan giggled. I promise I won't cause any trouble for Uncle and Auntie. After hearing this, Cheng Muhai finally nodded. Xue's father smiled. All right, it's settled. Cheng Tianyuan stood up and bowed with a smile. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, sister-in-law. And thank you in advance, Uncle and Auntie, for taking care of me. We're family. No need to be so polite. Xue's parents waved her off. Such a polite child. Cheng Tianyuan also encouraged his sister. It'll be July or August, and your sister-in-law will be in confinement. Ran will probably be in the capital too, so our parents will help take care of him. You'll have to help out with Ran too. Okay. Cheng Tianyuan nodded vigorously. Don't worry, big brother. I'll take good care of Ran. Liu Ying usually didn't have much to say, but hearing her daughter would go to the capital to learn more skills made her happy. The capital is a big city. Don't wander off and listen to your uncle and aunt, okay? Got it, Mom, Cheng Tianyuan replied obediently. Xue Ling smiled. Hurry and eat, or the food will get cold. Eat while it's hot. Ah Hu shoveled food into his mouth and laughed. You're all talking, and I'm the only one eating. If you don't hurry, I'll finish all the food. Everyone laughed. After dinner, Ah Hu happily went home with the gift Cheng Tianyuan had brought him. Cheng Muhai played chess with Xue's father and looked up to say, Ah Hu has already made me his godfather, so from now on you should call him brother. Cheng Tianyuan was packing her luggage to the side, nodding repeatedly. Dad, can I still call him Brother Hu? Sure, Cheng Muhai replied gently. He's your brother now, anyway. From now on, you should respect your big brother and listen to him. Okay, Cheng Tianyuan said with a smile. She carried a bag of luggage back to her room. Looking at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar room, she felt a bit complicated inside. In the past 6 months, she had gone to the provincial capital, a place she'd never been before, adapted to a completely new environment, learned a lot of things she'd never even heard of, made many new friends, and met a lot of people. In that unfamiliar environment, Brother Hu was the person she felt closest to, the one who reminded her most of home. Because of this, she liked to visit him on weekends, help out with his business, lend a hand, and keep each other company. And also because of this, she misunderstood her feelings for Brother Hu. What she felt for him was just a kind of familial dependence, a bond between people from the same hometown in a foreign place, not the romantic love she'd initially thought. After she started avoiding him, she decided on her own to go to the southern island, traveled to many places, saw the vast world, and her mindset and mood gradually changed. On the completely unfamiliar southern island, she found herself relying on classmates and teachers, even hoping for help from brother Shan Yu and sister Chen Shuiyu. Whenever something happened, she would go to them. That feeling was so similar to how she depended on Brother Hu. After that, she suddenly understood. It turned out she didn't actually like Brother Hu in a romantic way. It was just a kind of familial attachment. She also realized that her previous worldview was too narrow, limited to just that small place, Chengjia village. Now she was at a stage where she should focus on studying hard and making progress, not on romance. Fate is something you can't force before its time, and when it comes, you should accept it calmly. She had a feeling her fate was far in the future, so there was no need to worry. For now, studying hard and broadening her horizons was what mattered most. Humming a tune, Cheng Tianyuan happily set aside the gift for her little nephew, then took out the gift for her sister-in-law. At that moment, Liu Ying came in carrying a bag. You left one behind, don't forget it. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. I know. I'll get it after I finish packing this. Thanks, Mom. Oh, wait, Mom, I bought you a really pretty apron. Ta-da! Look. Liu Ying squinted at it, then laughed. What's this? So flashy. And so little fabric? Where would I wear this? You don't know how to buy things, such a waste of money. Cheng Tianyuan quickly explained. It's for wearing in the kitchen while cooking, just over your clothes, so your clothes won't get dirty. Oil and smoke won't get on your clothes. Oh, is that so? Liu Ying asked in surprise. How do you wear it? Where did you buy it? I've never seen anything like this around here. I bought it in the provincial capital, Cheng Tianyuan explained. A lot of housewives there buy them, especially in winter. People wear sweaters and coats, and you can't wash them every day. It's easy to get dirty while cooking, but you can't not wear them, so they buy aprons like this to protect their clothes. She quickly unfolded the apron and said, Mom, let me show you how to wear it. Come on, try it. It's easy. That's actually pretty nice. Liu Ying giggled, then whispered, It's just too flashy. Don't worry about it, Cheng Tianyuan reassured her. The flashier the better. Even if it gets dirty, you can't tell. Mom, I saw lots of city women in their 50s and 60s still dressing up nicely. You're not old, so why not wear something bright? When I bought this, there was a lady in her 70s buying the same style. If she can wear it at 70, you definitely can. Really? Liu Ying asked in surprise. Cheng Tianyuan nodded emphatically. Of course it's true! Liu Ying laughed and finally accepted it happily. Her daughter had grown up and become sensible, not only loving to study, but also thinking about the family and buying things to please her elders. No matter what she bought, as long as she had this thought as a mother, she was happy. Cheng Tianyuan took out 2 packs of cigarettes and a wooden comb, then went outside. She gave the comb to Aunt Xue, and her own father and Uncle Xue each got a pack of cigarettes. These are homegrown on the southern island. The tobacco leaves are really fresh. Cheng Muhai accepted them with a smile, and Uncle Xue praised her thoughtfulness, handing her a red envelope. This is for you, wishing you success in your studies. Thank you, Uncle. Cheng Tianyuan accepted it happily. Following the tradition that unmarried daughters should get red envelopes, Cheng Muhai also gave her one. Study hard. Don't slack off. Thanks, Dad. Cheng Tianyuan happily went back to her room. 3 days later, everyone went to the development zone to eat grilled fish. Xue Ling was excited at first but couldn't stand the fishy smell and kept dry heaving. Seeing she couldn't take it, Cheng Tianyuan quickly drove her home. Aunt Xue held little Ran, frowning with concern. Drive carefully, don't go too fast. Don't worry, we'll take care of Ran. Thanks, Mom. Cheng Tianyuan waved and started the car, heading back to Wangjiangyuan. Back home, Xue Ling lay on the sofa, unable to get up. Cheng Tianyuan found a thin blanket and covered her. Rest a bit. I'll get you a cup of hot water. Xue Ling nodded weakly, muttering, This is killing me. She'd just thrown up so much she almost brought up stomach acid. Now her throat was burning, and she felt both miserable and suffocated. Cheng Tianyuan felt sorry for her but could do nothing. He brought her some warm water and handed it to her. Xue Ling let out a long breath and asked, How much longer? Is 3 months almost up? Why isn't it here yet? I keep waiting and waiting, but it never seems to come. People who are waiting always feel time passes slowly, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. It'll be 3 months in a few days. You should start feeling better then. Last time, when you were pregnant with Ran, you only started having an appetite after 3 months, and you stopped dry heaving. Let's hope so. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. I heard some people have morning sickness all the way until they give birth. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and said softly, Don't worry. You won't. The doctor said everyone's body is different, and everyone reacts differently. You were like this with Ran, so it'll be the same this time. Xue Ling slumped on the sofa, not moving. Just then, the phone in the living room rang. Cheng Tianyuan went to answer it and politely said, Yes, Ling and I are home. You can come over now. Be careful on the road. Xue Ling couldn't help asking, Who was that? It was Wang Ting, Cheng Tianyuan explained. She said she came by before, but we weren't home. Now that it's the 7th day of the new year, she wants to come by to pay a New Year's visit, and she said she's planning to move downstairs. Xue Ling had already told her husband about Wang Ting moving in, and emphasized that the rent was only 10 yuan a month, not to charge more. After learning about Wang Ting's situation, Cheng Tianyuan felt very sympathetic. Her family had suffered a huge blow, and she needed surgery. Not only should they not charge her more rent, but even helping her out with some money would be fine. Xue Ling sat up and said softly, "Go make a few more dishes, make it as plentiful as possible, and have her stay for lunch. If we had a big family here, she definitely wouldn't feel comfortable staying. But since it's just us, she'll be happy to stay." She knew about Wang Ting's family situation. After her brother got married, the family had been tight on money for a while. Luckily, her younger brother knew to go work in a factory, so things got a bit better. Even so, they probably still had to be very frugal with food. Cheng Tianyuan nodded quickly. "I'll make 2 more meat dishes." A little while later, Wang Ting arrived. Cheng Tianyuan quickly went to open the door and invited her in. Wang Ting was still very thin, but her spirits were good, her eyes bright, and she was as gentle and quiet as ever. "Your complexion is still a bit pale," Xue Ling looked at her and said gently, "You need to eat more and get your strength back." Wang Ting smiled. "I am. I eat well at every meal." The two of them held hands and started chatting. Cheng Tianyuan poured 2 cups of tea and explained, "This tea is from my father and mother-in-law, brought from the capital. It's called Longjing tea, very fragrant and fresh. Give it a try." Wang Ting quickly stood up to accept it, thanking him. "I'm just an ordinary guest. You don't need to make tea for me. A glass of water would be enough." Xue Ling laughed. "Oh, don't be so polite. My parents brought a lot. Tea isn't as expensive over there as it is here, and you only use a little at a time. Listen to you." Knowing Xue Ling was generous, Wang Ting didn't insist, and the two of them each enjoyed a cup. No wonder people say Longjing is the best tea in the world. It really is so fragrant and refreshing." Xue Ling had felt a bit nauseous earlier, but now, sipping the fragrant tea, she found she really liked it and drank more than half a cup in one go. "How have you been these past few days staying at your mother's place?" she asked. Wang Ting gave a faint, awkward smile and said quietly, "We're so close. I don't need to hide anything from you. Now that my sister-in-law is there, things are different. The room my mom and I stay in is so small. Just a bed and a little table. Nothing can be moved around. I told my mom that since I have to go back to work the day after tomorrow, I might as well move over here tomorrow while the weather's sunny. She agreed. She feels stifled too, sharing such a tiny room with me." Xue Ling couldn't help asking, "Is your sister-in-law good to you?" "She's all right," Wang Ting explained. "By the time she married in, I was already married myself, so we didn't really interact much. She's very polite, treats me like a guest, which actually makes me feel awkward staying there." Xue Ling understood that feeling and said softly, "I get it. Your family has a son, so once a daughter marries out, she's considered part of another family. Coming home is just visiting your mother's house. You're different from me. You probably can't fully understand," Wang Ting said with a gentle smile. "You're your parents' only daughter." "That's true?" Xue Ling sighed softly. "In the end, it's never easy being a woman." Wang Ting's eyes reddened for a moment, and she explained, "That's why I have to be stronger and more independent. A couple of days ago, Liu Xing came to see me. We signed an agreement. He'll pay me 2,000 yuan in compensation. The house goes to him, and then we went to get the divorce." "So soon?" Xue Ling couldn't help but be surprised. Since that day at the hospital, she hadn't seen Liu Xing again. On New Year's Eve, she'd asked Ah Hu to help look for him, bringing Tongzi along. She was still paying the rent for the old shop, letting him use the photo equipment, but the studio's income was no longer shared with him. They'd completely split up. Liu Dafu had gone to help at the new shop, so the old shop was short-staffed. Tongzi was overwhelmed, so Xue Ling had Chen Lan go help. The shop in the development zone hadn't opened yet, but in the future, Liu would stay there with Chen Min, so there'd be enough people. Business at the photo studio had been booming over the new year. Tongzi was so busy he hadn't even gone home, but luckily Chen Lan could write and was used to business, so she picked things up quickly. She was also very diligent, opening early every day, cleaning the windows in every corner, keeping the studio spotless. Hu had wanted to help, but seeing how Chen Lan had everything under control, even boiling water in advance for Tongzi, he realized he wasn't needed and stopped going. Chen Lan also made lunch every day. Tongzi said her cooking was excellent, even better than Liu Dafu's. Now, apart from taking photos and developing them, he didn't have to do anything else and felt much more relaxed. After the studio split, Xue Ling had even less interest in Liu Xing's affairs. But Hu was resourceful. He chatted with Tongzi at the studio and got plenty of news. It turned out Liu Xing and that woman couldn't wait to get married. They planned to do it in February. That woman was already pregnant with Liu Xing's child and was in the hospital on bed rest, eating and drinking well every day. Liu's mother was taking care of her in the hospital, and Liu Xing went to look after her at night. Liu's father was helping at the new studio, but sometimes had to go home for the new year, running back and forth every day. Wang Ting's expression was calm as she explained. That day was the first day the Civil Affairs Office opened after the new year. There was nothing to be done. Other people just couldn't wait any longer. Xue Ling asked, "How is Liu Xing paying you the 2,000 yuan in installments?" Wang Ting nodded. He said he couldn't come up with that much at once, so he'll pay half in 6 months and the rest at the end of the year. She gave a wistful smile. I used to only care about romance, thinking that as long as you were with the one you loved, even eating plain bread and water every day would be sweet. The sad truth is, once the love is gone, all that's left is a debt relationship. Xue Ling forced a smile and said, "Marriage is the strangest relationship in the world. 2 complete strangers are bound together for life, and 2 unrelated families become relatives. But with a single piece of paper, it can all be over." Exactly. Wang Ting smiled faintly. It's all very mysterious. Xue Ling told Wang Ting about the new shop, explaining, Hu brought me the papers to sign. I never showed up in person. Hu? Wang Ting asked. Is that the tall, strong guy from when the studio first opened? Yes, that's him, Xue Ling replied. Wang Ting smiled softly. It's been over a year since I last saw him. When the studio was being renovated, I saw him several times. He worked quickly and efficiently and was very straightforward. He left a strong impression on me. Xue Ling explained. He and I co-own a clothing store in the provincial capital's wholesale market. He's also recognized my father-in-law as his godfather, so now he's little Ranran's goduncle. Oh, so you're relatives now? Wang Ting nodded. That's nice. At that moment, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen. Cheng Tianyuan didn't interrupt their conversation. After setting down the tea, he went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel a little envious and said softly, Your husband is so good. He cares about you, helps with meals while you're pregnant, and even does housework. You should find someone like that too, Xue Ling said with a smile. Wang Ting just smiled, not knowing how to respond. Xue Ling explained, Not every man is willing to do housework. If 1 out of 3 or 4 men helps out, that's already pretty good. My father-in-law often helps, probably because of his parents' influence and because he was the eldest and had to do a lot of chores growing up. Now, whenever he comes home and sees something that needs doing, he just does it. That's really nice, Wang Ting said with a gentle laugh. He's the perfect husband. Ha ha, Xue Ling laughed. The standards for men and women are so different. For a woman to be considered perfect, she has to be good in the kitchen and presentable in the living room, know how to respect her in-laws, support her husband, raise her children. So many requirements. But for a man, as long as he's responsible, provides for the family and helps out with some housework, he's already considered great. It really isn't fair, is it? This society is still unfair to women. Wang Ting sighed softly. After all the life and death struggles she'd been through, Wang Ting was no longer the naive girl she once was. Now she carried a new sense of maturity and calm. When I was little, My mother originally wanted my younger brother to go to school, not me. Our family was just too poor. There was no way both kids could go at the same time. My mom didn't even hesitate. She immediately thought of my brother. It wasn't until my brother refused to study, and my mom saw me teaching myself from his books and able to answer all the questions, and saw how obsessed I was with reading, that she finally agreed to give me the chance instead. Later I got a job, started working at the newspaper, and even published a few little poetry collections. My mom was so pleased. She'd tell me every day to always be grateful and repay the family. All my money went to her, and life at home gradually improved. The house got renovated and we started eating better. My mom loved me, but she loved my brother most. Even though he was naughty and always causing trouble, she said he was the family's hope for the future, the one who would carry on the family line. So I had to help him get married, since I had a stable job and didn't have to worry about hard times ahead. It's true my mom looked down on Liu Xing for being poor. Later, the bride price Liu Xing gave wasn't spent at all. She used every cent to help my brother get married. The money I earned before also went to my mom for fixing up the house. After I got married, my mom told me that my mother's home had nothing to do with me anymore, and I shouldn't come back to eat or anything so as not to annoy my sister-in-law. She said, "A married daughter is like water poured out. If you keep coming back to eat, your sister-in-law will definitely be unhappy, because you're always taking advantage of your mother's house." So after my brother got married, I didn't dare go back. Ling, I don't know why, and I don't know if you feel the same, but after a woman gets married, it's like that old saying, like Jubaji looking in the mirror, not a person inside or out. Xue Ling was a little stunned and said softly, "I understand how you feel, but my in-laws treat me very well," and I quickly felt at home. Wang Ting's eyes reddened and her voice choked. After I married Liu Xing, my own mother treated me like half an outsider, and my in-laws were complete strangers. Whenever they were around, they always acted like elders. When they came, I had to make tea for them, and I was the only one preparing all 3 meals and washing all the dishes. They thought that's what a daughter-in-law should do, and no matter how busy or tired I was, no one cared. It was all my responsibility, and I just had to accept it. Wang Ting tried not to cry and quickly forced a smile. "Sorry, I shouldn't be crying. It's the new year. I came to pay a visit, and now I'm making you unhappy." No, Xue Ling said with a gentle laugh. "I actually hope you'll talk about it. Only by saying it out loud can you feel better. We're good friends. We know each other's situations. There's no need to hide anything. Say whatever you want. It's already several days into the new year. The holiday's basically over. There's no need to be so formal. I don't care about that stuff." Wang Ting let out a breath and smiled. "I can only really relax in front of you. Ling, you're the only one I can say anything to. Usually I just don't dare to speak up." Wang Ting was a shy and gentle girl. Even with colleagues, she rarely spoke much. She'd mostly just listen quietly, occasionally adding a word or two. She almost never talked about her own family, partly out of shyness, partly because she valued her privacy. After I got married, I just felt so busy. When I was at home, my mom did all the housework, and I'd only help a little, but after I got married, I had to handle all 3 meals and all the chores by myself. It was really exhausting. Wang Ting gave a bitter smile and said softly, "I'm not good at making lots of dishes, and I'm not fast at housework. With no one to help, I was always worn out. I'd get up early to make breakfast, and only after I finished would Liu Xing get up to eat. After he finished, he'd just leave, and I'd have to clean up and then rush off to work. At work, I actually felt more relaxed. Writing, reading, editing drafts, listening to colleagues chat and joke. But after work, I'd get tense again, hurrying to buy groceries, sometimes having to go to several places. When I got home, most days I didn't even have time to wash my face, cooking and cleaning at the same time. Liu Xing couldn't do anything, not even set the table. I'd serve the food, set the table, call him to eat, and he'd lazily come over. After eating, I'd wash the dishes, clean the kitchen, and keep cleaning. I'd boil water for his bath, then take my own, then do the laundry and hang it up. By the time I finished, it was past 9. I'd read for a bit, then hurry to bed by 10, or I wouldn't be able to get up for work the next day. Sometimes I'd go help at the photo studio after work, and by the time I rushed home to cook, it was already dark. I was so slow at housework that only this winter did I finally get a little faster. But it was already too late. Liu Xing stopped coming home for dinner, started getting involved with that other woman. Most of the food I cooked ended up being thrown away. I can't imagine how those moms who work and take care of kids do it. How busy must they be? Just handling housework and meals and grocery shopping every day was enough to make me dizzy. Xue Ling smiled and said softly, "Maybe you're just too clean. Me, if I'm too busy, I just don't clean. I go to sleep first. You have to prioritize. Do what absolutely has to be done first, and leave what can wait for tomorrow or the next day. Honestly, I barely do any housework." "That's because you have a good husband." Wang Ting glanced toward the kitchen and said softly, "He can do just about everything, right?" "Yes," Xue Ling explained. "He's very diligent. He and my mother-in-law do most of the grocery shopping, so I don't have to go to the market. My mother-in-law cleans the other side, he cleans this side. He works fast and thoroughly, and he's very neat. He can't sit still. If he sees something that needs doing, he has to finish it. After eating, he washes the dishes. After bathing, he does the laundry and hangs it up. I told him I can't cook, and he said he'd do it. We never really divided things up. Family is about everyone sharing the work. Why is all the housework on you?" Wang Qing lowered her eyes and said softly, "I've told him many times to help out. But he always makes excuses, saying he doesn't know how." Xue Ling said, a little annoyed, "He's just been spoiled by his parents. He's an only child and his parents did everything for him. Whenever there's a problem, his parents step in. Even when talking to you about divorce, he needed his mom to help. That's why he's so weak and useless." "He doesn't see it that way," Wang Qing said with a wry smile. "He says housework is just women's work." Xue Ling couldn't help rolling her eyes and retorted, "Why is it that you earn money for the family? He earns money for the family. You both work, but all the housework is yours? Why?" Wang Qing gave a bitter smile. "That's why I say for women, it's just not fair." "That's a mistaken idea men have," Xue Ling snorted. "They subconsciously think women should do all that, and they don't have to. It's just male chauvinism." Wang Qing sighed softly. "If I were a housewife, with nothing to do at home, then sure, he'd work outside, I'd take care of things inside, and of course I'd do more. But he has to go to work, and so do I, so why should I have to take on all the housework?" "It's his thinking that's completely wrong," Xue Ling explained. "Back then, my dad earned the money and my mom was a housewife, but even when he came home, he'd help clean up. Everyone's part of the family. If you see something that needs doing, you just do it. No need to keep score." Wang Ting nodded, half sighing, half making up her mind. "It was my own fault for misjudging him. I thought he'd be considerate and care for me, but he only ever loved himself. From now on, I need to find someone who understands me, respects me, and truly cares about me." "That's the spirit," Xue Ling said. "You're still so young, you have a good job and a good workplace. There's no shortage of good men out there. Only by being strong and independent can we have a better life." "Oh, don't lump yourself in with me," Wang Ting laughed. "You're so loved at home. Your parents, of course, but even your in-laws dote on you, and your husband even more so." But Xue Ling shook her head and said softly, "It's mutual. If I didn't work hard, if I was lazy and didn't care about them, no one would care about me, really. It's all about give and take." Wang Ting was smart and understood right away. "Maybe you're right. Only by being strong and independent do we really have a say." She glanced at Xue Ling's belly and said quietly, "You're more capable than me, so you've won your in-laws' hearts. Liu Xing's mom wasn't wrong. Since I didn't have a child, she couldn't take my side. That other woman is carrying the Liu family's child, so she has to accept her." "No," Xue Ling said seriously. "That's not your fault. The doctor said it. Liu Xing was the one with the problem, not you." "But that woman is pregnant now," Wang Ting said with a bitter laugh. "That's something I just can't compete with. The night we argued, he said she made him feel passion and happiness, and I couldn't. He even said marrying me was a mistake. Don't dwell on it. Anyone with eyes can see who's right and who's wrong, Xue Ling said gently. I believe that as long as you know right from wrong, anyone with a sense of justice won't think you're at fault. Wang Qing gave a wistful smile. Thank you. That was all she could say. Xue Ling took her hand and said softly, Old Lu told me that a couple of colleagues at the newspaper already know. He said, once one person knows, everyone will soon know. He said this will get out sooner or later, so there's no need to hide. Just be open about it, because you're not the one in the wrong. Thank you, Director Lu, Wang Ting said. When I went to his house to pay a New Year's visit yesterday, he told me the same thing. He also said my essays are beautiful, and he hopes I'll finish the book I never completed. He wants to help me get it published through the paper. That's wonderful, Xue Ling encouraged her. You're such a talented writer. If you put your mind to it, you'll catch up in no time. When your book comes out, remember to give me a copy. You'll definitely get one. Wang Ting's eyes crinkled with a smile. Xue Ling said, After lunch, I'll take you downstairs to see the apartment. No one's lived there for months, so it's pretty dirty. Just be prepared. No problem, Wang Ting smiled. Once it's cleaned up, it'll be fine. I'm not worried. A little while later, Cheng Tianyuan came to call them for lunch. Seeing there was no one else, just the couple, Wang Ting readily agreed. That afternoon, the three of them ate and chatted together. Wang Ting had a great appetite, eating 2 bowls of rice and plenty of meat and vegetables. Wang Ting said happily, Yuan, your cooking is really good. The food is delicious. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head and said, It's just simple home cooking, nothing fancy. As long as you don't mind. It's great, Wang Ting smiled. Ling Ling and I are going to check out the apartment downstairs. Wait a moment, Cheng Tianyuan said. No rush. Sit and have some tea first. I'll go down and open up. My wife gets nauseous easily these days, and the apartment hasn't been aired out in a while. There might be some bad smells. I'll open the doors and windows to air it out first, then you can come down. Wang Qing was touched by his thoughtfulness and nodded repeatedly. All right. We'll do as you say. I didn't think of that. Sorry. No need to be so polite, Cheng Tianyuan said, grabbing the keys and hurrying downstairs. A few minutes later, he returned. I've opened all the doors and windows, and I wiped down the balcony. I also took the bedding from the wardrobe out to the balcony to air. Wang Ting couldn't help exclaiming, So fast? You even wiped the balcony? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan explained. It's just a few steps down, and I know the place well, so I work quickly. Wang Qing gave an embarrassed little laugh. I've always been slow at doing things. Cheng Tianyuan told them to enjoy their tea and went back to the kitchen to tidy up. He cleared the dishes and cleaned the kitchen. Xue Ling handed him a cup of tea and said with a gentle laugh, The temperature's just right. How is it? He nodded contentedly. It's very good. Wang Qing saw that, even though there were no sweet words between them, their relationship was sweeter than honey, and she felt a deep sense of envy. Maybe this kind of steady, ordinary partnership was the real secret to a lasting marriage. After tea, Cheng Tianyuan took them downstairs. After airing out, there was no smell left in the apartment. After Shan Yu and his family moved out, Ahu's mom and I cleaned the whole place before locking up, but there's still some dust, so it's a bit dirty. The bedding and kitchenware were all put away. Just a quick wash and they'll be ready to use. Wang Ting said apologetically, No, I'd rather buy new ones. Ling Ling knows me. I'm a bit picky, maybe too clean. If I use other people's things, I'm afraid I won't get used to it. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and suggested, We'll leave the stove, but I'll clear out the other pots and pans for you. The bedding is brand new. I've already put it out on the balcony to air. You can buy new sheets if you want. I already made one. Wang Qing smiled. I had nothing to do over the New Year, so my mom and I made a little quilt. I just need to put a cover on it and it's ready. Xue Ling exclaimed, You know how to make quilts? Wang Qing replied shyly, It's woven. My mom taught me. That's amazing. Xue Ling muttered. Me, I can't do anything. Except eat. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help teasing. Lately, you can't even eat. Xue Ling rolled her eyes playfully. I'll make up for it by eating a lot later. All right, you said it, Cheng Tianyuan replied warmly. You have to keep your word. Wang Qing pursed her lips in a smile. You'd better eat more and get ready to be a chubby mom. Last time, when you were pregnant with Ranran, you were still a bit too thin. No way, Xue Ling said softly. If I get too fat, it'll be hard to lose it later. Wang Ting laughed and found a rag in the corner to wash. Since there's nothing to do this afternoon, I'll start cleaning the room. Xue Ling said. I'll help you. No, Wang Qing said softly. You're pregnant. You shouldn't be moving around. You and Ayuan go rest. But Xue Ling was still worried. Then I'll sweep and mop the floor. No, Cheng Tianyuan said, taking her hand. Your back isn't strong, and you haven't been eating much. If you mop, you might get dizzy. Go upstairs and take a nap. I'll help Wang Qing here. Xue Ling really was sleepy. Lately, she'd been drowsy all the time. She'd just finished lunch, and even though she'd had tea, she still felt overwhelmingly tired. Hearing what Cheng Tianyuan said, she could only nod. All right, I'll take a nap and come down later. If you boil some water, you and Wang Qing can have some tea together. Wang Ting couldn't help teasing her. Didn't we just have tea? You, stop worrying and go take your nap. Ayuan, you go take care of her upstairs. I can clean by myself. It's fine, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. She'll nap, and I have nothing else to do this afternoon, so I might as well help out. Wang Ting thanked him. Xue Ling waved to them and lazily climbed the stairs. As soon as she stepped out of the stairwell, the elevator doors opened. It was Ah Hu. He was carrying a small net bag with a few bright red tomatoes inside. Xue Ling's eyes lit up at the sight and she exclaimed, Ah-huh, where did you get those tomatoes? They look so fresh. Ah Hu laughed. A long-haul trucker friend of mine brought them. He went south for work, bought a box of tomatoes, and gave me a dozen or so. My mom said you've been craving sweet and sour things lately, so she told me to bring them all to you. 4 is enough for me, Xue Ling said with a grin. I can't be greedy. These were a gift to you. I'd feel bad taking too many. Ah Hu clicked his tongue. What are you being polite for? I'm not pregnant and I don't even like sour things. It'd be a waste for me to eat them. These are super fresh. Have Ayuan make something for you to try tonight. Thank you. Xue Ling reached out to take them. Ah Hu grinned. The grilled fish at lunch was a big hit. No one wanted to leave. Uncle and aunt stayed at the development zone to play mahjong with godfather and godmother. They said they'll have another round of grilled fish tonight before coming back. Mahjong? Xue Ling asked in surprise. Where did they get mahjong tiles? Ah Hu explained. Quiliu brought a set from the factory, carved from peachwood, very small and delicate. Godfather and godmother didn't know how to play, so uncle and aunt are teaching them. Everyone's having a great time. That's good, Xue Ling smiled. Now we'll always have enough people for a game. Ah Hu laughed. At first my mom didn't want to play, but after watching everyone, she got interested and started learning too. Too bad you missed my grilled fish at lunch. It was really delicious. I even added some little chili peppers, just a bit spicy and very fragrant. Don't tempt me, Xue Ling muttered. You're making my mouth water. When I'm better, you'll have to grill a dozen or 20 for me to eat my fill. No problem, Ah Hu said heartily. That's easy. The river's right downstairs. There's always fresh fish. Xue Ling opened the door. Come in and sit for a bit. Take a break. I drove over. No need to rest, Ah Hu replied. You go get some sleep. By the way, did Ayuan go to the new shop? The new shop was in the city, surrounded by residential areas with lots of shoppers. It had opened right after the second day of the new year. Business wasn't as booming as before the holiday, but it was still lively, with customers coming and going. Xue Ling replied, Wang Qing is here cleaning downstairs. Ayuan is helping her. I have to nap at noon, so I came up first. Downstairs, the place where Shan Yu lived? Ah Hu asked. Why are they cleaning? Is Wang Qing moving in? Xue Ling sighed softly and lowered her voice. The property was split. She got the money, Liu Xing got the house. Now they're divorced, and she's taken her things back to her mother's. But her family's place is small, and her brother's married now, so she can't keep squeezing into a tiny room with her mom, nor make things hard for her mom and brother. So she's planning to rent a place. Ah Hu frowned. By herself? Yes, Xue Ling explained. I'm renting her the downstairs apartment, 10 yuan a month. It's more convenient for her, and she needs a quiet place to write. This place suits her. You're really kind, Ah Hu said quietly. That rent is so cheap. Just don't let the other tenants find out. Xue Ling nodded. Of course. The day after tomorrow, the newspaper starts up again. She's planning to finish cleaning and move in tomorrow. Ah Hu thought for a moment. I'll go down and help. I've got nothing to do this afternoon, and Wang Ting, she's so delicate I doubt she can handle heavy work. I'm better suited for it. Xue Ling smiled. If you're free, go help her. She's still weak, and even if she wants to work, she can't do too much. In another 2 or 3 months, she might have to go to the provincial capital for surgery. Ah Hu had heard about Wang Ting's situation and already felt sorry for her, and even more disdain for Liu Xing. In his view, a man who gets married should have a sense of responsibility, be loyal to his wife and family, love his wife and children. That's what it means to be a real man. Liu Xing had been so happy at his wedding, but just over a year later he was with another woman, neglecting his wife and nearly causing a tragedy. A man with no sense of responsibility or family, truly despicable. Ah Hu had helped out at the photo studio before and met Wang Qing a few times. He knew she and Liu Xing had truly loved each other, and despite her family's objections, she'd insisted on marrying him. Back then, Liu Xing had little money, and the studio had just started, so life was tough. Wang Qing, though a literary type, was never delicate or fussy. She helped out at the studio without complaint. Ah Hu always took on the heavy lifting and climbing, and Wang Qing had praised him for it a few times. He wasn't close to the couple, but after hearing about their divorce, he felt sorry for gentle, quiet Wang Qing. I'll go help this afternoon. You go rest, sis. See you later. Ah Hu waved and went downstairs. Xue Ling agreed, then turned and went inside. The apartment was empty and quiet. Xue Ling slept until after 4. She woke up groggy, pulled open the curtains and checked the clock. It was almost 5. She hurriedly put on a jacket, washed her face, poured a glass of water, and quickly went downstairs. Don't go too fast, Cheng Tianyuan called from below. Xue Ling stopped and looked down. She saw Cheng Tianyuan and Ah Hu cleaning the big iron door downstairs. He was standing on a stool and could see her coming down the stairs. Xue Ling smiled and asked, How's it going? Need my help? No need, Ah Hu replied with a laugh. We're almost done. Just this door left. Xue Ling exclaimed, That fast? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Many hands make light work. It's not hard, so it goes quickly. Wang Ting poked her head out and smiled. Ling, I've really learned something today. They work so fast. I cleaned one room and they finished the rest. They even wiped down the walls, the balcony door, and the front door for me. She'd thought she'd have to come back tomorrow to finish, but it was all done in less than half a day. It's all thanks to these two. They're amazing. Xue Ling laughed. Then you two should go all the way. Since it's still early, why not help Wang Qing move her things over tonight? The water and electricity are all set. Wang Ting quickly shook her head and smiled. No, you've already helped me so much this afternoon. I'll move in myself tomorrow. Wang, let me help you move. My car's parked downstairs. It'll be easy, said Ah Hu. Wang Qing replied shyly, You and Aiwan have already helped me all afternoon. I really feel bad. Ah Hu laughed. Don't be so polite. We're friends. I'm Aiwan's sworn brother and you're his wife's good friend. No need to stand on ceremony with us. Wang Ting nodded and smiled. You're so enthusiastic. I really can't refuse anymore. Honestly, everything's ready here and I can't wait to move in. I'll go get my luggage first, then head to the market for some daily necessities and rice. I can stay here tonight. No need to buy daily necessities, Cheng Tianyuan said as he wiped the door. We have several brand new sets at home. I bought a dozen or so when I stocked up, but we rarely have guests, so they've hardly been used. I'll give you 2 sets. No, I can buy them myself, Wang Qing said softly. Xue Ling went upstairs and quickly brought down 2 sets. If you consider me a good friend, don't be so formal. Wang Qing had to accept them, smiling. Then tomorrow I'll treat you all to a meal, to celebrate my housewarming, okay? Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a glance and quickly agreed. Ah Hu laughed. Tomorrow at noon or in the evening? Wang Qing smiled. Either is fine whenever you're free, but you have to come. Ah Hu thought for a moment. Let's do the evening. I'll bring 2 grilled fish for you to try. No way, I'm supposed to be the host, Wang Qing laughed. How come you're bringing food? Because it's delicious, Ah Hu replied. It's settled. A little while later, Ah Hu drove Wang Qing to get her things. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan stayed to tidy up the entrance since the stairwell hadn't been cleaned in ages. They poured water to wash it down, then mopped it dry. Cheng Tianyuan worked quickly, and with Xue Ling's help, they soon had the stairwell spotless. Ling Ling, we're back! As the elevator doors opened, Wang Qing came out carrying an army green duffel bag, while Ah Hu had a large woven sack in each hand. Xue Ling smiled. We just finished up too. The 4 of them went inside together. Ah Hu set down the luggage, then hurried off to the development zone. Wang Qing said, I wanted to invite him and you all out for dinner. Xue Ling explained, there are 6 or 7 people waiting for him at the development zone to make grilled fish. He's busy. Looks like Ah Hu's grilled fish must be amazing, Wang Qing said with a soft laugh. I can't wait to try it. Cheng Tianyuan said, it's really good. He keeps getting better at it. Then he turned and said quietly, Wife, you help Wang Qing unpack, I'll go upstairs and make dinner. What do you want to eat? I want tomato and egg stir-fry, Xue Ling said with a smile. Cheng Tianyuan replied dotingly, no problem, I'll make you a big bowl. Wang Qing quickly said, let me treat you all to dinner, don't cook, otherwise you'll have to clean up after, it's too much work. No, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. Ah Hu brought some tomatoes, and my wife wants tomato and egg stir-fry. Plus, there are leftovers from lunch. We shouldn't waste them. You still have to unpack, so don't run around. If you don't mind some leftovers, come up and have some porridge too. Wang Qing shook her head with a smile. Of course I don't mind. I just don't want to trouble you. This is the least trouble, said Cheng Tianyuan. Come up for dinner in a bit, I'll go cook. Xue Ling helped Wang Qing bring her things into the room, chatting as they unpacked. 20 minutes later, Cheng Tianyuan called them for dinner. Wang Qing ate happily. It's so nice to have your help. Don't be so polite, Cheng Tianyuan said. If you need anything, just come borrow it. The best thing about living close is we can look out for each other. When Shan Yu and his wife lived here, we sometimes helped watch their kid. After eating, Cheng Tianyuan did the dishes, while Xue Ling had tea with Wang Qing, then went downstairs to help with the rest of the unpacking. Wang Qing didn't have much, but her books were the heaviest. She kept her books organized, each one clean, some even wrapped in newspaper, all neat and tidy. Soon the books were put away. Wang Qing arranged her clothes, closed the wardrobe, and looked around at the clean, tidy room, unable to help but sigh. That was so fast. I can hardly believe it. Xue Ling leaned against the bed, yawning. That's the power of teamwork. Wang Qing smiled softly. It's so nice to have help. Hearing this, a trace of sadness flickered in Xue Ling's eyes. This gentle woman had carried a household on her slender shoulders for a year, used to doing everything herself. Now, with help, she almost didn't know how to react. Xue Ling sighed quietly and yawned again. Wang Qing said with concern, Ling Ling, you must be tired. Go rest. It's already 9 o'clock. Xue Ling waved as she left. See you tomorrow. When she got home, Cheng Tianyuan had already showered and was boiling water in the kitchen. Wife, do you want a bath? Xue Ling looked around and asked. Where are my parents? They're not back yet? It's already 9. Cheng Tianyuan replied, They're back. After a whole day out, they were tired and went to rest next door. Little Ran fell asleep on the way home. He's out cold. I washed his face and neck with warm water, cleaned his hands and feet, and took off his dirty coat and sweater. He's sleeping with your parents, don't worry. Xue Ling giggled. Of course I'm not worried. The kid's been out all day and now someone else is watching him. As a mom, I barely feel like a mom anymore. You're still carrying another one in your belly. No one's more of a mom than you. Cheng Tianyuan squeezed her hand, frowning gently. It's a bit cold. Go take a hot bath and get to bed. The weather was warm for the new year, but mornings and evenings were still chilly. She'd been eating less lately, had lost weight, and her body temperature was lower than his. Xue Ling nodded, but just then, the phone in the living room rang. I'll get you some hot water. You answer the phone, said Cheng Tianyuan. The house phone was almost always for Xue Ling, so if she was home, Cheng Tianyuan always let her answer. Hello? Who is it? Xue Ling asked. Xue Ling, you heartless thing, came a scolding voice. I've been waiting at home day after day for you to come eat steak with me, and you didn't even come back to the capital for New Year's. It was her old friend from the capital, Zhao Jiaxue. Xue Ling burst out laughing. Zhao Jiaxue huffed. If I hadn't looked up your home number and called for 3 nights with no answer, I wouldn't have guessed your parents went south for New Year's. Otherwise, I'd be waiting until Lantern Festival, or even next year. Xue Ling laughed and quickly apologized. It's not that I didn't tell you in advance, I've just been so busy lately. You're right, my parents came down to Rongcheng for New Year's. They arrived on the 27th. They'll go back to the capital after Lantern Festival. I probably won't get to see you for steak until the end of next year. Why didn't you come to the capital? Zhao Jiaxue grumbled. I only get to squeeze you for a meal once a year, and now you're not even giving me that chance. You stingy thing. The richer you get, the more tight-fisted you are. Xue Ling burst out laughing at the scolding. Oh, come on. I have my reasons. Zhao Jiaxue snorted. I don't care. You didn't even tell me you weren't coming to the capital, so I waited and waited. We only get to see each other once a year, and you just ditched me. My steak, my coffee, gone. Xue Ling finally finished laughing and said softly, I really couldn't help it. Listen, you're going to be an aunt again. I'm pregnant with my second. I'm in the early stages, so I can't travel all the way to the capital. That's why my parents came south to spend New Year's with me and help with the kids. Oh my God! Zhao Jiaxue exclaimed. Wow, you're already on your second? I'm still single and you're about to have 2 kids. Comparisons really are infuriating. Nothing's more frustrating than comparing yourself to others. Zhao Jiaxue giggled. Just the other day, I ran into some old classmates in the capital, and everyone was amazed at how quickly you found someone. While we were all busy job hunting and trying to settle down, you'd already gotten married. Before we'd even found our footing, you were already a mom. Now I'm still looking for a boyfriend, and you're about to have your second kid. Are you trying to break a Guinness World Record? Xue Ling thought for a moment and replied, If I'd gotten pregnant right after getting married, then again right after the first, and then again, I'd probably be holding my 3rd baby while talking to you now. If that were the case, maybe I really could go for a record. Zhao Jiaxue laughed out loud. So is it a boy or a girl? Can you find out over there? I heard there's a machine now that lets you see the baby in the womb, but only doctors can use it. Some hospitals in the capital already have it. I don't know about that, Xue Ling said. Boy or girl, it's all good. Zhao Jiaxue thought for a second. If it's a girl, that'd be perfect. 1 boy, 1 girl, makes the character for good. How, right? Exactly, Xue Ling said with a smile. I hope so too, but I'm not too hung up on it. If it's a boy, that's great. If it's a girl, that's great too. Zhao Jiaxue let out a long sigh. You owe me a steak and coffee this year. I'll make it up to you when I can visit, Xue Ling promised. Don't worry, I'll treat you to extra meals and hot pot too, until you're stuffed. Zhao Jiaxue chuckled. When will you come? Probably never, right? By then you'll have one in your arms, one holding your hand, and maybe another in your belly. You'll be so busy. My hot pot and steak can wait. Just make it up to me all at once. Xue Ling said quietly, Actually, our family's already talked it over. When the kids are a bit older, we want them to go to primary school in the capital. When that happens, I'll be spending more time there. We'll be able to see each other all the time. Really? Zhao Jiaxue was incredulous. Will your husband's family agree? If you want to go to school here, you'll need to keep your household registration here. They're fine with it, Xue Ling replied with a laugh. We'll bring my in-laws to the capital too, and spend summer and winter holidays back here, switching back and forth. It'll be great. I'll be waiting, Zhao Jiaxu said. Your son's already over a year old, right? In 4 or 5 years, he'll be in primary school. Not that far off. Exactly, Xue Ling said. You'd better hurry up and find someone, get married and have a kid. Then we can arrange a match and become in-laws. Oh, please, Zhao Jiaxu sighed. I'm getting fatter and fatter. I'm starting to doubt my whole life. Lingling, to be honest, I don't think I'll ever get married. Come on, it's not that bad. Xue Ling laughed softly. You're just a little chubby. Lots of guys like curvy girls. They say girls with bigger hips are lucky and good for having kids. Sigh. Zhao Jiaxue sighed again. Wait till you see me. You'll know I'm not lying. We're old friends. I've got nothing to hide. I've been busy at work lately, working late a lot, and I can't help eating late-night snacks, sometimes 2 in a row. I was already a bit chubby, but now I have to change pants every 2 weeks. The nylon pants I bought in autumn don't fit in winter, and I can't even get into my thermal pants. I have to wear those big loose fleece skirts. I barely recognize myself. Xue Ling was shocked. So, how much do you weigh now? After the new year, I don't even dare get on the scale, Zhao Jiaxu said quietly. Before the holiday, I was 163 pounds. With all the good food over the holiday, I must be even heavier now. 163 pounds? Xue Ling was stunned. Wow, she wasn't that tall to begin with. She must be round as a ball. Wait, how did you gain so much? Just from late-night snacks? But 2 meals is a lot. Zhao Jiaxu sighed. I gained over 50 pounds last year. No joke. My brother got married, so the courtyard at home is crowded. Last year my work assigned me a single dorm room, which is nice. It's right behind the publishing house, so I don't even need to bike to work, just a few steps. The cafeteria food is great, and half the cost is reimbursed. I eat all my meals there, and before I knew it, I got fat. Xue Ling asked with a wry smile, So you eat 3 meals a day plus 2 more at night? Yep, Zhao Jiaxu admitted. When I work late, the company covers dinner, so I eat more since it's free. And, well, here I am. I didn't even dare visit relatives over the holiday. I was afraid people would laugh at me. My brother hadn't seen me in over 2 months, and when he did, his jaw dropped. He kept saying I wasn't his sister. I must be a fake. I'm so miserable, really. Xue Ling laughed. You used to bike to work, so at least you got some exercise. Now you live at work, eat all your meals in the cafeteria, barely move, and you've always had a big appetite. Add in good food and 5 or 6 meals a day, no exercise. You were bound to gain weight. Zhao Jiaxu sighed. Exactly. That's the perfect way to put it. Once I started, I just couldn't stop. I barely had time to change pants and shirts before I was already this fat. Enough! You have to lose weight. Xue Ling laughed. You're still young, you can't let yourself go like this. Eat less, move more, skip the late-night snacks, just eat 3 meals a day. I want to, Zhao Jiaxu said with a bitter laugh. But I feel like I gain weight just by drinking water. And now I sit in an office all day and at night I'm in my dorm. Where am I supposed to exercise? I get tired just walking a few steps. If I can lie down, I won't stand. If I can sit, I won't stand. Xue Ling. Zhao Jiaxue went on. I do eat less, but I can't help snacking on sweets after meals. There's a new kind of candy in the capital that's delicious. Sugar on top, biscuit on the bottom, sweet and fragrant. I can eat over 3 pounds in one go. Xue Ling. Xue Ling took a deep breath and said quietly, Cher, let's be honest. You really can't keep eating like this. You have to cut back. She was already in her 20s, still eating piles of candy and having several meals a day. How could she not get fat? It was impossible. Zhao Jiaxu gave a bitter laugh. I want to, but I just can't stop. I keep saying I'm the type who gains weight just by drinking water. But you're not just drinking water, are you? Xue Ling said. If I told you to drink only water for 3 days to lose weight, could you do it? No, Not even for 3 hours, Zhao Jiaxu muttered. If I don't have something in my mouth for a while, I feel hungry. Xue Ling couldn't help asking, so do you actually want to lose weight? If you get too heavy, it'll be hard to find a boyfriend. Wah, Zhao Jiaxu whimpered. I know, but I just can't control my mouth. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. You have to. You're already starting from a high number. If you gain even a little, that's another 10 or 20 pounds. Honestly, I can't even picture you at over 160 pounds. I'll try, Zhao Jiaxu said quietly. I didn't dare go anywhere this New Year. I was invited to a primary school reunion, but I didn't dare show up. Who would even recognize me? Even my parents are telling me to lose weight. Oh God, how big have I gotten? When I was little, my family was poor, and my parents told me not to eat too much. Then when things got better, they told me to eat more. Now that we're well off, they're telling me to stop eating so much. Having a good life has its downsides too, Xue Ling said softly. Being overweight can bring all sorts of health problems, so you really have to try to lose weight. Life in the capital was comfortable, and few people worried about having enough to eat, but girls as heavy as her best friend were still rare. You need to exercise and force yourself not to overeat. Eat until you're about 70% full, then put down your chopsticks. Even if you want more, don't eat it. Also, go for walks in the morning and evening, do whatever exercise you can, but don't just sit around all day. I'll try, Zhao Jiaxu groaned. Just thinking about it is painful. You have to stick with it, Xue Ling said. When you slim down to around 100 pounds, I'll introduce you to a super handsome guy. Really? You're not just teasing me, are you? Zhao Jiaxu asked. Xue Ling laughed. Come on, you know me. I'll be living in the capital in the future. If I lie to you, you can come to my house and eat me out of house and home. Haha, Zhao Jiaxu said. How handsome. Tell me, if you can't describe him, I won't believe you. Xue Ling blurted out. He's my cousin, just a few months younger than me. Technically a year, but really just a few months. He studied abroad, is over 1.7 meters tall, well-spoken, handsome, elegant, great in public, not so much in the kitchen, but otherwise really great. Your cousin? Zhao Jiaxu believed her right away. You'd really introduce him to me? Of course, but you have to exercise and diet and get back to 100 pounds. For a handsome guy, I'll do my best. Zhao Jiaxu laughed, half joking, half serious. Xue Ling said loudly, You better! I'm already on my second kid and you still don't have a boyfriend. Even if you fly, you won't catch up to me, so hurry up. Yes, I'll hurry, Zhao Jiaxu promised. Xue Ling told her a bit about her plans. Maybe next year or the year after I'll move to the capital, but nothing's set yet. You'll have a great future, Zhao Jiaxu said. Actually, I called with some good news for you. Good news? That's great. I haven't heard good news in ages, Xue Ling said excitedly. Zhao Jiaxu explained, The first book you translated was published 2 years ago, a Chinese English edition, and it sold really well. There's a big English learning craze in the capital and other big cities now. All English books don't sell much, so they started doing bilingual editions, and they're really popular. People can read and learn at the same time, so last year it was reprinted and still sold like crazy. Really? That's awesome, Xue Ling giggled. So what about my share? You'll get it, Zhao Jiaxu said. We signed a contract. Every time it's reprinted, you get paid. The publisher hired a bunch of translators for this project, and it really took off with the English learning trend. Perfect timing. Congrats on making money, Xue Ling laughed. And congrats to me, too. It's not a lot, but it's something, Zhao Jiaxu said. Just a few hundred, but still not bad. That's fine, Xue Ling said. I got paid for the translation, and now for the book, too. Any amount is good news. Zhao Jiaxu let out a breath and laughed. That's it for the news. I'll transfer the rest of your payment tomorrow. Also, the translation jokes fee added up to over 100, so I'll send that too. Thanks for handling it, Xue Ling said. Zhao Jiaxu hummed. Don't thank me. Just remember my 2 steaks and coffee. Xue Ling couldn't help laughing. Handsome guy, 100 pounds. Zhao Jiaxu immediately fell silent. Then they chatted a bit more before reluctantly hanging up. After that, Xue Ling wasn't sleepy anymore, so she grabbed her underwear and went to shower. Cheng Tianyuan was in the kitchen making buns, and when she finished her shower, she went to the kitchen. Are they almost done? Are they all char siu buns? I don't really have an appetite for meat. Cheng Tianyuan smiled indulgently. They're tomato and pork buns. Really? That sounds so appetizing, Xue Ling said excitedly. Are they ready? Let me try one. The first batch is almost done, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. But the coal smoke is strong in there. Wait outside. When they're ready, I'll bring you two. Fresh out of the steamer is the best. It's almost 10 already, Xue Ling waved her hand. No more late-night snacks or I'll get fat. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh, giving her a playful look. You barely eat 3 meals a day. Sometimes you even throw up. You've lost so much weight lately. Even if you gained 30 pounds, it wouldn't be too much. Don't say that, Xue Ling muttered. I'm just over 90 pounds now. 30 more would be 120. Oh my God, I can't even imagine. Please, no. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, You're tall. You don't have to worry about getting fat. Even at 120, you'd just look a bit fuller. No way. Xue Ling wrapped her arms around his neck and pouted. I don't want to be too fat. Just a little over 100 is fine. I'll eat my regular meals, but no more late-night snacks. What's with you suddenly being so afraid of late-night snacks? Because, do you remember what Zhao Jiaxue looks like? I do. She eats several meals a day, plus 2 late-night snacks, and now she's over 160 pounds. Cheng Tianyuan was stunned. After a moment he said, She's shorter than you and heavier, so you can't compare. And don't forget, you're pregnant. You need to eat more for the baby's sake. Xue Ling giggled. Then I'll have 1 bun. Over the next few days, the 4 elders went to the development zone every day to play mahjong, eat grilled fish and lamb, and generally enjoy a lively, entertaining time. Ah Hu and Cheng Tianfang were in charge of looking after little Ran Ran. His parents took care of his meals, but the rest of the time, he was out playing with his uncle and aunt. Neither Ah Hu nor Cheng Tianfang had much experience with kids. When little Ran Ran got sweaty from playing, they took off his jacket. Later, he fell asleep on Ah Hu's back, and they forgot to put his jacket back on, so he caught a cold. Cheng Tianfang got a scolding from Liu Ying for not paying attention to the details. Mom, I know I was wrong. I just got careless and totally forgot to put Ran Ran's jacket back on, she said. Ah Hu grinned apologetically. Godmother, it's my fault too. I was busy playing with him and didn't take good care of him. Don't blame Fang, I didn't do a good job as his uncle either. She's still young, so she knows even less. All right. Xue Ling quickly stepped in to smooth things over, smiling. It's just a little cold. I gave him some medicine, his fever's gone, and he's sleeping soundly. Neither of you are parents yet, so of course you don't have experience. I've been a mom for just over a year, and I had to learn everything bit by bit, too. It's fine. Ah Hu laughed heartily. I'll be more careful next time. Cheng Tianfang's eyes were red as she said softly, Thank goodness Ran Ran's okay. Otherwise, I'd never forgive myself. Your mom already scolded you, isn't that enough? Xue Ling teased. Even adults catch cold sometimes, let alone kids. Everyone gets sick now and then, it's just part of life. Don't blame yourself. Ran Ran will need his aunt's help in the future. Cheng Tianfang managed a teary smile. Okay. Liu Ying, still worried, murmured, My precious grandson is all right, isn't he? He's fine, just sleeping, Xue Ling reassured her. Don't worry, go get some rest. Liu Ying chuckled. I'm not tired at all. Every day it's just eating, drinking, or playing mahjong. So much fun. Xue Ling's mom smiled contentedly. The New Year's gone by in a flash. Tomorrow's the Lantern Festival. After that, we'll have to head back. Don't rush, Haitang, Liu Ying said cheerfully. Stay a few more days. We can't, Xue Ling's dad explained with a smile. The factory workers are already coming back and we need to get ready to reopen. Xue Ling's mom asked, Aiwan, did you book our plane tickets? Cheng Tianyuan replied, Dad told me a couple of days ago, so I called right away. There's only one flight a day before and after the Lantern Festival. There are tickets for the 16th and 17th, leaving at 11 a.m. and arriving in the capital around 1 p.m. Which day did you book? Her dad asked. I booked the morning flight on the 17th, Cheng Tianyuan replied. All right, her mom said, but we'll have to leave early. Will that be inconvenient? Not at all, Xue Ling laughed. We have a car, so we can leave whenever we want. It's just over 2 hours to the provincial airport if we drive. If we leave around 6, we'll get there by 10 at the latest. That's plenty of time to check in and wait for the flight. Still, better to be early, her dad said gently. It's always good to allow extra time for boarding and such. 6 o'clock is safest. No problem, Cheng Tianyuan suggested. Or we could drive to the provincial capital on the afternoon of the 16th, spend some time there, and head to the airport the next morning. What do you think? Great idea, Xue Ling said. Ahu needs to go open his shop and I want to check it out too. We can all go together. Ahu laughed. There are lots of places to shop in the provincial capital. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. Let's just leave on the morning of the 16th. All right, it's settled, her dad agreed. Xue Ling's mom turned to Cheng Muhai and his wife. Why don't you come to the provincial capital with us for a bit? Cheng Muhai smiled wryly. I'd love to, but the shop in the development zone opens on the 16th. I can't leave. Liu Ying pointed to little Ranran. I need to help take care of him. He's just gotten over being sick and it's not good to take him out. The weather's unpredictable. Better to stay home. All right then, Xue Ling's dad said. We'll pack up and head back after the Lantern Festival. Cheng Muhai was reluctant to see them go. Come visit whenever you can. Xue Ling's dad smiled. You should come to the capital sometime too. Maybe this summer you and Fang can come north. We'll see, Cheng Muhai said, eyes crinkling with a smile. Xue Ling's mom said warmly, when Lingling has her baby, we'll make sure to arrange enough help so she can rest properly, and so Ranran and the new baby are well cared for. Of course, we'll sort it all out then, Xue Ling agreed. The next day was the Lantern Festival. Ahu's mom told everyone not to prepare too much, since she and Chenlan would be making several traditional Rongcheng snacks. At noon, Ahu brought over 5 or 6 different snacks, each in generous portions, plus big, plump Tianyuan, sweet rice dumplings. Liu Ying cooked the Tianyuan, and everyone had a bowl. Xue Ling had worried they'd be too rich, but after one bite, she loved the fragrant sesame filling. So good, I want more. She ended up eating a whole big bowl. When Cheng Tianyuan got back from the shop, he had half a bowl too. Little Ranran's fever was gone, but he was still a bit listless, so Xue Ling fed him millet porridge instead of the sweet Tianyuan. There are still several bowls left in the pot, Liu Ying said. You all should finish them. Xue Ling thought of Wang Ting downstairs. I'll take a big bowl to Wang Ting. She brought it down just as Wang Ting was getting home from work. It was the Lantern Festival, and the newspaper gave everyone a half-day off. Wang Ting had lunch at work, said goodbye to her colleagues, and biked home. Dessert after lunch? Nice. Xue Ling handed her the bowl, smiling. Eat it while it's hot. Wang Ting thanked her and took a bite. So delicious. The sesame flavor is amazing. Xue Ling grinned. Ahu's mom is a master at making snacks. Chenlan learned from her and is almost as good. They make snacks all the time. If you like them, I'll bring you some next time. Oh, I couldn't, Wang Ting said softly. It's your gift. You should enjoy it. I'm already lucky to get a taste. Ahu's mom, is she his mother? Yes, that's his mom, Xue Ling explained. She was widowed young and raised Ahu on her own. She's bold and capable. Ahu takes after her. She looks tall and thin, but she's quick and efficient and good at everything. Wang Ting smiled. They say a tiger father has no dog son, but in their case, it's a tiger mom and no dog son. Exactly, Xue Ling agreed. They're the perfect example. Ahu's going to the provincial capital to open his shop tomorrow, and he knows the place well now. My parents are heading back to the capital too, so we're all going together. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help asking, Ling Ling, could you help me find out which hospital is best for gallstone surgery? No problem, Xue Ling agreed readily. I'll definitely help you ask around. The next morning, everyone set off. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan drove her parents, while Hu drove Cheng Tianfang and brought along a big batch of homemade pastries from his mother. Cheng Tianfang's school would start in 5 days, but since the dorms had been open since the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, she figured she might as well go early. There'd be a place to stay. As Hu drove, he said, "Even if you didn't have a place, it's fine. The shop hasn't stocked up yet, so there's plenty of space. I'll sleep on the sofa and you can have the bed." "No need," Cheng Tianfang laughed. "My dorm is huge with lots of empty beds." Hu hummed a tune. "Student days are the best, carefree and easy. Fang, don't waste this good time. Once you graduate, start working, and have a family, you'll realize how precious these years are." "Oh, come on," Cheng Tianfang teased. "Tiger bro, you don't look old at all, but you always talk like you've been through a lifetime of hardship." Hu burst out laughing. "I'm 10 years older than you. No matter how hard you try, you'll never catch up. I grew up without a dad, just my mom raising me, so I had to take on family responsibilities earlier than most. I know life isn't easy." Cheng Tianfang smiled. "But all the hard times are behind you. You and your mom are doing better and better. From now on, it's a smooth road ahead." Hu nodded. "Thanks for the kind words. Only a student could come up with such poetic blessings." Cheng Tianfang blushed. "Oh, stop." Suddenly, Hu remembered something. "Oh, right. I forgot to tell my mom something this morning." "What is it?" Cheng Tianfang asked. "If it's important, just tell my brother and sister-in-law later. They'll be heading back to Rongcheng after dropping off your mom and my parents tomorrow." Hu nodded. "A few days ago, someone from my village wanted to rent a place at Wangjiangyuan. My mom, being so warm-hearted, said Ling Ling's sister-in-law still had a place available. She told me at home, and I was about to explain that it was already rented to Miss Wang Qing, but then Chen Min interrupted, and I totally forgot. My memory is hopeless, like an old man's." Cheng Tianfang laughed. "That's easy. Just remind my sister-in-law when she gets back." "Remind me, okay?" Hu said, making a face. "I'll probably forget again otherwise." Cheng Tianfang readily agreed. "Oh, by the way, Tiger Bro, do you know Sister Wang Qing?" "Sure do," Hu replied. "I met her over a year ago, when your sister-in-law and Liu Xing opened their first photo studio. She used to help out in the evenings, but I was mostly there during the day, so we didn't cross paths much. Later I got busy and stopped going, so I haven't seen her since." Cheng Tianfang sighed. "There really are a lot of bad men in this world." Hu's eyes flickered. He knew she was thinking of her own situation, too. He snorted. "Come on. There are more good people than bad, or the world wouldn't keep turning." "Of course," Cheng Tianfang smiled. "But even though there are more good people, there are still plenty of bad ones. You just haven't met as many." "Who says I haven't?" Hu said quietly. "You girls meet bad men, I meet bad women. The gender's different, but bad is bad." Cheng Tianfang thought of his past and sighed again. "We're both honest people, just hoping to find someone we like, live a good life, and have a simple, happy family. That's enough. But sometimes life just doesn't go your way. If the other person doesn't want to be with you, you have to let go." "Yeah," Hu said seriously. "My dream is just to make money, give my mom a good life, marry a good wife, and have a kid or two. That's all I want. I don't have any grand ambitions, no big achievements, no building empires. I just want a simple, happy family." He gave a wry smile. But even that simple dream seems out of reach. After a moment of silence, Cheng Tianfang finally said, "The past is the past. Just because one person let you down doesn't mean the next will. Remember, you said yourself, there are more good people than bad." Hu laughed. "Right! If one's unreliable, the next one will be better." They both laughed. Then Cheng Tianfang remembered something. "Oh, Tiger Bro, I heard my sister-in-law say before we left that she's going to visit some Boss Liao's wife in the provincial capital and also ask about gallstone surgery at the hospital." What? Gallstones? Ah Hu was surprised. Who needs that surgery? I think it's Sister Wang Qing downstairs, Cheng Tianyuan replied. She has that? Ah Hu asked, surprised. Yeah, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. She's so gentle and elegant, but her life's been so hard. I don't know how serious it is or if it can be cured. Of course it can, Ah Hu said. My mom had the same thing a couple of years ago. The stone was too big, her gallbladder was really sick, so she had to have surgery to remove it. After that, she recovered quickly. She's in great shape now. Then you should tell my sister-in-law, Cheng Tianyuan said. I'll tell her when we get to the city, Ah Hu said. From what the doctors said, if it's not too serious, surgery can wait. Miss Wang Qing is young. Even if she needs surgery, she'll recover fast. Cheng Tianyuan still felt sorry for Wang Qing. Everyone else has their partner. Some even have kids already. But Sister Wang Qing is all alone, working by day, writing at night. She's prettier than before, but you can see the sadness in her eyes. Ah Hu said darkly. Liu Xing is a fool who didn't know how lucky he was. Miss Wang Qing is cultured, well-read, and a wonderful person, but he didn't cherish her. He had a wife and still messed around outside. I heard. He even said he and that woman were truly in love, Cheng Tianyuan whispered. I heard it downstairs from the neighbors. When Wang Qing fainted at home, a lot of people in the building found out something had happened. Not long after, she and Liu Xing divorced, and within a week, Liu Xing remarried and brought a young woman home. Everyone could guess what had happened. The old wife was cast aside for a new one. Ugh, Ah Hu spat. He and Miss Wang Qing got together for love, not because their parents arranged it. He just couldn't control himself when he saw another woman, and now he calls that true love? That's an insult to the word love. Exactly, Cheng Tianyuan snorted. A man like that who cheats and falls for other women so easily is just a playboy. Even if he didn't do it this time, he'd probably do it next time. The sooner Sister Wang Qing got out, the better for her. Yeah. Ah Hu wasn't as worked up, but his analysis was spot on. Men are always going to meet attractive women out in the world. The key is self-respect and self-control, knowing what you should and shouldn't do. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, Tiger bro, I'm just curious. After all your years on the road, you must have seen a lot of this. Have you ever been tempted? Ah Hu was silent for a moment, then said quietly, It's different for me. I wasn't married back then, and honestly, I only ever fell for someone once. I met a girl I really loved, but then I had an accident and she thought I'd died. She ended up marrying someone else. I didn't want to ruin her new life, so I told everyone not to let her know I was alive and just let her be happy with her husband. Cheng Tianyuan was stunned. That's really admirable. Ah Hu let out a long sigh. That was years ago. No need to talk about it now. But honestly, when I used to drive long haul with friends, some of them had wives and kids back in Rongcheng, nice simple families. But when they were away, they'd mess around with other women, saying it didn't matter because their families would never know. I really look down on people like that. Cheng Tianyuan muttered, If you don't want people to know, don't do it. People like that deserve to be taught a lesson or they'll never change. Yeah, karma always catches up, Ah Hu said quietly. There was one guy who bragged to me that he had a family in this province, and little families in several other provinces. He had several women and kids all over. Bigamy? Cheng Tianyuan asked. I don't know, Ah Hu replied. I don't know if he actually got marriage certificates. A lot of people don't bother with paperwork. He'd marry a woman in one place, rent a place, then do the same in another province. He even bragged that he was happier than an emperor. He had women in several provinces and planned to keep going. Oh my God, there are really people like that. Cheng Tianyuan rolled her eyes. It's true, Ah Hu said. I won't say his name, but I'm not making any of this up. He even showed me photos, him with all those women and kids. He said he already had 3 kids, all in different places. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Can he even afford to support them all? I didn't ask, Ah Hu said. If he's responsible, he'd have to work like crazy to support so many families. But honestly, he's lazy. He's lucky if he can take care of himself. The real victims are the women he tricked and the innocent kids. Cheng Tianyuan fumed. Where is he now? Someone should report him. Ah Hu was startled. Calm down, sis. He's just got wives and kids. It's not a huge crime. Bigamy is a crime, Cheng Tianyuan said loudly. People like that should be reported and punished so they can't keep lying to women. Ah Hu gave a wry smile. But if he goes to jail, what happens to all those wives and kids? Cheng Tianyuan pouted. So what's he doing now? No idea, Ah Hu said. But after cheating so many people, he'll get what's coming. I heard from friends that he's broke now and went south to work on a boat. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Those poor women. Yeah, Ah Hu said seriously. That's why no matter who you're with, you have to really know their character. The conversation turned somber, and the car fell silent. After a while, Cheng Tianyuan spoke up quietly. Tiger bro, I have a suggestion for you. Go on, Ah Hu said, driving behind Cheng Tianyuan's jeep. Cheng Tianyuan grinned. I think Sister Wang Qing is a gentle, virtuous woman. Why don't you pursue her? What? Ah Hu was so startled he almost hit the brakes, his face turning red. What are you saying, you brat? Don't talk nonsense. Miss Wang Qing is an intellectual, a really good woman. That's exactly why you should go after her. Cheng Tianyuan giggled. I just thought of it. You two would be a great match. You're strong and responsible. She's gentle and elegant. You'd be perfect together. Ah Hu was embarrassed and flustered. No, don't say that. Don't go spreading rumors. Cheng Tianyuan kept laughing. I'm serious. You should really think about it. I think you admire her too. Admiring someone is one thing, Ah Hu mumbled. Of course I admire her. She's a great woman, but I'm just a rough guy, not good enough for her. Don't sell yourself short, Cheng Tianyuan said. You have a house, a car, your own business. What's lacking? You even have a proper job and you make more than Liu Xing ever did. Don't compare us, Ah Hu said awkwardly. She and Liu Xing were together for love. Miss Wang Qing isn't the type to care about money or material things. Isn't that even better? Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Tiger bro, just admit it. You know all her good points. Stop fooling yourself. I can't talk to you! Ah Hu laughed. Enough. Sit tight or you'll fall behind your brother's car. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. All right, I'll drop it. But you should think about it. By noon, they reached the provincial capital. Ah Hu took them to a nice restaurant for lunch, then dropped Cheng Tianyuan at her school. Cheng Tianyuan found a big hotel near the airport and booked 2 rooms. Xue Ling always got sleepy in the car and her back ached, so once they got to the hotel, she just lay down and didn't move. Her mom was both worried and annoyed. I told you not to come, but you insisted. Now look, you're suffering. It's bad enough for you, but you're making the baby suffer too. You really need a scolding. Wow. Xue Ling pretended to cry. I came all this way to see you off, and you're complaining? Are you really my mom? Are you sure? Her mom couldn't help but laugh. No, we picked you up from the trash heap. Xue Ling rolled her eyes and muttered, Comrade Haitung, who knew you used to have a thing for picking through garbage? Xue Ling's mom was both exasperated and amused. She raised her voice. Enough. Be quiet and lie down. Don't move. Cheng Tianyuan brought over hot water, washed a few cups, and poured one for his mother-in-law, then another for Xue Ling. Mom, I'll take a cup to Dad. I'll do it, her mom said gently. You stay here and look after this troublemaker. Her dad barely slept last night. He and your dad just kept chatting like they'd never run out of things to say. He was so tired earlier. I bet he's already napping. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. All right, you take it. Mom, you probably didn't sleep much last night either. Go get some rest. Once you're all rested, we'll go out shopping. Ah Hu said he's heading to the shop for a bit and will meet up with us tonight. Okay? Xue Ling's mom told her to rest well, then went next door to lie down. Xue Ling lay on the bed, lazy and unmoving. Cheng Tianyuan massaged her lower back and asked softly, Feeling better? Yeah, Xue Ling sighed, uncomfortable. It's been 3 months, right? Almost? It's already been 3 months, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Xue Ling fake cried. Are you lying to me? Why do I still feel so awful? Isn't it supposed to get better after 3 months? It's almost over, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. They say 3 months, but it's not like it magically ends right at 3 months. Just be patient. A day or two more and you'll feel better. Xue Ling buried her face in his chest. Hey, I didn't go to college, so don't you dare lie to me. Cheng Tianyuan laughed, stroking her back. I went to school even less than you, so I couldn't fool you even if I tried. Xue Ling giggled and nuzzled his neck. Do you miss our son? I wonder if his cough is better. Little Ranran's cold was almost gone, but he still had a bit of a cough. That morning, they'd coaxed him into drinking half a bowl of herbal medicine before heading out. Cheng Tianyuan kissed her forehead and said softly, No, I don't miss him. He's got his toys. He's probably forgotten all about us. Xue Ling squinted and whispered, That's probably true. Do you miss me then? Whenever she felt unwell, she got extra clingy, and Cheng Tianyuan's heart melted. I miss you every day. I'm missing you right now. Xue Ling laughed and mumbled, You're so fake. I wanted you to say something sweet, but not that fake. Cheng Tianyuan, half amused and half exasperated, pinched her cheek. Then what do you want me to say? That I don't miss you at all because you're right here in my arms? No, that's not good either, Xue Ling giggled. Cheng Tianyuan gave her a look like, I knew it, and said gently, Next time, give me a script in advance so I can recite it for you. Reciting is no good either, Xue Ling laughed. That's too forced, no real feeling. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. All right, then I'll perform it, with full emotion. Xue Ling hugged his neck, eyes closed. Much better. I really do feel better. Cheng Tianyuan kissed her hair, voice soft with concern. As long as you feel better, I'd do anything, even act like a clown if it would help. Hearing that, Xue Ling felt a rush of sweetness in her heart. With a husband like this, she was happy to have his children, even if it meant losing her figure or beauty. She still wanted to have 2 more kids for him. Cheng Tianyuan pulled the blanket over her. If you're feeling better, get some sleep. When you wake up, I'll take you out for something tasty. Xue Ling was exhausted and quickly drifted off. With him by her side, his scent in the air and his warmth in the bed, she could sleep soundly and comfortably, even away from home. When Xue Ling woke up, it was already evening and dark outside. Cheng Tianyuan was sitting nearby, a cup of hot water steaming beside him. Wife? You're awake? Xue Ling blinked. What time is it? Why didn't you wake me? It's already dark out. It's about 5, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. Your parents are still asleep and Hu hasn't come by yet. Why would I wake you? Xue Ling drank some water, washed her face and brushed her hair. Should we wake up Mom and Dad? They probably didn't sleep much last night or they wouldn't have napped so long. No need, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. They're older and don't sleep as well as we do. Let them rest as much as they can. A little while later, Hu arrived. He grinned. 3 shops at the wholesale market have already opened. I went to check. Business is slow, not many customers yet. Xue Ling said, The spring clothes we ordered won't arrive for another 2 or 3 days. No need to rush. Wait until the stock comes in, then open. Yeah, Hu laughed. I've got plenty of friends here, and Ah Fang too. I won't be lonely. I can just wander around and the day's over. Xue Ling remembered Wang Qing's request and asked Hu about it. Hu explained, You should have Miss Wang Qing come to the big hospital here for a checkup. My mom had the same thing, but hers was serious, so she needed surgery. The doctor said some people don't need surgery as long as it doesn't get worse. All right, Xue Ling said. Tomorrow, after I visit Boss Liao's wife at the hospital, I'll ask a specialist about it. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Xue Ling's parents came in, smiling and saying they'd overslept. No worries. I just woke up too, Xue Ling replied. Ah Hu laughed. We came early so we wouldn't be rushed, so we could rest and catch our flight tomorrow. If we'd hurried out to shop, it would have defeated the purpose. Xue Ling's dad patted Ah Hu's arm. You're a great guide. We'll be counting on you. Just follow me, Ah Hu said cheerfully. That night they had some of the city's famous oyster omelets and desserts. Xue Ling's mom bought some dried seafood and a few pearl necklaces. Take one back for your mother-in-law. She can wear it in the summer. It'll feel cool and comfortable. Xue Ling was skeptical. Really? It's cool in winter, but will it be in summer? Her dad explained, These are good pearls, not the cheap kind. They stay cool even in summer. Nice! Xue Ling loved it. Her mom put them away. These are for my friends back home. Wait, Xue Ling and her dad said at the same time. What is it? Her mom asked. Her dad said gently, Save one for Ling Ling. Yes, yes, Xue Ling laughed. I want one too. I don't even have a pearl necklace. Her dad quickly added, I meant for your mom to save one for you, so you can give it to Aunt Jillian tomorrow as a New Year's gift from us. Xue Ling. Her mom took out another necklace and handed it to her. Remember to greet your aunt and explain that we're rushing to catch a flight and they're busy with work so we can't visit this time. Next time we'll come by. Xue Ling nodded, a little glum. So I don't get one? Mom, was I really picked up from the trash heap? Xue Ling's mom explained. That kind of necklace is too old-fashioned for you. It doesn't suit you. Her dad added, You don't see many pearl necklaces like this up north, and they're expensive there. It's a good deal to buy them here. Fine, I don't have one anyway, Xue Ling shrugged. Her mom snorted. Who was it that took on that fertilizer plant land? Your dad's about to help you pay a whole bunch of money for it. Mom, it's a loan. A loan, Xue Ling muttered. I'll pay Dad back next year. Her parents exchanged a glance and chuckled quietly. Cheng Tianyuan knew she was buying land again, but didn't try to stop her. He just said, If it's too much trouble, maybe wait a bit. Buy it when you have more money next year. No way, Xue Ling explained. It's such a good plot right in the city center. You can't just buy it whenever you want. If I wait, someone else will snatch it up. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, I'm just worried it'll be hard on Dad and Mom. It's fine, her dad said gently. It's a lot of money, but I can manage. Her mom smiled. Don't worry about it. Even if we bought a few more plots this size, we could still handle it. Cheng Tianyuan looked at Xue Ling. Then when you make money, pay Dad back quickly. He still needs to buy materials for his factories. Don't owe him too long. No problem, Xue Ling said. Once I make money at the end of the year, I'll start paying Dad back. Oh, and when you get home, just rent out the third factory. Focus on the main one. Don't spread yourselves too thin. Yeah, her dad nodded. That's the plan. I'll contact some friends when I get back and see who wants to take it over. Just rent it, don't sell, Xue Ling said quietly. It's a great location, not out in the suburbs. It's a bit small, but still valuable. Don't sell it. Her mom said warmly, Don't worry. The family business and property will all be yours and Ayuan's in the future. Whatever you two decide, we'll do. If you say rent, we'll rent. If you say don't sell, we won't sell. It's all up to you. Xue Ling grinned. Cheng Tianyuan felt a bit embarrassed. Mom, you can't say that. She's right, her dad smiled. You two are the future of this family. However you want to handle things, we'll follow your lead. Both families will depend on you two to carry things forward. Yes. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. The next morning, everyone slept in until about 8, then packed up and checked out. Cheng Tianyuan drove them to breakfast, and after eating, they headed to the airport at a leisurely pace. Xue Ling's dad said, This is a good way to do it. No rushing for trains or flights. People who rush always seem to get into accidents. By the way, her mom said gently, you two need to be careful driving. Don't go too fast, Ayuan. She's pregnant. Don't jostle her too much on the way home. Don't worry, Mom, Cheng Tianyuan replied. At the airport, they checked their luggage. We've got over an hour. Plenty of time, Xue Ling said. Let's sit and have some water. There was free hot water at the airport, so Cheng Tianyuan brought over 2 cups. Her dad said, "No need to wait with us. You should go. Don't you have to visit a friend at the hospital?" "No rush," Xue Ling smiled. "We won't be at the hospital long." They chatted as they drank, and soon it was time for security. "Go on home," her dad said gently. "We'll call when we get back." Cheng Tianyuan held Xue Ling's hand. "Dad, Mom, have a safe trip." All right, her dad said, leading her mom inside. Xue Ling watched their slightly chubby figures disappear, and her eyes grew red. Cheng Tianyuan noticed and comforted her softly. "In a few months, your mom will come take care of you after the baby's born." Xue Ling sniffled. "Brother Yuan, do you think when we're old, we'll be like my parents, holding hands to see our kids, then holding hands as we leave?" "We will," Cheng Tianyuan smiled. After seeing her parents off, the 2 of them drove to the hospital to visit Boss Liao's family. Boss Liao's wife had recovered a lot, and her memory was about 70–80% back. Both of Boss Liao's sons were there, and the whole family spent the new year in the hospital. They were all very grateful to Xue Ling, each shaking her hand in thanks. Xue Ling didn't stay long, then went to see Aunt Jillian and gave her the pearl necklace from her mom. She chatted with Aunt Jillian about gallstone cases, and Aunt Jillian suggested Wang Qing should get checked at a big city hospital. If the specialist said no surgery was needed, then she could avoid it. Xue Ling thanked her, then went with Cheng Tianyuan to the clothing wholesale market to find Ah Hu. Ah Hu wasn't there, so they found a place nearby for lunch, then waited for him at the shop. Over an hour later, Ah Hu finally returned. "I thought you'd head straight back to Rongcheng after seeing off your parents," he said. After checking out 2 shops, Xue Ling said, "Ah Hu, you'll be here for another year. Thanks for all your hard work." "Sis-in-law, what are you saying?" Ah Hu laughed. "I'm here to make money. I made so much last year. Bought a car. I'm really happy. Now that Ah Fang's here to help and I have so many friends, I'm not lonely at all." Xue Ling nodded. "Do what works for you. If you ever want to stop, just let me know. Honestly, I don't have plans for these 2 shops in the next few years. I just don't have the time or energy." "No worries. I want to keep going," Ah Hu said. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, "It's getting late. Let's head back." They said goodbye to Ah Hu and drove back to Rongcheng. Winter passed and spring arrived, and the weather grew warmer by the day. As time went on, Xue Ling's belly grew, her appetite improved, and she looked and felt much better. After the Lantern Festival, Boss Lu brought in another construction crew, led by a middle-aged man named Old Chen. With the 2 teams combined, there were now about 100 workers on site. Old Chen had heard that wages here were always paid on time and the food was good. After arriving, he found Boss Xue easy to talk to and kind, so he quickly decided to stay until the project was done. In early March, Boss Liao finally returned. He was much thinner, but looked in good spirits with his usual warm smile. "Xiao Xue, you've worked hard." Xue Ling shook her head. "It's everyone else who worked hard. I just checked in and did some accounting, nothing much. Is your wife fully recovered?" "She's fine," Boss Liao said. "She'll be back at work next week." Xue Ling comforted him. "As long as you have your family, you have everything. We can always rebuild our careers, and even if luck isn't on our side, as long as our loved ones are safe and healthy, it's all worth it." Boss Liao's construction company had struggled without management. After a month, the old staff couldn't keep it going, and the company went bankrupt and was dissolved. The employees all moved on. Xue Ling reassured him, "You still have your family, and you still have the second phase of Wangjiangyuan. You're not starting from nothing." Boss Liao listened and nodded with a cheerful smile. "Thank you. You're absolutely right. I do have a lot. I still have my family, I still have this place, and I have good colleagues and friends like you. I have so much. I'm far from having nothing." Xue Ling said, "Ever since old Chen's crew joined us, The project's been moving so fast. Another floor every few days. We're almost at the top now. I saw that just now. It's already up to the 26th floor, Boss Liao said. It's 28 floors total, right? Right. Xue Ling, supporting her belly, stood up and grabbed 2 hard hats, handing one to him. Come on, let's go take a look. But Boss Liao didn't rush out. He held his hard hat and said, Xiao Xue, let's talk for a minute first. Xue Ling nodded. Go ahead. Boss Liao spoke apologetically. We agreed at the start. You'd put up the money, I'd do the work, then I'd put in 40%, you'd put in 60%, and we'd split the profits 50-50 or 60-40. But I couldn't manage my other projects. Neither of them got finished, and I couldn't get paid. The 2 big investments I made are gone, and now all I have left is the money from that government project. After paying off the company's debts and my wife's medical bills, I've got less than 500,000 left. It's fine, Xue Ling smiled. Once we sell the apartments and you have the money, you can pay your share then. No, that's not fair to you, Boss Liao said with a wry smile. Xiao Xue, I know you're a good person, but I can't take advantage of your kindness like that. You've been running the site, you put in the money and the effort, and I'd just be taking a share of the profits? That's not a real partnership. Xue Ling smiled gently. You're the one who brought me into this business. I owe you for that, so I don't mind. But it's not something I can talk about openly, or it'll make it hard for me to work with others in the future. Boss Liao laughed. Don't worry. I won't keep taking advantage of you. With what I've put in, I'll only take a 20% share of the project from now on. No, Xue Ling said quietly. That would be unfair to you. You were the one who got this land in the first place. But you're the one who kept the project going, Boss Liao said with a bitter smile. If it weren't for you, my wife, she might not have made it. If I lost her, I wouldn't care if you gave me all of Rongcheng. I wouldn't have the heart to keep going. When I was at my lowest, you gave us hope. You put in money and effort, even while pregnant, running around the provincial capital for us. My wife and I will never forget that. 20% is too little. Xue Ling shook her head. You got the land. You laid the foundation. We're partners and friends. Helping each other is how it should be. My wife and I talked it over. 20% is plenty, Boss Liao said gently. That's about what I made from the first phase. Xue Ling hesitated, then said, How about 20% plus another 20 apartments? You can keep them for your family or rent them out for steady income. When your wife retires, she can manage the rentals and make a little extra. No, I can't accept that, Boss Liao protested. Xiao Xue, the more generous you are, the worse I feel. Just listen to me. Let's settle it like this, Xue Ling insisted. Boss Liao's eyes shimmered with tears. He murmured, Thank you. Thank you. Xue Ling put on her hard hat and, supporting her belly, walked out of the office. All right, let's go check on the site. I mostly just do a quick round these days, then head home. Boss Liao put on his hard hat and followed her out. You're pregnant. You shouldn't be working too hard. Now that I'm back, I'll take care of things from here. Xue Ling laughed. Then I'll leave it to the professional. I'm just a rookie pretending to know what I'm doing. It's better if you handle it. Half a month later, the second phase of the project was topped out, and interior work began. The construction was in full swing, and the marketing campaign was also getting underway. Even though Xue Ling wasn't at the site every day, she didn't slack off. Every morning, she took little Ron for a walk by the river, taught him to count, told him stories and idioms, then went home for breakfast. Afterward, she'd work on the marketing plan in her room. Ron played with his grandma, and sometimes waited for his dad to come home and play with him. Xue Ling spent a whole month revising the marketing plan over and over, and finally settled on the final version. During that month, 2 buildings had already finished their electrical and interior work, and even the elevators were installed. Xue Ling suggested to Boss Liao that since it was April and not too hot yet, they should try a pre-sale event to test the market. Boss Liao smiled. You're the expert at this. Leave it to you. I'll focus on the renovations and make sure the quality is top-notch. Next, Xue Ling bought ad space at the newspaper and radio station. At the newspaper, old Liu gave her 3 days of giant front-page ads at a friendly price. Xue Ling thanked him with a big smile. Old Liu winked and whispered, "We agreed, the discount can't change." "Don't worry, 20% off is 20% off. I always keep my word," Xue Ling said cheerfully. "When it's time, you get first pick of the floor plan and location." "Thanks!" Old Liu was delighted. Then Xue Ling went to the photo studio to find Tongzi. Tongzi was fair and handsome, clearly a bit chubbier than before, with a healthy glow and a more confident, charming look. Xue Ling couldn't help teasing, "Wow, you look so happy. Something good happening soon?" Tongzi blushed and stammered, "Alan's cooking is just too good. I can't help eating too much. Luckily I'm always running around or I'd be a real fatty by now." Xue Ling looked around at the spotless studio and clicked her tongue. "Our Alan is really amazing." "She's hardworking and capable," Tongzi said. "She's cleaning the attic right now. I'll go call her down." "No, I'm here to see you," Xue Ling said, sitting down with her belly. Tongzi smiled. "I know, you're here to check the accounts. Don't worry, Alan keeps the books perfectly. Everything's neat and detailed. January's business was great. After expenses and our salaries, we still made over 2,300 yuan. February and March were slower, about 1,000 a month. The exact numbers are in the ledger. I'll get it for you." "No need," Xue Ling laughed. "Alan brings me the money at the end of every month. I keep track. I trust you both. No need to check the books." Tongzi smiled apologetically. "Then what did you want to see me about? I really can't guess." Xue Ling snapped her fingers. "I want you to come with me to the radio station. I'm booking some ads." "No problem." Tongzi agreed right away. Xue Ling explained, "There aren't many radio ads, but most people still look down on TV. Lots of people listen to the radio." Tongzi said quietly, "There really aren't many ads. If you book several, you'll be a big client." Xue Ling laughed. "If it works well, I'll book for several months." Tongzi was stunned, then stretched out his hand. "Boss Xue, after you." The ads went out, and the response was fantastic. Secretary Zhao Chen reported that every morning, the phone was ringing off the hook with people asking about prices, apartment layouts, and when the units would go on sale. After discussing with Boss Liao, Xue Ling decided to open up the 2 finished buildings for customer tours and allow interested buyers to put down deposits. Boss Liao was a bit hesitant and said quietly, "Xiao Xue, we don't have many staff for reception. I'm worried we won't be able to handle the crowds. Just the people wanting to view the apartments will be in the hundreds." Xue Ling was a little troubled too, but after thinking it over, she said, "We'll need to hire a few young women who are articulate and quick on their feet. Also, let's set up a sales office on the ground floor of the first building." "Sales office?" Boss Liao had never heard the term before and found it quite novel. Xue Ling explained, "It's the sales center for our development. There will be staff there to answer calls, greet visitors, handle contracts, take deposits, and even process property certificates in the future, all in one place." "Got it?" Boss Liao nodded. "That's a great idea. So how do we set it up?" Xue Ling smiled. "First, we'll put up a big sign. Then we'll get the necessary office equipment. Also, let's move the blueprints for phases 2 and 3 from our office and display them there. And the models the designers made? Bring those over too, so customers can see them." "Good idea," Boss Liao said. "I still have a bunch of office equipment at my old company that's just sitting there. We might as well bring it over and use it." "Perfect. No need to waste anything that's usable," Xue Ling said. "But since we have more space here, we should buy a couple more sets, and we'll need 2 more sofas for customer seating." "No problem," Boss Liao agreed. Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked Zhao Chen to bring in Boss Liu. Liu Xiaoyu came in, sweating but smiling. "Sister Xue, I heard from the secretary you wanted to see me?" "Yes," Xue Ling poured him some water. "Sit down and have a drink first." Liu Xiaoyu thanked her and said, "It's getting hotter, but luckily we're doing interior work now so the guys don't have to work in the sun. Old Chen's crew is really efficient. Work during the day, listen to the radio at night. Everyone's happy and says the work environment here is great." "That's good to hear," Xue Ling said, then asked, At this pace, it looks like we'll finish much faster, right? Liu Xiaoyu replied, with so many people, plenty of materials, and good coordination with the electricians and plumbers, I think we'll be done in 3 months. What about the landscaping and everything outside? Will that be finished too? Xue Ling asked, a bit anxious. With this many workers, definitely, Liu Xiaoyu replied. Xue Ling smiled. No need to rush. Quality is most important. We have a 3rd phase coming up, so our reputation matters. Liu Xiaoyu nodded. Xue Ling continued. In half a month, we'll have a pre-sale event. The 1st and 2nd buildings will be open for tours. It's still a bit messy over there, so I'd like you to take a team to clean up morning and evening. I'll pay you extra for it. No problem, Liu Xiaoyu agreed readily. Xue Ling laughed. It's great working with someone as straightforward as you. You're even more straightforward, Sister Xue. Liu Xiaoyu lowered his voice. You don't fuss over small change, so everyone's happy to work. Some bosses make us do all sorts of things outside our job description, but if you give even a little extra, like 3 or 4 yuan, the guys feel appreciated and work harder. Xue Ling smiled. People need to be paid for their work, otherwise where's the motivation? Exactly, Liu Xiaoyu grinned. The next morning, Liu Xiaoyu brought about 20 guys to start cleaning. At lunch, someone came to the office looking for Xue Ling, but she wasn't there. Secretary Zhao Chen explained, Sister Xue usually comes in the morning and leaves before noon. She's pregnant and needs to rest. If you need something, come back tomorrow morning. Secretary Chen, I just wanted to ask, if we clean morning and evening, how much extra do we get paid? Zhao Chen shook his head. That's up to Sister Xue. I'll ask her when she's in. Thanks. The next day, when Xue Ling arrived, Zhao Chen asked her. We start work at 7, but Liu Xiaoyu's team comes in at 5 to clean. After work, they stay another hour. Last night, they were here until 9. Xue Ling said, Remind them not to overdo it. They still have to work during the day. Zhao Chen grinned. Sister Xue, the workers want to know, how much extra for cleaning morning and evening? Xue Ling thought for a moment. It's overtime, so let's say 3 yuan per extra hour. Really? That much? Zhao Chen muttered. If they do an extra hour in the morning and 1 at night, that's 6 yuan a day. That's 180 a month. I'm tempted. Overtime pays better than regular wages. It won't last that long, Xue Ling smiled. It'll just be a few days. Zhao Chen pouted, but went off to spread the good news. Word spread quickly, and soon everyone wanted in. Liu Xiaoyu had to take everyone, saying, If there's money to be made, we'll all do it. But it has to be spotless. Scrape what needs scraping, sweep what needs sweeping, no slacking. Yes. So, in 3 days, over 100 workers cleaned the 2 buildings until they sparkled. Boss Liao and Xue Ling inspected the results and were impressed by how quickly everything was done. Money really does make things happen, Boss Liao said. Liu Xiaoyu handed Xue Ling the list of names. She glanced at it and tucked it away. I'll add the bonus to their pay. Everyone will get an extra 18 yuan at the end of the month. You all worked hard. Later, I'll have the canteen cook 20 extra chickens as a reward. Thank you, Sister Xue, Liu Xiaoyu said happily. Boss Liao watched Liu Xiaoyu leave, grinning. Xiao Xue, you're a rare, generous boss. Xue Ling smiled. Honestly, I just want them to work faster. If everyone's motivated, we all benefit. Exactly, Boss Liao said. High efficiency and motivated workers are the best for us. You seem generous, but what you spend is less than what it would cost to drag the work out. Xue Ling gave him a thumbs up and just smiled. Boss Liao quickly gave her a thumbs up back, whispering, You're the real expert. Next, Xue Ling and Boss Liao got busy hiring sales staff. They need to look presentable, be articulate, and treat customers warmly and patiently. We'll train them for 3 days before they start, so they know all about Jiangyuan Phase 2. Zhao Chen went out and brought back 2 young women. Boss Liao recognized them. Aren't you Chuhua and Dongnuan? Long time no see? The 2 smiled and bowed to him. Zhao Chen quickly explained to Xue Ling. They're my neighbors. We live in the same compound. They helped out for over a month when Boss Liao was selling Phase 1. Xue Ling looked them over. then quickly smiled. I remember now. The girl on the left helped me sign the contract back then. No wonder you looked so familiar. I've met you before. The two sisters were both very pretty, with slim figures and pleasant looks, definitely up to standard in appearance. The older sister smiled sweetly and said, Hello, Sister Xue, I'm Chuhua. This is my younger sister, Dongnuan. I remember you too. You bought the most apartments back then. I had to count your contracts twice. Xue Ling nodded with a smile and asked, What are you both doing for work now? Looks were one thing, but she also needed people who could speak well and handle customers. Luckily, they'd already done this kind of work before, so they had experience. Chuhua replied, We used to help sell daily goods at a department store, but we quit at the end of last year. We were planning to open a small restaurant, but our parents were against it, so we've just been at home doing some handicrafts. Dongnuan pouted and said quietly, I love cooking, but my parents say girls shouldn't spend all day in the kitchen or they'll get greasy and have trouble getting married, so they wouldn't let us open a restaurant. Boss Liao smiled warmly. Kitchen work is tough. Your parents just care about you and don't want you to work too hard. If I had a sweet, clever daughter like you, I wouldn't want her sweating over a stove either. Zhao Chen chimed in with a grin. Ah, Nuan's cooking is delicious. We all call her Little Chef. We grew up together. We're really close. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, Was your job at the department store not going well? Why did you quit? Chuhua answered, It was fine at first, pretty easy, regular hours. But then they kept cutting our pay, 10 yuan less every month. It was heartbreaking. By the end of last year, I only got 100 a month, and my sister just 80. We couldn't take it anymore, so we quit. We even found a place for the restaurant, but our parents wouldn't allow it, so we just stayed home out of spite. Our work here is pretty tough, Xue Ling said. You'll have to show customers around, go up and down the buildings. It's not easy. And the sales office will only be open until all the apartments are sold. If we have other jobs later, we'll consider you first. Dongnuan muttered, We're not doing anything now anyway. Can't just waste time at home. If we can work a few months, that's fine, just as long as the pay isn't too low. Chuhua laughed. Last time, Boss Liao paid us 200 a month each. I still remember. Xue Ling smiled, thinking these two were smart and worth training. If you do well, it'll still be 200 a month. At the end of the year, we give out bonuses. If you're still here, you'll each get one. Zhao Chen whispered, It's over 100 each. Chuhua and Dongnuan exchanged a happy look. After a few more questions, Xue Ling said, Let's sign a simple contract, just so there's a record. And if you know any other young, articulate, hardworking friends, you can recommend them. We give a little bonus for big holidays, and a New Year's bonus too. If business is good, there'll be overtime pay. If it's slow, you can take turns having 2 days off a month. Okay, both sisters agreed. The next morning, they started work. The sales office was set up, though the sign wasn't ready yet. Benches and chairs were moved in, but the place was still dirty. Zhao Chen and the sisters got to cleaning right away. Xue Ling helped wipe tables and mop the floor, working up a sweat. Liu Xiaoyu happened to pass by and rushed in to help when he saw Xue Ling working. Sister Xue, you're pregnant. You shouldn't be doing heavy work. Take care of yourself. Xue Ling smiled and explained, It's fine. I can handle the light stuff. Liu Xiaoyu shook his head with a wry smile. When my wife was pregnant, she couldn't do anything. Just had to stay in bed. All 4 of our kids were born from her lying down and resting. Wow! Chuhua exclaimed. That makes me scared to get married and have kids. Being a mom sounds so hard. Xue Ling laughed. Let's not scare these young girls, or they'll never want to get married. Liu Xiaoyu, a bit embarrassed, grinned. Anything else that needs moving? Big brother, could you help move this cabinet? Dongnuan asked. Liu Xiaoyu hurried over to help, then clapped his hands. Sister Xue, just call if you need anything. You're all women here. Leave the heavy lifting to us. Thanks, Xue Ling said with a smile. After 2 days of hard work, the sign was finally ready and brought over on a tricycle. Xue Ling had Lu Xiaoyu find 2 workers to help install it, and soon the sales office was all set up. "Sister Xue, I have a good friend who wants to work here too," Xiao Chen said. "She's working at a fan factory in the development zone. She's really nice and patient." Xue Ling asked, "Did she quit? Why doesn't she want to stay there? Can she read and write?" Xiao Chen blushed and lowered her voice. "Her name's Xiaoxi and she's very pretty. She started dating someone this year and both families want them to get engaged in a couple of months and marry by the end of the year. There are a lot of men at the factory and her boyfriend doesn't want her working around so many guys. She's picky, only likes her boyfriend. And yes, she can read. She finished elementary school." Xue Ling nodded. "Have her come by after work. I'll talk to her, and if she's a good fit, she can stay and help." "Thank you, Sister Xue." That afternoon, Boss Liao had the electrician move the phone line to the sales office. Xiao Chen will still handle the calls. Xue Ling, meanwhile, helped the 3 new hires learn about Phase 2, making sure they memorized all the apartment types and prices for each floor. Remember, higher floors are worth more, bigger units are more expensive, and the river-facing ones are pricier too. Here's the price list. Each of you gets a copy. Xue Ling worked at the sales office until dark before walking home. Phases 1 and 2 were connected, and the path between them was already finished, so she often walked to work and strolled home. "Ling Ling!" someone called from behind. Xue Ling turned and saw Wang Ting walking quickly toward her, pushing a bicycle. She looked healthy and radiant, her hair in 2 neat braids over her shoulders, wearing a floral dress and smiling gently. Xue Ling hurried over. "I haven't seen you in days. My mom made char siu buns last night and sent some down for you, but I was busy working and didn't go myself." "Auntie always thinks of me when she cooks," Wang Ting said, patting her face with a smile. "She's fattening me up. I love her braised pork. Just smelling it from downstairs makes me hungry." Xue Ling looked her over and smiled. "You look just right now, not too thin, and your complexion is great." Wang Ting thought for a moment. "The newspaper's not too busy lately, so I'm planning to ask my supervisor for a day or 2 off and go to the provincial hospital you recommended this weekend to see a specialist and find out if I need surgery." After hearing this, Xue Ling quickly nodded. "Now that your health has recovered, you really should go for a thorough checkup and listen to the advice of professional doctors." Wang Ting frowned and said in a low voice, "Lately my mom keeps saying that if there's nothing wrong, I shouldn't go to the hospital. She says if I'm not having any symptoms, then there's nothing to worry about. She even wants to pray to some god and make me drink some kind of talisman water, saying I'll be fine after drinking it." "That won't do." Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, lowering her voice. "Isn't that just feudal superstition? What's Auntie thinking?" Wang Ting also smiled wryly and explained, "My mom is great in every other way, but she's just a bit superstitious. She likes to pray to this god and that god. I told her this is a health issue, and gods can't cure illnesses, but she scolded me harshly. She said she'll pray for me and that I'll be healthy and safe for the rest of my life, with no more disasters." Xue Ling nodded and smiled. "That's something a mother would say, and I do believe it, but when it comes to treating illness, we still have to trust the doctors." Wang Ting was well educated and naturally believed in science. "If she wants to go pray, let her, but I still have to go for the checkup. I just can't tell her for now, or she'll keep nagging me about it." Xue Ling still wasn't reassured and asked, "Have you found someone to go with you? I'm not comfortable with you going to the provincial capital alone." Wang Ting smiled and shook her head. "No need. I can handle it myself. I'm not a child anymore. Going to the provincial capital is no problem." Even though she said that, Xue Ling still wasn't at ease. "There are a lot of people in cars in the provincial capital and you've never been there before. It's not easy to find the hospital. It's really not safe for a young woman to travel alone." Wang Ting said awkwardly in a low voice, "I don't have a choice. If I tell my family, my mom will try to stop me. My colleagues all have their own families to take care of, and you're pregnant. I'll just go by myself." Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, "Wait a bit. When I get home, I'll ask Ahu to pick you up. He's been in the provincial capital for over a year and knows the area well. With him accompanying you, you'll be safe and it'll be much more convenient." "No, no, no." Wang Ting's cheeks flushed. "He's in the provincial capital for business. If I go, I'll just be bothering him. He's your family, not mine. How could I trouble him like that?" "That's not right," Xue Ling explained. "You know each other. You're friends. When you're away from home, even just being from the same hometown means you should help each other, let alone being friends. Don't worry, Ahu is very warm-hearted and kind. He'll definitely help you." "It's too much trouble." Wang Ting still felt embarrassed. Xue Ling said softly, "He has a car in the provincial capital. He's tall and strong. No one would dare bully him. What if you, a young woman, get targeted by bad people? Do you know where the hospital is? Do you know where the bus station is? Or the train station?" Wang Ting was momentarily speechless. She had never been to the provincial capital, only heard that it was crowded and bustling. She hadn't thought about all these little details. Xue Ling said, "If you stay at a hotel alone, it's easy to get targeted by bad people. You're not very guarded, how can I be at ease? Listen to me. Take the bus to the station, then Ahu will pick you up and drive you to the hospital. He can help you book a hotel and look after you. If bad people see you have someone with you, they won't dare do anything." "Okay." Hearing this, Wang Ting had no choice but to agree. "Then I'll buy a small gift to thank Brother Ahu." "Great," Xue Ling said. "Go book your ticket, pack 2 sets of clothes and some daily necessities. Once you've confirmed your ticket time, I'll call Ahu and he'll go to the station to meet you." "Okay?" Wang Ting couldn't help but ask, "Do you have his phone number?" "Of course." Xue Ling said, "Do you have a pen? I'll read it out for you." Wang Ting quickly stopped her bicycle, took out a pen and a small notebook. Xue Ling explained, "Ahu called me a while ago and said a few shops at the market wanted to install telephones and suggested all the clothing stores join in. The phone lines are connected, so if we install together, it'll be a few hundred yuan cheaper. He thought our shop should get one so we can contact customers and suppliers. I agreed right away and let him sign us up. The phone was installed in about 10 days. Here's the number. I haven't managed anything over there lately. Ahu has been handling all the stock and sales with my dad. I've handed the shop over to him completely." Wang Ting couldn't help but smile and said softly, "You two have a great relationship." It was rare to have such a trustworthy business partner. Xue Ling wrote down the number and said warmly, "You should write down my home number too. If anything happens, call home." "Okay." Wang Ting quickly wrote it down as well. The next day, Wang Ting bought her ticket and told Xue Ling the time. Xue Ling was busy during the day, but called Ahu as soon as she got home that evening. "Hey, sis-in-law, how are you? Is the little nephew about to be born?" "Not yet," Xue Ling replied with a smile. "It's only a little over 5 months." Ahu laughed heartily. "I thought you'd already had the baby. Feels like it's been ages since I left Rongcheng." Xue Ling asked, "Missing home?" "Yeah." Ahu didn't hide it at all and said softly, "Sometimes late at night, I start thinking about my mom's rice cakes and pancakes." Xue Ling felt a pang of sympathy and said, "Come home and spend time with your mom when you can." Ahu chuckled. "You can't leave a shop unattended. I know that much. If you're open every day, people might not come. But if you close for half a day, everyone says they can't find you anywhere. There's still a pile of summer stock left I can't leave. Last weekend's business was good, thank goodness Ah Fang came to help, otherwise I wouldn't have managed." Xue Ling smiled and asked, "How's Ah Fang? She hasn't called home in a while." "She's doing great," Ahu replied, "studying during the day, self-study at night. Except for weekends, she's busy all the time. Recently, her school organized a trip to a small power station in the suburbs. Lots of food and fun, she was over the moon." Xue Ling listened enviously. Those were the days, being young and studying, carefree. You could go wherever you wanted, and all you had to do was study. Not like now with a family to take care of. I can't help but miss those days. Exactly. Ahu couldn't help but agree. Xue Ling told him about Wang Ting going to the provincial capital and asked him to look after her. No problem, Ah Hu agreed readily. I know that hospital. My mom had surgery there before. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Miss Wang Ting. Don't be so formal, Xue Ling said with a laugh. Just call her by her name. You're about the same age. It's more natural. Ah Hu chuckled. She's an artist. I'm just a country bumpkin, so I have to show some respect. Xue Ling gave him Wang Ting's ticket details and explained. She booked a train ticket, so she should arrive on time. She'll leave Rongcheng at 9 in the morning and get to the provincial capital train station around 1 in the afternoon. That's about 4 or 5 hours, Ah Hu said. The train's not as fast as our own car. All right, I've told you about it. Remember to pick up Wang Ting at the station. Got it! Early in the morning, Xue Ling got up. Cheng Tianyuan squinted his eyes and couldn't help but ask, Wife, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xue Ling shook her head and explained, Today is the first day of the pre-sale. We advertised the day before yesterday, and today happens to be the weekend, so I expect there will be a lot of people. I need to get over there quickly to make arrangements, or things might get chaotic. Cheng Tianyuan was startled. Wife, you're heavily pregnant. How can you squeeze in with the crowd? He still remembered the scene from 2 years ago when he accompanied her to buy a house. Crowds of people everywhere. She was pregnant then too, and it had scared him so much that he hovered nervously around her the whole time. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. There's no other way. Back then, we were just buying a house. Once we paid, we could go home. Now I'm the boss, so I have to stay on site and keep an eye on things. Cheng Tianyuan sat up abruptly. No, I'm coming with you. Don't you have to go to work? Xue Ling asked. Can you really help? I can, Cheng Tianyuan said. If I can help, I definitely will. But I have to be by your side to feel at ease. Xue Ling giggled. All right, then come along. Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. Cheng Tianyuan strode out, muttering, I need to find Mom first and remind her to take care of little Ran. I promised to take him to the development zone to see Grandpa, but I guess that'll have to wait. A while later, the two of them hurried out the door. As soon as they arrived at the sales office, they saw a crowd of people waiting outside. Bicycles were parked haphazardly and everyone was holding flyers, chatting noisily. Xue Ling exclaimed, Wow, it's only 7 o'clock, and there are already so many people. Cheng Tianyuan parked the car and explained, Ever since you started advertising more than half a month ago, people have been talking about the second phase. Today is the pre-sale, so everyone wants to be first to pick a unit. There's no way there'll be few people. Xue Ling let out a breath and opened the car door. I already told Boss Liao and the other employees yesterday that they need to come in early today. Be here by 7. They should be arriving soon. Cheng Tianyuan quickly got out too. Seeing the mess of bicycles at the entrance, he reminded her, Wife, the bikes need to be parked on the other side, not at the entrance where they block people coming in and out. Right, Xue Ling said. Go tell them. I need to make a paper megaphone or my throat will be sore by tonight. Cheng Tianyuan followed her up the steps, his tall figure standing out. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your interest in our second phase project. There will be a lot of people soon, so please cooperate and park your bicycles downstairs on the other side. Most people were reasonable and, hearing this, quickly went to move their bikes. Cheng Tianyuan went over to direct them. A well-dressed, chubby, middle-aged man sized up Cheng Tianyuan and asked, Young man, are you a staff member here? I want to ask, it's the pre-sale now, but I heard we can also tour the units, right? Yes. Cheng Tianyuan nodded with a smile. The man asked again, So, when can we move in? I heard the units are fully finished and you can move in as soon as you bring your furniture. My son is getting married at the end of the year, so the wedding house has to be ready in time. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and replied, It should be no problem by the end of the year. Are you sure? An anxious aunt nearby asked. If it's ready, we'll buy. If not, we'll have to look elsewhere. It looks like construction is still going on. Will it really be done in time? It should be, Cheng Tianyuan explained. I heard it'll be finished by the month, according to the lunar calendar. Should be? Heard? A young man on the side snorted. Are you really a staff member here? You're not being very precise. How can you do business like this? We're here for information, and if you can't give us a clear answer, how can we trust you? Exactly? The uncle frowned. You need to give us a definite answer, or you'll mislead us as consumers. Cheng Tianyuan smiled apologetically. To be honest, I'm not a staff member here. Hey! The young man got agitated, glaring. Then who are you? Why are you giving orders here? Cheng Tianyuan quickly said, I'm the boss's husband. The woman who just opened the door is my wife. She's the boss of this project, and she's the one organizing this pre-sale event. Oh, so you're the boss's husband. The boss is so young. I think I just saw that lady, and she's pregnant. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and explained, I rarely come here, so I don't know much about the place. My wife is pregnant, and with so many people here these days, I was worried, so I came along. I see, but you still shouldn't speak carelessly. Don't say the wrong thing and mislead customers. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and explained, I did hear my wife say that sales will start in September. Once the landscaping is done and the buildings have aired out, people should be able to move in by October. Oh, that's soon. Great, the aunt said happily. The uncle nodded repeatedly. That's good, that's good. If we can move in by October, that's just in time. Cheng Tianyuan didn't want to meddle further. Seeing that Xue Ling had opened the door and seemed to be moving things, he rushed in to help. Xue Ling had already cut up some thick paper. Brother Yuan, there's tape in the cabinet. Bring it over for me. Cheng Tianyuan hurried to get it. Xue Ling shaped the thick paper into a megaphone and said, Here, stick these parts together, then cut them open. Okay. Cheng Tianyuan agreed immediately. The two worked together seamlessly, and in just over a minute, they had several large megaphones ready. Xue Ling grabbed one and headed outside. Brother Yuan, bring out the benches and chairs and put them at the entrance. Okay. Cheng Tianyuan grabbed 2 chairs in one hand and carried them out. Sister-in-law Xue, someone called from outside, squeezing through the crowd. It was Liu Xiaoyu. Oh, Yuan is here too. Welcome, welcome. He quickly greeted Cheng Tianyuan. Cheng Tianyuan nodded in return. Xue Ling said quickly, Come on, Boss Liu, help us out. So Cheng Tianyuan and Liu Xiaoyu moved several benches and a dozen or so chairs outside to the entrance. Xue Ling picked up the megaphone and greeted the early customers, saying that there would be a tour today. The first 2 buildings were finished, with all kinds of layouts available for viewing, but for safety reasons, everyone should avoid the back area, as those buildings were still under construction. We want to tour first. Yes, let us see first. How can we buy without seeing? We have to look first. Can we go see now? Xue Ling raised the megaphone. Sorry, not all staff have arrived yet. Please line up according to the type of unit you want to see. In a moment, a professional guide will take you on a tour. Those interested in large units, please stand to the left. Those interested in small units, to the right. Please line up by unit size, and you'll be able to tour in a few minutes. At this time, Xiao Chen and Chu Hua, along with a group of ladies, arrived and hurried over to help. Boss Liao also arrived, bringing his eldest son with him. Very soon, the first group of customers, led by Xiao Chen and Dong Nuan, went to tour the model homes. Xue Ling went to the back canteen and asked the 2 cooks to quickly bring over a few thermos flasks. Bring 2 over every half hour and take the empty ones back. Okay, Boss Xue. Cheng Tianyuan and Liu Xiaoyu were in charge of handing out flyers to customers, busy helping out everywhere. By midday, over 100 customers had already reserved units and paid a 500 yuan deposit. Boss Liao was very surprised and lowered his voice in amazement. Xiao Xue, this is way too fast. In just half a day, over 100 units already? Xue Ling was a bit surprised too, but she was calmer than he was. The price isn't too high, just about 20 yuan more than the first phase, which isn't much. Plus, our new development is bigger, the layouts are nicer, the landscaping will be better, and there will be activity spaces. Even if it's more expensive, it's worth it. It's a good buy. Boss Liao nodded in agreement, and the 2 of them exchanged a smile. Sister Xue, Boss Liao, something's wrong. Chu Hua was made to cry by a customer. Xiao Chen rushed in, her eyes red. Xue Ling immediately stood up and asked, "What happened?" Boss Liao also jumped up in a panic. "Don't worry, just tell us what happened." Seeing familiar faces, Xiao Chen started crying even harder. "That customer, he was so rude. And he even touched Chu Hua. He's awful." Xue Ling's eyes turned cold as she supported her pregnant belly. "Let's go. Take us to see." Cheng Tianyuan noticed the commotion and quickly came over to protect Xue Ling. Boss Liao patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said gently, "Don't cry. Calm down. Take us to see what happened. Don't worry, with us here, no one will hurt Chu Hua." Xiao Chen calmed down a bit, nodded, and led the way outside. As she walked, she explained in a low voice, "It was a man, really ugly, short and fat. He looked at one layout, then another, and we took him around to several types. He just kept complaining. Chu Hua and I explained everything nicely, but he kept acting all high and mighty. Just now, he even pulled Chu Hua's braid. He went too far." Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened as he helped Xue Ling walk, muttering, "Don't be polite with people like that." Xue Ling nodded. As soon as they got downstairs, they saw Chu Hua, eyes red, arguing with a short, fat man. Several people were gathered around watching. Boss Liao strode forward and shouted, "Stop! What's going on here?" Seeing her bosses arrive, Chu Hua finally relaxed. "Boss, Sister Xue, this man is completely unreasonable. He even touched me. He's a total creep." "What are you saying?" the ugly man shouted. "Watch your mouth. If you insult me, I won't be polite. Are you trying to force me to buy a house? Huh? Just because you showed me around, I have to buy? If I don't, you accuse me? This is a scam." "Enough!" Xue Ling glared at him coldly. "What nonsense. We have no shortage of buyers here. If you dare bully anyone, I'll call the police right now." The ugly man's eyes flickered with guilt, but he shouted louder. "What? Threatening me now? I'm not scared. I said I was just looking. Why are you forcing me to buy? Who says you have to buy after looking? Now you're threatening me?" He turned to the crowd. "Everyone judge for yourselves. They're trying to scam people, forcing customers to buy. The price is so high and they still want people to buy. If I don't buy, they accuse me. Now they're threatening to call the police." The onlookers started whispering and pointing. Boss Liao, always a gentle person, was stunned by this kind of shamelessness. He stammered, "Who are you? What are you saying? Who are you anyway?" Xue Ling raised her megaphone and shouted, "Shut up! We sold out the first phase and the second phase is selling fast too. We don't need your business. Get out or I'll call the police. You harass our staff and even lay hands on her. You disgusting creep. Get out, now!" The ugly man was startled, glaring. "What? Aren't you here to do business? Is this how you treat customers? You think I'm scared of you just because you're pregnant?" Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened. He stepped forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and easily lifted him up. "Watch your mouth. If you insult my wife, I'll show you how hard my fists are." Cheng Tianyuan was much taller than the man, who was clearly a bully but now started trembling. Don't, I'll go. Cheng Tianyuan snorted coldly. "This is a legitimate business. If you like a unit, pay a deposit and buy it. If you don't, no one's forcing you. We're not worried about selling out. If you try to cause trouble, I'll take you to the police." No, the man stammered. "I was just joking with her. Really, just joking." Boss Liao stepped up and shouted, "Joking? Our staff are just doing their jobs. How dare you disrespect them?" Chu Hua burst into tears and choked out, "You bastard! I was kindly showing you around and you touched me and pulled my braid, you scumbag." The crowd was angry too, shouting, "What's wrong with you? This is a proper business. Why are you harassing the staff? Ugly and shameless. Saying they forced you to buy? How come I didn't get forced? If you don't have money, how can they force you? If you're not buying, just leave. Why harass the girls? Disgusting." At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu pushed through the crowd. Seeing the ugly man, he frowned. Cheng Tianyuan gave the man a hard shove and shouted, "Get out! If you dare cause trouble again, I'll send you straight to the police." The man stumbled, fell to the ground, and scrambled away in fear. Liu Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask, "What happened? Was he here to cause trouble?" Zhao Chen nodded and quickly explained. Liu Xiaoyu was furious. He doesn't have money to buy a house. He's just a local rascal. He lives near my old home, loafs around all day, always scamming food and drinks. He's a good-for-nothing. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. No one here knew him, so we thought he was a customer. Not only did he act up, he was foul-mouthed too. Damn! Liu Xiaoyu cursed and ran after him. Xue Ling frowned and said quietly, Brother Yuan, go after them and make sure Boss Liu doesn't really get physical. If there's a fight, he could get in trouble too. It's not right to hit people. Okay. Cheng Tianyuan hurried after them. Xue Ling let out a long breath and raised her megaphone. Dear customers, please take your time looking around and choosing. Please also respect our staff. This is a fair transaction. If you like a unit, pay a deposit. If not, just move on. Thank you for supporting our work. If you're thirsty, there's water at the sales office. If you have any questions, feel free to ask our staff. Okay? I want to see the small units upstairs. Miss, could you take me up again? Sure, please come with me. I want to see the small units too. Me too. All right, please, come along. Seeing order restored, Xue Ling and Boss Liao finally relaxed and went back inside. The pre-sale event lasted only 3 days, but those 3 days were exhausting. Every day, Xue Ling left home early and didn't return until 4 o'clock at night. Except for the times he had to pick up goods, Cheng Tianyuan tried to stay by her side as much as possible. Sometimes worried she might get jostled by the crowd, he would simply pull her aside into a corner. Boss Liao also helped look after Xue Ling, gently saying, The houses will sell no matter what, so don't worry. Just stay off to the side and keep an eye on things. But there were just too many people and too much to do, so Xue Ling had to help out herself. Director Liu came with his son to look at houses and quickly reserved a 120 square meter unit, paying the deposit. Xue Ling said quietly, You'll get the 20% discount when you make the final payment. Just come to me for it. Old Liu gave her a thumbs up, smiling as he left with his son. During the lunch break, Tongzi rode over on his bicycle from the photo studio. Since there weren't many customers, he wasn't greedy and said he just wanted a small unit. Xue Ling reminded him that if he planned to get married and have kids in the future, he'd need an extra room for the child. In the end, Tongzi chose a 100 square meter unit and paid the deposit. Xue Ling whispered, I promise you'll get your discount. When you pay in full, I'll calculate it for you. Thank you, Sister Xue, Tongzi replied, grinning happily. After 3 busy days, more than 600 units had been reserved. Seeing that the clock on the wall showed it was already past 8, Xue Ling quickly waved her hand. Close the doors outside, everyone. Let's take a break and have dinner. Zhao Chen slumped over the table and muttered, Thank goodness the canteen auntie made some snacks, or I would have starved by now. Everyone chuckled quietly. Boss Liao was exhausted too and called out, Everyone wait here. I'll ask the canteen auntie to bring over some meals. Chu Hua nodded. Thank you. Just then, Dong Nuan came in looking troubled. Sister Xue, there's an old lady and a man with glasses outside. They say they want to buy a unit. I told them our pre-sale event is over and they should come back later, but they said they're from out of town and made a special trip here. Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, I'll go take a look. She supported her belly and walked out, seeing a refined-looking man in his 40s helping a chubby old lady, both looking around at the buildings. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. The old lady looked familiar. Hello, you two. I'm sorry, but our pre-sale event has ended. If you're interested in our units, please come back when we officially open for sales. Miss, we came all the way from Shangjing. Our train just arrived. It wasn't easy for us to get here. We were on the road for over a day. Hearing this, Xue Ling quickly said, Then please come inside and have a seat and have some water. The refined man nodded in thanks and helped the old lady inside. Mom, let's sit for a bit and have some water. You must be thirsty. The old lady nodded. All right. Thank you, miss. It was already dark outside and the lights were dim. The man helped the old lady inside, where the lights were bright and the fans were blowing, making it nice and cool. Chu Hua and Dong Nuan poured them each a glass of water. If you'd like tea, we have that too. The old lady shook her head. Water is fine. This is enough. The refined man looked at the model units and the planning map while sipping his water. The lighting outside had been dim, so Xue Ling hadn't seen clearly, but now, under the bright lights, she recognized the old lady at once. Auntie, may I ask, did you used to live on Songming Road? The old lady's eyes lit up and she laughed. Yes, yes. You recognize me? I had 2 houses on Songming Road, 3 stories each. Are you a local from Ronghua City? I'm not. Xue Ling smiled and shook her head. But I know you. Do you remember renting a house to a young couple over 3 years ago? They rented for almost a year and moved out the year before last. Oh, I remember. The old lady squinted at her, then laughed. Miss, it's you, isn't it? You still look the same, so pretty. Oh, you're pregnant? That's wonderful. Xue Ling smiled and explained. This is my second child. My eldest son is almost 2. Auntie, I remember you rented out your house and moved to Shangjing, right? The old lady nodded and waved her son over. This is my son. Back then, when his wife had their second child, I rented out my houses and went to Shangjing to help with the kids. That child is in kindergarten now. He's grown so much. The refined man came over to support the old lady and smiled. My mother is getting older and really misses Rongcheng. She keeps saying she wants to come back. We're both born and raised here and she wants to return to her roots. As her son, I understand. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, don't you still have 2 houses on Songming Road? They're gone, the man sighed. At the end of the year before last, there was a fire upstairs that spread down. The fire got out of control and burned off our roof. With no roof, everything inside was ruined. I was too busy in Shangjing to renovate, so I discussed it with my mom and we sold them to my aunt. She rebuilt the houses and now her whole family lives there. My mom wants to move back to Rongcheng, so I plan to use the money from the sale to buy her a new place. With an elevator, since she can't climb stairs anymore. Thinking back to her time living there, Xue Ling felt a wave of nostalgia. It was a nice place to live. When we first came to Rongcheng, we had nowhere to stay, so we rented your new house. Later, my husband always sent you the rent until we moved out. The old lady took Xue Ling's hand and smiled. Miss, where do you live now? Your husband was a good man, tall, strong, and kind. He seemed very family-oriented. Xue Ling replied with a smile. We live in Phase 1 of Wangjiangyuan over there. My husband and I have 1 unit, and my in-laws live across the hall. Both are elevator buildings, so it's very convenient. Oh, congratulations, 2 units. The old lady beamed. That was fast. I heard this is the best development in Rongcheng. You bought 2 at once. Life must be good. And now you have another child on the way. How wonderful. Xue Ling asked. Are you looking to buy here? An elevator unit? Yes, the old lady explained. My son's work unit in Shangjing gave him an apartment with an elevator, and it's so convenient. I love it. If I'm going to live here, I need an elevator too. The refined man added, when we sold the old houses, I wanted to buy something else, but my mom can't climb stairs, so we hesitated. Last year, my aunt called and said there were elevator units for sale by the river. But they sold out right away, the old lady grumbled. I asked her to keep an eye out, but she said they were gone in no time. Then the price kept going up and I was too scared to buy. Xue Ling nodded and said quietly, That's true. They sold out very quickly. Lots of people came looking, but there were none left. The old lady explained, So I told my sister to let me know if any more elevator units came up in a good area. She called me 2 days ago and said there's a second phase for sale, twice as big as before, and with elevators. I hurried my son over to take a look. The refined man smiled. Traveling is tiring. We set out early this morning and just got off the train and rushed over. Are you a staff member here? Since we know each other, could you do us a favor? The old lady took Xue Ling's hand and smiled ingratiatingly. Good girl, we really are fated. Some people you meet once and never see again in your life. I want to buy a small apartment, one with a view of the river, with 2 or 3 rooms so the kids can stay when they visit. Could you help me with that? Chu Hua, standing nearby, grinned. She's our boss. This whole second phase was invested and built by her. Oh. The old lady stared at Xue Ling in disbelief. Miss, you're already a big boss? Xue Ling smiled and waved her hand. I co-invested with friends, but I have the biggest share. The first phase had just over 1,000 units, and this one has nearly 2,000. It's a pretty big development. Our designer is very clever. Every building has at least some river view. The front buildings have living rooms, bedrooms, and balconies all facing the river. The ones further back are a bit cheaper, and generally only the balcony has a river view. The bigger the unit, the higher the price. The smaller, the cheaper. The refined man said, My mother loves the river view. I'd like to pick a small unit of about 80 square meters for her in the front. That's enough for one person, Xue Ling explained. The small units are basically 2 bedrooms, a living room, a small kitchen, and a balcony. The old lady was very satisfied and asked, Can we see the units? I'd like to take a look. The refined man said quietly, Mom, it's already night. There might not be electricity yet. No, it's fine, Xue Ling explained. The water and electricity are already installed in the first 2 buildings, and we've set up model units for everyone to see. Come, I'll take you to see both the small and medium layouts. Thank you. Thank you. Chu Hua and Xue Ling accompanied them to see 2 types of units, and the old lady settled on the small one. Son, this is enough for me. The extra room is for you when you visit. If it's New Year's or something, the kids can sleep with me. You all have work and school, so you won't be able to visit often. There's no need for a big place. It would just be a waste. The refined man supported his mother and said softly, As long as you like it, I'm happy. Let's go with this one. The old lady looked around and murmured, Rongcheng already has such tall buildings for sale. I've only been gone a few years, and it's changed so much. If there were more high-rises like this, it'd be just like Shangjing. Her son smiled and said quietly, Rongcheng just needs time. It'll be bustling soon enough. As long as the policies are good, it'll develop quickly. It's already developing, Xue Ling said with a smile. The development zone is lively now, and there's more investment coming. I heard the new district is already twice the size of the old one. That's wonderful, the old lady beamed. I was born and raised in Rongcheng, so of course I love it here. There's nothing like home. The refined man thought for a moment and asked, Are there any small riverfront units left? We'd like to pick the best location and view. Xue Ling replied, We'll have to check. There have been a lot of reservations these past 2 days, and the riverfront units are the most popular. The old lady held Xue Ling's hand. Miss, you have to help me find one. I really love the river view. I'll pay the same as everyone else, not a cent less. Don't worry. As long as there's a unit you like, I'll make sure you get it, Xue Ling said with a smile. Let's go check. The group headed back. Boss Liao and Xiao Chen were already eating dinner, but when they heard there were still customers coming so late, they quickly put down their meal boxes to help check for available small units. There are, on the 7th and 9th floors right in the middle building, they reported. The refined man and his mother looked around and discussed quietly for a long time before finally deciding on a small unit on the 9th floor. He signed the contract and paid the 500 yuan deposit. Xue Ling explained, All the buildings have been topped out, and we're working on the interior finishing. It should be done by the month, and with the landscaping you'll be able to move in by October at the latest. We're ventilating as we go, so there won't be any odors after a few months. The refined man nodded. That's great. If the unit is ready, we can move in right away, which is perfect. Boss Liao smiled. All our paperwork is in order and the property certificates are being processed. Once you pay in full, you'll get your certificate quickly. If you need more time, anyone who's paid a deposit can take up to 6 months to pay the balance. As soon as you pay in full, you get your certificate. The old lady quickly said, Once it's ready, we'll pay in full. No problem. It's fine, Xue Ling said. Please leave your contact number, name, and ID number. Our staff will notify you when it's time. The refined man stepped up to write down his information. Dong Nuan helped the old lady sit down and handed her another cup of hot water. The old lady sipped her water and chatted with Xue Ling. Miss, how are you so capable? Just a few years ago you were renting from me and now I'm buying from you. What a twist of fate. Xue Ling also found it amazing and laughed. Life is strange like that. We really are fated. After dinner, Xue Ling finally walked home. That afternoon, Cheng Tianyuan hadn't come to help. He must have been busy, or he would have come by. She opened the door and found Liu Ying playing with little Ranran, but Cheng Tianyuan was nowhere to be seen. "Mama, Mama, I have an airplane!" Little Ranran held up a wooden plane and called out happily. Xue Ling smiled gently. "Have fun, and remember to drink water." Liu Ying stood up and asked with concern, "Ling, why are you home so late? You must be exhausted." Xue Ling sat on the sofa and let out a long sigh. "Mom, I really am tired. After these busy days, I feel like my bones aren't even my own anymore." Liu Ying quickly poured her a cup of tea and handed it over. Xue Ling thanked her and couldn't help but ask, "Mom, where's Brother Yuan? Why isn't he home so late?" Liu Ying frowned and said quietly, "Earlier, someone called. They said Grandpa from Quiliu was hit by a car at the shop entrance. Yuan rushed over and hasn't been back for 3 or 4 hours." "What? How could something like that happen?" Xue Ling grew anxious. "Any other news? Did Brother Yuan take the old man to the hospital?" "I don't know," Liu Ying sighed. "He left right after the call, and I didn't even have time to ask anything." Xue Ling said seriously, "The old man is so old. I hope he's all right." Then she sat up and said, "Mom, watch Ranran for me. I'll drive over and take a look." "No!" Liu Ying grabbed her arm. "Ling, you're still pregnant and it's almost 10 o'clock. You can't go out so late, absolutely not." Xue Ling felt a bit conflicted and said softly, "Mom, it's not that. I'm just worried about Grandpa He." "With Yuan and Chen Min there, you don't need to worry," Liu Ying frowned. "Do you realize how pale you look right now? You're pregnant. It's not the same as usual." "All right." Xue Ling had no choice but to sit back down and slowly sip her tea. Seeing her listen, Liu Ying secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When a woman is pregnant, it's not like before. Grandpa Quiliu looks strong and healthy. He should be fine. I heard from his son that Chen Min rushed over to help as soon as he got the news. With 2 grown men there, you really don't need to go. Okay. Xue Ling was truly exhausted. After a few more sips of tea, she slumped over on the sofa and fell asleep. Seeing how tired she was, Liu Ying felt a pang of sympathy and told little Ranran not to speak loudly and wake up his mom. Little Ranran nodded obediently. The little one played quietly with his grandma while they waited for Dad to come home. Soon, little Ranran got sleepy and curled up in Grandma's arms. "Grandma, sleepy, I want to sleep." Liu Ying gave him a glass of water, took him to the bathroom, and then put him to bed in the next room. He fell asleep quickly. Liu Ying was worried about Xue Ling sleeping on the sofa, so she opened the door, just as the elevator arrived and her son stepped out. Yuan, how did it go?" Cheng Tianyuan replied gently. "The old man was hurt, but it's not serious. He's being treated at the hospital now. Min is there with him, so I came home first." Liu Ying let out a long sigh of relief. "As long as it's not serious. That was so scary." "It's fine now. You should get some rest," Cheng Tianyuan said. Liu Ying explained, "Ling got home really late and fell asleep on the sofa. Wake her up and have her sleep in the bedroom so she doesn't catch a cold. Ranran's asleep, so I'll stay with him." Cheng Tianyuan nodded and went into their room. As soon as he entered, he saw his wife sleeping soundly on the sofa, one hand on her belly. She must have been really exhausted these past few days. Cheng Tianyuan quickly closed the door, washed his hands in the kitchen, and returned to the living room. "Wife, honey," he called softly. With her big belly, Xue Ling had to adjust her sleeping position herself, so he didn't dare pick her up for fear of pressing on the baby. Xue Ling woke up groggily. You're back? Is everything okay?" "It's fine." Cheng Tianyuan pulled her into his arms and said gently, "You must be tired. Let me help you to bed, okay?" Xue Ling shook her head with a wry smile. "I haven't showered yet. I'm so sleepy." Cheng Tianyuan said softly. You're too tired. Just shower tomorrow. Change into your pajamas and sleep first. I'm afraid you'll fall asleep in the bathroom. Xue Ling was amused and scolded him playfully. How could that happen? She snuggled into his arms, mumbling, I really am tired. I'll skip the shower for now. Tell me about Grandpa What happened? How did he get hit by a car at his own shop? Did Mom get it wrong? Cheng Tianyuan helped her up and supported her to the bedroom. It's strange. There usually aren't many cars in front of the shop, mostly just bicycles, hardly any cars. Grandpa was carrying goods in through the front door, then turned to go out back, and got hit by a white car. Luckily, he's strong from years of work, or it would have been much worse. Xue Ling frowned. How is that person driving? Just crashing around? Did they hit our shop too? They did, Cheng Tianyuan said. Not only did they hit him, but they also crashed into the shop door, broke a corner of the wall, and messed up everything out front. Wow, who was driving? Xue Ling rolled her eyes. Crashing into someone's shop for no reason. Were they blind? No, they were drunk, Cheng Tianyuan replied. When the guy got out, he was still staggering. He admitted he'd been drinking. The police were furious and said he'd be fully responsible. He nodded drunkenly, but who knows if he understood. Xue Ling snorted. See? Don't drink and drive. If you're drunk and drive like that, you're not just risking your own life, but other people's too. He didn't care about his own life either, Cheng Tianyuan said seriously. If he'd hit the wall harder, he might have ended up in the river and died himself. Xue Ling said, That's his own problem. But he should think about others. Poor Grandpa and our shop too. Luckily, no one was seriously hurt. If something had happened, he'd be in even bigger trouble. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. He's already been taken away. I took Grandpa to the hospital right away. Chen Min and Quiliu came soon after. The old man stayed conscious the whole time and kept saying he was fine, but at the hospital, both his lower legs were swollen and bruised. It looked scary. Any broken bones? Xue Ling asked. Some bone membrane damage, Cheng Tianyuan replied. The doctor said he can't get out of bed for half a month. Once his legs heal and the bone membrane is fine, he can be discharged. Xue Ling asked, So what's the plan? Do you need to help take care of him? What about the shop? Do we have enough people? Cheng Tianyuan explained. Quiliu already called her parents and uncle to help. There are enough people and they can take turns. The driver has to pay all the medical bills. I left 100 yuan with Quiliu for her parents and uncle to buy some nutritious food for the old man. Also, all the compensation for the shop will go to him. We have enough staff at the shop, but I'll help out as much as I can. That's right, Xue Ling said. We only lost a few things. At most, it's just a bit of money, nothing serious. But the old man was hurt and scared. No matter how much compensation there is, it should all go to him. The couple quickly agreed on this. Cheng Tianyuan helped her change clothes and brought a basin of water for her to wash her hands and feet. Is everything done at the sales office? You need to rest and not wear yourself out. Xue Ling lay on the bed, gently rubbing her belly, her eyes closing. The pre-sale is over. I can finally rest for a while. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, Why only do a 3-day pre-sale? Wouldn't it be better to sell slowly? I don't want to sell slowly, Xue Ling giggled. And it's not just about now. With a 3-day pre-sale, over 600 families reserved units, and then it's over. Soon, all these people will spread the word that lots of people have already bought. People follow the crowd. When they hear it's popular, even more will come asking. When we officially open, we'll sell out even faster. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. All for that effect? Isn't selling slowly or quickly the same in the end? Xue Ling hugged the blanket and yawned. If you sell slowly, people think there's not much demand. If you sell out quickly, it feels hot and popular. There's still a big plot for Phase 3, and we'll keep developing. We can't just focus on now, we have to think ahead. If Phase 2 sells out fast, Phase 3 will be even easier to develop. All right, you're right, Cheng Tianyuan said dotingly. Enough talking, close your eyes and sleep. Xue Ling mumbled sleepily. No, I haven't showered yet. I like to shower before bed. Let me nap a bit, then I'll go. Cheng Tianyuan looked at his wife, who was already fast asleep, and chuckled softly. A little after 5 in the morning, the eastern sky was already bright. Xue Ling, feeling uncomfortable, turned over and tried to find a cooler spot to keep sleeping. But her belly was too big, and the baby kept moving, so she woke up again. Hot and restless, she finally sat up, struggling to get out of bed, and sat by the window, holding her belly. The river breeze was strong, and a cool wind drifted in through the window. Xue Ling sat in a chair, found a comfortable position in her drowsiness, and closed her eyes to sleep. When Cheng Tianyuan woke up, he found the bed empty. His wife was gone. He looked around and saw her sleeping by the window, her head tilted. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. As her due date drew closer, her belly grew bigger, and with the hot weather, she often had trouble sleeping at night. She still went to the construction site every day, walking there in the morning and back in the evening. After dinner, she'd take little Ranran for a walk by the river, sometimes with him accompanying them. This baby was bigger than the first, and her pregnancy was harder, but she never complained. She just gritted her teeth and pushed through. Seeing her like this, he felt so sorry for her. But there was nothing he could do to share her discomfort. He got up quietly, went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, then headed to the kitchen to make porridge. Next, he took out the dough he'd kneaded the night before, made a dozen or so steamed buns, and put them in the steamer. Liu Ying came in holding little Ranran. The little one bounced to the kitchen door and called out crisply, "Daddy!" Cheng Tianyuan quickly turned and made a shh gesture, gently saying, "Not so loud, Mommy is sleeping." Little Ranran nodded obediently. Liu Ying smiled and asked, "Is breakfast ready?" Cheng Tianyuan said, "Once the buns are steamed, we can eat. The porridge is almost done." Little Ranran, hungry, shouted, "Buns, buns, I want buns!" Liu Ying stroked his black hair and said softly, "Once they're ready, Grandma will get you two to eat." Cheng Tianyuan took his little hand and said gently, "Daddy will take you to the balcony to watch the boats." "Okay." The little one followed his dad out of the kitchen. Because of the heat, there weren't many fishing boats during the day. Most came out early or late. At dawn, there were already quite a few small fishing boats drifting on the river, casting nets. Little Ranran was too short to see the boats by the river unless his dad picked him up. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, "Look, that's where the sun rises. That's east. Ranran, tell Daddy, which way does the sun set?" The little one pointed west and answered softly, "That way. West." "That's right," Cheng Tianyuan asked again. "Where do we live?" "Ronghua City, by the river." Cheng Tianyuan nodded in satisfaction and asked, "What are Daddy and Mommy's names?" The little one answered right away. Cheng Tianyuan continued, "What's our home phone number?" Little Ranran recited it, one number at a time. Cheng Tianyuan nodded, then asked, "What about Grandpa and Grandma's phone number?" "It's too long," the little one muttered. Cheng Tianyuan encouraged him. "Say it a few more times and you'll remember." Little Ranran recited it again, one number at a time. "Wrong," Daddy gently corrected him, then repeated the correct number. Little Ranran repeated it twice more and finally got it down. Cheng Tianyuan stroked his little head and asked, "Do you remember Grandpa's name?" "Yes." "What's Grandpa's name?" "Xue Wu." "What about Grandma?" "Hai Tang." Cheng Tianyuan smiled and praised, "Very smart. You have to remember Grandpa's office number and his name, okay?" "Okay," the little one replied. Liu Ying brought over a cup of warm water for little Ranran to drink. Yuan, have you and Ling Ling decided? Are you sending little Ranran to the capital?" "No," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Afang's summer break starts next week. She'll take little Ranran on the plane. I'll take them to the airport and my father-in-law will pick them up when they arrive." Liu Ying was still worried and said softly, "Your sister hasn't traveled far before. Can she handle it?" "If not, I'll go with them," Cheng Tianyuan said. "In just over half a month, Ling Ling will give birth. My in-laws said they want to help take care of little Ranran. They're not too busy now and can help until the new year. Liu Ying couldn't bear to part with her grandson, and her eyes turned red. So long. It's too long. Cheng Tianyuan also hated to part with his son, and said softly, "Don't worry. My in-laws said they'll be free around mid-autumn and might bring Ranran back to stay for a month or so." Liu Ying sighed. "It's so far. If only we could all live together." Suddenly she thought of something and said, Yuan, why don't you ask them to come live here? We have plenty of empty rooms, 2 or 3 here and 3 more at my place." "No," Cheng Tianyuan said softly. "Mom, I can't ask that. My in-laws have several factories to look after over there. They're very busy. Running a shop or a factory is the same. You can't leave it unattended. There are hundreds of workers, and if the bosses are gone, it won't work." Liu Ying frowned, troubled, and said softly, "Little Ranran has never been away from me for so long." Cheng Tianyuan said gently, "He'll get used to it. Don't worry. He's not shy and should adapt quickly." Little Ranran hugged his dad's neck and suddenly shook his head. "No! I want to stay with Daddy and Mommy. I want my little brother." Cheng Tianyuan was a bit surprised, realizing the little one had guessed they were planning to send him to the capital. He knew it was better to be honest with the child than to hide it. "Yes, soon Mommy will have a little brother or sister. Grandpa and Grandma want to take you to the capital to live with them for a while. When Mommy is better, we'll bring you back." "No!" Little Ranran pouted and shook his head. Liu Ying immediately started crying, choking up. "Why not just let him stay? Don't worry, I can take care of him. It'll be a bit hectic during the delivery, but after that, it'll be fine. Little Ranran can eat and go to the bathroom by himself. Just keep the door closed so he doesn't run off." Cheng Tianyuan didn't quite agree and said softly, "Mom, I'll be in the hospital for at least 2 or 3 days." "Let your dad help with him," Liu Ying said. "You and I will take care of Ling Ling and the baby, and your dad can look after Ranran. That's settled." The thought of being apart from her grandson for so long felt like having a piece of her heart cut out. She couldn't even imagine the real separation. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but smile wryly and explained softly, "Mainly, my in-laws miss little Ranran too and want to help, to take some of the burden off us." "Don't send him to the capital. Wait a couple of months until they're free and have them fly here. Big cities are crowded and busy. It's not convenient for little Ranran. Better not to go." Cheng Tianyuan said gently. "Ling Ling can't bear to be apart from Ranran either. I'll talk it over with her again." "Of course she can't," Liu Ying said, wiping her tears. "With your dad's help, we'll manage. When I had Afang, your dad only had one good arm, but he still took care of us. Now cooking and shopping are so much easier than before. We got through those hard days. What's one more child? It's nothing." Cheng Tianyuan was at a loss for words and could only say, "All right. We'll talk it over again later." "I'm just as conflicted," Xue Ling said, slowly nibbling on a steamed bun. "I can't bear to part with little Ranran either, but I just can't take care of him right now. Soon there'll be another little one to feed, change, and look after. It's not easy." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. "Easy or not, we'll have to get through it. How about this? I'll follow your lead. If you say send him, we'll send him. If you say don't, we won't." Xue Ling glared at him, annoyed. "No way! Why should I be the bad guy? I'm not doing it." Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "But those are your parents. You should fight for their wishes." "And these are your parents," Xue Ling shrugged. "You should fight for their wishes too." So the plan was put on hold again. Xue Ling said quietly, "My mom called again yesterday, saying she's already prepared everything little Ranran will need. She even bought a bunch of new things for him, and in a few days she'll have my dad mail them over. Blankets, quilts, little clothes, bottles. Oh, and a box of imported formula." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "Both your parents care a lot, but they really can't get away right now." Xue Ling added, "My dad signed your sister up for that bakery and pastry training class. I heard there aren't many students, but the teacher just came back from abroad and is really good at making cakes." Not many students? Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask. Is that a good thing? Why not? Xue Ling said. People eat bread and cake every day. The main thing is the ingredients are more expensive, so not many people dare to make them. But they taste great. People in the capital have a higher standard of living. If you open a bakery there and don't price things too high, business will be great. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't convinced. It's still better to find a stable job and work hard. Afeng likes it, so let her try, Xue Ling said. It's a good thing for young people to learn a skill. Besides, the registration fee was 200 yuan and she paid it herself. It's not your money, so why object? I'm paying for the plane and train tickets, Cheng Tianyuan said with a laugh. That's a lot more than 200 yuan. 2 months of classes for 200 yuan, just 1 afternoon a day. That's not cheap. People who go for training are those who want to improve themselves, Xue Ling said. They don't mind the money. It's only about 3 yuan per afternoon, not much at all. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. That's because you have money. Tsk, tsk, Xue Ling teased. Why do I suddenly smell something sour? Are you jealous of how much I make? Not jealous, Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. With such a big project, it's no surprise you make more. You invested over 1 million. Who can compare to that? Xue Ling glanced over at the second phase. After settling the accounts, the investment is more than 4 times the first phase, but there are only half as many extra units. Luckily, prices went up during the first phase, and the landscaping is good, so it's still profitable. Cheng Tianyuan didn't know all the details, but he could figure out the general numbers. Making 2 million a year is plenty. Not only do you have a big shopping mall, but you also have 20 units to rent out. That's a lot of money. More than enough. Still say you're not jealous? Xue Ling laughed. I can hear the sourness in your voice. Cheng Tianyuan smiled dotingly. All right, I'm jealous. After laughing, Xue Ling leaned against him and stretched lazily. The renovations are almost done and the landscaping is being finished up. Since last month, I haven't had to put in any more money. The deposits we collected are enough to last until the end. By September, we'll be able to cash in. Cheng Tianyuan asked, You have 20 units and Boss Liao has 22. Have you picked them out? No need to pick, Xue Ling explained. I told him from the start, a whole row of 20 floors, all ours, split half and half. He agreed right away. Most people pick last after everyone else has chosen, Cheng Tianyuan teased. But you two just take your pick first. Xue Ling shook her head. This phase is designed really well. Location and views are all good. The only difference is front or back, not much else. We didn't really pick, just said the 20 units on the 20th floor aren't for sale, and that's plenty. You'll have to give some away, right? Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Boss Liao's kids are grown. He'll probably keep a few for them. Probably, Xue Ling sighed. His wife went through a terrible ordeal last year, and it changed both of them a lot. He said she plans to retire early, maybe in 3 to 5 years. After that, they want to travel, save the profits from Phase 2 and another project, and get ready for retirement. 1 unit for each child, 1 for themselves, and the rest, over a dozen, will bring in enough rent for a very comfortable life, not to mention all their savings. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Almost losing someone you love makes you cherish them even more. Their plan is a good one. Xue Ling smiled wistfully. Boss Liao even told me the land for Phase 3 will be left for me to develop. He wants to retire from the business. So, when will you develop it? Cheng Tianyuan asked. No rush, Xue Ling explained. Let Rongcheng develop for a few more years and then we'll do it. Maybe we'll make even more. I'll just hold on to the land and develop it when the time is right. And the money for the land? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Xue Ling replied, We bought it together, but he put in less than I did. I'll calculate his share for Phase 3 and make sure he gets every cent he's owed. Right. We shouldn't take advantage of others, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. Xue Ling grinned. What kind of person do you think your wife is? Cheng Tianyuan pinched her nose and smiled. You're not that kind of person, and neither am I. I'm just reminding you. Xue Ling tried to sit up, but her belly was too big and she couldn't manage. Cheng Tianyuan quickly helped her up. Didn't Boss Liao say you don't need to go over anymore? The renovations are almost done, and with him and Zhao Liu there, you should just rest and wait for the baby. No, Xue Ling laughed. I'm not going to phase 2. I'm going downstairs to see Wang Qing. It's the weekend, so she should be home. I haven't chatted with her in a while. A few months ago, Wang Qing took leave to go to the provincial capital, and Hu picked her up and arranged her stay. She spent 2 or 3 days getting checked at the hospital, and the doctor said she didn't need surgery, just to take care of her health and get checked every 2 years. Hu drove her home and even carried her luggage to her door. Don't take the stairs, Cheng Tianyuan said. Use the elevator. Xue Ling waved him off. I need the exercise. There are handrails, so it's safe. Cheng Tianyuan seemed to remember something and said quietly, Hu might be coming back in a few days. The two exchanged a glance and both chuckled. Ever since Hu brought Wang Ting back, every time he finished selling a batch of goods, he'd rush back, always bringing gifts and treats for everyone, and just happened to bring something for Wang Ting too. Over the past few months, he'd come back almost every couple of weeks. Even Hu's mother had noticed, and lately she'd often asked Xue Ling about Wang Ting's situation. Xue Ling was close to her due date, her belly especially large. She couldn't even see her feet when she walked. Cheng Tianyuan was worried it wasn't safe for her to take the stairs alone, so he held her hand as they went downstairs together. After all, it was just downstairs, only a few dozen steps. Very convenient. Xue Ling said quietly, Wang Qing's essay collection got high praise from old Lu, and he's already recommended it to the publishing bureau. I hear there should be good news soon. Wang Qing should be able to make a little money from it. That's wonderful, Cheng Tianyuan smiled. No need for surgery, good health, a happy mood, and now she can make some money. Those are the joys of life. Xue Ling couldn't help but think of that scoundrel Liu Xing. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. Did you hear this from Alan again? Yes, Xue Ling explained. Alan comes by at the end of every month to bring me the accounts and money. She said Liu Xing and Tongzi still get along well. Liu Xing goes over to develop photos 2 or 3 nights a week, sometimes 4 or 5. That often? Business must not be good. Cheng Tianyuan immediately caught the key point. A roll of film has about 30 photos. If you can't finish a roll, you can't develop it. Needing several nights to develop a roll means business isn't great. Xue Ling nodded. Tongzi said that after Liu Xing divorced, he married that woman within a week. She's always demanding good, nutritious food. Liu Xing's mom cooks 3 meals a day, cleans, and waits on her. Liu Dafu helps at the photo studio and doesn't dare leave. The woman is always making a fuss. Wants Liu Xing to keep her company, take her out to play. He's exhausted and his parents are miserable. No peace in the house. Dating is one thing. Living together is another. Liu Xing thought the woman was pregnant with his child and was overjoyed, treating her like an empress, giving her the best of everything. But she was incredibly lazy, lying around all day, making Liu Xing's mom cook and call her to eat, never cleaning up after herself. Liu Xing's mom did all the dishes. She didn't even wash her own clothes, leaving everything to her mother-in-law. Liu Xing had been spoiled by his parents and never did any chores, always leaving everything to his mom. Before retirement, Liu Xing's mom was a teacher, physically frail and slow to do things. Now she's busy from early morning to late at night, never getting to rest. With not enough rest, she's always getting sick, sometimes having to do chores while ill, because if she doesn't, the work just piles up. Liu Xing stays up late and sleeps in, then has to go home to keep his pregnant wife company, so he can't focus on the shop. Even though Liu Dafu is at the studio morning and night, he doesn't know photography. When customers come and can't find the photographer, they just leave. If it happens once or twice, they'll go to another shop next time. So, business at the studio gets worse and worse, and Liu Xing's mood gets darker and darker. Meanwhile, at the old photo studio, Tongzi still works there during the day and does radio shows at night. Because of changes at the radio station, Tongzi now has 2 nights off a week, which he uses to develop photos. Chen Lan is very capable, opening the shop early every day, making breakfast, cleaning inside and out. Everything is spotless. Tongzi likes Chen Lan's cooking so much that he eats breakfast at the studio. Seeing he likes it, Chen Lan makes different dishes for every meal, keeping Tongzi well-fed and looking healthy. Xue Ling gives them 5 yuan a day for food, telling them to add more if it's not enough. Chen Lan says it's plenty. There's always a bit of meat, sometimes fruit, and she's very happy with it. They work well together, and while business isn't booming, it's steady, and the income is stable. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't surprised at all and sneered, "He made his own bed. Now he has to lie in it. That's called reaping what you sow. Serves him right." He really disliked men like Liu Xing. No sense of responsibility or principle, no bottom line, or he wouldn't be in this mess. Xue Ling looked quietly at Wang Ting's door and said softly, "Some people never know who's really right for them." Wang Ting didn't understand, and neither did he. Luckily, Wang Ting has found the right person now. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Hu is a great match for her. He's capable and considerate, and Wang Ting is the kind of girl who needs to be cared for. Hu suits her well. "What about me?" Xue Ling suddenly asked with a grin. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and said softly, "You? You're only right for me." "Correct answer, full marks," Xue Ling said. They both laughed. Just then, Wang Ting's door opened. She smiled sweetly. "I heard you two laughing in the living room, so I hurried to open the door for you. Was I quick enough?" Wang Ting's face was rosy. She looked fuller than before. Her hair was shiny and black, her skin fair, and she wore a trendy dress Hu had given her. Beautiful and elegant. Xue Ling looked at her with envy and sighed. "I want to wear pretty dresses too." Cheng Tianyuan quickly comforted her. "Once you've had the baby, you'll be able to wear them again soon." "Will I still fit? I seriously doubt it." Xue Ling sighed. Wang Ting helped her inside, saying, "It's just your belly that's big. Everywhere else is the same. You'll definitely fit, I guarantee it." Cheng Tianyuan smiled dotingly. She's always worried about getting too fat. Wang Ting smiled and said softly, "All girls love to look good, even pregnant women." Cheng Tianyuan noticed how clean and tidy the place was, especially the elegant curtains by the window, and couldn't help but compliment them. Wang Ting blushed and said quietly, "Hu bought them in the provincial capital and put them up for me." Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a knowing smile. Wang Ting was even more embarrassed and quickly lowered her head. Cheng Tianyuan stood up and said, "I've got things to do. Enjoy your chat." With that, he left quickly. Wang Ting closed the door and soon sat back down. The living room was spacious with a small sofa set and still plenty of room. Wang Ting smiled. "Yesterday on my way home, I saw someone selling watermelons by the road. It's so hot, I bought one. I was going to bring you some later, but since you're here, let's have some now." "Great," Xue Ling replied. "Nothing beats watermelon in June. It's the best way to cool off." Wang Ting went to the kitchen. Xue Ling followed and asked, "Do you cook breakfast in the morning?" "Right. We shouldn't take advantage of others," Cheng Tianyuan said gently. Xue Ling grinned. "What kind of person do you think your wife is?" Cheng Tianyuan pinched her nose and smiled. "You're not that kind of person, and neither am I. I'm just reminding you." Xue Ling tried to sit up, but her belly was too big and she couldn't manage. Cheng Tianyuan quickly helped her up. "Didn't Boss Liao say you don't need to go over anymore? The renovations are almost done, and with him and Zhao Liu there, you should just rest and wait for the baby." "No," Xue Ling laughed. "I'm not going to phase 2. I'm going downstairs to see Wang Ting. It's the weekend, so she should be home. I haven't chatted with her in a while." A few months ago, Wang Ting took leave to go to the provincial capital, and Hu picked her up and arranged her stay. She spent 2 or 3 days getting checked at the hospital, and the doctor said she didn't need surgery, just to take care of her health and get checked every 2 years. Hu drove her home and even carried her luggage to her door. "Don't take the stairs," Cheng Tianyuan said. "Use the elevator." Xue Ling waved him off. "I need the exercise." There are handrails, so it's safe. Cheng Tianyuan seemed to remember something and said quietly, Hu might be coming back in a few days. The two exchanged a glance and both chuckled. Ever since Hu brought Wang Ting back, every time he finished selling a batch of goods, he'd rush back, always bringing gifts and treats for everyone, and just happened to bring something for Wang Ting too. Over the past few months, he'd come back almost every couple of weeks. Even Hu's mother had noticed, and lately she'd often asked Xue Ling about Wang Ting's situation. Xue Ling was close to her due date, her belly especially large. She couldn't even see her feet when she walked. Cheng Tianyuan was worried it wasn't safe for her to take the stairs alone, so he held her hand as they went downstairs together. After all, it was just downstairs, only a few dozen steps. Very convenient. Xue Ling said quietly, Wang Qing's essay collection got high praise from old Lu, and he's already recommended it to the publishing bureau. I hear there should be good news soon. Wang Qing should be able to make a little money from it. That's wonderful, Cheng Tianyuan smiled. No need for surgery, good health, a happy mood, and now she can make some money. Those are the joys of life. Xue Ling couldn't help but think of that scoundrel Liu Xing. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. Did you hear this from Alan again? Yes, Xue Ling explained. Alan comes by at the end of every month to bring me the accounts and money. She said Liu Xing and Tongzi still get along well. Liu Xing goes over to develop photos 2 or 3 nights a week, sometimes 4 or 5. That often? Business must not be good. Cheng Tianyuan immediately caught the key point. A roll of film has about 30 photos. If you can't finish a roll, you can't develop it. Needing several nights to develop a roll means business isn't great. Xue Ling nodded. Tongzi said that after Liu Xing divorced, he married that woman within a week. She's always demanding good, nutritious food. Liu Xing's mom cooks 3 meals a day, cleans, and waits on her. Liu Dafu helps at the photo studio and doesn't dare leave. The woman is always making a fuss. Wants Liu Xing to keep her company, take her out to play. He's exhausted and his parents are miserable. No peace in the house. Dating is one thing. Living together is another. Liu Xing thought the woman was pregnant with his child and was overjoyed, treating her like an empress, giving her the best of everything. But she was incredibly lazy, lying around all day, making Liu Xing's mom cook and call her to eat, never cleaning up after herself. Liu Xing's mom did all the dishes. She didn't even wash her own clothes, leaving everything to her mother-in-law. Liu Xing had been spoiled by his parents and never did any chores, always leaving everything to his mom. Before retirement, Liu Xing's mom was a teacher, physically frail and slow to do things. Now she's busy from early morning to late at night, never getting to rest. With not enough rest, she's always getting sick, sometimes having to do chores while ill, because if she doesn't, the work just piles up. Liu Xing stays up late and sleeps in, then has to go home to keep his pregnant wife company, so he can't focus on the shop. Even though Liu Dafu is at the studio morning and night, he doesn't know photography. When customers come and can't find the photographer, they just leave. If it happens once or twice, they'll go to another shop next time. So, business at the studio gets worse and worse, and Liu Xing's mood gets darker and darker. Meanwhile, at the old photo studio, Tongzi still works there during the day and does radio shows at night. Because of changes at the radio station, Tongzi now has 2 nights off a week, which he uses to develop photos. Chen Lan is very capable, opening the shop early every day, making breakfast, cleaning inside and out. Everything is spotless. Tongzi likes Chen Lan's cooking so much that he eats breakfast at the studio. Seeing he likes it, Chen Lan makes different dishes for every meal, keeping Tongzi well-fed and looking healthy. Xue Ling gives them 5 yuan a day for food, telling them to add more if it's not enough. Chen Lan says it's plenty. There's always a bit of meat, sometimes fruit, and she's very happy with it. They work well together, and while business isn't booming, it's steady, and the income is stable. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't surprised at all and sneered, "He made his own bed. Now he has to lie in it. That's called reaping what you sow. Serves him right." He really disliked men like Liu Xing. No sense of responsibility or principle, no bottom line, or he wouldn't be in this mess. Xue Ling looked quietly at Wang Ting's door and said softly, "Some people never know who's really right for them." Wang Ting didn't understand, and neither did he. Luckily, Wang Ting has found the right person now. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Hu is a great match for her. He's capable and considerate, and Wang Ting is the kind of girl who needs to be cared for. Hu suits her well. "What about me?" Xue Ling suddenly asked with a grin. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and said softly, "You? You're only right for me." "Correct answer, full marks," Xue Ling said. They both laughed. Just then, Wang Ting's door opened. She smiled sweetly. "I heard you two laughing in the living room, so I hurried to open the door for you. Was I quick enough?" Wang Ting's face was rosy. She looked fuller than before. Her hair was shiny and black, her skin fair, and she wore a trendy dress Hu had given her, beautiful and elegant. Xue Ling looked at her with envy and sighed. "I want to wear pretty dresses too." Cheng Tianyuan quickly comforted her. "Once you've had the baby, you'll be able to wear them again soon." "Will I still fit? I seriously doubt it." Xue Ling sighed. Wang Ting helped her inside, saying, "It's just your belly that's big. Everywhere else is the same. You'll definitely fit, I guarantee it." Cheng Tianyuan smiled dotingly. "She's always worried about getting too fat." Wang Ting smiled and said softly, "All girls love to look good, even pregnant women." Cheng Tianyuan noticed how clean and tidy the place was, especially the elegant curtains by the window, and couldn't help but compliment them. Wang Ting blushed and said quietly, "Hu bought them in the provincial capital and put them up for me." Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a knowing smile. Wang Ting was even more embarrassed and quickly lowered her head. Cheng Tianyuan stood up and said, "I've got things to do. Enjoy your chat." With that, he left quickly. Wang Ting closed the door and soon sat back down. The living room was spacious with a small sofa set and still plenty of room. Wang Ting smiled. "Yesterday on my way home, I saw someone selling watermelons by the road. It's so hot, I bought one. I was going to bring you some later, but since you're here, let's have some now." "Great," Xue Ling replied. "Nothing beats watermelon in June. It's the best way to cool off." Wang Ting went to the kitchen. Xue Ling followed and asked, "Do you cook breakfast in the morning?" "Not often," Wang Ting explained. "I usually cook extra at night and reheat it in the morning. Sometimes I buy something outside or eat at the newspaper office. Living alone is very free. I eat whatever I want, whenever I want." "It's hot. Don't eat leftovers, they're not fresh," Xue Ling said. Wang Ting smiled. "Your mother-in-law always brings me some buns when she makes them. Her char siu buns are really good. I eat one at night, steam 2 more in the morning, then go to work. She's really good at cooking." "Your future mother-in-law is even better," Xue Ling teased. "Ling Ling," Wang Ting was embarrassed and pouted. "Don't say that, nothing's set in stone yet." "Oh, I get it," Xue Ling laughed. "When it is, I'll say more." "Ling Ling, if you keep teasing me, I won't talk to you anymore." Wang Ting pretended to be angry. Xue Ling didn't believe her at all and urged, "Come on, cut the watermelon for me. I'm so thirsty." Wang Ting had no choice but to wash the knife and bring out the watermelon. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "Why is this watermelon so small? It probably doesn't taste that good." As Wang Ting cut it, she explained, "It's locally grown, not as big as the ones from the north, but I tasted a bit when I bought it. It's actually pretty sweet." Soon the watermelon was halved, its flesh bright red and very appetizing. Xue Ling urged, "Hurry, cut me a piece, I'm drooling here." "No problem." Wang Ting cut as she asked, "You were born in early July on the lunar calendar, right? You must be due soon. It's already almost June 20th. Xue Ling gently stroked her big belly and explained, "The due date is early July. The doctor said it might be a few days early or late, all within the normal range. My baby is sitting a bit low, so it'll probably be a few days early." "Low? Doesn't that make labor easier?" Wang Ting asked curiously. "That's right," Xue Ling said. but it can't be too low, or it's easy to have a premature birth. Premature babies are harder to care for and tend to be weaker. Wang Ting asked worriedly, "It's not considered premature now, is it?" "It is," Xue Ling explained. "There's still half a month to go. If I give birth now, it's still considered premature. But the baby is almost full term, so it should be fine." "You still need to be careful." Wang Ting glanced at her belly and said, "I haven't seen you for just a few days, and your belly has dropped a lot." "Really? I didn't notice," Xue Ling said. "It's obvious," Wang Ting replied. "You see yourself every day, so you don't notice. I see you every few days, so the changes are more obvious." Xue Ling explained, "It's normal for the belly to drop before labor." "That's good?" Wang Ting handed her the biggest slice. "Come on, let's eat in the living room." Xue Ling walked and ate, grumbling, "It's so hot. Just moving a little makes me sweat. I can't stand it." Wang Ting set down the watermelon and quickly went to the corner to flip a switch. Soon, the little ceiling fan in the living room started spinning, faster and faster, and a cool breeze filled the room. Xue Ling smiled happily. "Where did this little fan come from? I didn't see it last time I was here." Wang Ting shot her a look. "Don't play dumb. It was already installed last time you came." Xue Ling clicked her tongue. Wang Ting added, "He said there should be one in every home, yours, mine, and his. He installed them all himself. I didn't help at all." Xue Ling giggled. "Isn't it great to have someone who takes care of everything for you?" Wang Ting blushed. He really is pretty good." "Then you'd better hold on to him," Xue Ling laughed. "Men who are family-oriented and caring are rare. Don't let him slip away." Wang Ting pouted. "I told you, nothing's official yet." Yeah, Xue Ling said. "Then hurry up and make it official." Wang Ting had no comeback and just buried herself in eating watermelon, pretending not to hear. "This watermelon is really sweet." Xue Ling nodded and kept eating. Wang Ting reminded her, "Watermelon is cooling. You shouldn't eat too much." "Just one more piece," Xue Ling giggled. "I can't help it. It's too good." Wang Ting said softly, "Take the other half home and eat it later. Don't eat too much at once. I have a cold constitution and can't eat much cold food. You have a big family. One piece each isn't much." "All right," Xue Ling said. "Then I won't be polite." "Is it really necessary to be polite with me?" Wang Ting laughed. Xue Ling looked around and asked, "Has your mom visited you lately?" "No," Wang Ting smiled. "My sister-in-law is pregnant and always feels unwell, so my mom has to stay home to take care of her." "Congratulations," Xue Ling said. Wang Ting thanked her and said softly, "She just got pregnant and has really strong reactions. Can't do anything, just lies in bed all day, can't eat or sleep well. It's tough." Xue Ling sighed. "I've been pregnant, so I know how hard it is. Your sister-in-law is just unlucky. She's having a harder time than most." Wang Ting explained, "My mom has to take care of her, cook, and do all the housework. She's busy every day. The day before yesterday, I got off work early, so I bought some meat and veggies to bring over for her." "With a good sister-in-law like you, she must be happy," Xue Ling said. Wang Ting smiled. "I can't help much. Just bring her some food. She's a nice person, always very welcoming when I visit. It's just, she treats me like a guest and I'm not used to it." "You'll get used to it," Xue Ling said softly. "You're considered married out, so it makes sense for her to treat you as a guest. As long as you get along, it's fine." "My mom says my sister-in-law is already a very good one, and I should treat her well," Wang Ting said softly. "Whatever my mom says, I listen. Since my sister-in-law is having such a hard pregnancy, I'll visit whenever I can. Bring her more things, especially tasty, appetizing food," Xue Ling reminded her. "No one minds a few more gifts." Wang Ting smiled and nodded. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "Did Ah Hu's mom bring you rice cakes this morning? I think she brought you some too, right?" "She did," Wang Ting blushed. "She came by really early and the rice cakes were still warm. I had 2 for breakfast." "That's great," Xue Ling left it at that. Wang Ting felt sweet and shy inside. Seeing how happy she looked, Xue Ling felt happy for her too. When the time is right, do the right thing. If you like each other and feel it's right, give each other a chance. Ah Hu is a good man. Next time he comes, take him to your mom's house and introduce him to your family. Wang Ting blushed and nodded with a shy smile. Seeing her agree so quickly, Xue Ling knew things were already going well between them, and happily went home to tell Cheng Tianyuan. Cheng Tianyuan was calm. We're all adults and have been through a wedding before. They know how to handle it. That's true, Xue Ling laughed. Maybe in a couple of months we'll have another wedding to attend. Yes, Cheng Tianyuan said. Ah Hu is Dad's godson, and he doesn't have a father. His mom and our parents should host the wedding together. Great, Xue Ling laughed. Let's make it a big lively celebration. In the evening, Xue Ling invited Wang Ting to go for a walk by the river. Each of them held one of little Ranran's hands as they happily went downstairs. Wang Ting advised, "Don't send little Ranran to the capital. Let him stay. I can help you look after him in the mornings and evenings. I'm free after work anyway. And he's such a good boy. Just give him something to eat and play with him." You've never taken care of a child. You don't know how much work it is, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. I know, Wang Ting said. But with so many people around to help, there's really no need to send him away. Besides, it's unfamiliar over there. Ranran might not even like it. Little Ranran shook his head, singing and laughing. Xue Ling looked at the little one, feeling incredibly reluctant to part with him. We'll see. If we can manage, it's better for him to stay in Rongcheng. Ching auntie, over there, Ranran called out. Wang Ting smiled gently. Let's go together. Xue Ling, holding her belly, walked slowly. Wang Ting was always gentle and never walked fast. Little Ranran, at such an active age, soon bounced ahead. They often came to the riverside for walks. The road was wide and bikes rarely came this way, so Xue Ling and Wang Ting felt safe letting the little one run ahead. There weren't many streetlights by the river, but it was just bright enough. Wang Ting squinted ahead, then grabbed Xue Ling's hand. Let's turn back. Xue Ling was surprised, noticing Wang Ting's uneasy expression and evasive eyes. She looked ahead, only to see Liu Xing supporting a chubby pregnant woman walking toward them. What a coincidence. Though they lived in the same complex, their schedules and buildings were different, so they rarely ran into each other. Since the divorce, Xue Ling hadn't really seen Liu Xing. Xiao Li was always a bit plump, but now, though her belly wasn't huge, she'd gained a lot of weight. Her whole shape had changed. If Liu Xing hadn't been there, Xue Ling wouldn't have recognized her. Ranran, let's go back, Wang Ting called. But the little one thought they were stopping, so he kept running forward, refusing to stop. Seeing this, Xue Ling said, Be open about it. You didn't do anything wrong. No need to avoid them. Wang Ting, a bit nervous, took a deep breath and kept walking, holding Xue Ling's hand. Xue Ling was secretly happy to see her so brave. Liu Xing clearly saw them too, lowered his head awkwardly and pretended not to notice. Ranran giggled, looked at the woman's big belly and shouted, Mommy, there's another auntie here with a big belly, really big. You brat, Xiao Li glared at Ranran. Looks decent, but who knows whose kid he is? Liu Xing, head down, mumbled, Let's go home. Ranran, done talking, kept running ahead. Wang Ting and Xue Ling walked on, hand in hand. Xiao Li squinted, staring at Wang Ting in disbelief, then sneered, Oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's that dumped old hag, the hen who can't lay eggs. Liu Xing looked annoyed, muttering, Don't say that, let's go. Why not? She shouted on purpose. She really is a hen who can't lay eggs, am I wrong? Liu Xing's face turned red as he tugged her hand. Wang Ting heard it, her face darkening, but she kept walking. No matter what, you're the old hag now, not me, she said. Xue Ling laughed. Only a fool would trade a watermelon for a sesame seed. Who are you calling a fool? Xiao Li snapped, hands on hips. Don't think I'm scared just because your belly's big. Mine's big too. Whoever answers, that's who I'm calling. Xue Ling shrugged, looking satisfied. Xiao Li was furious, yanking Liu Xing's hand. Hey, are you mute? That old hag you dumped is ganging up with a pregnant woman to bully me. Say something. What's there to say? Let's go home. Liu Xing shook her off and strode away, not daring to meet Xue Ling's eyes. Xiao Li, seeing him leave, burst into tears, chasing after him and cursing. Liu Xing, when you loved me, I was your treasure. Now I've married you and am having your baby. You treat me like dirt. You bastard. I'm not having your kid anymore. Stop right there. Stop, you jerk. I told you after marrying you, you have to listen to me. Why won't you? What, seeing your ex-wife looking good now, you regret it? You want her back, is that it? Wang Ting and Xue Ling kept walking, ignoring her shouting. They watched Ranran throw stones ahead, enjoying the cool river breeze, their moods unaffected. Wang Ting squinted at the shimmering river and said softly, Life is like this endless river, always moving forward. If it stops, it dries up. If it's too wild, it floods. The river only flows downward, never back. Life is the same. You can only look ahead and keep moving forward to reach a better future. Xue Ling clicked her tongue and teased. So poetic. I can hardly stand it. I'm just a simple person, not used to this stuff. Wang Ting laughed. Look at you. Since you started doing business, where did your artistic side go? Gone, Xue Ling said dramatically. It flowed east with the river, never to return. Wang Ting laughed again. All right, enough, you're giving me goosebumps. Xue Ling retorted, What? If I'm not poetic, you complain. Now that I am, you can't take it, you're too hard to please. Wang Ting laughed so hard she held her belly. All right, I'll stop. Ranran ran over with a pretty little stone, beaming. Mommy, isn't it pretty? Xue Ling exclaimed. Wow, so pretty. A red stone, how nice. Wang Ting asked, Will you give it to Auntie? Sure, Ranran agreed happily. Wang Ting smiled. He's just like you, so generous even at his age. Xue Ling grinned. It's just a stone from the ground, of course he's generous. Ranran, go find more. Ranran dashed off. Wang Ting suddenly asked, By the way, what's Ranran's full name? Xue Ling replied, Cheng Tianyuan. His dad picked it. Huanran Yixin, very unique. Wang Ting smiled. What about the baby you're carrying? Have you picked a name? Not yet, Xue Ling said. This one will have my surname. We'll wait to see if it's a boy or girl, then decide. Wang Ting was surprised. She hadn't expected the second child to have Xue Ling's surname. Your husband's okay with that? He and his family both agreed. That's great, Wang Ting praised. Very rare. Xue Ling smiled, gently rubbing her belly. After the baby's born, Yuanjie and I will pick a good name together. My family uses single-character names with the surname. I want something meaningful and easy to remember. That's not easy, Wang Ting laughed. There are only a few thousand common Chinese characters and so many people in the world. Xue Ling didn't mind. It's fine. We're just ordinary people. No need to be unique. Just then, Ranran pointed into the distance and shouted, Daddy! Daddy! Xue Ling turned and saw Cheng Tianyuan running over, her heart skipping a beat. What's wrong? Why is he in such a hurry? She quickly held her belly and hurried over. Cheng Tianyuan stopped, panting, drenched in sweat, his face grim. Wife, I have some bad news. Please stay calm. Just now, Xue Heng called. He said Dad was in a car accident. What? A car accident? As soon as Xue Ling heard this, she felt her vision go black and instinctively fell backward. Wife! Cheng Tianyuan reacted quickly and caught her. Wang Ting was also frightened, rushing over to help support her. Lingling! Lingling! Xue Ling swayed, then slowly regained her senses, her mind blank, unable to say a word. Cheng Tianyuan anxiously said, Don't worry. Xue Heng said Dad's already been taken to the hospital. The hospitals and doctors in the capital are the best. Dad will be fine. Lingling, you have to hold on! Wang Ting anxiously touched her belly, her voice trembling. You're still pregnant. You can't have anything happen. Don't get too worked up. Please calm down. Little Ron, who had been playing with sand and stones, saw his mom suddenly collapse and ran over in a panic, crying, "Mama! Mama! Mama!" Xue Ling took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart and steady her breathing. "Let's go home first. I need to make a call," Cheng Tianyuan said. Xue Heng spoke quickly. "I didn't get the details. It sounds like Dad was driving and collided with another car. Both sides were hurt and now they're all at the hospital." Xue Ling was still struggling to catch her breath. Let's go home first." Cheng Tianyuan, worried she might faint again, said, "I'll help you. Don't go too fast." "I'm okay." Xue Ling tried to walk, but her legs were weak and she couldn't muster any strength. Her eyes red, she choked out, I'm fine." Wang Ting took Ron's hand, her voice trembling. You'll be fine. But you've just had a shock. Let us help you home." Cheng Tianyuan supported her arm, letting her lean on him. "Come on, let's walk slowly." Xue Ling took deep breaths, calming herself as she slowly moved forward. Soon, she picked up speed, hurrying back to the apartment. Cheng Tianyuan stayed close, holding her arm tightly. Wang Ting followed behind with Ron. Everyone was tense and worried, so no one spoke on the way home. Ron was too young to understand what was happening and just followed them home in a daze. Liu Ying had clearly heard the news too. She was pale, waiting by the phone, and rushed over to help support Xue Ling as they came in. "Ling, don't worry. You have to take care of yourself. You're still pregnant. You can't have anything happen or your parents will worry even more." Xue Ling took a deep breath and nodded, her voice trembling. "Mom, I know." Cheng Tianyuan helped her sit on the sofa and she immediately reached for the phone. Without thinking, she dialed the office at the factory. Her parents rarely went home now, always busy at the main factory, so they lived in the office building. After a few rings, the secretary answered. "Miss, I just heard the news. Madame has already rushed to the hospital. The factory is still working overtime, and Madame told me not to leave. She found a truck driver to take her to the hospital." Xue Ling frowned in distress. "Is my dad okay?" "I don't know either," the secretary sobbed. "But he'll be fine. Your dad is such a good person. He'll be fine." Xue Ling struggled to breathe. "Did Xue Heng leave a phone number? Which hospital was my dad taken to? Didn't he say how serious it is? Why didn't he explain?" "He just said there was a lot of blood," the secretary cried. Xue Ling's hands and feet went cold, her voice trembling. I'll fly over right away. When my mom comes back, call me with any news, no matter what time it is." "Yes, miss," the secretary replied. After hanging up, Xue Ling said softly, "Get me a glass of water." Cheng Tianyuan hurried to pour her a glass and handed it to her. Xue Ling took a sip, steadying her nerves, and said, "Quick, book the tickets. No matter how expensive, get the earliest flight to the capital tomorrow." The tickets were expensive, but with her current finances, she could even charter a plane if she wanted. She had to fly to the capital immediately. Cheng Tianyuan tried to comfort her. "Don't panic. We don't know the details yet. It should be okay. Sit down, I'll call and book the tickets." Xue Ling nodded. Cheng Tianyuan made the call and quickly got through, booking 2 tickets. "Wife, there's a flight at 11 tomorrow morning and another at 3 in the afternoon. I booked the 11 o'clock one. Full price, no discount." "That's fine, as long as it's soon," Xue Ling said tiredly. Liu Ying stood by with Ron, not knowing what to do. Wang Ting sat beside Xue Ling, comforting her. "You have to hold on. Uncle is a good man. He'll be okay. Even if there's danger, he'll get through it." "Thank you," Xue Ling said, eyes red, squeezing her hand. Wang Ting squeezed back tightly. Cheng Tianyuan gently patted her shoulder. "Wife, you're still pregnant. For the baby and for your parents in the capital, you have to hold on." "I will," Xue Ling choked out, nodding. A while later, Ron snuggled up. "Mommy, I'm sleepy," Xue Ling said weakly. "Mommy's waiting for a call. Let Grandma take you to bed, okay? Be good." Seeing everyone so upset, the little one didn't dare make a fuss and nodded obediently. Cheng Tianyuan reminded, "Mom, it's hot. Give him some water and take him to the bathroom before bed. Oh, okay. Liu Ying took Ran to the next room. Cheng Tianyuan got up and poured 2 more glasses of water, handing one to Xue Ling and one to Wang Qing. The 3 of them sat quietly by the phone, not saying much. By 10 o'clock, the phone still hadn't rung. Xue Ling looked at Wang Qing. You have to work early tomorrow. Go home and sleep. But Wang Qing was worried. Xue Ling forced a weak smile. I'm just waiting now. There's nothing I can do. Go home. Once we get to the capital, I'll call with news. All right. Wang Qing told Cheng Tianyuan to take good care of her, then left. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, We have to leave early tomorrow. I'll pack my things, you pack yours. Come on, don't just sit there. Get up and move around. Xue Ling knew he was trying to distract her, so she nodded. He helped her up, and they slowly walked to the bedroom. She quietly packed her things, and he packed his. He kept glancing at her, seeing her red eyes, holding her big belly, looking so helpless and sad that his heart ached. Wife, are you done? Why don't you lie down and rest for a bit? Xue Ling shook her head, hurriedly packing, her hands weak and her mind blank, thoughts swirling chaotically. Cheng Tianyuan sighed, came over, took the clothes from her hands and hugged her. Xue Ling leaned on his shoulder, sighing anxiously. I'm fine. Just really worried. Cheng Tianyuan gently stroked her back. Lie down for a while. I'll wait outside, and as soon as the phone rings, I'll call you. Okay, Xue Ling replied tiredly. Xue Ling lay in bed, tossing and turning late into the night, but the phone never rang. She got thirsty, so she got up and went to the living room. Cheng Tianyuan was sitting on the sofa waiting, clearly not asleep. As soon as he heard her soft footsteps, he turned his head and stood up. Wife, what's wrong? You're still not asleep? Xue Ling shook her head tiredly and said softly, I'm thirsty. Let's have some water. Cheng Tianyuan helped her sit down and went to the kitchen to pour water. Since little Ran was so young and always climbing around, they kept all hot water and thermoses in the kitchen, up high. They taught him every day not to touch the hot water, but who knew how much he really understood? Just in case, anything sharp, hot, or dangerous was hidden away. A moment later, he brought out 2 big cups of water. It was boiled this morning, just warm now, perfect to drink. Xue Ling nodded and took a big gulp. Cheng Tianyuan drank half a cup too and said softly, I'll wait in the living room. You go back to sleep. Even a little rest is better than none. Otherwise you'll have no energy for the car and plane tomorrow. I can't sleep, Xue Ling sighed. My heart's all over the place. I feel awful. Cheng Tianyuan held her hand, understanding her pain, and didn't say more. He got up and opened the balcony window wider. The night river breeze was strong and humid, but felt comfortable on the skin. He sat back down and put his arm around her shoulders. Come, lean on me. Even just closing your eyes for a bit will help. Xue Ling lay in his arms, snuggling against his shoulder. The breeze was gentle and cool. Maybe it was having company, or maybe she was just too tired. But Xue Ling soon closed her eyes in a daze. Cheng Tianyuan saw she seemed to be asleep and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The clock on the wall showed it was almost 2. He yawned and closed his eyes. Xue Ling's belly was so big that she couldn't sleep well at night, always needing to change positions or the baby would fuss. After a while, she shifted again. Cheng Tianyuan helped her get comfortable, then closed his eyes again. In the middle of the night, the river wind was strong, making the dried flowers in the living room sway. Pregnant, Xue Ling felt the heat and cold more acutely. Even at the end of June, Rongcheng was still hot, but living by the river made it bearable. The wind dried the sweat on her forehead and she slept more soundly. Cheng Tianyuan felt a bit cold, so he pulled her close to warm her up, then finally fell asleep. At dawn, sunlight streamed onto the balcony and into the living room, waking them both. They hadn't slept deeply, so the sunlight woke them right away. Xue Ling went to wash up, and Cheng Tianyuan went to the kitchen to make millet porridge. Yuenga, I'm going to change. You go wash up too. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Just then, Liu Ying tiptoed in, surprised. It's only a bit after 5. Why are you both up? Cheng Tianyuan gave a wry smile. We barely slept. Liu Ying sighed. Me neither. I'm so worried about Ah Wu. She and her husband were older than Xue Ling's parents and close to them, so they called each other by name. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, Please watch Ranran. I'll go to the development zone and have Dad come home to help for a few days. It's too much for you to look after Ranran alone. Having Dad here will make it easier. Liu Ying, exhausted from a sleepless night and worry, agreed. All right, let him come home. If you need anything, call right away. Okay, Cheng Tianyuan said. The porridge is almost ready. Mom, you watch it. I'll go brush my teeth and wash up. A while later, Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan brought out their luggage, quickly ate a bowl of millet porridge each, and set off. Before leaving, Xue Ling reminded her mother-in-law, Mom, if my mom calls, tell her we're on our way to the provincial capital to catch a flight. We'll arrive in the capital around 2 and we'll go straight to the factory office. No need for anyone to pick us up. All right. Liu Ying nodded quickly. Xue Ling added, Please take care of Ranran with Dad. Tell him the truth, that we're going to the capital to see his grandparents and we'll be back soon. Don't lie to him. Have him wait at home for us. Okay. Liu Ying nodded again. Take care of yourself. You're about to give birth, so be extra careful. Don't worry. Xue Ling waved and left with Cheng Tianyuan. Early in the morning, the neighborhood was very quiet. Cheng Tianyuan drove straight to the development zone. From a distance, they saw Ah Hu's mom sweeping and Cheng Muhai cleaning windows. The shop had one door open, the other still closed. It was around 6, so there were no customers yet. Chen Min and his wife were still asleep. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, Wife, it's too hard for you to climb up and down. Just stay in the car. Xue Ling nodded tiredly. Ah Hu's mom came over smiling. Ah, Yuan, why are you and your wife out so early? The weather's cool in the morning. It's good to get out. Xue Ling managed a smile. Auntie, we have an emergency. We need to go to the capital. Ah Hu's mom was startled. Aren't you about to give birth? It's urgent. Cheng Tianyuan hurried over to his father. When Cheng Muhai heard, he was so shocked he dropped his rag. You're leaving now? Then I'll go too. Wait, I'll pack a few things. Cheng Tianyuan stopped him. Dad, plane tickets have to be booked in advance. If you come with us, there might not be a ticket and you won't be able to go with us. Let us go first and see how my father-in-law is. You stay home and wait for our call. We'll figure things out after that. I go home? Cheng Muhai asked, voice trembling. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. It's too much for Mom to look after Ranran alone. Go home and help. With just one elder and one child at home, I'm not comfortable. All right, I'll go home and help with Ranran, Cheng Muhai said quickly. No matter what happens with Ah Wu, call home as soon as you know, okay? Got it, Cheng Tianyuan reminded. Tell Chen Min, then pack and go home. Cheng Muhai nodded, eyes red. There's enough help here. I'm not needed. I'll wait at home for your call. Dad, we're leaving. Cheng Tianyuan turned to go. Cheng Muhai rushed inside and came out with a big watermelon. Ling, it's hot. Don't get heat stroke. Take this watermelon for the road. Xue Ling smiled and took it. Thanks, Dad. Cheng Muhai, not knowing what else to say, said softly, Don't worry too much. Your dad will be fine. Xue Ling's eyes turned red, her voice choked. Dad, we're off to the capital. We'll be in touch. The car started. Wait! Ah Hu's mom ran over with a few bamboo leaves. I was just steaming mung bean cakes. Take some for the road. Xue Ling took them and thanked her. Cheng Tianyuan waved goodbye, quickly turned the car, and sped toward the provincial capital. They left early and arrived in the provincial capital just after 9. We'll leave the car at Ah Hu's place and have him drive us to the airport. Okay. Cheng Tianyuan headed toward the clothing market. In the morning, the clothing market was bustling, and there was a huge crowd in front of their own shop. Ah Hu's booming voice rang out from inside. 1 bag, 10 pieces, big bag, 100 pieces, sizes and colors are written on the outside, easy to see at a glance. If you see something you like, come pay. Don't push, there's plenty of stock. Cheng Tianyuan helped Xue Ling walk over. Seeing the crowd, he said, "Wife, don't let anyone bump into you. Stand in the corner, I'll go in and call Ahu." Xue Ling, holding her big belly, nodded. Cheng Tianyuan squeezed through the crowd into the shop, calling, "Ahu! Ahu!" He saw Ahu standing on a big stool in the center of the shop, holding a megaphone. When he saw Cheng Tianyuan, he shouted happily, "Wow! I thought it was someone else. Ah Yuan! What are you doing here? Want to help? It's peak time right now." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head, frowning. "We have something urgent. Clear the crowd, close the shop, and drive me and my wife to the airport." Ahu saw his serious face and quickly jumped down, rushing over. "Bro, what's up? Why so rushed? Isn't your wife waiting to give birth at home? Why are you flying somewhere?" Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, "My father-in-law was in a car accident last night. He's in the hospital. Life or death uncertain." "What?" Ahu was shocked. "Quick, close the shop and take us to the airport. Also, we need to leave our Jeep here. Bring it back later and park it somewhere safe." Okay, Ahu shouted. "Sorry, the owner has an emergency. Please come back at noon or in the afternoon. Sorry, we have to close the shop now." "What's going on? I haven't finished looking at the goods." "Yeah, I came all this way and now you're not selling? Are you doing this on purpose?" No, Ahu grabbed the megaphone. "Don't worry, my family has an emergency. My brother is here. I have to go out. Please understand, I'll be back at noon. The shop will be open as usual this afternoon. If you come back then, I'll give you a discount." "You said it. I'll come at noon. It better be cheap. Don't short us." The customers gradually left, and Ahu and Cheng Tianyuan quickly closed the shop. Xue Ling walked over and reminded, "Is there anything on the stove? Turn off the fans and electricity." Ahu, busy closing up, shouted, "No fire! There's too much clothing in the shop now. I don't dare cook here. I eat all my meals outside these days." "Thanks for your help," Xue Ling said, holding her belly. "Sorry to trouble you to drive us." "Don't mention it," Ahu said. "No need to be polite with family. Sis, you don't look well. Want to rest inside for a bit?" "No time," Xue Ling frowned. "The flight's at 11. It's already after 9. We need to hurry to get our tickets and check in." "All right." Ahu and Cheng Tianyuan were both quick. They tidied up, grabbed the keys, and headed out. Ahu said, "I know the area. Parking is under the big tree in the back so it won't get too hot. If it rains, though, it'll get wet." "No worries," Xue Ling said, "as long as there's a place to park." Cheng Tianyuan handed him his keys. "You know your car best. Drive yours. Ours will stay here for now." "Okay." Ahu was easygoing and led them out. The airport was in the suburbs, not far, and the road was smooth. Ahu drove fast, and they arrived at the airport just before 10. "Parking here is fine," Ahu said. "I'll go in with you." Cheng Tianyuan handed him the watermelon. "This is from my dad. Take it. And these mung bean cakes from your mom. We don't have an appetite, so you take them." Ahu swallowed and took everything. "You go get your tickets. I'll find a place to cut the watermelon. I'll meet you over there. It's so hot. Watermelon will help." Cheng Tianyuan helped Xue Ling to the ticket counter, while Ahu went another way. He often came to the airport for deliveries, so some staff recognized him and greeted him warmly. Xue Ling handed her ID to Cheng Tianyuan. He said quietly, "There's a line over there. Find a seat. I'll get the tickets and come find you." "Okay." Xue Ling nodded. With her big belly, it wasn't safe to walk around in crowds, especially if someone bumped her. She saw a row of empty seats nearby and went to sit down. "Sis!" Ahu came over with a big plate, smiling. "I've eaten at the staff canteen here a few times, so I know the chef. I borrowed a knife and cut the watermelon. Here, have some. It's hot, and you didn't even get a sip of water earlier." Xue Ling looked at the bright red watermelon and suddenly felt hungry. She thanked him and ate 2 big pieces. Ahu munched too. "This watermelon from Godfather is huge. I gave half to the chef and brought the rest here. Where's it from? It's so sweet." Xue Ling hadn't eaten much breakfast, but didn't feel hungry. Eating the sweet, cool watermelon now, her anxious heart felt a little better. "It's from Dad. I don't know where he got it." Ahu wiped his mouth. Sis, you're pregnant. Don't worry too much. Uncle is a lucky man, he'll be okay. Thank you, Xue Ling sighed. I hope he's all right. Hu comforted her. If you need help, call any time. By the way, Afang's on break next week. She's going to the capital to study. I'll bring her here to buy tickets in a couple of days. Okay, Xue Ling said. Please help her with things here. The main factory is big, my parents live there, so we'll stay there too. You know the office number. If anything happens, call us. Got it, Hu nodded. It's her first time in the capital, she doesn't know anyone. If possible, have Yuan pick her up at the airport so she doesn't get lost. No worries, Xue Ling smiled. She can read and take the bus. She'd be fine even on her own. Hu said. She helps at the shop every weekend. Last week it was so hot she came early and left at noon. Didn't want to get tanned. Xue Ling laughed. Girls all want to look good. She's pretty enough, Hu grinned. Every time she helps, a bunch of people want to set her up, say she looks lucky. Cheng Tianyuan was naturally a bit chubby, but now she was fairer and taller, not as chubby as before, with a rosy, plump face. Very cute. That kind of look is popular with elders, especially would-be mothers-in-law, who say it means she'll have healthy kids. Xue Ling nodded. Girls change a lot as they grow. Afang's changed so much in the past 2 years, and she knows how to dress up. She's even prettier. Last time she came home, my mother-in-law almost didn't recognize her. There were a lot of people buying tickets, so Cheng Tianyuan waited in line. After 10 minutes, he hurried over. All set. Boarding in half an hour. Hu quickly made room for him and handed over the plate. There are 2 or 3 pieces left. I saved them for you. Cheng Tianyuan was thirsty too, so he grabbed a piece and took big bites. Where did you cut it? I was busy driving and there was no big knife in the car. The watermelon was huge and round, and I didn't want to smash it and make a mess, so I just drank water on the way. Hu explained. All the sweaters from the capital come through this airport, so I'm here often for pickups and know the staff. I borrowed a kitchen knife from the canteen to cut it, gave them half, and everyone was happy. Hu was always generous and warm, making friends wherever he went. Cheng Tianyuan let out a long sigh, speaking quietly. We don't know how long we'll be in the capital. I hope my father-in-law is okay and we can come back in a few days. The baby's due in 2 weeks. I hope we make it back in time. Let's keep in touch and I'll need you to look after things here. I know. Hu nodded cheerfully. No need for all that between family. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. You should also move things forward with Wang Ting, since you're sure go meet each other's parents soon. Your mom's been asking about her and even brought her snacks these days. Since it's like this, it's better to make it official and date openly. Yeah, Hu smiled awkwardly. Next time I go back, I'll take her to meet my mom. My mom's so eager. Last time I just mentioned her and she got all excited. She's been wanting you to get married for ages, Cheng Tianyuan reminded. You should have a plan. All right, next time I'll take her to meet my mom and bring some gifts to visit her family too. Cheng Tianyuan nodded approvingly. You're both adults now. Putting family first is the right thing. They were past the age of reckless romance. Now they were calm, thinking long-term, and just wanted a warm, happy family. So, getting the parents' approval was the first step to a lasting relationship. Hu chuckled. I already mentioned it to her last time. She said to wait a bit and that her family's simple, nothing to worry about. That's her reassuring you, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. She just has a younger brother and her mom, and her brother's already married. Your family's simple too, just your mom. She grew up without a father, same as you, so you'll understand each other. Your mom and hers will get along, family won't be a problem, and since you like each other, everything will fall into place. Yeah. Hu smiled shyly. She's a good girl. I'm really lucky. When Wang Ting came to the provincial capital to see a doctor, she didn't know anyone. He helped her find the hospital, the doctor, asked about her condition, waited with her for tests and results. She faints at the sight of blood, so when she had to get blood drawn, she nearly passed out. He supported her, comforted her, and stayed until she was fully recovered. She was worried about her health but didn't dare say it, surrounded by strangers. He was the only familiar face. She felt helpless and sad, secretly shedding tears. He felt sorry for her, seeing how hard it was for a gentle woman to see a doctor alone. So he took her to eat, to the city park, and to a big bookstore. She was grateful and bought him a book of prose poems. He laughed, saying he hadn't read in years but would read it carefully. She smiled too, telling him about the author and the writing. She quietly told him she'd published several prose books and was working on another. He praised her as a talented writer. She laughed, saying she didn't deserve the title. She pointed to a short poem in the book, read it softly, and explained its meaning. He watched her gentle profile, and before he knew it, was smitten. Yes, from that moment, he was hooked. From then on, he started caring for her, helping with her daily life, buying her books and pens, installing fans in her room and living room so she could read and write comfortably. Whenever there was something new in the city, he'd buy it. And whenever he had a break, he'd drive back to Rongcheng to bring her gifts, eat with her and chat. Those days were wonderful. After a few months, he boldly suggested they get serious and meet his respected mother. She shyly said to wait a bit. He was happy. He knew she wasn't refusing, just wanted to take it slow. He was really glad things had progressed so quickly. He felt lucky to have met such a good woman. If Liu Xing hadn't been so blind, he wouldn't have had the chance. Cheng Tianyuan smiled, seeing the point had been made, and didn't say more. Xue Ling sat for a while, then her belly started to ache, so she got up to walk around. Hu saw her holding her belly and got worried. Yuan, your wife's about to give birth. Traveling like this is tough. The capital is spacious, why not just have the baby there? Don't risk it on the road. Cheng Tianyuan looked at Xue Ling's back, heart aching, and nodded. We'll see. We'll try not to push it. Soon it was time to board. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan said goodbye to Hu and hurried onto the plane. You can't walk around on a plane, so for over 2 hours, Xue Ling was uncomfortable, constantly changing positions. By the time they landed, she looked pale, scaring Cheng Tianyuan. After getting off, he quickly helped her find a cool place to sit. Wife, sit here. I'll get you some warm water. Xue Ling nodded. After drinking and resting a while, she looked a bit better. Cheng Tianyuan went to find a car, then slung their luggage over his shoulder and helped her out of the airport to a chubby minivan. Xue Ling spoke with a capital accent, so the driver didn't dare overcharge. After hearing the address, he quickly headed for the suburban business district. It was still stiflingly hot at the end of June. The capital was a crowded metropolis with lots of people and cars, making it even more stifling. Driver, open the window more. My wife can't stand the heat. Sure. This isn't a plane. No fancy air conditioning here. You'll have to bear with it. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't used to the local accent, but after dealing with his in-laws, he could understand. An hour later, the car finally stopped in front of the main factory. Cheng Tianyuan carefully helped Xue Ling out and turned to pay the driver. Xue Ling, unable to wait, hurried toward the office building with her big belly. After hearing this, Xue Ling quickly said gratefully, Heng, won't this trouble Uncle too much? He's an expert, yes, but he works in the provincial capital. How can we ask him to take leave and come all this way just for us? Xue Heng shook his head and smiled. What are you saying? My dad said he spent his whole life studying medicine and writing orthopedic papers. How could he let his closest cousin suffer through a bone fracture? He said he has to come see for himself, or he won't be at ease. Besides, it's a chance for him to take a break. Just let him do it. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, Uncle is so thoughtful. It's a blessing for Dad. Wife, let Uncle come help. With a professional like him here, Dad will recover faster. That would be best, Xue Ling said. Heng, book Uncle's ticket and charge it to the factory. Since he's coming to help, we must cover his travel and accommodation, or we'll feel too guilty. Yes, Xue Ling's mom agreed. We're already troubling him so much we can't let him pay for anything. Seeing everyone insist, Xue Heng nodded. He's already asked for leave. There's a flight from the provincial capital this evening. I'll check if he can make it. Okay, go check. We'll handle things here. Xue Ling said. Xue Heng glanced at his uncle lying unconscious and said quietly, "Take care. I'll be back soon." Then he left. Cheng Tianyuan noticed an empty bed in the room and said, "Mom, you must not have slept well last night. Go lie down for a bit. I'll watch over Dad." Xue Ling's mom pointed at the IV bottle. "The doctor said when it's almost done, go to the nurse's station and tell them which room we are." "Okay," Cheng Tianyuan replied. She added, Heng already told the nurses last night. We're paying for the whole room, so no other patients will be put in here. That way we can take turns sleeping at night." Xue Ling nodded, comforting her. "You look exhausted. Go rest. We'll watch Dad." After a night of worry and a day of running around, her mom was truly worn out. Now that her daughter, son-in-law, and Xue Heng were here, and the surgery had gone well, she finally relaxed. She lay down and quickly fell asleep. The room was quiet. The IV still had more than half left, dripping slowly. Xue Ling looked at her parents sleeping in their beds, finally feeling at ease. Thank goodness Dad was safe. Thank goodness. Outside the window, tall kapok trees swayed, their leaves thick, and a cool breeze occasionally drifted in. The fan turned gently, keeping the room cool and peaceful. Cheng Tianyuan helped Xue Ling sit on a wooden chair and said softly, "Close your eyes and rest. Lean on me." Xue Ling didn't feel sleepy, rubbing her belly. "I'm fine, don't worry." Cheng Tianyuan gave a wry smile. "You barely slept last night, then rushed here by car and plane. You must be exhausted. Close your eyes for a bit or I'm afraid you'll collapse too." Knowing he wouldn't believe her, Xue Ling leaned back and closed her eyes. Maybe it was finally feeling at ease, but she soon drifted off. She only woke when the half-open door creaked and someone spoke softly. It was Third Uncle. "Third Uncle, you're here?" Xue Ling asked sleepily. Third Uncle held a bowl of medicine, handed it to Cheng Tianyuan, and looked at her kindly. "I came early this morning. Your dad woke up once. I checked his pulse and prescribed some medicine, discussed with his doctor, then went to the pharmacy to get the herbs and brewed it myself. I didn't trust anyone else to do it, so I brought it over myself." Xue Ling quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Third Uncle." She introduced him to Cheng Tianyuan. "You've met my third uncle, right? Say hello. He's the most famous traditional doctor in the capital, retired for years but still a giant in the medical world." Cheng Tianyuan respectfully greeted him. "Hello, Third Uncle." "Hello, hello." Third Uncle smiled, sizing him up, pleased to see his tall, handsome nephew-in-law. "Rongcheng is over 1,000 kilometers away. You got here so fast. Modern transportation really is amazing." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "People used to wish they could fly like birds. Now we're hundreds of times faster. Third Uncle, should this medicine be drunk while it's hot?" "Yes, not too cool." Third Uncle nodded. "This will help with pain and inflammation. The anesthesia's worn off, so the wounds must hurt. Drinking this will help." Cheng Tianyuan thanked him and gently woke Xue Ling's dad. He soon opened his eyes, squinting, taking a while to recognize them. "Dad, it's me. I'm Yuan. Lingling and I flew over. Sorry we're late." Her dad managed to smile. "Good. Not late." Cheng Tianyuan said gently, "Dad, Third Uncle made you some herbal medicine. I'll raise your pillow and help you drink it." "Okay." Her dad nodded, smiling at Third Uncle. "Third brother, sit." Third Uncle said softly, "Take care of yourself. Drink the medicine first." Cheng Tianyuan carefully propped up his neck and folded the pillow under him. "Dad, does this hurt?" "No," her dad whispered. "As long as I don't move the wound, it's fine." Xue Ling found a small spoon from her mom's bag, washed it, and handed it to Cheng Tianyuan. He slowly fed his father-in-law the medicine, spoon by spoon. Xue Ling watched, tears falling without her realizing. Her dad looked at her and said weakly, "Why are you crying?" "I'm fine. Girls always cry at the slightest thing." Cheng Tianyuan sighed. "Dad, when we got the call last night, we were terrified. Lingling was so worried she had to come see you herself." Third Uncle chuckled. Daughters are always the most caring. Xue Ling wiped her tears and sniffled. Dad, you have to get better soon. I'm about to have a baby. You're going to be a grandpa again. Got it. Got it. Her dad smiled weakly and kept drinking. Cheng Tianyuan fed him the whole bowl, then helped him lie back down. Her dad, careful not to move his neck, asked, Where's your mom? Cheng Tianyuan said softly, She's sleeping. She was exhausted, so let her rest. Let her sleep? Her dad sighed. This accident really worried you all. Heitang must have cried a lot last night. Cheng Tianyuan comforted him. Your surgery went well, so she's relieved. We're all here now, so she can relax. Her dad smiled faintly. Yes. Maybe it was the medicine, but he soon fell asleep again. Third uncle explained. He needs lots of rest. It's good for healing. I'll brew another dose later so he won't feel so bad. Okay, third uncle. Cheng Tianyuan saw this, quickly took the change from the driver and hurried after her. Wife, slow down! Xue Ling clung to his arm, panting. Let's hurry in and check. From the factory behind came the sound of sewing machines, so it was clear the factory hadn't stopped work. That meant her dad probably wasn't in critical condition. Otherwise, the factory would definitely have shut down today. Thinking of this, Xue Ling felt a bit lighter. Cheng Tianyuan helped her into the office building, calling, Secretary Chen! Secretary Chen! The office building was a later addition, 5 stories tall. The first floor was for offices, where the secretaries and accountants worked. Secretary Chen rushed out of the office when she heard the call. Ah, Miss, Mr. Cheng, when did you get here? Miss, look at your belly. It's so big you must be about to give birth. Xue Ling waved her off, anxiously asking, How's my dad? Is he okay? Which hospital is he in now? Secretary Chen knew she was worried and didn't dare delay. The director's condition is stable now. He had surgery overnight and was unconscious all morning, but at noon Madame called to say he'd woken up. Cheng Tianyuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, Where was he hurt? Is it serious? Is he okay after the surgery? Secretary Chen replied, His shoulder bone and neck were injured, pretty serious. They operated overnight to fix the shoulder bone. The neck wasn't badly hurt, just a long cut that needed 7 or 8 stitches. Xue Ling's eyes instantly filled with tears. Which hospital? Where did the accident happen? What exactly happened? Her dad always drove slowly. How could he have such a bad accident? His shoulder bone was broken. Oh, God. Secretary Chen answered, This morning Mr. Xu came by and said it happened at a traffic light in the city. The light was just installed last month, so a lot of people don't know about it yet. The director saw the green light and went through, but a big truck came from the side and crashed into his car. His car was small and the front was crushed. Luckily, the director was able to shrink into a corner and avoid the worst of it. Just his shoulder was hurt and his neck got a long cut from the glass. Xue Ling was terrified just hearing it. A big truck crashing into him. The impact must have been huge. Cheng Tianyuan was also shaken and said quietly, It's okay. Wife, your dad is awake and out of danger. Now he just needs to recover, so don't worry. Xue Ling wiped her tears and told the secretary, We'll rest a bit, then go to the hospital. Please arrange a car for us and have someone tidy up the guest room I used to stay in upstairs. We'll sleep there tonight. Of course. Secretary Chen hurried off. An accountant quickly brought over 2 cups of tea. Miss, sir, please have some tea. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and took the tea. Thank you. He handed a cup to Xue Ling and said softly, Rest a bit, then we'll go to the hospital. Xue Ling let out a sigh of relief and took the tea. A blessing in disguise. At least he's not in danger. Cheng Tianyuan gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry, it was just a scare. The old man's really suffered. Xue Ling said quietly. Bone injuries. They don't heal easily. A bone injury takes 100 days to heal. Her mom would be busy for a month or 2, and with her about to give birth, she couldn't help care for her dad at all. Cheng Tianyuan knew what she was thinking and explained, It was an accident. No one wanted this. Don't worry, after you have the baby and finish your recovery, I'll come back to help take care of your dad. Okay, Xue Ling nodded. A while later, Secretary Chen returned. Miss Sir, I've found a driver. He sometimes helps us move small goods. He has a small truck with seats in front and a cargo area in back. I couldn't find anything better on short notice, so I hope you don't mind. It's fine, Xue Ling said. We'll make do for now. She paused, then asked, My dad's car, is it totaled? Secretary Chen, not quite understanding, answered honestly. Mr. Xue said the car's done for. The traffic police towed it away. The truck's cab is ruined too. Both are badly damaged. Cheng Tianyuan asked, What about the truck driver? He was at fault, right? Secretary Chen replied, He's in the hospital too, also injured. After finishing her tea and resting a bit, Xue Ling went to the restroom, washed her face, and felt a little better. Cheng Tianyuan helped her into the small truck, and they quickly headed to the hospital. The capital's central hospital was huge, with the ICU on the ground floor. After giving her name, the nurse said, The old gentleman brought in last night, he's in room 5. Cheng Tianyuan helped Xue Ling over. The door was open, and a fan was blowing inside. Xue Heng was sitting by the wall and immediately stood up when he saw them. You're here? So fast? Cheng Tianyuan nodded politely. Just arrived, took the noon flight. Xue Ling pushed past him, looking left. Her dad looked haggard, eyes closed, neck wrapped in gauze, shoulder thickly bandaged, lying motionless. Her mom sat by the bed, looking just as worn out and worried. Dad! Mom! Xue Ling choked out. Her mom stared at her, then sighed. You're about to give birth. How could you come? I was waiting for your dad to wake up last night and this morning, so I didn't call. I tried to call earlier to tell you not to worry, that the surgery went well, but Liu Ying said you were already on your way. Though she sounded like she was scolding, she hugged her daughter tightly, tears falling. Xue Ling hugged her back, whispering, As long as Dad's okay, that's all that matters. I was so scared, her mom said, eyes red, voice trembling. I waited and waited for him to come home for dinner, but he never showed. Then suddenly I got a call saying he'd been in an accident, life or death unknown. I was in shock, shaking. I didn't know what to do. Xue Ling cried too, hugging her mom. It's okay now. Dad will get better soon. Xue Heng explained. Auntie was terrified. When we rushed over last night, Uncle was covered in blood. It scared me too. Luckily, the doctors operated quickly and finished by 3. After the anesthesia wore off at noon, Uncle woke up and said a couple of words, then fell asleep again. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't imagine such a scene. Seeing his father-in-law lying there unconscious, he felt terrible. So what about the person responsible? Xue Heng's face darkened. That bastard lost control after hitting Uncle, crashed into another car and got badly hurt. After surgery, he's in another room. The doctors say he'll probably be disabled for life. Xue Ling's mom, after crying for a while, finally calmed down. As long as your dad's okay, that's all that matters, Xue Heng added. I've already contacted my parents. My dad's an orthopedic specialist. This is his field. He was so worried he's taking 2 weeks off to come here and help look after Uncle. Don't worry, with him here, Uncle will recover even faster. After hearing this, Xue Ling quickly said gratefully, Ah, Heng, won't this trouble Uncle too much? He's an expert, yes, but he works in the provincial capital. How can we ask him to take leave and come all this way just for us? Xue Heng shook his head and smiled. What are you saying? My dad said he spent his whole life studying medicine and writing orthopedic papers. How could he let his closest cousin suffer through a bone fracture? He said he has to come see for himself or he won't be at ease. Besides, it's a chance for him to take a break. Just let him do it. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, Uncle is so thoughtful. It's a blessing for Dad. Wife, let Uncle come help. With a professional like him here, Dad will recover faster. That would be best, Xue Ling said. Ah, Heng, book Uncle's ticket and charge it to the factory. Since he's coming to help, we must cover his travel and accommodation or we'll feel too guilty. Yes, Xue Ling's mom agreed. We're already troubling him so much, we can't let him pay for anything. Seeing everyone insist, Xue Ling nodded. He's already asked for leave. There's a flight from the provincial capital this evening. I'll check if he can make it. Okay, go check. We'll handle things here, Xue Ling said. Xue Ling glanced at his uncle lying unconscious and said quietly, Take care. I'll be back soon. Then he left. Cheng Tianyuan noticed an empty bed in the room and said, Mom, you must not have slept well last night. Go lie down for a bit. I'll watch over Dad. Xue Ling's mom pointed at the IV bottle. The doctor said when it's almost done, go to the nurse's station and tell them which room we are. Okay, Cheng Tianyuan replied. She added, Hang already told the nurses last night. We're paying for the whole room so no other patients will be put in here. That way we can take turns sleeping at night. Xue Ling nodded, comforting her. You look exhausted. Go rest. We'll watch Dad. After a night of worry and a day of running around, her mom was truly worn out. Now that her daughter, son-in-law, and Xue Ling were here and the surgery had gone well, she finally relaxed. She lay down and quickly fell asleep. The room was quiet. The IV still had more than half left, dripping slowly. Xue Ling looked at her parents sleeping in their beds, finally feeling at ease. Thank goodness Dad was safe. Thank goodness. Outside the window, tall kapok trees swayed, their leaves thick, and a cool breeze occasionally drifted in. The fan turned gently, keeping the room cool and peaceful. Cheng Tianyuan helped Xue Ling sit on a wooden chair and said softly, Close your eyes and rest. Lean on me. Xue Ling didn't feel sleepy, rubbing her belly. I'm fine, don't worry. Cheng Tianyuan gave a wry smile. You barely slept last night, then rushed here by car and plane. You must be exhausted. Close your eyes for a bit or I'm afraid you'll collapse too. Knowing he wouldn't believe her, Xue Ling leaned back and closed her eyes. Maybe it was finally feeling at ease, but she soon drifted off. She only woke when the half-open door creaked and someone spoke softly. It was Third Uncle. Third Uncle? You're here? Xue Ling asked sleepily. Third Uncle held a bowl of medicine, handed it to Cheng Tianyuan, and looked at her kindly. I came early this morning. Your dad woke up once. I checked his pulse and prescribed some medicine, discussed with his doctor, then went to the pharmacy to get the herbs and brewed it myself. I didn't trust anyone else to do it, so I brought it over myself. Xue Ling quickly thanked him. Thank you, Third Uncle. She introduced him to Cheng Tianyuan. You've met my third uncle, right? Say hello. He's the most famous traditional doctor in the capital, retired for years but still a giant in the medical world. Cheng Tianyuan respectfully greeted him. Hello, Third Uncle. Hello, hello. Third Uncle smiled, sizing him up, pleased to see his tall, handsome nephew-in-law. Rongcheng is over 1,000 kilometers away. You got here so fast. Modern transportation really is amazing. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. People used to wish they could fly like birds. Now we're hundreds of times faster. Third Uncle, should this medicine be drunk while it's hot? Yes, not too cool. Third Uncle nodded. This will help with pain and inflammation. The anesthesia's worn off, so the wounds must hurt. Drinking this will help. Cheng Tianyuan thanked him and gently woke Xue Ling's dad. He soon opened his eyes, squinting, taking a while to recognize them. Dad, it's me, I'm Yuan. Ling Ling and I flew over. Sorry we're late. Her dad managed a smile. Good. Not late. Cheng Tianyuan said gently. Dad, Third Uncle made you some herbal medicine. I'll raise your pillow and help you drink it. Okay? Her dad nodded, smiling at Third Uncle. Third brother, sit. Third Uncle said softly, Take care of yourself. Drink the medicine first. Cheng Tianyuan carefully propped up his neck and folded the pillow under him. Dad, does this hurt? No, her dad whispered. As long as I don't move the wound, it's fine. Xue Ling found a small spoon from her mom's bag, washed it, and handed it to Cheng Tianyuan. He slowly fed his father-in-law the medicine, spoon by spoon. Xue Ling watched, tears falling without her realizing. Her dad looked at her and said weakly, Why are you crying? I'm fine. Girls always cry at the slightest thing. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Dad, when we got the call last night, we were terrified. Ling Ling was so worried she had to come see you herself. Third uncle chuckled. Daughters are always the most caring. Xue Ling wiped her tears and sniffled. Dad, you have to get better soon. I'm about to have a baby. You're going to be a grandpa again. Got it. Her dad smiled weakly and kept drinking. Cheng Tianyuan fed him the whole bowl, then helped him lie back down. Her dad, careful not to move his neck, asked, Where's your mom? Cheng Tianyuan said softly, She's sleeping. She was exhausted, so let her rest. Let her sleep. Her dad sighed. This accident really worried you all. Haitang must have cried a lot last night. Cheng Tianyuan comforted him. Your surgery went well, so she's relieved. We're all here now, so she can relax. Her dad smiled faintly. Yes. Maybe it was the medicine, but he soon fell asleep again. Third uncle explained. He needs lots of rest. It's good for healing. I'll brew another dose later so he won't feel so bad. Okay, third uncle. Uncle Xue-san noticed his niece didn't look well, and seeing her heavily pregnant belly, he felt a surge of worry. Ling Ling, you're about to give birth soon, yet you're still traveling such a long distance. This really isn't appropriate. Xue Ling gave a bitter smile. Something happened to my father. I just couldn't sit still, so I rushed over as quickly as I could. Cheng Tianyuan spoke in a worried, low voice. Uncle, could I trouble you to check her pulse and see if you can prescribe some medicine to help stabilize the pregnancy? She really doesn't look well. Uncle Xue-san quickly said, Come, there's a bench in the corridor outside. Come with me, I'll check your pulse. Thank you, Uncle. Xue Ling followed him out. A moment later, Xue Ling came back in. Cheng Tianyuan didn't see Uncle Xue and hurriedly asked, Where's Uncle? What did he say? Xue Ling explained, Uncle went to prepare some medicine to stabilize the pregnancy. He said the situation isn't very good. Cheng Tianyuan immediately became anxious. What's wrong? Xue Ling made a shushing gesture and whispered, Uncle said I might go into labor in the next few days, probably earlier than expected. He's not a gynecology expert, but he could tell from my pulse. He told me I can't go back to Rongcheng anymore. I have to stay here and wait for the birth. If I travel long distances again, I might end up giving birth on the road. Cheng Tianyuan grew even more anxious. On one hand, his father-in-law had just had surgery after a car accident. On the other, his wife was about to give birth. What was he supposed to do? In that case, we need to get everything ready as soon as possible, so we're not caught off guard. Everything needed for the delivery and the baby's clothes were all prepared at home. If they couldn't go back, they'd have to get ready to give birth here. Xue Ling looked worriedly at her mother, who was still sleeping on the other side, and whispered, When Mom wakes up, I'll have to tell her. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, My parents are still worried about things here. I'd better call them so they can be at ease. All right, go ahead. Xue Ling nodded. Cheng Tianyuan hurried downstairs to find a public phone. Xue Ling sat, supporting her belly, waiting for him to return. A while later, Xue Heng came in. My dad booked a flight for this evening at noon. He's already gotten leave, packing up at home now and getting ready to head to the airport. Xue Ling asked, Auntie knows too, right? She's the only one left in the provincial capital. My mom wanted to take leave and come too, Xue Heng said with a wry smile. But their director wouldn't allow it, said she couldn't be spared. They wish they could retire early and come here, but the hospital leadership just won't let them go. Xue Ling wasn't surprised at all and whispered, That's because Uncle and Auntie are such good doctors. They can't bear to let them retire early. Exactly, Xue Heng said. My mom said she'll apply again at the end of the year, and if it doesn't work, she'll try to transfer to the capital. My dad said the same. He really misses it here. Is it possible to apply? Xue Ling asked. I remember your younger brother is about to graduate, right? Just about, Xue Heng explained. He's finished his studies, already booked his ticket, just waiting for the school to issue his diploma. Once he gets it, he'll come right away. Xue Ling asked curiously. What's his major? Xue Heng replied, clinical surgery. He's pretty good at it. Uncle said with his skills he could be an attending physician at the best hospital in the capital. He'll come straight here, live with me, and then look for a job. Uncle will help arrange it. He's already set things up at the People's Hospital. That's great, Xue Ling said. If Uncle Jilan and Auntie can transfer here, your whole family can be together. Xue Heng smiled softly, his voice low. My dad said he'll ask Uncle for help. Job transfers are a big deal and very complicated. Luckily, Uncle has a lot of connections in this field, so we're confident. Ever since I went abroad, I haven't been able to come home. My brother, too. The tickets are so expensive, he hasn't been able to come back. Last New Year, my mom's eyes were red, as she said it's been almost 7 or 8 years since the whole family was together. Xue Ling couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Don't worry. Once your brother comes back and Uncle and Auntie transfer here, your whole family can live together and see each other every day. Xue Heng nodded, eyes full of longing. Now we have a big apartment in the capital and my brother will be here next month. Only my parents are left. With Uncle's help, it shouldn't take too long. Xue Ling gently stroked her belly and asked, How's business at Lingyuan's factory this year? Still going well? Pretty good, Xue Heng replied. At the end of last year, there was a trade fair here in the capital. I met a few foreign clients and signed some big orders. This year we're busy fulfilling those, probably until par month. The client said sales are good, so there should be more orders later. At least this year I made some foreign trade money for Uncle. Now insurance companies are coming in, so we make a bit less, but it's safer. This is a great start. Persistence is victory, Xue Ling smiled. Keep it up. Xue Heng took a deep breath and said quietly, I'm still confident, and I'll keep working hard. Luckily, Uncle has always supported me. Otherwise, I would have given up last year. That's because he has faith in you, Xue Ling said with a soft laugh. The foreign trade market is just getting started. You're a pioneer. Xue Heng couldn't help but turn to look at her. Ling, you seem really confident about this market. Can you tell me why? Uncle's faith in me is all because of your advice. Xue Ling giggled. Because I think the market has a very bright future. Xue Heng smiled too, glancing at her round belly. You still have to have kids or I'd definitely pull you in to work with me. You majored in foreign languages for so many years. It'd be a shame to waste it. I didn't study business English, Xue Ling said. If I want to use it, I'll have to learn some technical terms, or I won't be able to keep up. The basics are the same, Xue Heng said. With your foundation, it won't be hard. Xue Ling laughed softly. Once you've paved the way for the future, you can teach me how to walk it. No need to be modest, Xue Heng said in a low voice. You're making several times more than me right now, maybe many times more. Unless I could fly, I'd never catch up. The sweater factory she invested in was making huge profits, bringing in a big income every month. Plus, the real estate she invested in was about to be sold, promising a big windfall. The assets she built up far surpassed those of her cousin. She was only a few months older than him, but while he was just getting his footing, she already had a broad, smooth road ahead. By comparison, he felt he fell far short. Xue Ling smiled and gently stroked her round belly. What's this about keeping up or not? We're not in a race. There's no need to compete over who's ahead. Xue Heng smiled too and said, That's right. As long as we keep working hard, we'll both do well in the future. But when it comes to marriage, you're way ahead of me, Xue Ling said warmly. I got married earlier than you, and now I already have 2 kids, while you don't even have a partner yet. I can't compare, Xue Heng replied with a smile. When fate comes, it comes. I'm in a good place now. Just letting things happen naturally is best. Xue Ling nodded in agreement. That's true. Maybe your special someone is already on her way to you. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan returned. He was carrying a thermos, which he set behind the door. Xue Heng quickly moved aside, leaving space next to Xue Ling for him. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. It's fine. You two keep chatting. We're just making small talk, Xue Ling said quietly. I really have to apologize for last night. I was so anxious that I called you both. I panicked and forgot that Ling Ling was about to give birth. Last night, while Uncle was in surgery, Aunt and I were so worried outside that we forgot to call you again. You must have been worried all night too. I'm really sorry. Cheng Tianyuan waved his hand and explained, Don't say that. With something this serious, of course you'd panic. Ling Ling and I were far away in Rongcheng, and when we first heard, we were shocked and didn't know what to do. Luckily you were here to help, otherwise Mom might not have been able to handle it alone. Last night, Aunt and I were really nervous, Xue Ling said in a low voice, frowning. Seeing Uncle covered in blood was so hard. I was completely panicked, my mind went blank, I didn't know what to do. Aunt's eyes were red, she kept chanting Amitabha, and the two of us sat outside the operating room. It felt like we'd been to hell and back. Xue Ling sighed. You two were there in person, but Yuenja and I were in Rongcheng, and we were so anxious and worried we nearly broke down. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, When I got the call, I panicked too. My mind just went blank. Xue Ling apologized again. It wasn't until dawn today, when the doctor said Uncle's condition had finally stabilized, that Aunt and I could breathe again. We stayed with him in the ward, and when Aunt said we should let you know, I rushed downstairs to call, but no one answered. I guessed you might already be on your way, and Aunt was so worried, saying you were heavily pregnant and due in just over 10 days. My mom has to worry about my dad and about me. It's not easy for her, Xue Ling said with a bitter smile and a sigh. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, I've already called home. My parents are there, and little Ranran is sleeping. They're all happy to hear that Dad is finally okay and told me to take good care of him. But when they heard you might give birth in a few days, they got really anxious. Xue Ling glanced at Xue Ling's big belly and quickly said, You just take care of Ling Ling. Aunt and I will look after Uncle. Plus, my dad is coming to help too. With him here, Uncle will recover even faster. Xue Ling gently stroked her belly and said, It's fine. Tomorrow Uncle San will arrange for a gynecologist to see me here. If I really have to give birth early, then we'll just go buy what we need and get ready. Cheng Tianyuan said, I've already discussed it with my parents. We'll have Ahu take them to the provincial capital, and in a couple of days they'll fly here with Afang. Once everyone's together, we can take care of you during your confinement. Really? Xue Ling couldn't help but ask. So many people? Ahu is coming too? Cheng Tianyuan replied, Ahu is just taking them to the airport. Afang has exams these days, but in a couple of days she'll come to the provincial capital. She can help take care of little Ranran. My parents can look after you during your confinement, and I'll help take care of you and Dad. It's great if your in-laws can come, Xue Ling said. The factory built a new office building last year, so there's plenty of space. If you think it's too noisy, you can pick an apartment to stay in. Pick the biggest one with 5 rooms. Just buy some furniture and supplies, clean up, and you can move in right away. With more people, it's easier to get things done. You'll need help during your confinement, and the baby will need care too, so the more hands the better. Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked, Is there really a 5-bedroom apartment? Where is it? Her mom had bought so many apartments, but she only knew the general locations and had seen a few. She didn't know there was one that big. There is, Xue Ling explained. There's one in my complex, over 200 square meters, with 5 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 small balconies. They're all high-end apartments already renovated. Just need to buy furniture. Not rented out? Xue Ling muttered. I remember telling my mom to rent out as many as possible. Aunt said that one's too big. No one ever wants it, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. The rent is too high, and it's too big for most families. Aunt said it's the biggest one. Others are just over 100 square meters, but only that one is over 200. I know your complex, Xue Ling said. It's close to the city center, about 3 bus stops from here. Let's pick that one. Cheng Tianyuan nodded in agreement. It's best to be close to the hospital. If Uncle San can arrange a good gynecologist here, we can stay here for the birth, and with Dad here too, it'll be easier to take care of everyone. Xue Ling couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Maybe we should just get a big hospital ward for everyone. No way, Xue Ling said with a mock-scolding smile. Different departments, different cases. How could we all be together? You wish. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Just being in the same hospital is already convenient enough. Can't be too greedy. Xue Ling explained. The Central Hospital is one of the biggest in the capital, and its obstetrics and gynecology department is famous. Let's have Uncle San arrange it, whatever's most convenient for us. After discussing everything, Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan both felt relieved. No matter how big the difficulties or troubles, you just have to face them one by one. As long as everyone works together, you'll get through it. Xue Ling asked, Heng, what's going on with the driver who caused the accident? How is Dad's case being handled? Right now, the traffic police are handling it, Xue Ling said. That driver ran a red light and hit 2 cars in a row. First Uncle, then a small truck. He was badly injured himself and is in this hospital too. The truck driver broke his leg and is in the orthopedics department here with Uncle. The driver's employer has already come and paid the medical bills for all 3 people for now, and the traffic police will handle the rest. Usually, in these kinds of accidents, you have to wait until everyone recovers and is discharged before negotiating a settlement. For now, all we can do is focus on recovery. Xue Ling frowned and said quietly, Then we can only wait. Cheng Tianyuan said, Our dad wasn't at fault, so we shouldn't have to worry about any penalties. On the contrary, we should receive compensation for medical expenses and car repairs. The car was taken away by the traffic police. It's over there now. Xue Ling sighed. The car's badly damaged. Even if it's repaired, it'll never be the same. Don't worry, Xue Ling said. Let's just buy a new one for the family to use. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh and teased. Rich families really are different, just casually saying you'll buy a new car. Can you get money just by saying it? Xue Ling giggled. If we need it, we have to buy it. We'll be running around every day, so it's much more convenient to have a car at home. Cheng Tianyuan reminded her, Buying a car isn't that quick. It'll probably take more than 10 days to get everything done. Hey, ask Uncle Sanyuan for help, Xue Ling suggested. He helped me buy my car. He has a good friend who sells cars. If you're introduced by someone, you can get it done fast. At most, you'll have the car in 3 or 4 days. That fast? Xue Ling was surprised. That's really quick. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, Then we'll have to ask him for help. Xue Ling said, I'll call him later. The 3 of them chatted for more than half an hour. During that time, they called the nurse to change the IV bottle. Dad Xue was still sleeping soundly, and Mom Xue, exhausted, hadn't woken up either. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at the sky and said, It's getting late. I'll go buy some boxed meals. Heng, what do you want to eat? Honey, how about you? I'm fine with anything, Xue Ling replied. Xue Ling still didn't have much appetite, but thinking about the baby in her belly needing nutrition, she said, Get me some dumplings, or noodles are fine too. There were plenty of noodle shops in the capital. Dumplings and hand-pulled noodles could be found everywhere, so it wouldn't be hard to buy. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. I'll get a meal for Uncle San too. No, Uncle San loves dumplings. Chive filling, Xue Ling reminded him. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and left the ward. Xue Ling yawned and asked, How do you know Uncle San likes dumplings? I didn't even know that. Xue Ling explained, I've met with Uncle San several times recently while helping Heng look for a job. Once, Uncle and I invited him for a drink, and Uncle said Uncle San's favorite food is dumplings. When the family was poor, they only made dumplings for holidays. Uncle San grew chives in the corner of the yard, and every time they made dumplings, he'd go cut some chives. Even without meat, he'd eat happily. Xue Ling's eyes turned a little red as she listened, and she said softly, I heard that during the family's hard times, they all suffered a lot. Yes, Xue Ling said. My dad told me he was the youngest, and it was always Uncle and the other older brothers and cousins who protected him. Our family has stayed so united because everyone went through hardship together. Our bonds are stronger than gold. At that moment, Uncle San came in, holding a bowl of steaming herbal medicine. Ling Ling, have you eaten dinner? Rest a bit after you eat. Then take this medicine. It's to help stabilize the pregnancy. Xue Ling quickly stood up. Seeing the elder sweating, she said with concern, Uncle San, you went to get the medicine and even cooked it yourself? In this hot weather, that's too much trouble. It's no trouble, Uncle San said. My student's kitchen is big. I cooked a few packets of medicine there, and he fanned me and kept me company. It's hot everywhere in summer. I'm sweating because I walked over. Xue Ling set the bowl aside and said, I haven't eaten yet. My husband went to get food. Uncle, please sit and rest for a bit. He should be back soon. Uncle San smiled kindly. It's getting dark. I'll just go home to eat. With you young people here, I'll come back tomorrow. I get up at 5 or 6 in the morning, so I'll just walk over. No, Xue Ling said. My husband already bought your meal. If you go home this late, there probably isn't any food ready for you. Stay and eat with us, and keep us company for a while. Uncle San didn't stand on ceremony and sat down on a small stool. We've booked this ward, so whoever's on night duty can stay here. Your mom was so worried last night. Let her sleep a bit longer. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan came in with the food and dumplings. Xue Heng quickly went to help. Seeing the dumplings, he handed them to Uncle San first. Uncle San beamed. These are my favorite. Cheng Tianyuan handed him chopsticks and said warmly, Uncle, dumplings are best when they're hot. Please enjoy. Thank you. Uncle San took the chopsticks and started eating. Cheng Tianyuan opened another meal box and handed it to Xue Heng. Ah, Heng, here's your meal. There's a chicken leg inside. Xue Heng smiled and took it. Thanks, brother-in-law. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled to himself. This was the first time in 2 or 3 years of knowing each other that Xue Heng had called him brother-in-law. He opened another box and found chive and cabbage dumplings, which he handed to Xue Ling. Xue Ling took the chopsticks and said quietly, You should eat too. Uncle San asked, Did you get a meal for your mother-in-law? Cheng Tianyuan explained, There's a food stall at the hospital entrance. I asked the owner to keep an extra box warm for me. When Mom wakes up, I'll go get it. Hot food tastes better. Good. Uncle San nodded in satisfaction. No wonder Ah Wu said his son-in-law was steady and reliable. Seems it's true. Xue Heng and Cheng Tianyuan both ate quickly. They must have been starving. Uncle San soon finished his dumplings and praised, There's so much meat in dumplings these days, so fragrant and tender, really delicious. Xue Ling smiled. If you like them, eat them often. I heard chives are very nutritious. Uncle San nodded repeatedly. Chives are good for the body, tonifying the kidneys and warming. But people who are prone to heatiness shouldn't eat too much, or they'll get heaty. Anything warming can cause heatiness, Xue Heng added. Coming from a medical family, he knew a thing or two about health. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan didn't know much about this and listened attentively. Uncle San pointed at the medicine. Lingling, don't let it get too cold. It's best to drink it while it's hot. Xue Ling nodded, picked up the bowl, and drank it all in one go, shivering at the end. Oh my, Chinese medicine is really so bitter, Uncle San chuckled. There's Rehmannia and goji berries in there, so it's a bit sweet, but the flavor is strong, so it tastes bad. Cheng Tianyuan quickly handed her half a cup of water. Rinse your mouth. Xue Ling took the water and finally got rid of the unpleasant taste. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Medicine is medicine. Good medicine is always bitter. She's pregnant, so she's extra sensitive to taste, which makes it worse. She's just too delicate, a low voice said. Everyone looked up in surprise and saw that Dad Xue had woken up at some point and was watching them. Everyone hurried over, watching him anxiously. Dad, how are you feeling? Does it still hurt? Ah Wu, does your shoulder still hurt? Are you uncomfortable? Uncle, don't move. Your hand is still on an IV. Dad Xue smiled slightly and said, It doesn't hurt as much now. I'm fine. Really, no need to worry. Uncle San took his pulse and after a while nodded. Your pulse is much better than this morning. I've already told my student to prepare another dose of medicine for you to take later. Xue Heng couldn't help but laugh. Uncle, you're really lucky. You had surgery from a Western doctor and now you're being nursed by a Chinese doctor. This is a perfect example of combining Chinese and Western medicine. Cheng Tianyuan nodded in agreement. That way, the results will definitely be even better. Dad Xue said quietly, "Waking up this time feels much better than the last 2 times. My neck doesn't seem to hurt as much either. Third brother, it's already getting dark. You've been busy all day. Go home and rest." Uncle San replied gently, "There's nothing much for me to do at home. I'll come back early tomorrow to help out as much as I can." Dad Xue looked at Xue Heng and said quietly, "Ah Heng, walk your uncle home." "Okay." Xue Heng stood up and explained, "My dad should be arriving soon, so I need to go to the airport to pick him up. Ling, brother-in-law, I'll leave uncle in your care for now. I'll come back later with my dad." "No, it's too late. Let Xie rest first," Dad Xue said. But Xue Heng replied, "My dad came especially to help take care of you. If he doesn't see you first, he won't be able to sleep." "That's right," Uncle San said gently. "Xie is an orthopedic specialist. It'll be helpful for him to take a look. I'll head home now and come back tomorrow to see you all." Cheng Tianyuan saw Uncle San and Xue Heng out. Dad Xue asked Xue Ling, "What time is it?" Xue Ling stepped out of the ward and glanced toward the nurse's station, seeing that it was already past 7 p.m. "Dad, it's about 7:30. Dad Xue glanced to the side and saw his wife still sleeping. He couldn't help but ask, "Why hasn't your mom woken up yet? Go check on her." Xue Ling went over and saw that her mother's complexion was normal and she was sleeping deeply. She said softly, "Dad, Mom looks fine. I think now that you're okay, she's finally relaxed and is sleeping more soundly." "She's been up for 2 nights. She's exhausted," Dad Xue explained. "The night before last, she stayed up late at the factory to get a shipment out. Last night she didn't sleep at all. She must be worn out." Xue Ling felt a pang of heartache and said softly, "You two shouldn't push yourselves so hard." "It's not about wanting to or not," Dad Xue said with a slow sigh. "The factory's grown to this size and we have so many regular customers. When they place orders, you can't just refuse. If we don't work hard, how can we have enough goods to sell?" Xue Ling took his hand and patted it gently. "All right, let's not talk about that now. Dad, are you uncomfortable anywhere? I'll fan you a bit." Dad Xue, unable to move, sighed. "My back is a little itchy, but I can't move." Xue Ling explained, "Your shoulder is still immobilized, so you can't move around. I'll ask the nurse later if we can help you sit up a bit." "Okay." Dad Xue closed his eyes. "I feel sleepy again." With that, he soon drifted off. Earlier, Uncle San had explained that the medicine contained something to help him sleep, so Xue Ling understood why he'd doze off so quickly. She brought a stool to the bedside, found an old fan in the corner, washed it at the tap, wiped it with a handkerchief, then sat down and gently fanned her father's bandaged wound. Being injured in the summer was especially hard. Even with a small fan in the room, it was still very hot. Xue Ling fanned him slowly, the cool breeze helping him sleep better. A while later, Cheng Tianyuan returned. He helped her sit on the other side, then took over fanning his father-in-law. The ward was quiet, and a cool breeze gradually drifted in through the window. Xue Ling leaned back in her chair, and before she knew it, she'd fallen asleep, resting quietly. Seeing her asleep, Cheng Tianyuan felt more at ease. Fortunately, Uncle San knew medicine and quickly brewed her a dose. He'd also said that since she was close to her due date and the weather wasn't too cold, even if the baby came a couple of weeks early, it wouldn't be a big problem. Half an hour later, Mom Xue woke up groggily. She looked at her daughter across the room, then turned her head to see her son-in-law gently fanning her husband, and couldn't help but feel comforted. "Ah, Yuan, has your dad woken up?" Cheng Tianyuan turned and quickly replied, "He woke up for a bit. Uncle San checked his pulse and said he's doing better than this morning and afternoon. Uncle San went home and Ah Heng is taking him back, then heading to the airport to pick up Uncle Xie." Mom Xue smiled and nodded. "Good." Cheng Tianyuan put down the fan and poured her a glass of water. "Mom, have some water to moisten your throat. You must be hungry too. I've already ordered food for you outside. I'll go get it now. All right. Mom Xue gave a wry smile. I barely ate anything this morning or at lunch. After sleeping, I suddenly feel really hungry. Cheng Tianyuan quickly got up. Mom, I'll be right back. He soon returned with a hot meal. Mom Xue started eating and said contentedly, There's plenty and it tastes good. Cheng Tianyuan continued to fan his father-in-law. Just then, a nurse came in to take his temperature and blood pressure. She wrote down the numbers and left, but soon returned, leading in a gentle-looking middle-aged man holding a bowl of medicine. The nurse explained, This is Dr. Li from surgery. He's brought the medicine for you. Cheng Tianyuan quickly stood up and smiled. You must be Uncle San's student? Dr. Li, thank you so much. It's nothing, Dr. Li said, handing the medicine to Cheng Tianyuan. Let it cool a bit, then feed it to the patient. My teacher is my mentor, and his brother is my elder too. Taking care of elders is my duty. Mom Xue put down her food and got up to thank him. Thank you so much. Uncle San said the medicine these days will be cooked in your dorm, and the smell is so strong. Sorry for the trouble. Dr. Li waved his hand. No need to be so polite, ma'am. We live at the hospital every day. If it's not the smell of disinfectant, it's the smell of medicine. We're used to it. I'm on duty tonight, just in the surgery office. If you need anything, just come find me. Thank you, thank you. Mom Xue and Cheng Tianyuan saw him out. Mom Xue felt a little embarrassed. He's Uncle San's student, but he doesn't really know us. It's too much trouble for him. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. Mom, I saw cigarettes in his pocket. Tomorrow I'll buy a couple of good packs to thank him. Just say it's from our own store, no need to pay. A local specialty as a gift. Good. That's a great idea, Mom Xue said with a smile. A while later, Cheng Tianyuan gently woke up Dad Xue and fed him the medicine spoonful by spoonful. Dad, are you hungry? Dad Xue shook his head. With the IV, I haven't really felt hungry, but I do need to use the bathroom. Haitang. Dad, I'll help you, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. Mom went out to get water. I'll close the door. Ling Ling is asleep. Dad Xue nodded. Cheng Tianyuan took the urinal from under the bed and quickly helped the elder with the awkward matter, then went to the bathroom to clean it before returning. He picked up the fan and gently fanned his father-in-law. Dad Xue smiled with satisfaction. Ah, Yuan. You're even more considerate than Ling Ling. She's been pampered since she was little and doesn't know how to take care of others. After she married you, it's always been you looking after her. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled softly, his gaze distant. Dad, do you remember when I first came to the capital? We didn't know anyone, and it took a lot to finally meet you. You held my hand and talked to me for a long, long time. I remember, Dad Xue replied. Cheng Tianyuan said warmly, You told me to go home and prepare for the wedding, and that you'd soon have Ling Ling take the train to Rongcheng. You held my hand and said you'd be counting on me to take care of her. At the time, I was so moved and it felt unbelievable. We hadn't seen each other in over 10 years, yet you trusted me so much. I was really flattered. I thought I was just a poor kid down on my luck, but if Ling Ling was willing to marry me, I'd be happy to take care of her for a lifetime. Dad Xue smiled. Being poor doesn't matter. Wasn't I so poor once I could barely put food on the table? What I value is your honesty and steadiness. Your parents are good, honest people, and you've been sensible since you were little. Of course I trust you. Otherwise, why would I have arranged the engagement? Cheng Tianyuan continued to fan him and said quietly, Dad, if you're sleepy, just rest. Uncle San said more sleep will help you recover. Don't worry, I'll keep fanning you so your wound doesn't get too hot. No need. You should rest too, Dad Xue said, feeling sorry for him. I'm not tired, Cheng Tianyuan replied. I'm a grown man, this is nothing. You've had your medicine, so get some sleep. After taking the medicine, Dad Xue felt drowsy and soon fell asleep again. Cheng Tianyuan sat beside him, quietly fanning him. Mom Xue came back with water and explained, There were so many people I had to wait a long time just to get a pot. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Mom, why don't you and Ling Ling take the car back to the factory to rest? Dad's just sleeping here. I can stay and watch over him." Mom Xue glanced at her daughter sleeping in the chair, her belly big, and felt a pang of concern. "Are you sure you can manage alone?" "I can," Cheng Tianyuan said. "Uncle Jilan and the others will be here soon, and maybe Aheng will stay to help. You were up all night yesterday. Now that we're here, I'll stay." Mom Xue nodded. "Then Lingling and I will go back first and come early tomorrow." Just then, a voice called from outside. "Excuse me, is Brother Xue in here?" Mom Xue recognized the voice and quickly turned to open the door. It was Cheng Tianyuan. "Old Cheng, what brings you here?" Cheng Tianyuan, sweating, replied, "I had dinner and was going to find old Xue for a game of chess, but Secretary Chen said he wasn't in and that he'd been in a car accident last night. I was so shocked I almost couldn't stand up. So I drove over right away to check on him." Cheng Tianyuan got up to greet him. He'd only spoken to Cheng Tianyuan on the phone before. This was their first time meeting in person. "Uncle Cheng, hello. Please come in." Cheng Tianyuan had seen their photos at the Xue house and recognized him immediately. "Ah, Yuan, hello, hello." He looked at Dad Xue in the hospital bed, frowning with concern. "Old friend, how did you get so badly hurt? Your neck's bandaged, your shoulder too. Are both injured?" Mom Xue sighed and explained, "It's serious. His shoulder bone is fractured. He had surgery last night. His neck was slashed with a deep cut and needed several stitches. The doctor said we were lucky it didn't sever a major artery, or he wouldn't have made it." Cheng Tianyuan was a sentimental man, and his eyes reddened as he listened. "That damn driver, how could he drive like that? What a bastard!" Xue Ling was woken by his loud voice and couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Cheng, I was just thinking of calling you. Who knew you'd show up on your own?" Cheng Tianyuan gave a wry smile. "Your dad nearly scared me to death." Xue Ling sighed. "The surgery went well, but he'll have to suffer for a while. Probably needs a month or two to recover." Cheng Tianyuan quickly comforted her. "As long as he's okay. Take good care of him. He's in good health, so he should recover faster than most. Why didn't you call me earlier? If I'd known, I'd have come right away." Xue Ling explained, "I was going to ask you for help." "What help?" Cheng Tianyuan patted his chest heartily. "Don't worry. I'll help take care of him." "No," Xue Ling said with a laugh. "With so many of us here, we don't need to trouble you. You have 2 factories to look after, you're busy enough. How could we ask you for more?" Cheng Tianyuan said, "I can help. I'll come at night to help keep watch. Guaranteed to keep him happy. What do you need from me?" Xue Ling explained, "My dad's car is badly damaged and was towed by the traffic police. We can't get it back to repair until the case is settled. It's hot, and I'm heavily pregnant, so we need to buy a car as soon as possible." "No problem," Cheng Tianyuan asked. "What kind do you want?" Xue Ling said, "Sedans are a bit expensive." At that time, sedans were rare, with a classic, elegant look, but the price was sky high. "Not expensive," Cheng Tianyuan said. "I haven't even sent you last month's share yet. That's enough for a good sedan." 100,000 is still too much, Xue Ling muttered. "A Jeep would be better, cheaper. With 100,000, I could buy 2. Mom Xue disagreed, whispering, "We're not short on money. Sedans are expensive, but they're more comfortable." "I want to use my own money," Xue Ling replied. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "Last month's share was 110,000. Enough for a car and then some. It's almost the end of the month, so more money will be coming in soon. Why worry about the price?" "All right, let's buy it," Xue Ling nodded. "The main thing is that Mom likes it. When we go back to Rongcheng, Dad can use the car. He's used to driving a sedan, so let's get one. Uncle Cheng, the sooner the better. Please arrange it quickly." Cheng Tianyuan said, "No problem, leave it to me," and immediately left the ward. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan looked at each other, not quite sure what had just happened. "Uncle Cheng just left?" Mom Xue smiled. "He's always quick to act and speak. I bet he's already contacting his friends for you." Sure enough, a short while later, he returned. I called my friend and asked him to arrange a good car right away. You should be able to drive it over the day after tomorrow." Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. He really is a man of action. After sitting for a while, Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, "Why hasn't old Xue woken up yet? Is he all right?" Xue Ling explained, "He took some medicine, so he'll be drowsy for a while. It's actually good for his recovery." "That's good, then," Cheng Tianyuan said. Cheng Tianyuan, worried his wife wouldn't get enough rest, said, "Uncle Zhang, you live near the factory too, right? Could you give my wife and Mom a ride back to rest when you leave?" "Of course," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "I'll take them back, then come back here to help keep watch tonight." "No need," Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. "I can stay here by myself. Besides, Ah Heng should be coming too. With 2 people here, that's enough." Cheng Tianyuan was still reluctant to leave it at that and asked, "Are you sure that's enough? Then maybe I'll come tomorrow or the next night?" "We'll see," Xue Ling said. "With Dad's injury, it'll take a while to recover. We'll all have to take turns resting and looking after him. Don't worry, Uncle Zheng, you'll definitely get your turn." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Mom Xue took out a bag and started unpacking its contents. "Ah, Yuan, these toiletries are all clean. When Ah Heng or Uncle Jilan come, they can use them too. Also, here are 2 brand new cups. Remember to wash them before using." "Got it, Mom?" Cheng Tianyuan replied. Mom Xue then pulled out 2 handkerchiefs and handed them to her son-in-law. "Ah, Yuan, these are your dad's handkerchiefs, all clean. If he uses them, just wash them and hang them by the window." Cheng Tianyuan nodded quickly. After giving all her instructions, Mom Xue and Xue Ling left. Cheng Tianyuan drove his sedan and took them away. Xue Ling looked over his car and couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Zheng, how long have you had this car? How much did it cost?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "I bought it from a friend, so it was a bit cheaper, about 95,000 yuan. I bought it early last year, so it's been about a year and a half." "Not bad at all," Xue Ling praised. Cheng Tianyuan gave a wry smile. "Good thing I bought it the year before last. If it had been last year, I wouldn't have dared, didn't have much money left, and I wouldn't have had the courage to buy something so expensive. Last year I lost quite a bit on a shop investment, so my savings weren't great. No way I'd have bought a car for over 90,000 then." "Ha ha," Xue Ling teased, "but you spent $1 million at the start of the year to buy land. Don't tell me you're short on cash. $1 million just like that." That plot of land had taken a lot of bargaining, and with old Tang's help, they finally bought it. There was a small warehouse behind it, so the total was 4 million. Cheng Tianyuan took a quarter share and paid a quarter of the money. When Xue's parents went back to the capital, they brought their daughter's ID and paid her share in advance. The land is now in both Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling's names, though the exact split hasn't been decided since everyone's been busy, and Cheng Tianyuan hasn't thought about building a villa yet. He smiled wryly. "That was all my savings. I emptied everything out. Now I just have to work hard to earn it back." Mom Xue chimed in. "Building a villa doesn't cost that much, but fixing up the land will take a lot of manpower and money." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "No rush. I've already told my wife not to be so tense. Let me rest for a year or 2 or the pressure will be too much." Mom Xue sighed. "You've got elders above and kids below. You really do need to slow down and save up a bit. A big family can't run without some savings." "That's true," Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. "I'm the only one earning now. The elders are old, the kids can't earn yet, so I have to hold things up and keep a backup plan." "Life is full of surprises," Xue Ling said softly. "It's always good to have a safety net. I'm lucky to have my parents as a backup, otherwise I wouldn't dare invest so much." Her only real safety net now was the 20-plus apartments in Phase 1 of Wangjiangyuan. Phase 2 hadn't started selling yet, and even if she needed money, those apartments couldn't be turned into cash right away. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "So you're lucky. Your parents aren't old yet and can still help earn money. It's just the kids who need a lot of care and energy." Sigh. Xue Ling gently stroked her belly and said quietly, "Speaking of which, I'm a bit worried. Mom, Uncle San said earlier that this baby might come early, maybe in the next few days." Mom Xue was stunned. Then then I'll just have to give birth, Xue Ling repeated what she and Cheng Tianyuan had discussed earlier. Mom Xue nodded and nodded, still not quite processing it. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. That's a good arrangement. Same hospital so the family doesn't have to run around. With all those apartments, you could house 100 people, no problem. No one's ever lived in that apartment, Mom Xue said anxiously. I'll have to find the keys and ask Secretary Chen to get the kitchen ladies to help clean up. You'll need to buy baby supplies. No, I'll go. It's not safe for you to go to the department store with your big belly. Luckily, the things I bought for you haven't been sent yet. I'll buy a few more and that should be enough. Oh, and that apartment doesn't have any furniture yet. We'll need to buy some. At least 3 beds, 2 sets of sofas. And have you booked tickets for Muhai and the others? Mom, don't worry. Xue Ling patted her on the shoulder. We'll take care of all that in the next day or 2. Just focus on looking after Dad. I can handle myself. Handle yourself, my foot, Mom Xue scolded, clearly worried. You rushed over here in such a hurry. What if you'd had the baby on the way? It's dangerous. It's one thing for Yuan to come, but you shouldn't have. If anything happened, you'd scare your dad and me to death. She really didn't understand how dangerous childbirth could be. If anything happened on the road, she didn't even want to think about it. Xue Ling gave a helpless, bitter smile. I was so scared last night. I couldn't wait. Though she sounded fierce, Mom Xue's heart ached for her daughter, and hearing this, she felt a sharp pang of pain. Sigh, I was just as scared. Last night I was half dead with worry. If I hadn't forced myself to hold on, I would have fainted. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, It's all over now. Everything's fine. Old Xue is a lucky man. Surviving a disaster means good fortune ahead. Once Lingling has the baby, old Xue will be so happy he'll recover even faster, Xue Ling said softly. Thank you for your kind words. With that, she took her mother's slightly rough hand and held it tightly. Xue Ling and her mother returned to the main factory's office building. There was no overtime that night, and the dormitory lights were all off. The place was quiet. Secretary Chen, who was unmarried and whose family lived in the old part of the capital, had been assigned a dorm room here because commuting was inconvenient. She often stayed at the office building. Seeing that Mrs. Xue and Xue Ling hadn't returned, she waited in the office instead of going to her dorm. Madam, Miss, you're finally back. How is Director Xue doing? Xue Ling smiled and nodded. He's a bit better. He'll recover slowly. Secretary Chen said, Miss, Accountant Zhang and I have already cleaned your room and your luggage has been moved in. Thank you. Xue Ling nodded in gratitude. Mrs. Xue said, We're just here to shower and rest. Xiao Chen, it's already past 10. Go to bed early. We'll need your help here tomorrow, so you need to be well rested. Yes, madam. Secretary Chen packed up and quickly went to her dorm. Mrs. Xue poured a glass of water for Xue Ling. It's so muggy. You need to drink more water. If your amniotic fluid gets low, it's not good for the baby. Okay. Xue Ling took the glass and drank it all in one go. Mrs. Xue yawned. Come on, let's go up and rest. We'll go to the hospital early tomorrow to help. Yuan will probably have to stay up late tonight. He's really working hard. At the hospital, Cheng Tianyuan didn't feel it was hard at all. He sat beside Dad Xue, gently fanning him, especially around the bandaged wounds, hoping to bring some coolness and ease the pain. Dad Xue, after taking his medicine, slept deeply. Cheng Tianyuan called the nurse to change the IV bottle. The nurse explained it was the last one, then removed the needle and left. Dad Xue didn't notice and kept sleeping. Cheng Tianyuan continued to fan him slowly. Around 11, the ward door opened. Xue Jilan came in, looking travel-worn, with Xue Heng behind him, each carrying 2 large bags. Cheng Tianyuan stood up in surprise. Uncle Jilan, you're here. Yuan, hello, hello. Xue Jilan greeted him quickly, then went straight to his cousin's bedside. Cheng Tianyuan turned to pour water, quietly explaining, Uncle San prescribed medicine for Dad. After drinking it, he's been sleeping. It's good for his recovery and helps with the pain. Xue Jilan went to wash his hands, then came back. Let me take a look at Brother Wu. Cheng Tianyuan handed him a cup. You've had a long trip. Have some water first. I set some out earlier and mixed in some hot water, so it's just right. Thank you. Xue Ling was indeed thirsty and drank it down. Cheng Tianyuan turned to Xue Heng and said quietly, Ah Heng, this cup is for you. The temperature's just right. Thanks, brother-in-law. Xue Heng, who hadn't slept all night and had been running around all day, had just driven for over 2 hours. He was exhausted, gulped down the water, and collapsed on the sofa, falling asleep instantly. Seeing him still sweating, Cheng Tianyuan turned the fan up a notch. Xue Ling checked on the patient, then went to the doctor's office outside. Cheng Tianyuan, not being a medical professional, didn't ask much, and just waited. After a while, Xue Ling returned, carrying a tray with gauze and bottles. He quickly opened his own luggage and took out 2 large medicine bottles. These can't be brought on the plane directly, but luckily they can be checked in, or it would have been a hassle. He glanced at his son, then at Cheng Tianyuan. Ah Yuan, go wash your hands and help me. Cheng Tianyuan quickly did as told. Uncle, are you going to change Dad's dressing? Yes, Xue Ling said in a low voice. This is bone injury medicine I brought from abroad. Very effective. Cheng Tianyuan didn't understand but followed instructions. He watched as Xue Ling skillfully put on gloves, cut the gauze, and exposed the bloody wound, making Cheng Tianyuan squint in alarm. Xue Ling, a professional, was unfazed and quickly cleaned and medicated the wound. Perhaps from the pain, Dad Xue woke up. Xue Ling quickly reassured him. Brother Wu, bear with it. I'm reapplying the medicine. This will help the wound and reduce inflammation. We need to use it right away. Dad Xue smiled weakly. Ling, you're here so soon. Cheng Tianyuan, holding the tools, said quietly, With planes now, it's easy to get anywhere. True, it's very convenient. The only downside is not enough flights, Dad Xue said. Some places only have 1 flight a week or even a month. Luckily, there are plenty from the provincial capital to the capital, sometimes 2 a day, sometimes 1. He frowned, enduring the pain, and said, I used to wish I could be like a bird, with wings to fly anywhere. Now people are faster than birds. Birds must be envious. Both Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan laughed. A professional's touch is quick. Within minutes, the wound was dressed with clean gauze. Let me check your neck wound too, Xue Ling said as he worked. There are a lot of nerves here, so recovery will be slower. He applied another medicine and rebandaged the neck. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, Uncle, it's so hot. Can we leave it unwrapped or at least not so tight? I'm worried it's uncomfortable for him. Xue Ling replied, This medicine will evaporate. Keep it wrapped for now and we'll take it off tomorrow. Dad Xue smiled. The wound feels a bit cool. Much more comfortable. Xue Ling finished up and went to wash his hands. Don't worry. With this medicine, you'll recover quickly. Dad Xue sighed. They say it takes 100 days for bones to heal. How can it be that fast? Don't worry, it won't take that long, Xue Ling said, drying his hands. You have to trust me. Dad Xue chuckled softly. Cheng Tianyuan washed his hands, then nudged Xue Heng. Ah Heng, there's an empty bed. Go sleep there. If you sleep on the sofa, your neck will hurt. Go on. Half asleep, Xue Heng instinctively moved to the bed and fell back asleep. Xue Ling sat down and said to Cheng Tianyuan, You must be tired too. Close your eyes and rest a bit. I'll chat with Brother Wu. I'm all right, Cheng Tianyuan smiled. I slept for over an hour on the plane today. I slept too, Xue Ling said quietly. I'm older, so I'm not that sleepy. Should I wake Ah Heng and have him go back to the apartment so you can take the bed? No, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. He's too tired. Let him sleep a bit longer. Seeing Xue Ling insist, he didn't argue and leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes. Young people get sleepy easily, and he soon drifted off. The 2 young men slept deeply. After not sleeping all night and running around all day, they were completely exhausted. After all the commotion, Dad Xue couldn't fall asleep for a while and started chatting quietly with Xue Ling. Looking at the young men, Xue Ling smiled with quiet satisfaction. Brother Wu, in the blink of an eye, the kids have all grown up. It seems they can shoulder responsibilities now. Isn't that so? Dad Xue replied softly. Last night, it was Heng who went to the accident scene, coordinated with the traffic police, and helped get me to the hospital. He was flustered, but he managed to get everything done. Before Ling and Yuan arrived today, he was the one handling everything. Xue Ling chuckled. That's thanks to your guidance these past years. After he graduated, he was restless, never thought things through, always aiming too high and wanting instant success. I used to worry a lot, afraid that if he fell, he wouldn't be able to get back up. But with his personality, he had to stumble at least once to really understand reality. Kids need both a stick and a sweet, Dad Xue said gently. He's a good seedling, but he grew up in a good family, like those greenhouse flowers abroad. Because his environment was so good, when he first faced the real world, he couldn't handle it. The people around him had to shield him a bit, protect him from the harshest sun, give him some water, and let him slowly adapt to the tough environment. Once he does, he'll thrive. That's true, Xue Ling said quietly. But I couldn't give him that balance. You've been the one guiding him, shielding him, giving him confidence and encouragement. Earlier this year, his mom told me in secret that Heng had changed. He'd become much steadier, finally giving people a sense of reliability. I said that's because he finally learned to keep his feet on the ground. He really has changed a lot these past 2 years, Dad Xue smiled. The kids are all grown up, starting to make good money, learning to take care of us elders, and understanding the responsibility of family. Xue Ling said quietly. Earlier, when he picked me up, he told me Ling invested in real estate and will be launching in a couple of months. She's so young, yet already making so much money. Brother Wu, when we were her age, we were still clueless. The environment has changed. This era gives their generation so many opportunities, Dad Xue said honestly. They're standing on our shoulders, so of course they can go further. With them as our support, we elders can finally relax a bit, Xue Ling said with a smile. Dad Xue squinted and asked quietly, You rushed over so quickly. Was it easy to get away from work? Your wife is home alone. She's even busier than I am, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. We work in shifts, sometimes don't see each other for days, and the house is always empty. Sometimes I go home and she's not there, so I just sleep at work. We're both too busy. Dad Xue laughed and sighed. That's what happens when you're both so good at your jobs. The hospital can't do without you. Xue Ling said quietly. We've talked about it. I want to apply for early retirement, and so does she. If that doesn't work, we'll transfer to a smaller hospital here in the capital so we're not so tired all the time. Our younger son is graduating next month. We haven't seen him in years, and we miss him a lot. I also came this time to ask Uncle San for help with the transfer. Dad Xue remembered. I heard from third brother. He said there are ways, and the hospitals here would definitely want you. The only worry is that the provincial hospital won't want to let you go. They were both highly qualified, expert doctors. Their original hospital would be reluctant to lose them. If our hearts aren't there anymore, there's no point in staying, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. I told my boss over the past decade, both my kids went abroad to study, and the return tickets were too expensive. They were busy, we were busy, and our family hasn't been together in years. The last family photo we took was 10 years ago. This can't go on. We've worked hard for most of our lives and are really tired. Now that we're older, we just want to spend more time with our sons and family. Nothing else matters. Xue Ling had always been a doctor, the top orthopedic specialist at his hospital. High rank and high pay meant more pressure and more work. For over 20 years, it was all work and study, with hardly any time to spend with family. Dad Xue's eyes grew moist and his voice choked. It's true. As you get older, you just want to be with your family more. When we went to Rongcheng for New Year, we stayed a long time, and when it was time to leave, we didn't want to go. Here, it's just the two of us, busy every day. Over there, it's a big, lively group, elders coughing, kids crying and laughing, just like the big families we grew up in. Xue Jilan nodded. We all grew up in big, lively houses. We're used to that environment and instinctively love it. Once Ling Ling and Yuan have more kids, your house will be even livelier. Dad Xue chuckled softly. Ling Ling is about to give birth again. She and Yuan have agreed that this child will take her surname, Xue. Not only that, but they'll move their household registration here in the capital so the kids can go to school here and get a better education. That's great, Xue Jilan said with a smile. The environment here is better, especially for education. Yuan and Ling Ling made the right choice. Dad Xue said warmly, I've asked around. If you buy a new apartment or shop in the capital, you can transfer your household registration here. With a bit of money, you can buy a place and move the whole family's registration, including the in-laws and Yuan. Excellent, excellent, Xue Jilan said. Then we'll have a big family together. Dad Xue said quietly. Our in-laws are easy to talk to. I'll discuss it with them. That's a good thing, Xue Jilan said. It'll only get harder to move household registration here in the future. Better to do it early. Dad Xue smiled. Once the kids are old enough for school, this place will be lively. Xue Jilan patted his chest. And our family will be here too. Then it'll be even livelier. Yes, our big family will be even stronger, Dad Xue said, full of longing. After chatting for over an hour, Dad Xue grew sleepy again and closed his eyes. Xue Jilan still wasn't tired, so he turned the fan down a notch and stayed by his side. Around midnight, Cheng Tianyuan woke up and quietly offered to switch places. Xue Jilan shook his head. Just change your position and keep sleeping. Your dad's sleeping soundly. He's fine. I'll just lean next to Aheng and close my eyes for a bit. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't argue and agreed. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and explained. I drank a big glass of water before I went out, so I'm still full. He then fed Dad Xue half a bowl of rice soup. Dad Xue shook his head. That's enough. With some rice soup in my stomach, I feel a bit better. That old saying is true. Food is the staff of life. Xue Jilan said gently, You just had surgery, so for the next couple of days, stick to rice soup or porridge. Keep it light. Don't eat too much at once, but eat more often. All right, Dad Xue nodded. Cheng Tianyuan finished the rest of the rice soup and his own porridge, then went to wash the meal boxes and hurried downstairs to return them. Watching him go, Xue Jilan couldn't help but say quietly, Brother Wu, Yuan is really steady and thoughtful. That's right, Dad Xue said honestly. He's even more considerate than Ling Ling. That girl, even though she's a daughter, has a big heart. When it comes to taking care of elders or kids, she's not as attentive as Yuan. It's good. They complement each other, Xue Jilan said. He's so filial and caring, you won't have to worry in the future. Ling Ling is ambitious and likes doing big business, but it's lucky she has a husband who can help with the family. Complementary couples are more important than having the same interests. Really? Xue Heng finished his last sip of soy milk and licked his lips. Isn't it better to have the same interests? That way you have more to talk about. Xue Jilan's face darkened a little, and he countered, Look at your mom and me. We have the same ambitions, the same interests, even the same job, and we're so busy we barely see each other. Sometimes no one's home for days. Is that what a family should be? It can't be like that. Xue Heng nodded, half understanding. Xue Jilan sighed and explained, When you were little, your mom couldn't take care of you because she had to work, and I went abroad to study, so we had to send you to your grandma or relatives in the capital. When you got a bit older, you went to daycare. A family needs someone to earn money and someone to manage the home. Otherwise, who takes care of the elders and kids? In the future, I want to find someone whose job isn't too busy, Xue Heng said. Try not to do the same thing, Xue Jilan said quietly. Otherwise, you'll regret it. There's no need to have the same ambitions. If she does one thing and you do another, you're more resilient and have more to talk about. Oh, Xue Heng took it to heart. Dad Xue chuckled. Your aunt always took care of the family. When Ling Ling grew up and I started the factory, she came to help me. Luckily, she was there to take care of the home, or Ling Ling wouldn't have turned out so well. She was a handful as a child, and your aunt took care of all our meals and the kids. Work is important, but family is more important, Xue Ling advised his son. Think about it. You work outside for maybe 10 hours a day, but you eat 3 meals and sleep at home. When you're young and when you're old, you can't do without family. If you add it up, you'll see how hard it is to run a household. Xue Ling nodded. Dad Xue couldn't help but tease. All right. We've said so much, but it might not all fit your situation. If everything could be measured by conditions, kids might never find the right partner. The most important thing in marriage is love and harmony. Xue Ling grinned. I still like Uncle's bottom line best. At that moment, the doctors and nurses came for rounds. Xue Ling quickly went up to talk to the attending physician. When the doctor heard his name, he was very respectful and asked for his advice. The two of them discussed Dad Xue's case for half an hour, even unwrapping the bandages and reapplying medicine. Cheng Tianyuan didn't understand much, so he helped where he could and waited quietly in the corner when he couldn't. A while later, Uncle San returned. Here's Awu's medicine. Help him drink it. Cheng Tianyuan quickly thanked him and took it. The attending doctor recognized Uncle San too and said, Mr. Xue, you're here today as well? Don't worry, we'll take good care of your brother. Uncle San smiled. I'm just here to make a bowl of medicine, so he won't get an infection or feel too uncomfortable. The doctor laughed. Your medicine is worth its weight in gold. It's a pity we can't have you as our resident miracle doctor. I'm just an old man, Uncle San chuckled. Cheng Tianyuan fed the medicine to Dad Xue. After the doctors finished their rounds, they left. Uncle San explained, Zilan's medicine is still brewing. I'll go get it in a bit. Xue Ling said, Third brother, I'll go with you. No need, Uncle San said. I'm brewing it in my student's dorm. He was on duty last night and is sleeping now. If you go, it'll be inconvenient. I'll just slip in quietly. Thank you for your trouble, Xue Ling said. Uncle San waved it off and bustled away. Around 8, Xue Ling and her mother arrived, with Cheng Tianyuan as well, carrying a bag of fruit. Old Xue, you're awake. I came by last night but couldn't wake you. Dad Xue smiled. I'd taken my medicine. No matter how loud you were, you couldn't have woken me. I came to play chess with you, only to find out you'd had an accident, Cheng Tianyuan said with a sigh. Take care and get well. Once you can sit up, I'll come play chess with you every day. All right, we'll have a real battle then, Dad Xue nodded. Xue Ling and her mother chatted with Xue Ling. Cheng Tianyuan helped Xue Ling sit down and brought a stool for his mother-in-law. Uncle Ling, we have enough people here. You flew in last night and barely slept. Why not let Ah Heng take you home for a nap? Don't tire yourself out. Xue Ling smiled. I'm used to staying up late. I don't feel that tired. No, Dad Xue said quietly. Third brother said your liver's almost worn out. Go rest. There's nothing urgent here. Come back after you've slept. Ah Heng, you should check on the factory too. You've been away and they're rushing orders. Don't let anything go wrong. Yes, Uncle, Xue Ling said, standing up. Dad, what are these 2 big bags? Sort out the medicine for Uncle and I'll take the rest home. Xue Ling lowered his head, reading the labels and taking out the medicine. I brought a dozen kinds. Some are oral, some are topical. I've already discussed with the doctor and taken away the duplicates. The rest stay here. After sorting, the bags were a bit lighter. Just then, Uncle San came in with another bowl of dark medicine. Xue Ling waited for it to cool, then slowly drank it, and left with Xue Ling. Cheng Tianyuan fanned Uncle San and said gently, Uncle, please rest for a while. The weather was hot, and the elderly man was running around brewing medicine, sweating profusely. Cheng Tianyuan felt sorry for him, but the old man didn't mind at all. It's nothing. Summer is the best time to sweat. People shouldn't go too long without sweating or the body can't get rid of some of its waste. I usually just sit at home and hardly exercise or sweat. That's not good. Cheng Tianyuan nodded, taking the advice to heart. Xue Ling peeled an apple and handed half to the old man. Uncle San, have some fruit. But Uncle San still couldn't sit still. He took the apple and asked, Ling Ling, did you feel anything unusual when you got home last night? No, Xue Ling replied. I showered and fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. Uncle San beckoned her over. Come here, let me check your pulse. Xue Ling obediently went over. Soon Uncle San finished checking her pulse and said quietly, There's nothing else wrong with your body, but you shouldn't be running around so much. In a bit, I'll take you to see the OB doctor here. She studied pharmacology with me for several years. She's half my student. Later, when they needed OB doctors here, she went for training and quickly started working. She's been doing it for over 20 years and is now one of the most experienced doctors. Okay, Xue Ling said quickly. Thank you, Uncle San. Uncle San waved it off. It's nothing. Don't thank me. I thought about it just now and decided it's best to have her check you over and see if you need any medicine. She's a professional OB, so listen to her. All right. Xue Ling nodded again. Seeing the old man not eating the apple, Cheng Tianyuan poured him a glass of water. Uncle San, have some water. Uncle San put down the apple and took the water, sipping it slowly. Xue's mother came back from the nurse's station and greeted him with a smile. We'll be relying on you for a while. It's a relief to have you here. Everyone feels more at ease. Uncle San laughed. Sister-in-law, we're all family. No need to be polite. I'm just an old man now, and it's great to feel needed. At home, I just read and see old friends who come for a checkup or medicine. Nothing much to do, and sometimes I get bored. He finished the water, handed the cup back to Cheng Tianyuan, and then took Xue Ling away. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Uncle San, do you need my help? No need, the old man said gently. You stay and look after your father-in-law. Ling Ling doesn't need help right now. Cheng Tianyuan watched them leave, then turned to see his father-in-law had fallen asleep again, so he sat by his side and fanned him. Xue's mother said quietly, Yuan, you didn't sleep last night, did you? Go lie down on the bed, I'll fan him. No need, Cheng Tianyuan replied. I slept on the sofa last night. Uncle Xue watched over Dad until morning. Mom, I'm not tired, don't worry. Xue's mother gave a wry smile. I'm getting old. My body isn't what it used to be. After 2 nights without sleep, I was dizzy all day yesterday. I lay down in the evening and didn't wake up until late. I slept deeply in the first half of the night, but in the second half I kept tossing and turning, worrying about things here. Don't worry, we have plenty of people here, Cheng Tianyuan reassured her. Xue's mother looked around and asked, Where's old Zheng? Cheng Tianyuan replied, He said he was going to make a phone call to ask about buying a car. Xue's mother smiled and said quietly, A few years ago we used to say the green trains were the best and fastest way to travel, but after flying, trains feel too slow. Once we got used to having a car, it's hard to go without. Now that we don't have one, everything feels inconvenient. That's how it is. Once you have something, it's hard to go back. Cheng Tianyuan grinned. We're the same. Before Ling Ling married me, the best things in our rural area were the 3 rounds, a watch, a sewing machine, and a bicycle. What I wanted most was a bike. After Ling Ling married me, we rented an apartment in Rongcheng, and she bought a second-hand bike. I was so happy. That bike was from Hu, actually. That's when we met him. Ha ha, Xue's mother laughed. I bet buying a car now doesn't make you as happy as back then. True, Cheng Tianyuan said. Back then, many streets in Rongcheng didn't even have streetlights. I'd have her get on the bike and take her for a ride around the neighborhood. That bike was our most valuable possession. Xue's mother praised. In just a few years, you've gone from that to driving a car. It's a big leap. Lots of people are still working hard to buy those joint venture motorcycles. I hear one costs 10 or 20,000. Not cheap. What, 10 or 20,000? Zheng Sanyuan hurried in laughing. A new car with tax is over 98,000. The only hassle is the paperwork, but my friend got us a temporary plate to use for now. We're not breaking any rules, are we? Xue's mother asked nervously. She didn't really understand traffic rules. She could ride a bike but not drive. And after her husband's accident, the police had talked about following the rules, fines, even jail time for violations. She was scared and thought she should learn the rules herself. Cheng Tianyuan, who knew more, explained. No, you have to have a plate to be legal. Don't worry, my friend sells cars for a living. He knows all the rules. He's got it all arranged. Just follow his lead. Then we'll listen to you, Cheng Tianyuan said with a smile. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. The car's ready, but there's a lot of paperwork. This afternoon, Ling and I will go handle it and get the money from the bank. If all goes well, we can have the car here by tomorrow afternoon. The sooner the better, Xue's mother said. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Cheng Tianyuan patted his chest. This is the fastest you'll get a car in the whole capital. He hurried off. Tell Ling I'll come pick her up this afternoon. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and watched him go. A while later, Xue Ling and Uncle San came back, walking slowly, one heavily pregnant, the other elderly, so both moved at a snail's pace. Cheng Tianyuan helped Xue Ling sit down and quickly asked, How did it go? Everything okay? No big problems, Xue Ling replied. The doctor said the baby will be born in the next few days, so we should get ready. The baby's head is already down, and after the checkup, she said it'll be at most 3 or 4 days. Uncle San added, She said there's no need for medicine. It's normal for the baby to come a few days early, nothing to worry about. Just let it happen naturally. But she told Ling not to move around too much and to sit or lie down as much as possible. Cheng Tianyuan remembered the doctor's instructions and said, You just sit and try not to move around. Leave everything else to me. Xue Ling chuckled softly. All right, I'll listen to you. Right now, the baby was the most important thing. Whatever was best for the baby, that's what they would do. Seeing her daughter and son-in-law both keeping her husband company, and with her husband still sleeping, Xue's mother realized she didn't have much to do. I already found the keys to Dongfang Garden this morning and gave them to Xiao Chen. I asked her to take a few of the cafeteria ladies over after lunch to clean up. The place is big with lots of rooms. If they can't finish today, they'll go back tomorrow afternoon. Yuan, we need to discuss how much furniture to buy so there's enough when the time comes. I'll handle it, Xue Ling interjected. You just sit still, her mother said. It's just buying some things. What's so hard about that? Just go to the furniture store and they'll deliver. You just stay put. Cheng Tianyuan quickly said, Mom, once the place is cleaned, we'll go pick out some furniture. As long as there are beds, that's enough. We don't need to make it too complicated. It's better to be prepared, Xue's mother explained. That apartment is big and in a good location, not far from the city center, so it's convenient. If we furnish it now, you can all stay there when you come over. Also, your sister will be coming soon for her skills training. She can stay there too. There are plenty of rooms, so you can all look after each other. All right, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. I'll go pick things out. Mom, I'm more worried about the baby's supplies. We came in such a rush yesterday, we didn't bring anything. We need to get everything ready for the birth and for the baby, so we're not scrambling at the last minute. Xue's mother stood up. I'll go buy them now. I bought everything once when little Ran was born, so I'll just follow that list. Don't worry, I have some things at home I was going to mail, but then all this happened. Go ahead, Xue Ling said. I'll stay here with Yuenge and take care of Dad. Okay. Xue's mother grabbed her purse and hurried out. Uncle San stayed to help and chatted quietly with them. At noon, Xue's mother came back by car, carrying lots of bags and sweating. Cheng Tianyuan took the bags and poured her a glass of water. Fanning herself, Xue's mother said, I'll soak and wash these this afternoon and let them dry in the sun. How's your dad? Why is he still sleeping? Cheng Tianyuan replied, He woke up earlier, had some water, and used the bathroom. Uncle San brought medicine, and after drinking it, he fell asleep again. Uncle San said quietly, It's fine. The more he rests, the faster he'll heal. Xue's mother smiled. With you here, I feel at ease. Thank you, third brother. Cheng Tianyuan said, It's already noon. I'll go get lunch. Okay, Xue Ling said. I still want dumplings just like Uncle San. Xue's mother said it was too hot for a big meal. Just some porridge and a little side dish for me. All right. Cheng Tianyuan politely asked Uncle San what he wanted. Uncle San smiled warmly. Ling Ling just said she wants the same as me. If she's having dumplings, I'll have dumplings too. Cheng Tianyuan laughed and ran downstairs. After lunch, Xue's mother took a car back to the main factory. Uncle San was called away by his student, Dr. Li, who had a special patient and wanted his help. Cheng Tianyuan dozed off. Xue Ling sat nearby, fanning her father, and occasionally turned to fan her husband too. Around 3 in the afternoon, Xue Heng and Xue Lan arrived. Xue Lan looked refreshed and cheerful. The medicine third brother gave me was great. I went home and fell asleep until after 2. If Ah Heng hadn't woken me, I'd probably still be sleeping. When you sleep enough, you feel great. Uncle, you look much better, Xue Ling said. Xue Lan replied, if you stay up late, your complexion suffers. As long as you get enough sleep, you'll look better. Cheng Tianyuan poured water for the father and son. It's hot outside. Drink more water. Xue Lan thanked him and drank it all in one go. He then went to check on Dad Xue's wound. Dad Xue woke up as soon as he was touched and smiled. Jilan, you're here? Brother Wu, how are you feeling? Xue Lan checked the wound and was relieved. No sign of infection. The healing is going well. Xue Heng and Xue Ling glanced over but quickly looked away. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, Ah Heng, if you need to go to the factory, go ahead. We've got things covered here. Xue Heng smiled. It's fine. Everything's stable now and there are enough managers. I can step away for a day or 2. Xue Lan said, even so, you should keep an eye on things. It's always better to be careful with your own business. Yes, Dad, Xue Heng replied obediently. Cheng Tianyuan saw the IV was almost empty and went to get a nurse to change it. Soon, the nurse changed the bottle, took Dad Xue's temperature and blood pressure, and said, everything's normal. Everyone thanked her, and she left with the empty bottle. Dad Xue said quietly, you all... Step back a bit. Yuan, I need to use the bathroom. Okay. Cheng Tianyuan quickly went to help. Afterward, he brought water to help the elder wash his face, hands, and feet. Xue Heng came to help, and Cheng Tianyuan took the chance to wipe his father-in-law's back and stomach. Xue Lan said quietly, it's muggy. Wiping off sweat helps prevent infection. Got it, Cheng Tianyuan said. I'll wipe him down again tonight so he can sleep comfortably. Xue Lan nodded in satisfaction. Take a break. Ah Heng and I can watch him. I slept over an hour at noon. I'm well rested. Cheng Tianyuan turned to Xue Heng. Ah Heng, can I borrow your car? I want to go home and take a shower. Xue Ling smiled wryly. We came straight here yesterday and he stayed overnight. He hasn't had a chance to shower. Sure. Xue Heng handed him the keys. Go ahead. Don't worry, we've got this. Cheng Tianyuan thanked him, reminded Xue Ling not to walk around, and hurried downstairs. Xue Ling asked, Uncle Jilan, does my dad need his dressing changed? No, Xue Lan replied. I'll add more medicine tonight, and the nurse can change the dressing in the morning. Xue Heng, seeing there wasn't much to do and not wanting to get scolded by his dad, slipped out. A while later, he and Uncle San returned. Xue Ling poured a glass of water and handed it to the old man. Uncle San took a few sips, let out a long sigh, and smiled. When you're old, your energy just isn't what it used to be. After a bit of work, you get tired. Xue Heng shook his head with a smile. You're already retired, not even rehired here. You don't need to worry so much. Take care of your own health. Uncle San smiled gently. As a doctor, I can't stand seeing patients suffer. If I see it, I can't help but want to help. Xue Lan pulled his son aside and asked, Third brother, are you done with everything? Take a break. But Uncle San was never one to sit still. Zilan, about that transfer you asked me about for you and your wife, I've already looked into it. Really? Xue Lan asked in surprise. Third brother, is there a way? There is. Uncle San lowered his voice. The central hospital here is building 2 new buildings. One will be an inpatient building, the other half staff dorms, half for research. The hospital is expanding and eager to bring in high-level doctors. You and your wife are both expert level. and the director was thrilled to hear about you. The only thing is, you'll need to get your current hospital to sign off and release you. As soon as they agree, you can start work here right away. Xue Ling asked quietly, "What about our personnel files?" "As soon as they sign, this side will push for your files to be sent over," Uncle San explained. "You can come first, and the files might take a year or so to catch up, but it's fine. Wherever you are, your files will follow." "This is great," Xue Ling said excitedly. "The most famous hospitals in the capital are the People's Hospital and Central Hospital. Dad, this is really good, and it's close to Dongfang Garden. You could walk or bike to work." Xue Ling was delighted. "Third brother, I'll leave it to you then." Uncle San smiled. "Since you're here, I'll take you to meet the director. If you and your wife have any requests, you can bring them up. At your level, they'll arrange housing and a relocation allowance." "Great," Xue Ling asked. "When?" Uncle San said, "I'll set it up. Hopefully tomorrow, so it doesn't drag on." Xue Ling quickly asked, "Uncle, as long as the director agrees, is that it?" Uncle San gave a wry smile. "There's a lot of paperwork. First the director agrees, then the process starts. Even if it goes quickly, it'll take a few months." "So, probably not until the end of the year?" Xue Ling said sheepishly. "It's even more complicated than when Huan started work." Uncle San glanced at him. "That's how it is for public sector jobs. Transfers are complicated. Huan is just starting, so it's simple. As long as he doesn't change jobs, his files stay at the People's Hospital." Xue Ling said calmly, "You don't understand. You're on a contract system, but public sector jobs are different. Your mom and I are older. We can't just quit or we'd lose a lot, so we have to find a way to transfer." He paused, then looked at Uncle San. "If we can finish the transfer by the end of the year, that's already fast. Thank you, third brother. You've worked hard." "It's just a bit of talking. Nothing hard about it," Uncle San smiled. "You two went south all those years ago, and now both your kids are grown. It's only natural to want to come home as you get older. Huan is a top graduate doctor, and Heng is excellent too. Soon the whole family will be together and enjoy life." Tears glistened in Xue Ling's eyes as he said softly, "It's been so many years. It really hasn't been easy." Uncle San understood the hardship of leaving home and raising two kids, and patted his shoulder. "It's all in the past. The future will be better." "Exactly," Xue Ling said with a smile. "It's already July, just a few more months. Uncle, it'll be the end of the year before you know it, and your wish will come true." Everyone smiled happily. Dad Xue, still weak, said softly, "Jilan, stay at Dongfang Garden for now. In a couple of years, when Heng gets married, we'll buy him a wedding apartment." "If we can all live in the same complex, that'd be perfect," Xue Ling said with a grin. "I can't cook, so I'll come home for meals." Xue Ling teased, "Then you'll have to marry someone who can cook." Everyone laughed again. A little embarrassed, Xue Ling said, "If we all live in the same complex, Mom and Dad can call us over anytime. When I have kids, they can help take care of them." Dad Xue reminded him with a smile, "I told you, the best arrangement is like Linglings. They live in one unit, the in-laws in another, right across the hall, sharing an elevator, no other neighbors. Sometimes they don't even close the doors, just walk back and forth and call out to each other." "That's great," Uncle San praised. "You can look after each other but still have your own space." Xue Ling thought for a moment. "Then I'll work hard and buy a few apartments together. One for Mom and Dad, one for myself, one for Huan." "Go for it," Xue Ling said. "That's not hard. Lots of new buildings have several units per floor now." Xue Ling grinned. "When are you coming to the capital to develop real estate? When you build it, I'll buy from you." "Oh, sure," Xue Ling laughed. "If sales go well in Rongcheng at the end of the year and I have the capital, I'll invest in the capital right away. At the start of the year, I borrowed $3 million from Dad to buy a big warehouse and factory site, right in the city center. The old factory you all know." "I know it," Xue Ling nodded. "That's the only old spot left downtown. Everywhere else is high-rises now," Xue Ling explained. "I plan to build a big mall along the road and a few high-rises behind. Some will be offices for rent, some apartments for sale. I want to build as high as possible. Dad Xue couldn't help but pour cold water on her. The permits are a real hassle. I'll do my best, Xue Ling said cheerfully. That's my plan. If all goes well, it'll be done in 2 or 3 years. Dad Xue added, it's a huge investment. Do you have that much capital? We'll see. Xue Ling thought for a moment. At least 10 million. It's fine. I can sell some as I build. That should be enough. Uncle San and Xue Lan, both salaried men, were stunned to hear their niece talk about spending millions on land and investing 10 million in a mall and high-rises. Lingling, take it slow. Xue Ling giggled. I need my own cash flow, or I wouldn't dare invest. Dad Xue said quietly, pay me back for the land first. Once you have enough capital, then invest. Don't count on borrowing from me. Don't worry. I'll go back to Rongcheng and make money as soon as I finish my confinement, Xue Ling said. I'll pay you back by mid-autumn in August. Once I've raised enough, I'll rest a bit, then look for ways to invest in the new mall after the new year. Uncle San listened to their father-daughter conversation and couldn't help but laugh. What kind of father are you not supporting your daughter's business? She's so young. Are you really that at ease? Dad Xue squinted and gave a wry smile. It's because I'm not at ease that I won't lend her money. This child dreams too big. In the past few years, our family has bought quite a bit of land and property. Just from the rental income, her whole family could live comfortably without working. But she won't listen, always chasing big projects. Even I wouldn't dare invest in something that big. Everyone laughed. Xue Heng teased, Uncle and my dad are the same, tough on the outside, soft on the inside. If Lingling really needed it, Uncle would still lend her the money. He wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. It's fine if he doesn't lend it, Xue Ling said. I'll find 1 or 2 more people to invest with me. Xue Lan couldn't help but ask, if you sell all your properties in Rongcheng, how much would you have? Everyone looked over, curious. Xue Ling lowered her voice. Over 1,000 apartments, should be several million. After you pay Uncle back, you'll only have 3 or 4 million left at most, Xue Heng said worriedly. That's still far from 10 million, Xue Ling replied quietly. I have other income. I didn't take any profit from the sweater factory in the first half of this year. By year's end, that'll be another 1 million or so. Plus, my clothing store is doing well. I should be able to make another big profit or 2 this year. That's still not enough, Xue Heng said. Xue Ling grinned. I can bring in investors and split the profits. Also, I can build in phases, sell some, then keep building. As long as you have a plan, Dad Xue said quietly. If you can manage, don't come to me. If you can't, then we'll talk. Okay, Xue Ling nodded. In the evening, Cheng Tianyuan drove back, freshly showered and carrying several dishes. These are from the cafeteria, as Mom asked the cooks to make. There's steamed ribs, chicken legs, and some greens. This pot is porridge, and this one is rice. Wow! Xue Heng hurried over to help. So that's why you took so long to shower, brother-in-law. I thought you got lost. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. I also went with Mom to buy furniture. The sooner it's sorted, the sooner we can relax. Xue Ling, hungry, served food for Uncle San and Uncle Jilan, then grabbed a big chicken leg for herself. Cheng Tianyuan scooped a bowl of porridge, added some greens, and fed it to his father-in-law. Dad Xue smiled and asked, Did you eat? You should eat first. I ate while waiting for the food in the cafeteria, Cheng Tianyuan replied. Dad Xue nodded approvingly. You always get things done quickly. Cheng Tianyuan picked out 2 ribs, stripped the meat, and fed them to him. Xue Heng ate happily. The cafeteria's ribs are the best. I miss them all the time. Cheng Tianyuan explained to Dad Xue, My parents have already bought tickets. They'll arrive the afternoon after tomorrow. Little Ran is still small, so no ticket needed. Hu was going to bring them, but my sister said not to bother. She can bring them herself. Hu will drive them to the airport in Rongcheng, and I'll pick them up here. It's all very convenient. Dad Xue smiled and said quietly, It's all my fault, making everyone run around. All these plane tickets, what an expense. In these days, even train tickets were expensive, let alone flights. For so many people, just the airfare was a big cost. Xue Ling, gnawing on her chicken leg, mumbled, "Dad, what's the point of making money? Isn't it so you can spend it when you need to and have it when you want it? Otherwise, what's the point? We can afford this." Dad Xue gave her a doting look and could only smile helplessly. "Well, it's a good chance to get together with Muhai and the others. It's been half a year since we last met. Life goes by so fast. If you don't make time, you'll be old and unable to travel before you know it. And then even if you want to gather, you can't." Xue Jilan smiled. "Brother Wu, every gain comes with a loss, and every loss brings a gain. This time you got hurt, but the silver lining is it wasn't serious. You just need to recover. Even though it was a hardship, it brought the family together. Who knows, maybe Ling Ling and her family will end up living here in the future. That would be even better." Cheng Tianyuan grew anxious at that and said quietly, "Our business is still in Rongcheng. We can't leave just yet." "Maybe in a year or two," Xue Ling said. "The soonest would be next year." Xue Heng chimed in. "Next year or the year after is fine. We have phones now. If you want to talk, just call. And as long as you can buy a plane ticket, you can be here in a few hours." Xue Jilan said quietly, "If you decide to have the kids go to school here, you'll need to prepare early. If you need to move the business, do it sooner rather than later." Xue Ling nodded. "We'll make adjustments in the next couple of years. Thanks, Uncle." That night, Cheng Tianyuan stayed at the hospital to keep watch, sending everyone else home to rest. Xue Heng first drove Uncle San back to the old courtyard in the city, then took Xue Ling to the main factory's office building, and finally went home with his own dad. Because things had been busy, there was no overtime at the factory, and Xue's mother was still awake, folding baby clothes in her room. When Xue Ling came upstairs holding her belly, her mother immediately asked about her father. Yuan is taking care of him," Xue Ling explained. "Dad's been sleeping since he took his medicine. No need for so many people there at night. Uncle Jilan will go help change his dressing in the morning, and Uncle San said he'll help too. We'll just bring breakfast early tomorrow." "All right." Her mother pointed to a pile of diapers and baby clothes. "I bought these at the department store. They were expensive, but the quality is worth it." Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, "Yuenge said you went to buy furniture together. What did you get?" 4 wooden beds, her mother replied. "A sofa set and a dining table set." Xue Ling nodded. "Not too expensive, right?" "A little over 1,000, her mother said. "We picked good ones, nice style and design. Yuan especially chose 2 beds without paint, since you don't like the smell." Xue Ling smiled. "Painted ones smell bad. I really don't like it. And it's not good for the baby either." Her mother said, "They said they'll deliver to Dongfang Garden after they level everything tomorrow, probably by tomorrow evening." "Is the apartment all cleaned up?" Xue Ling asked. Her mother gave a wry smile. "There are 4 or 5 bedrooms and a huge living room. It's too big. 5 people went this afternoon, plus Xiao Chen, and they still didn't finish. Xiao Chen said the place is beautiful. If we go again tomorrow afternoon, it'll definitely be spotless."